Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 1 to Chapter 70. In the Xianxia continent, martial artists were respected and martial arts were king. In this world, strength and martial arts were equally important. If the martial arts of the same level were not as powerful as the opponent, they would only be abused in battle. It was also because such a good martial arts could decide the fate of a family or even a large sect. Jade Mountain City, Luo family's horse pen. Pooey, what's the smell? In the horse pen's weeds, a pale young man frowned and complained as he woke up. Luo Tian's eyes widened. What he saw was a few twisting horse buttocks and a pile of horse dung on his thigh. The stench was overwhelming. He was stunned. Horse pen? Damn, what's going on? Luo Tian was stunned. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. He could not regain his senses for a long time. What's going on? Time travel? I only downloaded a few hundred pirated novels at once. Is there a need to punish me like this? Everything around him was too foreign to Luo Tian. He looked at his clothes, his hands and feet, and his waist-length hair. These were not his original body. This also proved that he had time-traveled. Luo Tian was a very ordinary otaku on Earth. He couldn't be more ordinary. He did the things that otaku did every day. Games, anime, novels, and the friendly and harmonious poochie activity with the inflatable dolls. A moment ago, Luo Tian was playing games while downloading novels. Hearing a ding-dong sound, Luo Tian switched out and smiled with satisfaction. He said to himself, finally downloaded. Now I can read for a few more days. He opened the ebook and checked it. It was full of the most popular online novels. What Stellar Transformation, Misty Journey, Zhu Xian, Battle Through the Heavens, Golden Scale. But it was something in the pool. What Golden Plum? There were hundreds of novels and every one of them was a classic. Luo Tian also had a special liking for them. He did not delete them after reading. In his words, he could review them again on some lonely and boring nights. After downloading the novels, Luo Tian reached out to unplug the data cable. The moment his hand touched the data cable, the computer screen kept switching back and forth. One moment, it was the novel page of the ebook, and the next moment, it was the game interface. The computer screen was almost dazzling. The computer screen was flashing, and the mainframe was also making crazy noises. Immediately after, the kitchen knife cut the wires, creating sparks and lightning along the way. The mainframe was smoking, the display screen was also smoking. What was worse was that Luo Tian's head was also smoking. The moment the mainframe and the display screen collapsed, Luo Tian's eyes rolled up and he fell unconscious on the computer table. He had no idea what happened next. When he woke up, he was in a completely unfamiliar world. Luo Tian was very depressed. It was quite depressing. This kind of depressing feeling was no less than that of a mermaid on an isolated island who could not *ck and whose mouth was full of sharp teeth. Although being an otaku is a bit tough, and my hands might be a bit tired at night, but isn't it the same as asking for my life by bringing me to this damned place? What the hell is this? Luo Tian said angrily. He never dreamed that he would travel to another world. He liked to read online novels. He liked the awesome protagonists in the novels who stepped on others and slapped their faces. He liked the protagonists who shared honor and disgrace with their brothers. He liked the protagonists' numerous encounters with beautiful women, and the women he met every time were all beauties. But he just liked them. These were all imaginary things that did not exist at all. Traveling to another world was just a gimmick in a novel. It was impossible for it to happen. If he could really travel to another world, he would be the first to try it. Because only then could he change his life. Now that he had really traveled to another world, he could not be happy. There was no other reason. The origin of the owner of this body, his background, his family, and his broken dantian that prevented him from cultivating. His origin seemed to be awesome. He was the only son of the former head of the family, Luo Xin. But the key point was the former. His father died in a battle, and his mother died of depression. After his parents died, his life fell from heaven to hell. He was originally the young master of the Luo family, but he became a handyman in the stables of the Luo family. His status was even lower than that of a servant. What was worse was that his dantian was broken, and he could not cultivate. Originally, he was talented and had excellent qualifications. He was the #1 person in the younger generation of Jade Mountain City. But 3 years ago, he was injured by a mysterious person. Then, he inexplicably took the spirit-dispersing pill by mistake. This caused his dantian to be broken, and he became a useless person who could not cultivate. In a world where the strong were respected, being unable to cultivate was equivalent to being sentenced to death. He would never be able to make a comeback. Since the day he became a useless person, he had been bullied every day. People of the same family mocked, beat, and scolded him. Disciples from other families openly humiliated and mocked him on the streets. Those disciples who did not even dare to look at him before stepped on him in public or in front of the girls they liked. The Luo family never cared about these things. They even warned him time and time again not to go out and embarrass himself. He was the one who lost the face of the Luo family. Why would the higher-ups of the Luo family care about him? They couldn't wait for Luo Tian to die early. Luo Tian was still the young head of the Luo family. As long as he reached the age, he would be the clan head of the Luo family. This was established in the ancestral hall when Luoshan was still alive, and no one could change it. Anyone who changed it would be breaking the rules of Wu Ni's ancestors and committing a serious crime. Because of this, his miserable days did not stop for a single day. Every day, he would be beaten and scolded for no reason. Luo Tian endured it and lived on tenaciously like a cockroach. Until yesterday, Luo Yu brought a woman to the horse stable to pick a horse. This woman was called Zhu Mei. She was the daughter of the third elder of the Zhu family, one of the 4 major families in Jade Mountain City. She was once Luo Tian's fiancée. However, on the day Luo Tian was crippled, the Zhu family brought people to cancel the engagement. Everything was as planned. The cancellation of the engagement was surprisingly smooth. Luo Jianshan, the clan head of the Luo family, agreed without any consideration. Luo Tian didn't know about all this. The only time he knew about this was when the Luo family announced Luo Yu and Zhu Mei's engagement a month later. At that time, he just smiled bitterly. Luo Yu and Zhu Mei came to pick a horse to play in the suburbs. Originally, this kind of thing could be done by a servant. However, in order to show off his superiority, Luo Yu specially brought the charmingly dressed Zhu Mei to show off in front of Luo Tian. Zhu Mei also surprisingly cooperated. The two of them showed all kinds of intimate actions in front of Luo Tian and said all kinds of insults to Luo Tian. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear and acted as if he didn't see anything. But because of this, Luo Yu suddenly flew into a rage and said that Luo Tian didn't even have the basic respect. Immediately, he attacked and knocked Luo Tian down with a punch. Luo Tian, who had lost all his cultivation, was no match for Luo Yu, who was at the 5th rank of the mystic realm. He was knocked out with a punch. But Luo Yu was still angry. He used all his strength as a 5th-rank mystic realm cultivator and fiercely kicked Luo Tian's chest several times to make sure that he wouldn't stand up again before leaving. During this time, Zhu Mei on the side clapped and cheered. She kept praising Brother Luo Yu for being so awesome. Brother Luo Yu is so mighty. Beat him to death, beat this trash to death. While talking, she didn't forget to kick him a few times. Because of this tragedy, the young master of the Luo family died. The otaku Luo Tian came. His tragic life is over. Now it's my turn. Luo Tian looked at the stable with lifeless eyes. His eyes were filled with a sense of powerlessness. He kept asking himself in his heart, what should I do? What should I do next? God, give me some benefits. How can an otaku like me survive in this man-eat-man world? Luo Tian thought for a long time, but couldn't find any shortcuts to become rich. He was just an ordinary otaku. He didn't know anything about business or making money. The only thing he was good at was playing online games. In his previous life, he used games to level up and earn money. He was a genius when it came to killing monsters, leveling up, doing quests, and clearing dungeons. Even some professional players couldn't compare to him. But, this world didn't even know what computers were, let alone online games. Oh, you're awake? Suddenly, a very unexpected voice came from outside the stable. He was the manager of this stable. His name was Ma Tong. When he saw Luo Tian wake up, his expression was very surprised. He muttered to himself, he didn't die even after being beaten like this. This trash's life is really tough. When Luo Tian was beaten up, he was there. Luo Tian was trying to kill him, but he didn't think that Luo Tian would still tenaciously survive. After being surprised, Ma Tong coldly smiled. He walked into the stable and kicked Luo Tian's thigh. He suddenly shouted in anger, "Since you're awake, don't play dead. Since you're awake, why don't you get up and work? Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" With a wild roar, his spittle sprayed onto Luo Tian's face. A small stable manager didn't even have the qualifications to see him before. Now that they met, he beat him up and threatened to beat him to death. This made Luo Tian realize that his status in the Luo family couldn't be any lower. Luo Tian's eyes twisted. His heart was filled with anger. But in a flash, he calmed down. He squeezed out a smile and laughed, "I'll get up now and go work." A wise man knows when to retreat. Ma Tong's cultivation was at the third stage of the mystic realm. It was more than enough to deal with him. Although he didn't dare to kill him, but he wouldn't be merciful with a few punches and kicks. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't know if he could withstand a few more punches. But, he remembered all of this in his heart. Sooner or later, he would get it back. Luo Tian stood up with difficulty. He lowered his head and walked out of the stable. Ma Tong kicked Luo Tian's butt again and shouted, "You bastard, walk faster. Do you want to die if you're so slow?" Luo Tian clenched his teeth and clenched his fists under his sleeves. But, he didn't say anything. Ma Tong sneered and disdainfully said, "Look at you. You're AF** king disgrace. I really don't know what's the point of living. Living like this is indeed meaningless." Luo Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. Pada. Luo Tian stepped on a fat dung beetle. Luo Tian didn't think much of it. Just as he was about to continue walking, a strange sound rang in his mind, ding. New book, please vote if you like it. Bookmark and support, thank you. Ding. There was a sudden sound. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He looked around and muttered to himself, "What's that sound?" Ma Tong stared at him, then kicked him again, and scolded, "What kind of sound does a dog make? If you don't walk faster, I'll kick you to death." Did I hear wrongly? Luo Tian shook his head, and when he was about to walk forward, a huge amount of information flowed into his brain. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dung Beetle, obtaining 1 experience, 0 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the level up system. Do you wish to check your character's attributes? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the novel's reward system. Do you wish to check the reward standard? What's going on? A series of pleasing electronic prompts sounded in his mind. Luo Tian was immediately stunned. He nodded his head and said, "Check." The idea moved, and the system in his mind instantly opened. Player, Luo Tian level, 0 experience points, 1100 profound chi, 0 points cultivation method, none ultimate skill, none partner, none. Ha ha ha, the heavens have treated me well, to actually give me a set of level up system. I'm rich, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart, and laughed crazily. This scared Ma Tong, who had been cursing at the side, quite badly. He looked at Luo Tian in shock, as if he had gone crazy. Indeed. Luo Tian's excited expression, coupled with his crazy laughter, was indeed like a madman. Luo Tian had read countless novels, so he naturally knew what the sound he heard meant. Without a doubt, it was a system like a game. Cultivation was like a fantasy to any Earth otaku. What dantian, what profound chi, they did not understand at all. But to any Earth otaku, there was no game that they were unfamiliar with. Killing monsters, doing quests, clearing dungeons, they were all very familiar with it. Originally, Luo Tian had felt depressed because his dantian had been shattered and he was unable to cultivate. In this world, those who were unable to cultivate were existences akin to ants. They would be ridiculed, beaten, and humiliated by others. They did not even have the least bit of dignity. There was only one way to change this, and that was to become stronger. Since he could not cultivate, it was impossible for him to change. In the beginning, Luo Tian had been thinking of ways to escape the Luo family, escape Jade Mountain City, and find a place where no one knew him to survive. But it was different now. With the upgrade system in hand, breaking through cultivation wasn't a problem at all, at this moment. Luo Tian's heart suddenly grew stronger. He thought to himself, I don't know how to cultivate and break through, but I believe no one knows more about killing monsters and leveling up than me. Ma Tong, right? Luo Yu and Zhu Mei, you adulterous couple, Luo Jianshan, the entire Luo family, just you wait. All of a sudden, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, a cold glint flashed past his eyes, a strong and confident aura erupted, as if he was a completely different person. Ma Tong, who was at the side, seemed to have felt that the aura on Luo Tian's body was different. His expression was slightly startled, and he looked at Luo Tian seriously. It was still that trash. Even if he changed, where could he change to? With his dantian crippled, he could forget about turning things around for the rest of his life. Then Ma Tong kicked out with all his might, and scolded angrily, what are you crazy about? Why aren't you cleaning up the stables for me? Luo Tian staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around and glared at Ma Tong. Just as he was about to say something, a system notification sounded out in his mind. Ding. Received quest, clean the horse pen. Quest reward, 30 experience. Do you accept? Huh? Luo Tian wanted to scold Ma Tong back, but he didn't expect that because of Ma Tong's words, he would issue a quest. Immediately, the anger in his heart was suppressed. Seeing that you can issue a quest, I will endure it for now, and the idea replied, accept. Fortunately, Luo Tian did not scold him out, otherwise, he would definitely be beaten up again. Endure, he had to endure it first. Before he had enough strength, he could not easily get angry. Ma Tong's strength was at the third stage of the profound realm, and he was definitely not his opponent. Level up, he had to level up as soon as possible. He couldn't always be bullied by a horse pen manager. It was too embarrassing. Luo Tian shouted in his heart as he picked up the broom and quickly swept it up. In the process of cleaning, he did not let a single dung beetle off. Although it was only a bit of experience, to Luo Tian, he could not miss even the slightest bit of experience. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a dung beetle, gaining 1 experience, 0 profound chi, ding. The system beeped from time to time. The experience points were increasing bit by bit. Luo Tian did not let go of any corner. After an hour, the dirty and smelly horse pen looked brand new. Steward Ma, the horse pen has been cleaned. Is there anything else to do? Luo Tian eagerly ran to Ma Tong's side and said in his heart, is this considered handing in the quest? Ma Tong walked out of the room and looked around. His expression was dark with surprise. He wanted to take the opportunity to find fault with Luo Tian and beat him up. But seeing that he had cleaned the horse pen so well that he could not find any fault with it, he coldly glanced at Luo Tian and said, once you're done, don't think about being idle. Go to the back of the mountain and cut 10 stones of fresh fodder to feed the horses. If you can't cut 10 stones by nightfall, I'll break your legs. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the Clean the Horse Pen quest. The reward is 30 experience points. Ding. Received the quest, cut 10 stones of fresh fodder to feed the horses. The reward is 50 experience points. Do you accept? I have to accept. 50 experience points. That's a lot of experience points. I'm counting on it to level up. Luo Tian was delighted. He picked up the load in the horse pen and rushed to the back of the mountain. When he walked out of the horse pen, he saw a dung beetle struggling to roll horse dung. Luo Tian grinned and said, dung brother, I'm sorry. For this brother's level, you have to sacrifice yourself. The dung beetle paused and looked up at Luo Tian with an expression of I'm just passing by. Luo Tian stepped on it. Crack. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a dung beetle. The reward is 1 experience point and 0 aura points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing 70 dung beetles and obtaining the title Dung Beetle Killer. The reward is 10 experience points. Dung Beetle Killer, Luo Tian almost burst out laughing. This title is really F***king awesome, the system suddenly sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Disciple Stage 1. I leveled up? Luo Tian's spirit was shaken. His body that was originally full of injuries was instantly healed. There was no longer any pain. He could not help but secretly rejoice, and said, "It's exactly the same as in the game. I'll be full after leveling up." Ha ha ha, before he could finish being happy, a series of notifications sounded in his mind. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. The reward for obtaining the novel's cultivation method is Thunder Tiger Fist, Bahuang Fist, and Vertical Cloud Power. You can only choose one of them. Please make your choice. Huh? Luo Tian was stunned. At the beginning, he heard the novel cultivation method reward system, but he was busy killing dung beetles and forgot about it. What is the novel cultivation method reward system? Luo Tian could not help but think. Then he opened the system. Novel Cultivation Method Reward System Description: when the player reaches the corresponding level, they will be able to obtain a cultivation method as a reward. The cultivation method obtained will be the cultivation method used by the protagonist of the novel. F***ck. No wonder I felt that the names of these 3 cultivation methods were so familiar. So it turns out that they were used by the protagonist of a certain novel. Luo Tian was shocked. He immediately checked the names of the novels in the system. It was fine if he did not look, but once he looked, he was stunned. These novels were all from Luo Tian's ebook. They were all novels that were popular for a period of time. The protagonists of these novels were all awesome existences. Training in their cultivation methods, Qin Yu in the Stellar Transformation, Lin Li in the Coiling Dragon, Chen Nan in the Divine Tomb, everything was there. It could be said that they were crazy cool existences that could shake the heavens. The cultivation methods of the protagonists of these novels were all very powerful. However, Luo Tian was somewhat puzzled by the cultivation methods of the protagonists of these special novels. For example, Jean. Scales. How? Things in the pond. For example, Shimanqing in the Golden Lotus. What were their cultivation methods? Could it be the invincible Vajra unfalling divine technique? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth rose into an evil smile. If that's really the case, then in the future. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Luo Tian's heart was trembling. He was extremely excited. With so many awesome cultivation methods, let's see who the fuck still dares to act cool in front of me. Let's see if I don't kill him. Soon after, Luo Tian considered for a few seconds and chose Thunder Tiger Fist. The system immediately sounded out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thunder Tiger Fist. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully learning it. Cultivation Method, Thunder Tiger Fist Level 1 Cultivation Method Proficiency, 0 out of 100 Ding. System Notification, Level 1 Reward Received. Second reward level is Stage 5 Profound Disciple. Reward Cultivation Method, Berserk. What? Berserk? The violent Vajra Ape's ability in the Invincible level? In the Profound Sky Continent, techniques were extremely rare. A good technique could directly change the fate of a clan. What about a divine ability? Divine abilities were above techniques, they required great perseverance to comprehend, or they were born with it. Any kind of divine ability was an incomparably powerful existence. Having a divine ability was not as simple as changing a clan, it could change the fate of an empire or a sect. What was Berserk? It was a divine ability that the violent gorilla comprehended, it was extremely powerful. Level 1 Berserk, twice the strength, twice the speed, twice the profound chi, everything was doubled. Level 2 Berserk, 4 times. Level 3 Berserk, 8 times. Level 10 Perfection was 1,000 times the strength, it was extremely terrifying, one punch could turn a super strong person into meat paste, this was the reason why Luo Tian's blood was boiling. Berserk. Berserk, I must learn it as soon as possible. With this divine ability, who do I need to be afraid of? Luoyu of the 5th stage of the mystic realm? See if I don't crush him to death. Luo Tian's heart was in a mess, his footsteps quickened as he rushed to the back of the mountain. The most direct way to gain experience was to kill demon beasts. 100 kilometers away from Jade Mountain City was the Ghost Prison mountain range. There were countless demon beasts inside. It was a leveling heaven, but if Luo Tian wanted to go in now, he would definitely die. Because of strength, demon beasts were incomparably strong, their flesh and strength were relatively strong, plus there were a large number of demon beasts in the Ghost Prison mountain range. Normal people did not dare to go near, even top experts did not dare to rashly enter. There were even rumors that there were demon beasts in human form. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Luo Tian's current strength was enough to deal with dung beetles, but if he had to deal with demon beasts, even if it was a 0-stage demon beast, he could only run. Wanting to go in and kill demon beasts was absolutely like lighting a lamp in a latrine pit, seeking death. Before he had enough strength, Luo Tian would not consider entering the Ghost Prison mountain range. After all, life was the most important. Without life, everything was just empty talk. The only thing he could do now was to rely on Ma Tong's missions and search for dung beetles. As the dung beetle killer, Luo Tian along the way, as long as there was horse dung or cow dung, he would carefully inspect it, and when he had the chance, he would step on it. With a smack, a point of experience was taken away. It was very bitter, but there was no other way. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Besides, Luo Tian's current strength was only enough to deal with these defenseless dung beetles. Unknowingly, Luo Tian arrived at the back of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were a few pieces of barren land that were overgrown with grass. Luo Tian didn't waste any time. He picked up the scythe and slashed away. He had to complete the quest before nightfall. It was worth 50 experience points. While cutting the grass, Luo Tian was also thinking about how to level up. Relying on Ma Tong's missions to level up was too slow. Dung beetles were another point of experience. Advancing from stage 2 to stage 3 required 200 experience, which meant 200 dung beetles. Where was he going to find them? In addition, there was another thing that Luo Tian was worried about. Did Ma Tong issue unlimited missions, or could it be that he only had these 2 quests? If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to level up. He had to plan ahead. Just as Luo Tian was thinking about this, a whoosh sound came from the forest. A white figure floated out. Fuck, a fairy descending? The white dress fluttered, the long hair swayed in the wind, the long sword in her hand pointed in one direction, the whole person looked like a fairy descending. That elegant movement, that emotionless expression, and that cold sword flower, it was all too beautiful. So beautiful that it was suffocating. So beautiful, huh? Why do I feel like her sword is pointing at me? Fuck. It's really pointing at me. Luo Tian was shocked, his body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly jumped away and cursed, fuck you. The grass in the barren land was half a person tall. Luo Tian had been bending down to cut the grass. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see that there was someone. But when Luo Tian jumped up, his body was also revealed. The floating woman with the long sword looked panicked, she screamed and shouted, "Ah, why is there someone? Go away, I can't stop." With such a shock, the profound chi in his body became chaotic, unable to maintain balance. The speed of his fall was also extremely fast. Luo Tian kept running, using the experience of his previous life's online games to move in Anne's pattern to avoid the white-cloaked girl's pursuit. But, what's worse is that Luo Tian moved in Anne's pattern, but that girl also flew in Anne's pattern, and she was much more elegant than him. "Don't run around," the girl anxiously reminded. Luo Tian turned around and shouted, "Don't fly around randomly, okay?" The moment Luo Tian turned around, the white-cloaked girl was stunned, she secretly shouted, "Oh no, the profound chi in my Dan Tian has been used up." Putong. Ah, her whole body fell vertically like a kite with a broken string, directly towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian originally wanted to stop and let the white-cloaked girl fly away, but when he raised his head, the white-cloaked girl directly pressed down. Her speed was too fast, there was no time to react. Fuck, before he could finish his words, the white-clothed girl directly pressed down on his body. The two of them, feet to feet, hands to hands, face to face, mouth to mouth. It was as if they were overlapping. Smack. The two mouths kissed each other. What's worse is that he didn't know if it was due to inertia or some other reason. Soft, slippery, wet, sweet and fragrant. In an instant, Luo Tian's body shook again and again, as if he had been electrocuted. This feeling was too wonderful, too good. As an otaku, Luo Tian had never even held a woman's hand before, let alone kissing. Luo Tian's heart almost couldn't take it anymore. It was too damn good. Another thing worth mentioning is that the white-clothed girl was too beautiful, too fresh. Compared to those so-called international models and otaku goddesses in his previous life, Luo Tian didn't even dare to think about this kind of woman in his previous life, but now she was pressing down on his body, too sudden. Ah, the white-clothed girl's eyes widened and she screamed. Her cheeks immediately turned red, and she immediately turned away, retreating to the other side of the grass. With fear in her eyes, she looked at Luo Tian, who was still laughing foolishly and immersed in happiness, and said angrily, "Why don't you go away?" Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and murmured, "I want to go away, but wherever I go, you follow. When I stop, you jump down. Where do you want me to go?" Oh. Then I'm sorry." The white-clothed girl lowered her head and admitted her mistake, but then her expression changed, and she said angrily, "Nothing happened just now, nothing happened, nothing happened." She kept saying. The white-clothed girl's cheeks were still red, and when she thought of the scene just now, her face turned even redder. She had never experienced that feeling before. It was very special, a completely indescribable feeling. Luo Tian couldn't help but say, "Are you talking about the kiss?" The white-clothed girl stomped her right foot and said angrily, "You bastard, I didn't kiss you, humph." She was so cute even when she was angry. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately said, "Hurry up and go away, quickly." The white-clothed girl angrily stared at Luo Tian, and said with her hands on her waist, "If you tell me to go away, then I'll go away. This isn't your home, so I won't go away, humph." Luo Tian spread his hands and shrugged, "Whatever, you're the one who stepped on the ant nest, not me." When the white-clothed girl stomped her foot, she just so happened to step on the ant nest, and when she stepped on it, the fiery red ants rushed out of the nest and quickly climbed up the white-clothed girl's foot. The white-clothed girl looked down, and her face turned pale with fright. She jumped on the spot and cried out in alarm, "Ah!" The fiery red ants were very large, and their bodies were shining with a red light, as if they were poisonous. Luo Tian was worried that the white-clothed girl would be bitten, so he directly picked her up and jumped a few steps away. Seeing that there were dozens of ants crawling on her body, he immediately shouted, "Take off your clothes, quickly take off your clothes." The white-clothed girl was so anxious that her face turned red. It was summer now, and other than her underwear, she was only wearing a dress. If she took it off, the white-clothed girl was hesitant. When Luo Tian saw that the ants were about to crawl into the white-clothed girl's dress, he was furious and secretly said, "You damn pervert, I haven't even seen you want to see?" Preposterous. After saying that, he didn't care too much, and directly pulled the white-clothed girl's clothes away, and anxiously said, "Hurry up and take it off, the ants are crawling into your clothes." Hearing Luo Tian's words, the white-clothed girl's heart panicked, and she jumped up and down again. At the same time, her clothes were quickly taken off by Luo Tian. Her fair skin was flawless, just like warm jade, emitting endless temptation. Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. "Damn hooligan, what are you looking at?" The white-clothed girl covered her chest with her hands, her face flushed red, and angrily stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva again, and immediately turned his gaze elsewhere. At the same time, his hands were constantly slapping the ants on his clothes. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Raging Fire Ant. You've gained 1 experience, Profound Chi 0, huh? This ant has experience? Luo Tian was shocked. Looking at the dozens of ants on his clothes, he threw his clothes away and stomped on them. The system beep kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations player, congratulations. The white-clothed girl at the side was dumbfounded. She stared dumbfoundedly at the crazy Luo Tian, and then looked at her clothes on the ground. That's my clothes, you bastard. The white-clothed girl thought that Luo Tian had purposely dirted her clothes so that she wouldn't be able to wear them. This way, she would be completely seen by the bastard in front of her. After a round of stomping, all the ants in his clothes were trampled to death, and his clothes were also dirty beyond recognition. Luo Tian grinned, and said, I didn't expect there to be experience, there's still a nest there, looks like there's hope for leveling up, haha. While he was laughing, he suddenly felt a chill. A pair of man-eating eyes were staring at him. The white-clothed girl, no, she should be called the bellyband girl now. The bellyband girl stared at him fiercely and said angrily, give me back my clothes, give me back my clothes, how do you want me to go back like this? Luo Tian was too excited just now and did not think of this. Looking at the girl who was only left with a bellyband, he apologized, I was too excited just now and forgot for a moment. I'm really sorry. Then Luo Tian quickly took off his clothes and said with an apologetic smile, if you don't mind, then wear my clothes first. Luo Tian was only wearing a coat, and after taking it off, his upper body was bare. His body was very thin and covered with scars of all sizes. These scars were basically all from the same clan brothers. Luo Tian lowered his head to look, and was secretly shocked. A ball of anger naturally rose in his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly. The woman's eyes were filled with shock. She was originally very angry, but when she saw the scars on Luo Tian's body, her heart couldn't help but ache. The scars on your body, Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, it's fine, these are all things of the past. From today onwards, no one will be able to leave a single scar on my body. The woman looked at Luo Tian and did not say anything. She could not imagine that a person would have so many scars on his body. What kind of past did he have, suddenly? The woman was filled with curiosity towards Luo Tian. The woman hesitated for a moment, then took the clothes and put them on, wrapping her body tightly. It was also at this moment a wave of killing intent came. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. He saw a handsome young man angrily flying over, the sword in his hand transforming into several sword flowers, and he angrily shouted, damn trash, you dare to bully my little sister Schwerer, you're courting death. A sword attack came, killing intent and coldness filled Luo Tian's mind. In that instant, Luo Tian reacted almost instantly, clenching his fists. The Thunder Tiger fist rushed out, using a pair of fists to block the sharp sword. The handsome youth frowned and coldly shouted, you want to block this young master's sword with just a piece of trash like you are simply courting death. The speed suddenly changed, the sword light flashed, and directly pierced towards Luo Tian's fist. Watch me cripple your hands first. The woman's face changed. She pulled out her sword to stop it, but everything happened too fast. She couldn't stop it at all. She couldn't help but worry for Luo Tian. The handsome youth was called Luo Lin, and he was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Luo clan. However, he was only the second person, and the first person was Luo Tian. At that time, Luo Tian had not been crippled, and Luo Lin did not have the qualifications to fight with him. However, it was different now. Luo Lin's cultivation had already reached the 8th stage of the profound disciple realm. Not to mention his strength, his identity had also undergone a dramatic change. The acting patriarch Luo Jianshan was his father, and he was now the true young master of the Luo clan. Luo Lin cultivated sword arts, and his sword technique was extremely high. His sword attack was unstoppable among the younger generation of the Luo clan. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Luo Tian wanted to dodge, but at that time, his entire body was sealed by Luo Lin's cold sword. There was no way to dodge, no way to dodge. Thunder Tiger fist. Left thunder, right tiger, both fists punched out. It was as if thunder and tigers were pouring into both fists. The momentum was fierce, surging out. Phew, bam. A trace of lightning flashed out from Luo Tian's left hand, blocking the sword. However, in less than half a breath, the lightning was defeated by the sword, and a strong aura directly rushed towards Luo Tian's chest. Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying by this force. A cold light flashed in Luo Lin's eyes. He didn't think that his sword wouldn't be able to cripple Luo Tian's hands. The corner of his mouth twitched, and the anger in his heart grew. He sneered and said, "Damn trash, you think you can stop this young master's sword? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" Before he finished speaking, Luo Lin's figure flickered, his long sword danced, and once again attacked Luo Tian. He said in a low voice, "Dog, let's see where you can hide." Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. The difference in strength was too great. The difference between the first stage and the 8th stage was too big. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "Don't give me a chance to live, otherwise I'll beat the shit out of you." Luo Tian was powerless to counterattack. This feeling of powerlessness and being trampled on was incomparably painful. Luo Tian sat on the grass and stared at Luo Lin. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his face was incomparably gloomy. Luo Lin sneered, "Damn trash, go die for me." The long sword pierced towards Luo Tian's life gate. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with anger, and his fists were clenched. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He roared, "If you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise I'll make you pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Not good at all, but, so what if you're not happy? In this world, the strong are respected. Without strength, you're destined to be bullied and be an ant for the rest of your life. If you want to change, you have to become strong, in a moment of life and death." Luo Tian could almost feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. It was also at this moment. "Stop." The woman's long sword flicked, and Luo Lin's long sword was raised by 3 centimeters. The cold long sword whistled past Luo Tian's head, and a few strands of hair fell down. Luo Tian's heart was in his throat, and in a flash, he rolled and crawled away without caring about his image. His life was about to be lost, so what image was there to care about? Luo Lin's face slightly changed, and his long sword pointed again. Looking at Luo Tian's sorry state, he couldn't help but laugh, and mocked, "Trash is trash. I really don't know what's the point of living in this world. If it was me, I would have already died." "Luo Lin." The woman glared at Luo Lin, and said, "He's also a human, please respect him." Luo Lin turned to look at the woman, and disdainfully laughed, and said, "Is he a human? In my eyes, he's not even a dog. Sister Schwerer, you don't know. He's the Luo clan, no, he's the biggest trash in Jade Mountain City. It's this trash that completely lost the Luo clan's face, being beaten by a beggar in front of the entire Jade Mountain City. If it was me, I would have already died." Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened. Memories of the past flooded his mind. First, he was beaten up by a mysterious person, then someone deliberately swapped his elixirs for spirit-scattering pills, and finally, he was lured to the streets, and deliberately dressed as a beggar by a disciple of the Luo clan. At that time, Luo Tian was full of vigor. How could he be humiliated by a beggar? In the Jade Mountain City's arena, in front of the entire city, Luo Tian was beaten by a beggar to the point that he couldn't even fight back, and was beaten to the ground, unable to get up. All of this was a trap. Luo Tian didn't need to use his toes to think to know that all of this was orchestrated by Luo Jianshan. His dantian was shattered, and his cultivation was crippled, but even so, he still didn't let him go. He made him lose face in front of the entire city, and let everyone know that the former genius of the Luo clan was now a trash that couldn't even compare to a beggar. From that day on, Luo Tian was beaten up almost every day. Whoever was unhappy would vent their anger on him. He became the living target of the Luo clan. If they were unhappy, they would beat him. These memories replayed in Luo Tian's mind, and the anger in Luo Tian's heart erupted like a volcano, and he secretly said, "What kind of bullshit clan is this? This daddy has read countless novels, but I've never seen such a ruthless clan. Just wait, as long as I live, this daddy will definitely get everything back." The girl looked at Luo Tian, and muttered, "He's Luo Tian?" "Yes. He's the big trash Luo Tian." Luo Lin said with a sneer. Sister Schwerer, just as Luo Lin was speaking, the girl walked step by step to Luo Tian's side, squatted down, and removed the weeds on Luo Tian's head. With tears in her eyes, she softly asked, "Does it hurt?" "Huh?" Luo Tian was shocked, as if he had seen that kind of gaze before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. He shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt." Luo Lin's eyes were about to spit out flames, and the long sword in his hand buzzed when it felt the killing intent he was emitting. The girl had never spoken to him so gently before. What qualifications did a trash like Luo Tian have? Luo Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes were trembling as he stared at Luo Tian. Then, the girl turned around and coldly looked at Luo Lin. "Didn't you always want me to accompany you in sword practice? If you let him go today, I promise to accompany you in sword practice." "What?" Luo Lin was shocked, but then he smiled and said, "Is what you said true?" The girl nodded and said, "As long as you promise me that you won't cause trouble for him from now on." Luo Lin didn't even look at Luo Tian, and said, "As long as you promise to accompany me in sword practice, why would I make things difficult for a trash, haha." While speaking, Luo Lin's eyes coldly glanced at Luo Tian, who was on the ground, and sneered in his heart, "Just because I don't want to cause trouble for him, doesn't mean I can't send people to cause trouble for him. A trash like him will die sooner or later." The girl turned around and looked at Luo Tian seriously, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she held it in and said in her heart, "Big brother Luo Tian, do you really not remember Schwer?" She wanted to ask, but in the end, she held back. She was afraid that she would cause more trouble for Luo Tian. Then, the girl quickly left. Luo Lin sneered, "You dog, consider yourself lucky today." After saying that, he quickly chased after her. Only Luo Tian was left in the wasteland. Looking at the girl's departing figure, Luo Tian frowned and muttered, "Who is she? She feels so familiar, but I can't remember." "Forget it. There's no use thinking so much, the most important thing now is to level up." Everything that happened just now made him realize the importance of strength once again. Without strength, he was nothing but a dog's fart. Being pointed at by a sword, being suppressed by an aura, not even being able to control his own life, and in the end, having to rely on a girl to help him out, all of this deeply stimulated Luo Tian. Become stronger, he must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he change everything, and only then can he control his own destiny. Luo Tian looked up at the sky, his fists tightly clenched together. He climbed up from the ground and quickly walked to the side of the fire ant's nest. Looking at them scurrying around, he fiercely stomped on them. Pa Ji, congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing fire ant, gaining 1 experience, 0 profound chi. Congratulations, Luo Tian's 2 feet trampled madly, and the raging fire ants were constantly being trampled to death. The notifications kept ringing in his mind. Luo Tian was bitten by the raging fire ants that climbed up his body. It was very painful, but he didn't care. Compared to the humiliation, this pain was nothing. Die. 10 minutes passed, and more than 100 fire ants died under his feet. His body was also full of red packets, and the pain was unbearable. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, current level, Profound Disciple Stage 2. Level up, Profound Disciple Stage 2, continuously breaking through in 1 day. This speed was incomparable, but Luo Tian wasn't happy at all. Profound Disciple Stage 2 was still too weak, he couldn't even take 1 strike from Luo Lin. After a slight pause, Luo Tian once again looked for the scattered fire ants, and heavily shouted, "Again!" More than 10 years ago, in a small courtyard of the Luo family, a boy and a girl, 2 little brats, were playing house together. "Big brother Luo Tian, I'll pretend to be a bride, will you marry me?" A little girl with a ponytail and wearing a white dress asked very seriously. The other little boy was wearing open-crotch pants. He wiped his nose with his sleeve, leaving a long trail of snot on his face. He laughed and said, "Okay." The girl with the ponytail giggled and said in a coquettish tone, "In the future, will you marry me too?" The boy with the snot also laughed, as if he was shy. He nodded and said, "N." The little girl excitedly jumped up and quickly kissed the little boy's face. She crazily ran out and happily said, "Big brother Luo Tian will marry me as a bride, Big brother Luo Tian will marry me as a bride." Time passed, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Luo Tian carried the last stone of fodder back to the stable. Before he arrived at the stable, he heard a burst of beating and scolding. Feng Lei, you son of a bitch, if you dare to go out and make trouble for me again, I will beat you to death. Is the young master really okay? Trash like you still want to trouble the young master Luo Yu? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? Is the young master really okay? Slap, slap. While talking, 2 more slaps were given. As strong as an ox, a huge bald teenager with a height of nearly 2 meters stood beside Ma Tong, letting him beat and scold him. He was still smiling foolishly, like a fool. He was Feng Lei, Luo Tian's only servant. He was more like a brother than a servant. The two grew up together. Although they did not have the same surname, they were as close as brothers. Luo Tian was abolished. Feng Lei had the opportunity to leave him and become an official disciple of the Luo family, but he chose to continue to follow Luo Tian. Because of Luo Tian, he was basically beaten every day. Most of the time, he was beaten for Luo Tian. The scars on his body were almost all over his body, but he never regretted it. That was how silly he was. Speaking of Feng Lei's background, no one in the Luo clan knew. He was picked up by Luo Tian's father from the Ghost Prison mountain range. At that time, he was only a little more than 1 year old. His eyes were like that of a beast's, and his behavior was strange. Everyone in the Luo clan was against him staying in the clan. Luo Tian used Luo Tian as a patriarch to give him a name, slowly taught him to speak, walk, and read, just like his own son. A year later, Luo Tian was born. Feng Lei looked at his younger brother with special affection. From that day on, he vowed to protect him well in his heart. However, later, Luo Tian's talent was excellent and his cultivation was fast, but Feng Lei knew nothing about cultivation. Most of the time, it was Luo Tian who protected him. Until Luo Tian's cultivation was abolished. All of a sudden, their lives were like hell. Every time Feng Lei saw Luo Tian being beaten up, no matter who the opponent was, no matter how strong the opponent was, he would rush forward without hesitation to block most of the punches for Luo Tian. Most of Luo Tian's memories were related to Feng Lei. Luo Tian was secretly moved by the memories. He envied the brotherhood between them. Therefore, when Luo Tian walked into the stable and saw Feng Lei being beaten, he dashed forward and glared at Ma Tong, shouting, "Why don't you try to touch him again? Young master! Young master, are you really all right?" Feng Lei grinned like an idiot. At this moment, Feng Lei's face was bruised and swollen. His entire body was covered in mud. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. When he found out that it was Luo Yu who had beaten Luo Tian to such a state, Feng Lei's anger soared to the heavens as he searched everywhere for Luo Yu to seek revenge. In the afternoon, he found Luo Yu at the martial arts practice field. Before he could get close, a group of people surrounded him and beat him half to death. Feng Lei struggled crazily, desperately wanting to rush to Luo Yu's front. However, there were too many people, and his strength was too weak. Facing the official disciples of the Luo family, he could only be beaten. He didn't get his revenge and was even beaten up. When he returned to the stable and found that Luo Tian had disappeared, he became anxious again and almost fought with Ma Tong. When he heard from Ma Tong that Luo Tian had gone to the back of the mountain to cut grass, he kept laughing foolishly and let Ma Tong beat and scolded him. Ma Tong's eyes twisted, coldly looked at Luo Tian, and angrily scolded, "Oh, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. A dead waste dares to talk to me like that." As he said that, a slap fell on Feng Lei's body. Ma Tong stared at Luo Tian and said aggressively, "I hit him, what can you do? You little bastard, you dare to challenge me. I think you are tired of living." As he said that, Ma Tong slapped him again and scolded, "I hit him again, what can you do? You two dead wastes are causing trouble everywhere. One of you went to provoke young Master Luo Yu, and you are a toad that wants to eat swan meat. You even provoked young Master Luo Lin. Don't you know what you are? Waste, do you know that? The two big wastes of the Luo family." Pa! Another slap landed on his face. Pa! Another slap landed on his face. Feng Lei, who was at the first stage of the Profound Realm, had no way to fight back in front of Ma Tong, who was at the third stage of the Profound Realm. Feng Lei didn't dodge because he was worried that Ma Tong would attack Luo Tian if he couldn't hit him. He just stood there and let Ma Tong hit him. After a few slaps, Feng Lei's cheeks became red and swollen. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian's anger was boiling in his heart. His two eyes stared at Ma Tong as if he wanted to eat him. Ma Tong stared coldly and kicked Feng Lei again. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded, "You dog, you dare to look at me with that kind of gaze. I see that your skin is itching again." As soon as he finished, Ma Tong took out the whip from his waist. With a wave of his right hand, the whip lashed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian clenched his fists and didn't dodge. The whip hit his chest. It was burning hot, his flesh was lacerated, and the pain was unbearable. However, Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "Steward Ma, the 10 stones of grass have been cut." Huh? For a moment, Ma Tong couldn't react and nodded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest, cut 10 stones of fresh grass to feed the horses. The reward is 50 experience points. His experience bar was instantly filled with 50 experience points. Immediately, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Mystic Realm Stage 3. Just as the leveling up prompt sounded, Luo Tian's face suddenly changed. He punched out and cursed, "F***ck your ancestors." Luo Lin, who was at the 8th stage of the Mystic Realm, was too weak to deal with. "Now that I have leveled up and stepped into the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm, how can I not deal with you, a small horse pen steward?" Luo Tian's anger exploded. A fist struck out, the power of the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm exploded out. The anger in his heart also burst out in an instant. The insults, ridicule in his memory, the humiliation Luo Lin gave him at the back of the mountain, the pain of not being able to control his own fate, the pain of being trampled on, all of this exploded out with a single punch. Surging forward, Luo Tian was like a crazy demon, his eyes were bloodshot. Ma Tong was caught off guard. He never thought that Luo Tian would suddenly attack, and even more never thought that his strength would reach the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm. This punch sent him flying several meters away. But Ma Tong had been at the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm for many years. His cultivation was already at the peak of the 3rd stage. Enduring the pain in his chest, his eyes were almost spitting out flames. He stepped out and roared, "Bastard, you dare to sneak attack me, you're looking for death." While speaking, he had already rushed to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian's mouth curved and coldly said, "Let's see who's looking for death." Before reaching the 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm, Luo Tian did not dare to make a move. After all, there was a difference of 1 level. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. After handing in the mission, he had just leveled up. 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm against 3rd stage of the Mystic Realm. No matter how scared Luo Tian was, he still had to fight. On the path of cultivation, one cannot be scared, there was no way around the great disparity. But if they were of the same level, wouldn't they fight? Seeing his brother being beaten and not making a move, would he still be human? Luo Tian's fists moved and directly rushed forward. He shouted in his heart, "Thunder Tiger Fist." At the same time, Ma Tong also threw out a heavy punch. However, his fist technique was very ordinary. It was just pure strength. There was no technique to speak of. He did not practice any techniques. In the Luo clan, he did not have the qualifications to practice any techniques. When the 2 fists met, Ma Tong's arm made a kacha sound. The bones broke, defeated with 1 punch. This was the advantage of having a technique. In a battle of the same level, if one's technique was not as good as the opponent's, he would only be abused. Ma Tong's face turned pale. He looked at Luo Tian in shock. Fear rose in his heart. He staggered back and painfully said, your Dan Tian is not broken. How can you have such strong strength? You, what do you want to do to me?" Luo Tian laughed coldly. He walked forward step by step and said playfully, "Didn't you want to kill me? Come." Saying this, a slap landed on Ma Tong's cheek. "Come." Another slap was thrown. Mother ****. Aren't you fierce? Aren't you arrogant? Mother ****, show me your arrogance now." Luo Tian roared fiercely. Then a series of slaps fell. Ma Tong was dizzy. He did not even dare to look at Luo Tian, let alone fight back. He was scared to death and kept begging for mercy. Luo Tian kicked Ma Tong into the stable. Ma Tong also fainted. Luo Tian looked at the unconscious Ma Tong and said in his heart, "Son of a bitch. If it were not for the fact that I am not sure if you would still give out the task, I would definitely kill you." Now he needed to use these daily small tasks to level up. He could not miss them. Otherwise, Luo Tian would definitely kill him. Feng Lei, who had been standing there stupidly, was extremely shocked. He looked at Luo Tian stupidly. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. "Young master is mighty." "Pa. Son of a bitch, do you have anything for me to do today?" "No, no. Pa. How can there not be anything? Walking the horse, feeding the grass, cleaning, how can there not be anything? Let this old servant do it, how can I trouble you?" "Pa. Leave it all to me." I don't dare, let this old servant do it." "Pa. I told you to do it for me, so leave it to me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Ma Tong's cheeks were bruised, his eyes were bruised, his teeth were missing, and his hair was messy. After being beaten by Luo Tian, he looked at Luo Tian with extreme fear and said weakly, Then I'll leave it to you." Ding. Received a quest, clean the horse pen. Quest reward, 30 experience. Received a quest, walk the horse. Quest reward, 20 experience. Received a quest, feed the grass. Quest reward, 10 experience. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction and slapped Ma Tong's face again. He laughed and said, "You are so cheap, I have to beat you half to death before you say that you have something for me to do." In his heart, he was secretly glad that he did not kill him yesterday. Otherwise, there would not be these quests. Although the experience was not much, Luo Tian could not miss out on any bit of experience. In the early stages of the game, he needed these experience to level up. Young master, Feng Lei carried a bag and ran to Luo Tian's side. He smiled and said, "Young master, I searched around the manure pit and found these." As he said that, Feng Lei opened the bag and a stench came out. There were dozens of dung beetles inside. Luo Tian patted Feng Lei's shoulder and said, "Fatty Lei, you did well. When I have money, I will bring you to eat meat." Feng Lei scratched his head and smiled. When he heard that he would eat meat, his mouth almost drooled. Eating meat had always been his dream. After 3 years, he had even forgotten what meat tasted like. Luo Tian tied the bag and threw it on the ground, then stomped on it. Seeing Luo Tian's strange behavior, Feng Lei didn't ask anything. He just stood aside stupidly, thinking that Luo Tian would take him to eat meat. Notifications rang out crazily in his head. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the dung beetle, gaining 1 experience point, mystical chi 0 points, ding. Congratulations, in less than a minute, dozens of dung beetles had died under Luo Tian's feet, and dozens of experience points had gone into his bag. Luo Tian looked at his experience bar and said with a faint smile, "Fatty Lei, go catch more dung beetles for me. When you catch 100 of them, I'll definitely bring you to eat meat." Feng Lei's eyes widened. "Eat meat? Really? Of course, when has young master ever lied to you?" Luo Tian replied. Feng Lei picked up the bag and ran away with a smile on his face. Luo Tian didn't stay idle, and quickly finished all the missions in the mission bar. 3 days later. Early morning. Luo Tian beat up Ma Tong again, but this time he didn't force him to do any missions. It wasn't that Ma Tong didn't let Luo Tian do anything, but that he didn't have any missions now. It was as if he had finished all the missions. This was the reason why Luo Tian beat up Ma Tong. How come there's no mission? Now that he didn't even reach the 4th stage of the mystic realm, how could he not be angry? How could he not take it out on Ma Tong? Moreover, this Ma Tong was the person who beat him up the most. If he didn't take revenge, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. Without daily missions, he would lose a large amount of experience, and leveling up would be even slower. After beating up Ma Tong, Luo Tian squatted at the foot of the stable and muttered to himself, now that there's no mission, I have to think of other ways to gain experience. I can't just wait like this. Fatty Lay, is there any place with many wild beasts near Jade Mountain City? It's wild beasts, not demon beasts. Luo Tian reminded. Wild beasts and demon beasts were not at the same level. Hunting wild beasts was okay, but demon beasts were out of the question. Feng Lei sat on the ground, scratched his head and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Young master, do you want to kill wild beasts for meat for me? Yesterday, Feng Lei completed the mission of killing 100 dung beetles, so he had been thinking about eating meat. Eat, 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 you only know how to eat. Luo Tian said angrily. Isn't it just a meal of meat? I'll definitely let you eat it. He didn't even have half a coin on him. Not to mention eating meat, even eating 3 meals a day was a problem. At this time, 4 official disciples of the Luo family came from outside the stable. The big hunting competition is about to start. This time I must become a core disciple. As long as we brothers work together to hunt, I believe there will be a place for us as a core disciple. Have you heard? The reward for this big hunting competition is very generous. In addition to last year's reward, there's also a mysterious stone. Mysterious stone? A mysterious stone that contains Xianxia. That is a cultivation treasure. If a mysterious stone is used well, you can directly break through to the Xian Master realm. If I get it, I can definitely step into the Xian Master realm in the future. Stop dreaming. The reason why the family head increased the reward is very simple. Luo Lin is in the 8th stage of the Xian disciple realm. Who has the qualifications to compete with him? It's clear that the family head is using fairness as an excuse to give this mysterious stone to his son. Can't you see this? Hearing you say it, it's true. However, among the younger generation of the Luo family, only young Master Luo Lin has the qualifications to get this mysterious stone. If it was given to someone else, I wouldn't be convinced. That's true. The Luo family really doesn't have anyone who can compete with young Master Luo Lin. If Luo Tian wasn't crippled, he, a big waste, has lost the face of the Luo family. What qualifications does he have to compete with young Master Luo Lin? Just thinking about him makes me angry. If it weren't for him, how could the Luo family be like this? Forget it, forget it. Don't mention that waste. This time, we came to pick a horse to enter the mountain for the trial. This trial is very important to us. We must make good use of it. The 4 people walked into the stable. The leader shouted, Steward Ma, pick 4 good horses for us. We want to enter the mountain for the trial. Ma Tong covered his face and limped out of the room. With a face full of flattering smiles, he said, the horses in the first row are all good horses. You can choose for yourselves. Steward Ma, your face, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. His nose was bruised, his eyes were like a panda's, his 2 front teeth were missing, and he was limping. It was very funny. The 4 people all burst out laughing. Ma Tong's tears glistened. His eyes were filled with hatred. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Tian walked over. He put a hand on Ma Tong's shoulder and smiled, Young masters, is there anything I can help you with? Ma Tong felt a pain in his shoulder. His body trembled in fear and he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. When the 4 people saw Luo Tian, their faces all became disdainful. One of them coldly said, you're not dead yet? Didn't we hear that young Master Luo you killed you? Your dog life is really tough. Living is wasting the Luo family's food. You're throwing the Luo family's face everywhere. You might as well die early. Feng Lei's face was filled with anger. He clenched his fists. If it wasn't for Luo Tian stopping him, he would have already rushed up. There was only one result for rushing up, and that was to be beaten up badly. The official disciples of the Luo family were all at the 3rd stage of the Profound Realm. 2 of the 4 were already at the 4th stage of the Profound Sky Realm. If they really fought, Luo Tian and Feng Lei would definitely not be a match for them. Luo Tian's mouth hooked up. He bowed and smiled, Young masters, please choose your horses. Seeing Luo Tian's flattery, their faces revealed a superior expression. One of them mocked, trash will always be trash. The 4 of them came to the stable and quickly chose their horses. Luo Tian and Feng Lei led the horses out of the stable and handed the reins to the four people. They thought that this matter was over. The leader looked at Luo Tian and sneered, "We'll be going into the mountains for a few days. You two will help us take care of the horses." "What? We're only responsible for the horses in the stable. It's none of our business outside the stable. If you want someone to take care of the horses, go find someone else," Feng Lei unhappily said. F***ck. It's your honor to have you two trash take care of our horses. Don't be so shameless. Even if I beat you to death, no one would care. You're going too far. Feng Lei's temper exploded. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward. Luo Tian grinned and stopped Feng Lei. He laughed and said, "It's my honor to take care of the horses for the four young masters. We'll definitely go." When the disciple said to take care of the horses, Luo Tian's mind rang out. Ding received a quest to take care of the horses. Quest reward, 80 experience points. If there's a quest, of course I'll take it. Moreover, from the conversation between the four of them, Luo Tian noticed that the four of them wanted to go into the mountains for training. With their strength, they definitely wouldn't dare to enter the Ghost Prison mountain range. They would definitely go to other mountains. Would there be wild beasts in the mountains to hunt? Young master, the four of them are only collateral relatives of the Luo family. What qualifications do they have to be arrogant in front of you? Back then, they were just like dogs in front of you. Feng Lei angrily said. Damn fatty, what did you say? Mother ***, I think you're tired of living. What young master? Bullshit young master. You think it's still the past? Wake up. Luo Tian kept winking at Feng Lei, but this big guy completely ignored him. Luo Tian could only go forward and say with a smile, "For young masters, please don't be angry. My brother's brain is not very good. Please don't take offense. We promise to take care of the horses for you." Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Luo Tian dryly laughed and then went to the stable to take out two horses. What are you doing? You, a stable handyman, want to ride a horse like us? Why don't you look at your own status? Luo Tian was surprised and couldn't help but ask, if we don't ride a horse, how can we keep up with you? Use your feet to run. Are your legs for decoration? You, the big waist of the Luo family, still want to ride a horse? Aren't you afraid of people laughing their heads off? Luo Tian's eyes twisted. He walked out of the stable and said with a fake smile, "Then, young masters, lead the way." Ha ha ha, good boy. The once arrogant Luo family genius is now like this. Ha ha ha, the four of them mounted their horses, whipped their horses, and quickly galloped out of the stable. Big waist, hurry up and keep up with me. If you can't, don't blame me for being impolite. Feng Lei was furious and said, "Young master." Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the backs of the four people. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said in his heart, "When I finish this task, your end will come." Black Spirit Mountain, a side branch of the Ghost Prison mountain range. In front of the Ghost Prison mountain range in the distance, it was like a small hill. However, although it looked small, it was very dangerous inside. Although it was difficult to encounter any demon beasts, the beasts inside were also very fierce, so most people did not dare to enter. Luo Yin, Luo Ming, Luo Xiao, and Luo Wan came here to seek a breakthrough in battle, making the final preparations for the Luo family's big hunting competition. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The four of them dismounted from their horses. Luo Yin looked at the dark Black Spirit Mountain and said, 3 days, we must have a breakthrough in 3 days. The big hunting competition is our chance. Whether or not we can become a core disciple of the Luo family depends on this trial. Don't worry, this year we will definitely become core disciples. The Luo family disciples were proud to become core disciples. Once they became a core disciple, they would receive more cultivation resources and the family would focus on training. Becoming a core disciple was also a symbol of status. The Luo family's big hunting competition was held once a year. Any Luo family disciple under the age of 18 could participate. As long as they hunted a demon beast in the Ghost Prison mountain range within a limited time, they would be qualified to become a core disciple. During the competition, whoever hunted the most demon beasts would be first place. The reward for first place was very generous. Entering the library to choose a cultivation method, you would receive 3 spirit pills, and this year there was an extra mysterious stone as a reward. In the past, the competition for first place was very fierce, but this year there was no suspense. Among the disciples under the age of 18, Luo Lin's cultivation was the highest. With his strength, first place was definitely his. On the path to Black Spirit Mountain, 2 figures were approaching from afar. Their throats were smoking, their lips were cracked, their bodies were wet, and their hair was dripping with sweat. The 2 of them almost died of exhaustion on the road. Look at you, trash. Running such a short distance and you're already so tired, so shameful. Fortunately there are no outsiders here, or else it would be a disgrace. Forget it, don't bother with trash. You 2 take good care of the horses for us. If anything happens, you'll be responsible. After saying that, the 4 of them threw away the reins, looked at Luo Tian with disdain, and walked into the forest. Luo Tian gasped for air and swallowed his saliva. His eyes narrowed as he cursed 18 generations of their ancestors in his heart. If it weren't for the mission, he would have already taken action. However, just as Luoyin was speaking, a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. The reward is 80 experience points. He could not help but rejoice in his heart. Mother *Ker, now that the mission is complete, I have nothing to worry about. Luo Tian had never run such a long distance before. It was twice as long as his mother's marathon. He couldn't believe that he had run it. What annoyed him the most was that Luo Tian and the other 3 would stop from time to mock and ridicule him. The anger in Luo Tian's heart was constantly accumulating, and there were several times when he almost couldn't hold it in anymore. However, reason told him not to make a move. He absolutely couldn't make a move before completing the mission. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he had to endure it for the sake of his experience. It was 2F** King infuriating. If it weren't for the mission, he would have already made a move. This was also because he didn't have the strength. If he had the strength to enter the mountain to kill demon beasts to gain experience, he wouldn't have to rely on these small missions. Not only would he be bullied, he would also be exhausted to death. Looking at the dark forest, Luo Tian rubbed his hands, secretly excited, and muttered to himself, this place is obviously a holy land for leveling up. Then Luo Tian kicked Feng Lei, who was lying on the ground as tired as a dead pig, and said, Fatty Lei, you stay here and look after the horse, I'll go find something to eat. Feng Lei raised his eyes and said, Young master, be careful. Luoyin and the other 3 are also inside. Don't let them find you. And, don't worry. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and thought in his heart, I'm going in to find them this time. After giving his instructions, Luo Tian entered the dark forest. The Black Spirit Mountain was similar to the primeval forest in his previous life. The roots of the trees were intertwined, and the leaves covered the sky. The forest was dark and it was difficult to tell the direction. He didn't know if Luo Yin and the other 3 were afraid that they wouldn't be able to walk out or that they would be separated. These 4 idiots made marks along the way, as if they were afraid that they would encounter demon beasts and not be able to find their way home. Relying on these marks, Luo Tian quickly found their figures. Luo Tian carefully followed, looking for an opportunity. Why do I feel like someone is following us? Luo Yin, who was at the 4th stage of the profound realm, turned his head to look behind him and carefully observed, but did not find anything. Big brother, aren't you overthinking it? That's right, there aren't even any ghosts around. Who would follow us? Could it be that Luo Tian and those 2 trash followed us in? I can beat the shit out of those 2 pieces of trash with one hand. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Luo Yin's gaze tightened, and he immediately made a shushing gesture. He lowered his voice and said, There's a black panther on the big tree in front. The 4 of them looked over at the same time. Sure enough, a black panther was hiding behind the dense foliage, its 2 glowing green eyes staring at the 4 of them without blinking. Luo Tian, who came out of the darkness, was also secretly shocked, and secretly said, The opportunity has come. Congeal the profound chi, we will pretend that we didn't notice it, and when it attacks, we will attack together. Luoyin instructed. The other three looked at each other and smiled softly. The profound chi in the pubes moved secretly, clenched his fists, and was ready to attack at any time. The Black Panther did not notice at all, and was still waiting for an opportunity to move in the leaves. Seeing the four of them gradually approaching, two fangs gradually revealed themselves. The Black Panther was not even a rank 0 demon beast, so it was impossible for it to be a match for Luoyin and the other three. However, Luo Tian wanted to borrow the power of the Black Panther, but it was very difficult for him to deal with the four of them alone. He had to let the Black Panther give him an opportunity to kill him in one blow, immediately. Luo Tian picked up a small stone and flicked it lightly. Whoosh! The small stone just happened to land beside the Black Panther. The Black Panther was shocked, opened its bloody mouth, propped up its four limbs, and rushed over. At the same time, Luo Tian suddenly let out a ghost-like laugh, wahaha, wahaha. In the dark forest, a burst of strange laughter suddenly rang out. Anyone would be shocked. Luoyin and the other three's divine level S were originally jumping up and down, but the sudden strange laughter scared them quite a bit. There was obviously a trace of panic on their faces as the four of them turned their heads to look. It was also at this time that the Black Panther pounced down. Luo Yin's face changed, and he shouted, Luo Xiao, be careful. Luo Xiao raised his head to look, only to see the Black Panther biting towards his neck. His expression was shocked, and he was so scared that he secretly trembled. The profound chi that was originally condensed also dissipated, and without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. Heh, the chance has come. In the darkness, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, revealing a cold smile. When Luo Xiao was still a few steps away from him, his heart sank, and he fiercely shouted, Thunder Tiger Fist. Both of his fists charged out like two cannonballs. Luo Xiao's face was pale with fright, and he had no time to react. Bang, bang. Both fists smashed into Luo Xiao's chest, causing him to fly out a few meters and crash into a big tree before stopping. His eyes bulged out, and black blood continuously spewed out of his mouth. His body fell down, and he no longer had any aura. Dead. At this moment, a melodious sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Eh? Hearing a ding sound, Luo Tian was secretly surprised. Ding player Luo Tian has killed Luo Xiao, gaining 100 experience points, profound chi 10 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining a building foundation Dan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining an invincible value +1. 3 consecutive sounds rang out. Luo Tian was so shocked that he couldn't react, muttering to himself, killing people can also give experience? Never thought of it. Luo Tian never dreamed that killing people could also give experience, and it was much higher than the daily tasks, and there was even a profound chi reward. This, even after playing hundreds of online games, he had never seen killing people to give experience. At this time, Luo Tian only wanted to say one thing, fuck, who else is there? No, it should be that this is too damn cool. Luo Tian was instantly excited, as if he was injected with chicken blood, looking at the 3 people who were still in a daze. His eyes emitted a golden light, as if he was looking at 3 experienced babies. Step by step he walked forward and smiled. Hello, how are you guys? Luo Tian. You killed Luo Xiao? How is that possible? Didn't your dantian break and you can't cultivate? For a time, the 3 people couldn't accept that Luo Xiao was killed by Luo Tian in one move. Luo Yin's right hand grabbed the Black Panther, and threw it a few meters away. The Black Panther didn't even look at it, and directly walked towards Luo Tian, with a strong killing intent. You killed Luo Xiao, you actually killed Luo Xiao, you actually killed my brother. Luo Tian's mouth twitched. Looking at Luo Yin's angry expression, he laughed, I killed him. Bite me. Courting death. Luo Yin's eyes twisted, and a palm grabbed towards Luo Tian, and angrily shouted, accompany my brother in death. Luo Tian took a step forward, facing Luo Yin who was in the 4th stage of the mystic realm. He didn't retreat and instead said in a low voice, your little brother is waiting for you on the road to the underworld. I've tolerated you for so long, and now I can finally make my move. Kill. Both of his fists moved and the power of a third-level mystic realm cultivator burst out. Every time Luo Tian made a move, he would not hold back. If he could kill with one move, he would never use a second move. Why would he show mercy to someone who deserved to be killed? Wouldn't he be looking for trouble if he used a second move to kill him in one move? After all, this was not a game. Luo Tian was very clear that the world he was in was the real world. It was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Fourth stage profound disciple, one level higher than Luo Tian. Luo Tian's strength was clearly inferior to his opponent's. The only thing he could rely on was his Thunder Tiger fists. Big brother, kill him. Kill this trash and avenge Luo Xiao. Kill him. Luo Yin's eyes widened in anger. Facing Luo Tian's incoming fist, he shouted, "Cripple him for me." His right palm stretched out in the air, and a profound energy burst out from his palm, grabbing onto Luo Tian's right hand. Haha. If he was caught by Big Brother's dragon-capturing claw, his entire arm would be twisted off. First break his right arm, then his left hand. This trash is dead for sure. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He did not expect Luo Yin to have cultivated a cultivation technique, and even had a Thunder Tiger fists that could restrain him. However, Luo Tian was not flustered, and the corner of his mouth even carried a trace of a sneer. The moment his right fist was caught, Luo Tian shouted, "Tiger Rush." A burst of power burst out from his fist, directly striking Luo Yin's palm. Feeling the pain in his palm, his right hand slightly retracted. Luo Yin was secretly shocked, his eyes twisted, and once again activated a profound energy, shouting, "Cripple." At the same time, Luo Tian's right arm suddenly retracted, and his left fist struck out, Thunder Movement. Thunder Tiger Fists was a set of combination fists, divided into Tiger Rush and Thunder Movement, left and right. Hiss, a thin spark of lightning flashed on his fist, and his fist heavily struck Luo Yin's abdomen. Bam! Pfft, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Luo Yin staggered back a few steps before stabilizing his body. He looked at Luo Tian with a pale face, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched. You. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Tian's figure moved, and with all his might, he appeared in front of Luo Yin in the blink of an eye, and laughed sinisterly, "Go to hell. Take his life while he's sick." Seizing the moment that Luo Yin was injured, Luo Tian used all his might to rush out. There were still two people beside him. If the three of them joined hands, he would definitely be the one to die. Both fists were like rain as they heavily bombarded down. The heavily injured Luo Yin did not have the strength to retaliate at all. In less than a minute, his internal organs were shattered by Luo Tian, and blood continuously spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Luo Yin, gaining 150 experience, 15 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining a building foundation dan, 15 silver pieces. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining an invincible value +1. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, current level, Profound Realm Stage 4. Leveled up, too damn fast. Luo Tian excitedly smiled, and looked at Luo Wan and Luo Ming. He hooked his finger and coldly smiled, and said, "Do you want to come one by one, or do you want to come together?" Profound Realm Stage 4. And Thunder Tiger Fists dealing with two people at the same time was definitely not a problem. Put on Profound Realm Stage 3. Luo Wan kneeled down, his body trembling, and cried as he begged, "Luo Tian, big brother, spare my life, spare my dog life." Luo Ming's eyes twisted, and he kicked Luo Wan's body and scolded, "He's only one person, why should the two of us be afraid of him?" His words were not finished. Luo Ming also kneeled down with a putong sound, "Hero, spare our lives, Grandpa Luo Tian, spare our lives, just treat us as farts and let us go." Seeing the Profound Realm Stage 4 Luo Ming like this, Luo Wan panicked even more, and hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Grandpa Luo Tian, spare our lives, spare our lives." Luo Tian carefully walked forward, secretly using his strength, and lightly said, "Spare you? Weren't you shouting happily at the beginning? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Now why are you kneeling on the ground and begging me? I'm a big waste, don't you feel ashamed begging a waste?" The moment Luo Tian approached, Luo Ming raised his eyes, and his right hand grabbed a handful of soil and fiercely threw it at Luo Tian's eyes, and laughed sinisterly, "Die for me." The power of lightning suddenly erupted. Luo Ming released all of his strength, and when Luo Tian blocked the soil, he attacked with a fist. I knew it would be like this. Luo Tian swept his sleeves, and his body fiercely retreated, landing a few meters away. After this sneak attack, his body shot out like an arrow, and both of his fists punched at Luo Ming's chest. Bang! Luo Ming's chest split open, and blood gushed out, and his body gradually stiffened. The system beeped again. After dealing with Luo Ming, Luo Tian did not hesitate to send Luo Wan to the afterlife with a single punch. There was no need to show mercy to such a person. Sparing Luo Wan's life would only bring him endless trouble. Moreover, killing Luo Wan would give him EXP, so why not? Luo Tian did not like to kill people. But to those who deserved to die, he would not show mercy. This was his principle. Looking at the 4 corpses around him, Luo Tian faintly smiled. You can reunite in the underworld. Killing 4 people not only gave him 500 experience, but also 5 foundation establishment dan, which could be considered a small fortune. This kind of dan was a monthly supplement for the Luo family disciples, and it was very helpful for profound realm martial artists. For Luo Tian, item, Foundation Establishment Dan grade, first grade effect, 50 profound chi. Looking at the Foundation Establishment Dan's properties, Luo Tian secretly said, so this dan is used to replenish blue medicine? Currently, he did not need to consume profound chi, and the release of Thunder Tiger Fists did not require profound chi. Thinking about Feng Lei, he could not help but say, leave it for Fatty Lei, his strength should also increase. Woo! Woo! The Black Panther witnessed everything that happened, and seeing Luo Tian, it continuously let out a low roar of fear. Its body trembled, and it slowly retreated. F***ck, I almost forgot about you. Luo Tian rushed up like an arrow, and with a punch, he finished off the Black Panther, not letting go of even a little bit of experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Panther, gaining 20 experience and 1 profound chi. So little experience. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian could not help but complain. He then opened the system to check, and excitedly said, just 1 more level and I will be able to get the reward. Berserk, Divine Ability Berserk, I'm coming, wahaha. The 5th stage of the Mystic Realm was a watershed. The difference between the 4th stage and the 5th stage of the Mystic Realm was huge. When Luo Tian opened the system and looked at the experience required to level up, his face suddenly changed and he cursed, "System, your sister." The 3rd stage to the 4th stage only required a few hundred experience points, but the 4th stage to the 5th stage required 10,000 experience points. It suddenly increased by a few hundred times. This, Luo Tian angrily cursed, cursing the system's 108 generations of ancestors. Originally, he thought that he could level up quickly and get the Berserk ability, but now, Luo Tian was miserable. Cursing was cursing, but he still had to face reality. Luo Tian muttered for a few seconds and looked at the other attributes again. Skill, Thunder Tiger Fist grade, level 1 skill proficiency, 10100 inch. The power of this combination of fists is not bad, it can attack and defend. If there is Berserk to double the power, it will definitely be stronger. Luo Tian secretly said, and suddenly there was a burst of resentment in his heart. Berserk, Berserk. Just as Luo Tian was about to close the system, he found that there was an extra item in his personal attribute bar. Undefeated value, 4 points. What is undefeated value? It seems that every time I kill a person, it will increase by a point. Is it the red name system? Luo Tian guessed, killing people in the game would result in a red name. Could the so-called undefeated value in the system have the same meaning as a red name? Luo Tian was too lazy to think about it, and immediately looked at the description of the undefeated value. Description 1. Every time you kill a person, you will get a point of undefeated value. When the undefeated value accumulates to a certain extent, you can exchange for the corresponding undefeated bloodline. Description 2. The undefeated value cannot be dropped, cannot be removed. The undefeated system activates, the pain the host suffers will be doubled. Undefeated bloodline? It looks scary. Let's see what kind of bloodline you have. Luo Tian opened the undefeated value exchange system. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he looked, his whole person was dumbfounded. Undefeated Azure Dragon bloodline, undefeated Black Tortoise bloodline, undefeated Vermilion Bird bloodline. Undefeated White Tiger bloodline, for mythological beast bloodline? An incomparably powerful existence. If you think that there is no such thing, then you are gravely mistaken. The 4 mythological beasts' bloodlines are only at the lowest level. What Luo Tian saw next almost scared him out of his wits. What happened next was even more terrifying, and no one dared to even think about it: the undefeatable Tathagata bloodline, the undefeatable Pengu bloodline, the undefeatable Martial God bloodline, the undefeatable Grand Mist bloodline, the undefeatable Sovereign bloodline. Oh my god, this is going to scare me to death. Luo Tian was so excited that he was in a complete mess. He never thought that there would be so many bloodlines that could not be more awesome. Obtaining any one of these bloodlines would allow him to do whatever he wanted in the profound sky continent, and he could kill anyone he disliked. It was a super awesome existence. Luo Tian was drooling. This was too terrible. Bloodlines were the most mysterious and powerful power in the Xianxia land. There were 2 ways to pass on the power of the bloodline. The first way was to pass on the bloodline. In this case, the bloodline would be passed down by an almighty figure, and they would receive some of their power. Whether it was cultivation or physique, they would become stronger. The second way was to fuse with a demonic beast's bloodline. If the fusion was successful, one would obtain the power of the bloodline. The stronger the demonic beast, the higher the success rate of the fusion, and the more power one would obtain. However, who would dare to provoke a powerful demonic beast, whether it was the inherited bloodline or the fusion of demonic beast's bloodline? These bloodlines could not be compared to the undefeatable bloodline. Any one of the undefeatable bloodlines was an unparalleled existence in the profound sky continent. If I can exchange for a bloodline. Luo Tian's heart throbbed, but when he saw the exchange points, his expression changed, and he cursed, "System, are you King messing with me? Releasing these things is bait. You are trying to tempt me." 2,000 undefeatable points to exchange for the Green Dragon bloodline, 20,000 points to exchange, 2,000,000,000 points to exchange. Luo Tian cursed a few times, but he was still secretly happy in his heart. To him, the undefeatable Green Dragon bloodline was more happy than worried, but looking at the undefeatable Green Dragon bloodline, he muttered in his heart, "A single undefeatable points, damn it, I have to kill 2,000 people in order to exchange for the Green Dragon bloodline, isn't this turning me into a homicidal maniac?" Looking at his pitiful 4 points of undefeatable points, it was still far from 2,000 points. Luo Tian was too lazy to bother about it, since the undefeatable points would not drop, and in this world of man-eat-man, sooner or later, it would stack up. Then he picked up the Black Panther and walked down the mountain. Meat, there's finally meat to eat. Feng Lei's eyes shone with a golden light. Looking at the Black Panther that Luo Tian was carrying on his back, he couldn't help but drool. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, "Fatty Lei, from today onwards, I will let you eat meat every day." Before he could finish his words, Feng Lei ran to Luo Tian's side, carried the Black Panther on his shoulders, smiled foolishly, and said affectionately, "Young master, you are so good to me." That expression, that gaze, caused Luo Tian to shudder, and anxiously said, "Damn fatty, if you continue to look at me with that expression, you won't be able to eat this meat anymore." No meat to eat. Feng Lei immediately panicked, his expression became even more aggrieved, and said pitifully, "Young master, I was wrong, okay?" Luo Tian really couldn't take it anymore, and immediately said, "Hurry up and clean up the leopard meat, start a fire and roast the meat, my stomach is starving." "Yes sir." Feng Lei picked up the Black Panther and rushed to the side of a small stream. Half an hour later. Starting a fire, roasting meat. Not long after, the roasted meat was ready. Luo Tian took down the roasted meat and passed it to Feng Lei, and said with a smile, "You eat first." Feng Lei shook his head. He casually picked up a piece of raw meat with blood, bit down and chewed, revealing a satisfied look of happiness. "Young master, I like to eat raw meat." Luo Tian was dumbstruck, looking at Feng Lei who was eating with relish. He couldn't help but praise, "What a talent." In his memory, Feng Lei liked to eat raw meat since he was young, and it was the kind of raw meat that was dripping with blood, just like a wild beast. Luo Tian was too lazy to care about him. He picked up the roasted meat and started eating. Feng Lei ate the raw meat while looking at Luo Tian, as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you have something to say, say it." Feng Lei scratched the back of his head and asked naively, "Young master, your strength." Luo Tian knew that Feng Lei would ask, but he didn't want anyone to know about the upgrade system. Even if he explained it to Feng Lei, he didn't think that Feng Lei would understand, so he said, "That day when I was knocked unconscious by Luo Yu, I dreamed of an old man. He healed my injuries and gave me a mysterious power. I can cultivate even if my dantian is broken. These days, you can see that my strength is gradually recovering." Feng Lei's mouth opened into an O shape. He listened very seriously. He didn't doubt Luo Tian's words at all, and said excitedly, "Young master, does that mean we can take revenge in the future? At that time, you were injured by a mysterious person, and then you mistakenly took the spirit-dispersing pill. All of this was planned by Luo Jianshan. I feel that master's death can't be separated from him. He coveted the position of patriarch. He worked with several elders to get master to fight, and in the end, he died miserably. And Luo Lin, he took everything from you. And that Luo Yu, he even took your fiancé." As he spoke, Feng Lei's eyes glistened with tears. He lowered his head and blamed himself. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being stupid. It's all my fault for being useless. I've been cultivating, but I'm still a trash at the first stage of the mystic realm. Your mother told me to take care of you before she died, but Feng Lei blamed himself. Every time Luo Tian was mocked, insulted, beaten, and scolded by others, he would blame himself more and more. Luo Tian's dantian was destroyed and he couldn't cultivate, so he wanted to raise his own cultivation to protect Luo Tian. But in the past few years, he tried his best to cultivate, but he was still stuck at the first stage of the profound disciple realm. Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but become heavy. He placed his hand on Feng Lei's shoulder and said in a serious manner, "Don't worry, I will return what the Luo clan gave me 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold. I won't let a single one of them go. I want them to regret being born in this world. I, Luo Tian, swear to God." A leopard, Luo Tian only ate half of the thigh, the rest were all eaten raw by Feng Lei. Eating raw leopard meat was like a savage. The more bloody it was, the more delicious it was. Luo Tian had goosebumps all over his body. After a full meal. After a short rest, Luo Yan took out 3 building foundation dan and handed them to Feng Lei, saying, "Here are 3 building foundation dan, take them first." Feng Lei's eyes were startled. Without any consideration, he instinctively refused. "Young master, you keep them for yourself, I can't break through anyway, giving them to me is a waste." After more than 10 years, he was still in the first stage of the mystic realm. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't make any progress. Feng Lei completely gave up on breaking through. Luo Tian stared at him and shouted, "I told you to take them, so take them. Where did all this nonsense come from?" Feng Lei couldn't break through. Luo Tian also couldn't understand. However, some things required luck, and cultivation was the same. Feng Lei's heart was grateful. He carefully took the building foundation dan, and secretly said, "These dan are useless to me, I should keep them for the young master." No matter what good things there were, the first thing he thought of was Luo Tian. It was like this since he was a child. Luo Tian naturally guessed what Feng Lei was thinking, and immediately said, "Now eat the dan for me." Feng Lei weakly looked at Luo Tian, took out the building foundation dan, and said, "Young master, you should keep them for yourself, it's really useless for me to eat these." Without waiting for Feng Lei to finish, Luo Tian stared, and pretended to be angry. "Am I still the young master?" "Of course." "Then will you listen to what I say?" "Yes." "Eat the dan for me, or don't call me your young master," Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Feng Lei was his brother, a brother who would not abandon him in life and death. Luo Tian was not stingy with his brothers. The building foundation dan could relax the muscles, promote blood circulation, and strengthen the body. As long as one was a martial artist, it would be useful, and Feng Lei was no exception. Left with no choice, Feng Lei swallowed a foundation establishment pill. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's right. Follow me into the mountains to hunt wild beasts." "Yes." Feng Lei nodded. Although he didn't know why they were hunting beasts, as long as it was Luo Tian, he would listen to him unconditionally. An hour later. Woo! Woo! Oh, roar! 4 or 5 wild wolves half the height of a human, a striped leopard nearly 2 meters long, and several other wild beasts were all fighting over the corpses of Luo Yin and the other 3. I knew it would be like this. Black Spirit Mountain was filled with wild beasts. Coupled with the stimulation of fresh blood, it wouldn't take long for the surrounding wild beasts to be attracted. The reason why Luo Tian didn't bury the bodies of Luo Yin and the others was because of this. It was better to let the beasts eat their corpses. Even if the Luo family investigated, they would not be able to trace it back to him. Seeing so many wild beasts, Luo Tian laughed excitedly and shouted, "Fatty Lei, guard their retreat, don't let a single one escape." Feng Lei grinned and spread out his arms, standing at the side like a giant. Luo Tian stepped on the ground with his right foot and jumped up, landing directly in the middle of the crowd of wild beasts. He laughed sinisterly, "Come, turn into my experience. A living human's meat would definitely be much more delicious than a dead person's." In that instant, the 5 wild wolves took the initiative to attack. One after another, they pounced on Luo Tian aggressively. Their eyes flashed with a green light, and their fangs flashed with a cold light. They were determined to bite Luo Tian to death. Humph! Luo Tian snorted lightly, flicked his sleeves, and acted like a grandmaster in the movies from his previous life. He pushed out his right hand and said indifferently, "Die." Both of his fists were like the wind as he punched out 5 times in a row. Bang, bang, the heads of the 5 wild wolves split open and blood spurted out. They fell to the ground and their bodies twitched for a while before they stopped breathing. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a wild wolf, gaining 20 experience points, profound chi 1 point, congratulations, 5 consecutive notifications sounded. Luo Tian was secretly happy, 100 experience points all of a sudden. Even if it's 10,000 experience points, it won't be that much. I should be able to break through after killing for a few days. Breaking through to the 5th stage of the profound realm in a few days, if this was heard by others, they would definitely say that Luo Tian was crazy. It would take at least 1 or 2 years to break through to the 5th stage of the profound realm. Even the super genius of the Luo family, Luo Lin, took a full 10 months, and that was with the help of countless pills. For others, cultivation was to constantly comprehend the profound chi of heaven and earth, temper the body, and constantly break through the shackles. But for Luo Tian, it was as simple as killing monsters and gaining experience. After dealing with the 5 wild wolves, Luo Tian's figure flashed and instantly rushed towards the cheetah that was eyeing him covetously. Thunder Tiger Fist. Thunder Movement, Tiger Rush, 2 beautiful punches were sent out. The first punch sent the cheetah into the air. His body jumped up and heavily punched down. Bang! The cheetah didn't have time to react before its body was blasted into 2 large holes. Its 2 eyes popped out and it died, the system sounded out. The other wild beasts saw that the situation was not good and started to run. At this time, Feng Lei roared towards the sky. A fierce beast-like aura burst out and directly forced the few wild beasts to retreat. Good coordination. Luo Tian praised. His speed did not decrease and his body landed beside the wild beasts. He once again released his Thunder Tiger Fist and finished them off in a few moves. Let's go. Let's continue forward. Luo Tian clapped his hands. Feng Lei looked at the corpses of the wild beasts around him and opened his mouth, revealing a hungry and thirsty look. Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Damn fatty, look at how much fat you have on your body. Would it kill you to eat less?" Feng Lei scratched his head and said naively, "Since I've already killed them, it would be a waste not to eat. I'll give it to you. I'll wait for you at the front. Hurry up and finish it." Luo Tian couldn't understand why Feng Lei would lose control of himself like a beast in heat when he saw the bloody raw meat. Following that, Feng Lei bit down and swallowed all the hot blood essence of the wild beasts, and then tore off a piece of the bloody meat, just like a wild beast eating. He couldn't understand it himself. Seeing these things, he couldn't control his mouth. On the first day, Luo Tian killed nearly 100 wild beasts, and his experience points increased by a 5th. The beasts around Black Spirit Mountain were all killed. Feng Lei swallowed all the blood essence of these wild beasts, and his stomach was as full as a watermelon. On the third day, the two of them fought in the depths of Black Spirit Mountain. Their experience soared, their thunder tiger fists leveled up, and Feng Lei continued to devour the blood essence of the wild beasts. On the fifth day, not a single wild beast could be found in Black Spirit Mountain. As long as they were experienced, Luo Tian would not even let an ant go. The entire Black Spirit Mountain was filled with the thick smell of blood. Bam! His fist was like a heavy hammer as it smashed down. A stray fire ant was smashed into meat paste. The system beep sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing fire ant, you've gained 1 experience, Profound Chi 0. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, Profound Disciple Stage 5. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, you have received the second reward for the novel's cultivation method. The reward is Divine Ability Berserk. It's coming, the Berserk is coming, ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed out loud. After 5 days of bloodbathing, he had finally broken through. The moment he obtained the Berserk, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he muttered to himself, Luo family, I'm coming. Early morning, Luo family martial arts practice field. Since the morning, there was already a sea of people here, bustling with noise and excitement. The large martial arts practice field was filled with the younger generation disciples of the Luo family. They were all in high spirits, their eyes filled with endless expectations. Big hunting competition, an annual event. It was the most important event of the year for the Luo family, and also the harshest assessment for the younger generation of disciples. For the younger disciples, this was a platform to display themselves, and also the best springboard. Passing the assessment to become a core disciple, they would receive more cultivation resources, and receive the Luo family's key training. In the future, they would go further on the road of martial arts. In the Xianxia continent, martial arts were the norm. Any martial artist would want to go further on the road of martial arts. The big hunting competition was the first step in their life. In the martial arts practice field, groups of 3 to 5 were discussing who would be the winner of this year's big hunting competition. At this moment, 2 figures stepped into the martial arts practice field. One fat and one thin, very uncoordinated. They walked neither fast nor slow, their eyes indifferent, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. As soon as they entered, everyone looked at them in unison, and all of them cast strange gazes at them. Luo Tian's mouth slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. In the smile, there was endless contempt, and he did not even look at them. His sneer also attracted countless disdain and ridicule from the surroundings. Isn't this the Luo family's big trash? What is he doing here? Does a trash also want to participate in the big hunting competition? Ha ha, ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter, their faces were full of disdain and ridicule. A trash who can't even beat a beggar wants to participate in the big hunting competition? Horse stables, lowly commoners, what qualifications do you have to enter the martial arts practice field? Get out, this is not a place for people like you. Get out, don't lose face for the Luo family. One by one, the mocking voices rose and fell, ceaselessly ringing in his ears. Luo Tian's face was calm, turning a deaf ear to their ridicule, and coldly said, a bunch of idiots. Behind him, Feng Lei was awe-inspiring and valiant like a beast. His huge body stomped heavily on the ground with every step he took. It was as if 10,000 elephants were galloping, and his domineering aura leaked out. Seeing the crowd laughing at Luo Tian, his face darkened. His eyes flashed with anger, and an aura as thick as that of a ferocious beast burst out. He roared, you mother of asterisk cur, say another word. No matter who it was, no matter how strong they were, if anyone dared to insult Luo Tian, Feng Lei would squander his life away. Very simple, very silly. Facing so many disciples of the Luo family, Feng Lei was not afraid at all. That incomparably valiant appearance of his made him seem like a great general guarding by the side of a king, majestic and domineering. Dog, who do you think you are? Like a trash master, like a trash servant. You have no respect for your elders. If it weren't for the fact that private fights are not allowed in the martial arts practice field, I would have run your head off. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Look at who you are. Waves of mockery came one after another. Luo Tian seemed to have a deep hatred for them. Everyone wanted to beat him up like a rat crossing the street. Just because he was defeated by a beggar and humiliated the Luo family, it was certainly not that simple. Everyone in the Luo family knew the strength and status of the patriarch, Luo Jianshan. Everyone knew that Luo Jianshan hated Luo Tian. Mocking and insulting Luo Tian, and beating up Luo Tian were all expressions of goodwill to the patriarch. Everyone was the same. Luo Tian's character was, if you were good to me, I would be good to you 10 times. If you were not good to me, sorry, I will find the right opportunity to return it to you 100 times, 1,000 times. Feng Lei was enraged. His huge body moved and rushed out like a tank. His eyes were like that of an ancient beast. Feng Lei's nickname was Lunatic Lei. As long as it was something related to Luo Tian, he would desperately rush out to defend him. There were many stories of him fighting in the martial arts practice field. But today was different. There were hundreds of Luo family disciples around. If they really fought, the consequences would be serious. The Luo family's rules clearly stipulated that no fighting was allowed in the martial arts practice field. Whoever started first would be severely punished. Feng Lei didn't care about this, but Luo Tian couldn't not care. He took the initiative to stop Feng Lei, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He coldly smiled and said, "Don't compete with a group of idiots. I remember every word they say. Just watch, they will be unlucky." After that, Luo Tian went directly to the registration office and said, "I want to sign up for the big hunting match." It was Luo Qingchan, the old butler of the Luo family. Luo Qingchan looked up at Luo Tian and kindly reminded him, "Luo Tian, this is not the place for you to make trouble. Hurry up and leave." Oh, the waste of the Luo family also participates in the big hunting match. There was a commotion in the crowd, and naturally a path was made. Luo Yu held Zhu Mei's waist with one hand and waved a fan with the other. His face was full of disdain as he walked forward. He coldly glanced at Luo Tian and mocked, "Do you have the qualifications?" Zhu Mei beside him smiled and said sarcastically, "A waste who can't even beat a beggar. What qualifications do you have?" Luo Qingchan stood up and smiled at Luo Yu. Then he whispered, "Luo Tian, to participate in the big hunting match, you need to be at the 3rd stage of the mystic realm. You should forget it and leave quickly. Your Dantian is broken. You can't break through in your lifetime. What qualifications do you have to participate? Get out. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Take a piss and look at yourself. People like you should be expelled from the Luo family." The crowd began to ridicule him again. Feng Lei roared angrily, like a fierce beast that had touched its reverse scale. Luo Tian's heart could not help but be angry. He said to Luo Qingchan, "Steward Luo, there seems to be a rule in the Luo family that the young master of the Luo family is eligible to participate in all competitions. Even directly becoming a core disciple is possible, right? The young master of the Luo family, the future patriarch. Once established, he would enjoy some privileges. Participating in any competition was one of the privileges." Luo Qingchan was stunned. He was anxious and kept winking at Luo Tian. But Luo Tian did not seem to see it. Before he could speak, the crowd around him burst into laughter. "The young master of the Luo family, ha ha ha, is he stupid? He is the young master of the Luo family. Too funny. This is the funniest joke I heard this year." Luo Yu pointed at Luo Tian's nose and said, "Who do you think you are? Young master of the Luo family. You want to enjoy privileges. Wake up, big waist." Luo Tian twisted his eyes and asked, "Steward Luo, is there such a rule in the Luo family?" Luo Qingchan shook his head and sighed, "Yes." Luo Tian asked again, "When my father was alive, in front of the ancestors of the Luo family, in front of all the elders of the Luo family, he made me the young master of the Luo family. No one is qualified to abolish my position as the young master. So now I am still the young master of the Luo family. Do I have the qualification to participate in the big hunting match?" It was reasonable and irrefutable. Luo Qingchan glanced at Luo Yu and nodded. He said, "What you said is true, but now," without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian interrupted, "I'm just asking you one question, isn't that right? If you want to die, I can't help it. Luo Qingchan smiled helplessly and nodded, yes. Yes, my ass. Luo Yu shouted angrily, you are the young master, my ass. The young master is brother Luo Lin. Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to participate in the big hunting match. Are you not qualified to know? Damn waste, get out of the martial arts field. After being ridiculed and insulted again and again, Luo Tian's anger had reached the point where he could not bear it. Luo Tian raised his right hand and pointed at Luo Yu. He said heavily, you son of a bitch, want the qualification? Good. I will let you know what is the qualification. Finished. Luo Tian clenched his fists and shouted in his heart, Berserk! Berserk! Wang! With a dull sound, Luo Tian's eyes twisted and a visible power pattern appeared on his body. A huge power raged within his body. Level 1 Berserk, it consumed 300 points of profound qi. These 300 points of profound qi were almost half of his total. Luo Tian's heart ached. However, since he wanted to show off, then he would do it big and let everyone see clearly. Once Berserk was used, his strength and speed would be doubled. All of his attributes would be doubled. Against Luo Yu, who was at the 5th stage of the mystic realm, he didn't need to use Berserk. Just level 2 Thunder Tiger Fists would be enough to kill him. But, this guy had repeatedly humiliated him. He gave him face, but he didn't want it. Since it was like this, then he would let him know what was called qualification. He would also use this opportunity to let everyone know that he was no longer the trash Luo Tian from before. Everyone was shocked. Luo Tian's aura had clearly changed. Feng Lei crossed his arms and retreated a few steps. His face had a silly smile as he muttered, young master finally made his move. Luo Yu's eyes were startled. He looked at Luo Tian and said softly, Mei Mei, step back a bit. Watch how I teach this trash a lesson. Zhu Mei smiled charmingly and said, brother Luo Yu, kill him with one punch. Just looking at him makes me annoyed. Poisonous like a snake. Don't worry. He was lucky that time at the stable. This time I will send him to heaven. Luo Yu laughed. His fists moved and he took a step forward. His speed suddenly changed and he left a long shadow behind him like a ghost. Demonic steps? Level 1 technique. Demonic steps? Level 1 technique. Brother Luo Yu actually practiced a level 1 technique. Even if this trash Luo Tian had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Luo Tian was puzzled. He said to himself, is a level 1 technique very strong? Seeing Luo Yu rushing towards him, he didn't move. His mouth had a playful expression. That trash must have been scared silly. Ha ha ha. He doesn't even dare to move. This trash is dead for sure. The speed of the demonic steps is too fast. How can a trash like him react in time? We can only wait for death. Everyone thought that Luo Tian was too scared to move. Only Feng Lei's smile grew wider. Trash, go to hell. With a loud shout, Luo Yu clenched his fists into palms and shouted again, ferocious tiger palm. Wah, another rank 1 cultivation technique. Heavens, young master Luo Yu actually cultivated 2 first-rank cultivation techniques. He's dead. He's dead. Luo Tian is dead. Some people were so excited that they couldn't even speak coherently after seeing Luo Yu display 2 Tier 1 cultivation techniques in a row. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, cultivation techniques were extremely rare. The entire Luo clan possessed less than a handful of grade cultivation techniques. How could they not be excited when Luo Yu displayed 2 grade 1 cultivation techniques in one go? However, Luo Tian remained motionless, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he sneered, you dare to show off in front of me with a rank 1 cultivation technique? I'll let you see what a sacred art is. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom, the power in his body surged out like a tide. Under the berserk power, this power was even more powerful. Facing Luo Yu's powerful palms, Luo Tian suddenly moved. He disappeared from where he was, completely disappearing without a trace. Luo Yu's eyes turned cold as he revealed a complacent smile. Just as he was about to curse, a gust of wind blew over, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Bam! A punch was thrown out. There was no cultivation technique, only pure strength. His chest split open and blood spurted out. Luo Yu's body flew into the air, his face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with fear. It was also at this moment. The moment Luo Yu's body flew out, Luo Tian stomped on the ground with his right foot and leaped into the air. His eyes flashed with coldness as he roared, "Qualifications? Is this father's qualification enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched down again. Bam! Luo Yu's body caved in as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell rapidly. With a hong sound, he smashed into the ground. His face was extremely pale, and he no longer had any of his original arrogance. His body twitched a few times before he fainted. Luo Tian landed heavily, his heart was in a mess. Berserk, this is too damn satisfying. 5th stage Profound Realm, Luo Yu, who cultivated 2 first-rank cultivation techniques, fainted in 2 punches. This fact was hard for people to accept. Some people even rubbed their eyes until they were red, as if everything in front of them was an illusion. Was this still the trash who had his dantian shattered and was sent to the stable to raise horses? Was this still the laughingstock of Jade Mountain City, the lowly commoner that the Luo family spoke of? Everyone's brains seemed to have been twisted, and they couldn't think straight. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. The large martial arts field became extremely oppressive, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes were sharp, and his face was cold and arrogant. His 2 punches announced that the genius Luo Tian had returned, defeating Luo Yu with 2 punches. Even a 6th stage Profound Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do it. How did Luo Tian do it? Was he a trash with a shattered dantian, or had his cultivation reached a terrifying stage? No one could see clearly. Most of the people present had mocked Luo Tian, and felt that it was shameful to be associated with him. At this time, looking at Luo Tian's cold eyes, their hearts felt a burst of panic, and an inexplicable trace of fear arose. Feng Lei walked up with a silly smile, scratching his head, and said, "Young master, aren't we too high profile?" High profile? Luo Tian gently smiled, his eyes swept around, and loudly said, "This is only a show of strength. I want everyone to know that I, your father, am back." His voice was like thunder, spreading throughout the martial arts field. Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside the field, "What a good I, your father, am back." Before the voice fell, a figure quickly passed through, and almost instantly landed beside Luo Tian. Looking at the unconscious Luo Yu lying on the ground, his eyes narrowed, and a majestic profound chi burst out. 2 eyes stared at Luo Tian, and furiously said, "You dare to hurt my son, die for me." In an instant, Luo Xiaoshan's right palm moved, and a tiger's roar came out, directly chopping towards Luo Tian's head. His attack was extremely ruthless, and did not leave any leeway. Luo Xiaoshan, Luo Yu's father, one of the 5 elders of the Luo family, and the younger brother of the acting patriarch Luo Jianshan. The strength of a Profound Realm cultivator was extremely strong, and was not something a Profound Realm cultivator could compare to. Luo Tian's mind tightened, and hurriedly retreated. A strong pressure came, and his mind and sea of consciousness were all suppressed. Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the Profound Realm, so he couldn't resist at all. He kept retreating, and was directly forced into a dead end. Luo Xiaoshan roared, "Bastard, this old man wants to see where you can hide now." His feet moved like a ghost, and with this set of steps, the tiger's palm followed. The power of these 2 techniques at the Profound Realm was several times higher than Luo Yu's. Bang! Feng Lei took a step forward, and flew up. The moment Luo Xiaoshan's palms came out, he stood in front of Luo Tian, and his muscles almost burst his clothes. His 2 eyes stared at Luo Xiaoshan, and wildly shouted, "Young master, quickly leave. Fatty Lei, quickly leave." Luo Tian exclaimed, he didn't expect Feng Lei to rush up at this time. "Die for me." Luo Xiaoshan clenched his teeth and roared, and heavily punched Feng Lei's chest. Boom! Thousands of pounds of force bombarded his chest, and Feng Lei's back caved in. He spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, and his face turned from red to white. The intense pain almost made him faint, but even so, his body didn't move at all. He still stood in front of Luo Tian like a diamond, opened his bloody mouth, and foolishly looked at Luo Tian, and foolishly said, young master, quickly, 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 quickly. Leave, *ck your ancestor. Berserk. The berserk power erupted again, and Luo Tian was unable to calm down, and directly went berserk. The power poured in and raged out. Luo Tian jumped in front of Feng Lei and stared at Luo Xiaoshan as he shouted, "Old man, I'm not done with you." Luo Xiaoshan's eyes twisted and he sneered, "Bastard, I'll send you to reunite with your trash parents." In an instant, Luo Xiaoshan condensed his Xianxia and opened his right hand. A Xianxia condensed into a giant hand in the air and pressed down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian's face darkened. This kind of Xianxia condensed into a form could only be done by Xian master experts and was the strongest attack. He didn't think that Luo Xiaoshan would use it on him. It could be seen that he was ruthless and wanted to kill him. It seemed that no matter who it was, the Luo family wanted to kill him, the Luo family disciples, Luo Yu, Luo Lin, and now one of the 5 elders of the Luo family, Luo Xiaoshan. Luo Tian wanted to laugh. He wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. Since the Luo family treated me like this, I'll pay you back 1,000 times, 10,000 times, his mind shook. Facing the giant hand pressing down from the sky, Luo Tian's face didn't change. Since he couldn't dodge it, then he would break through it. At this moment, everyone thought that Luo Tian was overestimating himself. Even if he recovered to his peak, he wouldn't be a match for the Xian master Luo Xiaoshan. Moreover, he was facing the strongest attack of the Xian master realm. How could he break through it? What could he use to break through it? How could he retreat in such a desperate situation? Once a martial cultivator started, there was no way out. Since it was like this, why not poke through it? The pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Luo Tian until he couldn't breathe. The wind blowing against his face was like a knife. Luo Tian held his breath and focused. He poured power into his fists and his eyes locked on one point. He was completely immersed in it. Die. The giant hand pressed down from the sky and a gust of wind swept up. This gust of wind directly flipped the first and second stage Xian disciples. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and shouted, "Thunder Tiger Charge." A new name after the second level Thunder Tiger Fist, Tiger Rush, Thunder Movement's combination of fists. Under the support of the berserk energy, the strength of the Thunder Tiger rushing fist had increased crazily. Facing the giant palm that was condensed from Xianxia, it did not show any signs of weakness as it directly charged forward. Rumble, 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 in an instant, the two forces collided. The violent sound of the collision was like thunder from the 9 heavens, reverberating through the earth and shocking people's minds. Luo Xiaoshan was shocked. He could not imagine that Luo Tian's strength would be so shocking. He became even more determined. If I don't get rid of him, there will be endless troubles in the future. Break! Luo Tian angrily roared as he rushed out. His hair was disheveled and swayed in the wind. His sleeves were torn apart, revealing his veins bulging on his arms. He looked like a demon. Boom! The center of the giant palm was pierced through, the profound qi dissipated, and the surroundings instantly returned to normal. Luo Tian stood in the center, the corners of his mouth raised, and with a thick sneer, he pointed at Luo Xiaoshan's nose and scolded arrogantly, "Old thing, you're just SOSO." He had actually broken through, the crowd was in an uproar. She actually broke through the strongest attack of a mystic cultivator. Shock, unparalleled shock. The surrounding disciples of the Luo family were completely dumbfounded. The worst thing was that Luo Tian was unscathed, and he was extremely arrogant. He did not take Luo Xiaoshan seriously at all. Domineering, too damn domineering, the pale Feng lay on the side grinned and laughed, "Young master is mighty, young master is domineering." Luo Xiaoshan, you shameless old man, how dare you bully a junior? What qualifications do you have to be an elder of the Luo family? Luo Xiaoshan's old face changed again and again. He did not expect his strongest attack to be neutralized by Luo Tian. Moreover, he had completely lost to Luo Tian in terms of momentum. This made the anger in his heart rise continuously. He gritted his teeth and stared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to swallow him alive. "Bastard, how dare you look down on me? I'd like to see how many more times you can withstand this." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xiaoshan condensed his profound qi again, and the sky darkened. Luo Tian's expression froze, and he cursed in his heart. The reason why he could break through the giant palm just now was because of a single breath and the violent power of his super powerful technique. Even so, his internal organs were still severely injured. It was just that he had been enduring the pain and appeared extremely calm, so others did not notice it. After all, Luo Xiaoshan was in the Mystic Master realm, and he was only in the 5th stage of the Mystic Disciple realm. The difference was not ordinary. If Luo Xiaoshan were to strike again, Luo Tian was anxious in his heart, but on the surface, he was calm and composed. His arrogance was even stronger as he mocked, "Old man, if you're not convinced, then come again. I can break your first palm, so I can break your second palm. You old man used such a big move to deal with a junior like me. I'd like to see where you put your old face in the future, ha ha ha, it was wrong to deal with a junior." In addition, he used the strongest attack of the Mystic Master realm and still could not hurt Luo Tian, which made people gossip even more. If the first palm did not succeed, then another palm. If Luo Tian could still block it, then he, Luo Xiaoshan, would not be able to raise his head in the future. Luo Tian would not be able to block the second palm no matter what. For this reason, he could only take a risk, using the pressure of public opinion to force Luo Xiaoshan to stop. Feng Lei took the opportunity to shout, "My son was useless, so I came. Now that I'm useless, why don't you call your father out from the ancestral grave? Do you still want face? The entire Luo family is laughing at you. I think you've reached the end of your life as an elder, ha ha ha." The surrounding disciples of the Luo family also whispered. Luo Xiaoshan's expression was extremely ugly. He glanced around and all the disciples immediately shut up. In extreme anger, he shouted with a ferocious expression, "What a sharp tongue, but it's useless. In this world, strength determines everything. Do you think you can fool me with a few words? You're too inexperienced. Now, die for me. Fuck. This old man doesn't know what to do." Looking at Luo Xiaoshan's angry expression, Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he secretly said, "Oh no." Just as Luo Xiaoshan said, in this world, it was all about strength, strength determined everything. The weak, even if they spoke extravagantly, the strong would crush them with a single punch. Luo Tian once again realized the importance of strength. At first, he thought that the 5th stage of the Xian realm was enough to deal with the disciples of the Luo family. However, he did not expect that Luo Xiaoshan, who was in the Xian Master realm, would appear. In Luo Xiaoshan's words, he was still too inexperienced. Damn it, go all out. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and used all the profound qi in his body to defend his mind and sea of consciousness. As long as he could withstand this attack, Luo Xiaoshan's profound qi would be exhausted and he would definitely not attack again. Of course, all of this was Luo Tian's gamble. He was gambling with his life. He had been forced to a dead end. He had no other choice but to gamble. This kind of gambling feeling was very unpleasant. Luo Tian secretly shouted in his heart, "Damn it, don't let me live. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world." Rumble, with a loud sound, a huge hand condensed in the dark sky. Luo Xiaoshan bellowed, "Go to hell." Luo Tian stomped his feet heavily on the ground, looked up at the sky, and roared, "Come on." It was also at this moment. A figure quickly descended, and with a dignified shout, he said, "Xiaoshan, stop." The person on the field was none other than the acting patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Jianshan. He had appeared very early on, and as he watched the situation develop, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He wanted Luo Tian to die, and had thought of countless ways in which Luo Tian would die. However, he would not die in the Luo family, nor would he die in the hands of his younger brother, Luo Xiaoshan. If he wanted to be the patriarch of the Luo clan, he had to convince everyone. If Luo Tian was killed by Luo Xiaoshan, it would be a violation of the clan's rules. He would not be able to convince the masses, and as the acting patriarch, he would very likely be replaced. Even if Luo Tian recovered his strength, he would only be a small profound disciple realm cultivator. There were 10,000 ways to kill him. However, Luo Tian could not die today, at least he could not die in the Luo family's martial arts practice field. Boom! Luo Xiaoshan could not stop his attack at all, and the huge palm still came crashing down heavily. Luo Jianshan's eyes were startled, he gently raised his right hand, and a burst of profound qi suddenly erupted from his body. This profound qi deliberately flipped Luo Tian over. Luo Tian rolled a few times and fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. He cursed in his heart, F***CKU. Bam! With a casual move, Luo Jianshan shattered the huge palm that was pressing down. It was incomparably sharp, causing the surrounding disciples of the Luo family to feel a burst of admiration and worship in their hearts. So strong. Luo Tian rolled on the ground a few times. His body was covered in mud, his face was dirty, and his hair was messy like a beggar. Luo Jianshan could not let him be in the limelight again. Crawling up from the ground, Luo Tian smiled. Seeing Luo Jianshan smile like a fool, his heart was in a mess of excitement. You finally appeared, you finally appeared. Boss. The glittering big boss. Since it was a game leveling system. Since he could kill monsters to level up. Since he could do missions. Since he could kill people to drop items. Then, how could there be no boss? How could there be no boss? From the beginning, Luo Tian had been looking forward to it. He had imagined countless scenes of the boss appearing, but he had never thought that the boss would be a person. It would be the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Jianshan. Could this be the legendary humanoid boss? In just an instant, Luo Tian was excited, his eyes were shining with golden light, drooling as he stared at Luo Jianshan without blinking. At this moment, Luo Jianshan was like a charming and sexy beautiful girl, taking off her clothes piece by piece, seducing him. Too damn seductive. Confused. Gulp. Luo Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, rubbing his hands. He said excitedly in his heart, boss, I finally see a living boss, ha ha ha, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you, I must kill you. What was the most exciting thing about playing a game? Of course, it was meeting a big boss. That kind of impact was very strong, making all the players nervous and happy. Boss meant a large amount of experience, a large amount of equipment. Just thinking about it made people excited. Of course. There were times when one was excited and times when one was depressed. Luo Tian was quite depressed now. Seeing a boss but not being able to kill it, this kind of pain was very uncomfortable. Right now, he had no red, no blue, and was seriously injured. He couldn't take a single blow from Luo Jianshan, which made him very bitter. Endure. I will endure. Just wait, I will definitely kill you. The boss's experience is very rich, it might even be a big drop, waha. Luo Tian's mouth curved slightly, revealing an excited smile. Luo Tian's series of expressions and actions made him look like a fool. All the Luo family disciples on the martial arts field thought he was a fool. Luo Xiaoshan's anger didn't decrease, he quickly walked to Luo Jianshan's side and pointed at Luo Tian, big brother, this bastard hurt my son. Today I must kill him. With that said, Luo Xiao Mountain's profound qi was once again activated. He stared at Luo Tian and fiercely shouted, bastard, die for me. Luo Tian did not move. He only glanced at Luo Xiaoshan and curled his lips. A red-named elite monster that will attack? Luo Xiaoshan's entire body was glowing red, even his name was blood red. This type of monster would take the initiative to attack players in the game, and there was a thin golden light under its feet. It was obviously an elite-level monster. Enough. Before Luo Xiaoshan could make a move, Luo Jianshan was slightly angered. He took out a small porcelain bottle and said, Yuer's injuries are not serious. Here are 3 vitality pellets. Let him take them. Nurturing spirit pill? A second-tier healing elixir, vitality pill? The patriarch is truly generous. Everyone whispered to each other and revealed envious expressions. Luo Xiaoshan took the pills and said, big brother, this bastard hurt people in the martial arts arena and broke the rules of the ancestors. According to the rules, he can be expelled from the Luo family. Private fights were not allowed in the martial arts arena. This was the rule set by the ancestors of the Luo family. Feng Lei glared, his pale face was filled with anger. He shouted, that brat Luo you made the first move. If anyone broke the rules, it should be him. Luo Xiaoshan glared at Feng Lei and scolded, who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and walked forward. He smiled faintly and said, the Luo family's rule is that whoever makes the first move is at fault. Luo, you made the first move. Even if I kill him, it doesn't matter. Luo Xiaoshan sneered, my son made the first move? Who can testify? Me. Feng Lei roared and stood in front of Luo Tian. He was wary of this Luo Xiaoshan, afraid that he would sneak attack Luo Tian. Luo Xiaoshan's smile did not fade as he asked, other than you, who else? Luo Tian glanced around. All the Luo family disciples lowered their heads. No one dared to testify. Luo Tian shook his head and sneered. Was the Luo family like this? Luo Xiaoshan smiled proudly and said, you're the only one who can testify? You're his servant, so your testimony is useless. In other words, you two trash broke the rules of the ancestors. Patriarch, please punish according to the rules. While speaking, Luo Xiaoshan stared at Luo Tian with murderous intent. He thought, son of a bitch, as long as Big Brother expels you from the Luo family, this old man will send you to see the king of hell. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He said coldly, since you want to talk about the rules, then I'll tell you what the rules are. Your son of a bitch insulted this young master. Isn't insulting the young master breaking the rules of the ancestors? According to the rules, no one can do anything to me if I kill him. The son is not sensible, so the father is also not sensible. Luo Xiaoshan, I'm talking about you. You just entered the martial arts practice field and you attacked me. Isn't that breaking the rules of the martial arts practice field? You keep saying son of a bitch and son of a bitch. You're unscrupulously insulting the future young master of the Luo family. Isn't that breaking the rules of the Luo family? You son of a bitch. You said my brother is a bitch. Who the hell do you think you are? His voice grew louder and louder. Luo Tian stared at Luo Xiaoshan as if he wanted to eat him. Son of a bitch, you don't have the qualifications to talk to me about the rules. You don't have the qualifications. Do you understand? Luo Tian emphasized the words young master of the Luo family. This made Luo Jianshan's face change. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The acting patriarch had always been a pain in Luo Jianshan's heart. Although he now controlled the entire Luo family, if Luo Tian didn't die, he would be the real patriarch of the Luo family. If he wanted to remove the word acting, the only way was to get rid of Luo Tian. At this time, this matter had reached a point where it couldn't be delayed. Luo Xiaoshan's old face turned from red to purple, then from purple to black. He couldn't say a word after being scolded by Luo Tian. He was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He rushed forward like a madman. Son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. Look, Elder Luo Xiaoshan is openly threatening me. I'm really scared. Luo Tian pretended to show a scared expression and then said, acting patriarch, you saw it too. Luo Xiaoshan publicly insulted this young master and threatened to kill me. According to the family rules, shouldn't his hands and feet be cut off? Luo Jianshan's face sank. He pulled Luo Xiaoshan back and said in a deep voice, Xiaoshan, calm down. Brother, let me go. I must skin him alive today. Luo Xiaoshan was so angry that his hair stood straight. Looking at Luo Tian's despicable expression, the anger in his heart rushed to his head. Luo Tian looked at Luo Xiaoshan with a despicable expression and a contemptuous smile, as if to say, I'm despicable. Come and bite me. The reason why Luo Tian was like this was because he knew that Luo Jianshan wouldn't kill him in the martial arts arena. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. As for the future, it was hard to say who would kill who. Luo Jianshan stopped Luo Xiaoshan and smiled faintly. What a sharp tongue. I hope you can be as good as your mouth in this big hunting competition, my future patriarch of the Luo family. Then, Luo Jianshan said to Luo Qingchan, if the young master of the Luo family wants to participate in the big hunting competition, he is naturally qualified. Quickly register. Luo Qingchan immediately wrote Luo Tian's name. Just as Luo Jianshan was about to leave, Luo Tian stopped him again and said with a smile, acting patriarch, as the young master of the Luo family, do I have the right to bring a brother to participate in the competition? Luo Jianshan turned back and sneered. Before he could speak, Luo Tian smiled and said, I'm just asking. I will bring him whether you agree or not. Besides, you are only the acting patriarch. You have no right to interfere in this kind of thing. Am I right, acting patriarch? Hey, don't go, acting patriarch? Scolding the elders, playing tricks on the patriarch, what happened on the martial arts field quickly spread throughout the Jade Mountain city. The streets, teahouses, and taverns were all talking about it. Southern Zhu family. It looks like this Luo Tian won't be able to survive. Third brother, fortunately Zhu Mei's engagement was cancelled early, otherwise she would have been implicated. The once arrogant genius has turned into a lunatic, all of this is because of the internal strife of the Luo family. Now the Luo family is just like Luo Tian, it won't be long before they disappear from Jade Mountain City. Patriarch, should we prepare? No, we don't need to intervene in this matter. Third brother, let Zhu Mei control Luo Yu well. I want to use this line to control the entire Luo family in the future and get the Luo family's territory. When the time comes, our Zhu family will have the final say in Jade Mountain City. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. Fourth brother, pay close attention to the Zhou and Song families. If they have any movements, inform me immediately. In another place. Western Zhou family. Luo Tian is really going to die this time. He was actually stupid enough to participate in the big hunting competition, isn't he digging his own grave? Once Luo Tian dies, Luo Jianshan will definitely take advantage of the situation to become the true patriarch, but will the other elders of the Luo family take advantage of the situation? The Luo family has been peaceful all these years because of Luo Tian's existence. He is a very subtle existence. After this incident, Luo Jianshan will definitely get rid of him. Once Luo Tian dies, the balance of the Luo family will be broken, and internal strife will be inevitable. Patriarch, what if Luo Tian didn't die? Didn't die? Patriarch, Luo Tian must die. This may be an opportunity for our Zhou family. Zhou Tairan narrowed his eyes and muttered, Luo Tian must die. It seems that I have to stir up the Luo family's muddy water. On the surface, the four major families of Jade Mountain City lived in harmony and did not interfere with each other's business, but behind the scenes, they had been fighting openly and secretly for decades without a clear winner. The four great clans all wanted to monopolize Jade Mountain City. Over the years, the Luo clan had gradually declined, and this gave the other three clans a glimmer of hope. As long as he could snatch the Luo family's territory, his family would definitely grow stronger rapidly. At that time, dominating Jade Mountain City would only be a matter of time. North of the city, the Song family. Song Yannan frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Song Yannan raised his head and asked again, did you really see Luo Tian break through Luo Shao Mountain's profound energy palm with your own eyes? This disciple saw it with his own eyes. A young man wearing the Luo clan's disciple uniform answered seriously. On the surface, he was a disciple of the Luo clan, but in reality, he was a member of the Song clan. Every family had this type of undercover 007. Song Yannan frowned and asked, how much of Luo Tian's strength do you think has recovered? The youth pondered for a moment and said, disciple doesn't know, but Luo Tian gave me a very strong feeling. His aura doubled in an instant, and the fist art he displayed was something I've never seen before. That fist art is definitely above the first rank. His aura suddenly increased? A cultivation technique above the first rank? Song Yannan frowned and waved his hand, saying, you can leave first. Housekeeper Lu, go to the accounts room and give him 100 silvers as a reward. The youth was happy and immediately cupped his fists, saying, thank you patriarch. After the youth left, Song Yannan returned to his usual expression and asked lightly, what do you think? There were 5 people sitting in the hall. They were the 5 elders of the Song clan. Big brother, didn't that Luo clan kid's Dantian shatter? How could he resist Luo Shao Mountain's profound energy attack? Could it be that this kid has been faking it all these years? I don't think so. I've secretly observed him. This child can indeed endure. He endured all the insults, ridicule, and beatings, but he is only a child after all. If he could cultivate, he would definitely not endure such humiliation. Patriarch, no matter what, Luo Tian will participate in the big hunting competition this time and Luo Jianshan will definitely not let him come out alive. Once Luo Tian dies, the balance of the Luo clan will be completely broken. If Luo Jianshan wants to smoothly become the patriarch, I'm afraid the other elders will have opinions and there may even be internal strife. This may be an opportunity for the other clans. The balance of the 4 clans of Jade Mountain City is very likely to be broken because of Luo Tian's death. The Zhu and Zhou clans have been waiting for this day. Big brother, we have to be prepared. Song Yannan couldn't listen to the discussions in the hall. His mind was full of what kind of power Luo Tian used to resist Luo Xiao Mountain's profound energy attack. Even if his strength recovered, he would only be at the profound disciple realm. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to resist the attack of Luo Xiao Mountain. Luo Tian must have had a fortuitous encounter, then again. Even a 3-year-old child knew the consequences of scolding the elders and playing with the patriarch. It was impossible for Luo Tian not to know. Was he not afraid of death? Song Yannan was secretly alert that Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian of the past. He was definitely not simple. Immediately, Song Yannan was startled and made the most difficult and fastest decision in his life. Old 5, you secretly enter the Luo clan's big hunting competition venue and secretly protect Luo Tian. If necessary, you can reveal your identity to him. Then, Song Yannan took out a small porcelain bottle and said, here are 10 Yangshan pills. Take them first in case you need them. Patriarch, what are you doing? Protecting Luo Tian, this brat, for what? If he dies, the Luo clan will have internal strife. This is good for our Song clan. As for the Zhou and Zhu clans, with their current strength, they may not be our opponents. Why should we be afraid of them? Everyone was puzzled by Song Yannan's actions. Song Yannan faintly smiled and said, you all think that Luo Tian will die, but what if he doesn't? Enduring what ordinary people can't endure, suffering what ordinary people can't endure. The Luo Tian now is no longer the Luo Tian of the past. Just watch, this brat will definitely surprise you. The 5 people were dumbfounded. Luo clan, Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion was the place where the Luo clan specialized in swordsmanship. Since Li Shuer agreed to accompany Luo Lin to practice swordsmanship, this place became Luo Lin's private property. Li Shuer put away her long sword with a startled expression. She slightly said, Luo Tian wants to participate in this year's big hunting competition? Luo Lin's mouth curved into a sneer. He disdainfully said, well, with his strength, he wants to participate in the big hunting competition. He really overestimates himself. If I meet him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Sister Shui'er, you really don't want to participate in the big hunting competition with me? If you participate, I will give you the first place. Li Shuer's brows slightly wrinkled. Her eyes had a trace of disgust. She thought of Luo Tian's situation and secretly worried. Then she said, is it appropriate for an outsider to participate? Luo Lin's eyes lit up. He immediately said, appropriate, of course it's appropriate. If anyone dares to gossip, I will tear their mouth apart. Li Shuer lightly said, well, I will participate. Luo Lin beamed with joy. His heart was extremely excited. Thinking of the ghost prison mountain range, in the wilderness, where demon beasts ran rampant, he could be a hero saving the beauty, capture the beauty's heart, and even force himself on her at night. Thinking of this, Luo Lin's mouth became dry. At this time, a person walked into the sword pavilion. Luo Ming, Luo Jianshan's personal bodyguard, and also Luo Lin's master. Luo Ming walked in and said, young master, master wants you to go back immediately. Under normal circumstances, Luo Ming would never personally come to find him. Luo Lin did not dare to delay and immediately said, I will go back now. Then he turned and smiled, little sister Shui'er, I will go first. Leave the matter of you participating in the big hunting competition to me. Tomorrow, we will enter the ghost prison mountain range together. I will protect you. After that, the two quickly left. Only Li Shuer was left in the sword pavilion. Her face had a faint worried expression. Looking at the sunset outside the window, she clenched the long sword in her hand and said to herself, Big brother Luo Tian, Shuer will not let anyone bully you. Late at night, in Luo Jianshan's room. Luo Jianshan had his hands behind his back as he looked at the dark night outside the window. What happened in the martial arts field today made him very angry, especially when Luo Tian called him acting patriarch again and again. It was like a sharp thorn in his heart, making him very uncomfortable. All these years, he had let Luo Tian live in this world because he needed time to control the Luo family and restrain the other three elders who didn't listen to him. Although he hadn't completely controlled the Luo family yet, 2/3 of the Luo family's property was already under his control. Originally, he wanted to use another year to control the other 1/3 of the property, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. In this big hunting competition, in addition to getting first place, you have to do one more thing. Luo Jianshan lightly said. Luo Lin gently smiled and said, Father, I know, get rid of that trash. He just knew what happened in the martial arts field not long ago, so he was very unhappy. A trash with a broken dantian dared to be arrogant. If I were here, I would definitely ruthlessly trample Luo Tian under my feet. Luo Jianshan frowned and reminded him, I secretly used my profound qi to observe Luo Tian's strength. He should be in the 5th stage of the profound realm. This big hunting competition must eliminate him, but you better not do it yourself. You are the future young master of the Luo family. If you are found out, it will affect you and me. Do you understand? The crime of assassinating the young master was very big. If Luo Jianshan wanted to become the patriarch of the Luo family, he couldn't leave any evidence behind. Can't do it myself? Luo Tian grinned and said, Father, don't worry. In the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, I have 10,000 ways to deal with the trash. I will make him die without a burial place. Luo Jianshan nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Luo Lin's performance made him very satisfied. Whether it was cultivation talent or intelligence, he never let him down. He believed that in this big hunting competition, his son's performance would be perfect. Immediately, Luo Jianshan took out a crystal-clear thumb-sized stone from his arms. The stone flashed a faint fluorescent light. The light spread and a thick profound qi filled the room. Luo Lin's eyes were filled with shock as he said excitedly, Father, this is magnetite? Profound stones were nurtured by heaven and earth. They contained a dense amount of profound energy and were the most valuable treasures for martial artists to cultivate. Magnetite was divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. The higher the grade, the thicker the Xianxia. The magnetite Luo Jianshan took out was a low-grade magnetite. Such a low-grade magnetite would cost 100,000 gold, which was almost 1/5 of the Luo family's wealth. The purchase of magnetite was unanimously opposed by the 4 elders other than Luoshao Mountain. Luo Jianshan ignored their objections and insisted on buying the magnetite as a special reward for the first place of the big hunting match. His goal was his son, Roland. He was at the 8th level of the mystic disciple realm, the strongest person in the younger generation of the Luo family. No one could match him in the big hunting game. Without a doubt, he was in first place. Luo Jianshan smiled and said, Liner, no matter where, no matter what means, you have to remember that strength dominates everything in this world. Take this magnetite with you. In this big hunting match in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, in addition to getting first place and eliminating Luo Tian, you also have to break through to the 9th level of the mystic disciple realm. As long as you break through, the opposing voices in the family will be suppressed by you and no one will dare to refute my decision to buy magnetite. 17 years old, 9th level of the mystic disciple realm. With such talent, the Luo family could not find the slightest reason to refute. But Luo Jianshan's plan was not only this. His face revealed a trace of pride as he said, 17 years old, 9th level of the mystic disciple realm has reached the standard of an outer disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. As long as you become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, the entire Luo family and even the entire Jade Mountain city will not dare to make a move. Luo Jianshan had put in a lot of effort. He had everything planned out. The Luo family's decline these years, the instability within the Luo family, and the covetous eyes of the other big families in Jade Mountain City, Luo Jianshan had considered all of this. As long as his son could become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, these difficulties would be easily solved. No one would be able to shake his position in the Luo family. All these years, he had already planned everything. Luo Lin took the profound stone, secretly excited, and said in a heavy tone, Father, I will not let you down. Early morning, Luo family's martial arts field. There was a sea of people. Compared to yesterday, it was even more exciting. In the center of the martial arts field, Luo Jianshan, Luo Shaoshan, and the other 4 elders of the Luo family sat down in order. The Luo family's disciples in the audience were in high spirits, full of expectations. Not long after, Luo Jianshan stepped forward and said, "Today is a big day for the Luo family, and also a big day for you. I believe that 3 days later, a large number of you will become the Luo family's elite disciples, receive the comprehensive training of the Luo family, and get more cultivation resources. In the future, you will become the mainstay of the Luo family, and the Luo family will be proud of you." Well said. Pa pa pa, there was a warm applause from the audience, and many of the Luo family's disciples were extremely excited. Luo Jianshan pressed his hands together, and waited for the audience to calm down before continuing. "I don't need to say more about the rules of the big hunting competition. I believe you all know that as long as you can kill a rank 1 demon beast, you will be qualified to become a core disciple. If everyone cooperates with each other, I believe it will not be difficult to kill a rank 1 demon beast. Here, I want to reiterate that you are all disciples of the Luo family. When you enter the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, you must cooperate with each other, and you are forbidden to kill each other. Once you are found, no matter who it is, you will be severely punished." Finally, Luo Jianshan smiled and said, "This year's big hunting competition, in order to arouse everyone's enthusiasm, specially increased the rewards. In addition to the reward of Dan and the opportunity to practice a rank 1 technique, there is also a profound stone as a reward." As soon as his voice fell, there was a burst of discussion from the audience. "It's true. A profound stone reward, unprecedented. This is too exciting. What are you excited about? The profound stone will not be yours, it will definitely be young Master Luo Lin's." "Yes, young Master Luo Lin is the most handsome, the most powerful, of course he will be first. I like him so much, if only I could marry him." "Wake up, love-struck fool, look at who is standing next to young Master Luo Lin. Who is she? So beautiful that my heart can't stand it." Li Shuer coldly stood on one side, as if she did not hear the discussion around her. She was not the least bit interested in the profound stone reward. When Luo Jianshan said "profound stone reward," she did not even blink her eyes. She still motionlessly looked at a place in the crowd, silently and foolishly. At this time, Luo Tian was stunned. At first, Luo Tian was annoyed by Luo Jianshan's blabbering, and Luo Tian kept on cursing him to finish it quickly. But when Luo Jianshan said "profound stone reward," a sound suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, you have received the quest to compete for the first place in the big hunting competition. The quest difficulty is a rank. The quest reward is 20,000 experience points, 1,000 profound chi points, and a random rank 3 auxiliary technique." Fuck. A rank quest? And the reward is a rank 3 technique? Luo Tian was secretly excited, rubbed his hands, and excitedly said, "Fuck, I must get this quest." The Ghost Prison Mountain Range was vast and boundless, and demon beasts ran amok. It was known as one of the 10 most dangerous places in the profound sky continent. Demon beasts were the same as humans, they could cultivate and break through. They only had one way of cultivating, which was to hunt and devour the blood essence of their prey. They refined the profound chi from the blood essence and integrated it into their own body, increasing their strength and strengthening their physical body. In order to survive, demon beasts were fighting and killing each other almost all the time. As a result, demon beasts had steel-like bodies that were extremely difficult to deal with. At noon, more than 100 disciples of the Luo family arrived at the hunting grounds. The grounds were prepared 3 days ago. In order to ensure safety, the Luo family had hunted down demon beasts above the first stage within a radius of 100 kilometers half a month ago. This was also to ensure that no powerful demon beasts would appear during the big hunting competition. The participating disciples were all at the profound disciple realm. To them, the second stage demon beasts were like wolves in a sheep pen. They were not their opponents at all. However, although the big hunting competition's grounds had been cleaned up, no one could guarantee that there would be no accidents. "Alright, you can enter the grounds now. Remember, you can choose to give up during the 3 days of the competition. If you hunt a demon beast, you can choose to appear. This way, you can also reach the qualifications of a core disciple. Pay attention to one more thing. You must come out 3 days later at this time. Otherwise, your results will be invalid. Do you understand? The disciples of the Luo family all rubbed their fists and impatiently shouted in unison, "Understood. Go." The steward of the Luo family waved his right hand, and more than 100 disciples of the Luo family rushed into the ghost prison mountain range like wild beasts. Luo Tian stood at the entrance and looked at the dark forest. His eyes narrowed as he thought, the game has begun. He brought Feng Lei and stepped into the ghost prison mountain range. What? Lost it? Are you guys eating shit? You guys can't even keep an eye on a single woman. I really don't know what's the use of raising you trash. Luo Lin's face was gloomy as he said unhappily. There were too many people who entered the grounds just now, so much so that Li Shuer disappeared after entering. This made Luo Lin extremely unhappy. Where's that trash Luo Tian? Luo Lin asked. He went southeast. Luo Lin's face as he looked towards the southeast, he said gloomily, "You dog, I'll let you live for another day." Immediately after, Luo Lin narrowed his eyes and said, "You two continue to keep an eye on Luo Tian. The rest of you, find Li Shuer immediately." Understood. Everyone shouted and quickly dispersed. In another place, Luo Tian led Feng Lei and rushed towards the southeast. Even if they encountered a Tier 1 demonic beast, they didn't have any intention of attacking it. An hour later, the surroundings were dark, and there was no trace of the Luo family's disciples. Feng Lei leaned against a rock and panted heavily. He asked in confusion, "Young master, why did we run so far?" Luo Tian looked around cautiously. "Our Zui elder is playing with Luo Jianshan again. Do you really think that they won't dare to do anything to me? They will definitely target me in this big hunting competition. Maybe they will take this opportunity to get rid of me. We have to find a safe place." Luo Tian had already thought of this. However, the hunting ground was filled with demonic beasts. As long as he quickly broke through, once he reached the 8th level of the mystic realm, who would be his opponent, this was an opportunity. A very good opportunity. Feng Lei stared and suddenly shouted, "I want to see who dares, see if I don't kill him." While speaking, the fat on his stomach was still trembling. Luo Tian laughed and said, "You should kill that layer of fat on your body." Feng Lei smiled and was about to speak. Luo Tian's eyes were startled. He made a silent gesture and whispered, "There's someone." Secretly annoyed, he cursed, "Motherfucker, I ran so far and you still want to chase me. Do you want to force me to run out of the hunting ground?" Whoosh, whoosh, in the forest, a white shadow quickly shuttled between the branches. Her white dress fluttered, her long hair swayed, and her figure was beautiful. It was amazing, just like the scene when the white fox immortal appeared in the movie in his previous life. Feng Lei's face was startled. He raised his head and pointed at the white shadow with his right hand. He murmured, "Young master, look, there is a fairy." Luo Tian was also secretly surprised. He immediately thought of the white-clothed girl he met in the back mountain of the Luo family. When the white-clothed girl heard the sound, she looked down and saw Luo Lin. She smiled and was about to speak. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Hey, sister, be careful." Because they were flying too fast, Li Shuer didn't hear him. She lowered her head and asked anxiously, "What did you say?" Luo Tian pointed in front of Li Shuer and quickly said, "In front of you, in front, in front." "In front? What is in front?" Li Shuer murmured. She looked up and saw that there was a towering tree less than 2 meters away. She was anxious and panicked. In her panic, the profound qi in her body was disrupted. Without the support of profound qi, she was like a bird that lost its wings and fell straight down. Damn. Again? Luo Tian's face was startled. He immediately thought of the scene in the back mountain. He pursed his lips and asked in his heart, "Should I catch her? She should be fine after falling from such a height, right?" He didn't want to be called a hooligan again. So, this time he decided to stand on the side and see what was called free fall. "Ah, I'm falling, falling. Save me, Luo Tian Gij, save me," Li Shuer kept shouting. She also thought of the scene in the back mountain. Her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. She blamed herself and said, every time I see Luo Tianguij, I embarrass myself. This damned Yuxian technique doesn't work every time I panic. Luo Tianguij? Are you calling me? This name is a bit familiar. Luo Tian saw that Li Shuer was about to fall and his heart tightened. He didn't have the heart to think too much. He rushed up and lightly jumped up and hugged Li Shuer. Eh? Could it be, wow, this is too much. Feng Lei, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He stared at the two of them and praised sincerely, young master, you are too awesome. Every time something like this happened, the girl's first reaction would be, that's right. They would scream and be surprised by the birds in the forest. Then, they would retreat to the side in a panic. They would cover their chests with their hands and tremble slightly in fear. Other than covering her chest with her hands, Li Shuer's body did not tremble. She was not afraid. Instead, she pouted and looked at Luo Tian. She kept saying, nothing happened just now. Nothing happened. Do you understand? Feng Lei looked at Li Shuer in a daze. He said naively, just now, you, Li Shuer's expression changed. She glared at Feng Lei and said, just now what? Nothing happened just now. Nothing happened. Looking at Li Shuer's murderous eyes, Feng Lei retreated. Luo Tian got up from the ground and patted the dirt off his butt. He smiled and said, I understand. Just like last time, nothing happened when you kissed me just now. That's more like it. Li Shuer nodded in satisfaction. She frowned and muttered something. Then, she said loudly, you bastard, I didn't kiss you. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed red again. Recalling the scene just now, Li Shuer's heart pounded. The more she thought about it, the faster her heart beat. She blushed even more and looked more lovely and charming. It was hard not to like her. Luo Tian was flabbergasted when he saw her blushing face and her slightly angry expression. He purposely said, I wonder whose tongue was still in my mouth earlier. You, Li Shuer's face turned red again. She stomped her feet and looked at Luo Tian angrily. She was about to cry. Feng Lei blinked and asked seriously, young master, what does it feel like to have your tongue in your mouth? Luo Tian smiled and said, ask her. It's not like my tongue was in her mouth. Feng Lei turned to look at Li Shuer. Before he could ask, Li Shuer glared at him. He scratched his head and looked away, like a mouse that had seen a cat. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Hurry up, I'm going to start working. Luo Tian looked serious. He didn't participate in the big hunting match to flirt with girls. He wasn't in the mood to flirt with girls right now. He had to level up as soon as possible and quickly break through. The A-rank mission was something he had to complete. Not to mention the bountiful experience reward, just the rank 3 support skill alone was something he could not miss out on. The entire Luo clan and even the Jade Mountain City did not have a single third-rank cultivation technique. If he had one, how awesome would that be? Furthermore, his current situation was very dangerous. Luo Lin could bring people to find him at any time. With his celestial chi depleted, he was unable to use Berserk. If he did not quickly level up, he would definitely not be Luo Lin's opponent. Not to mention, Luo Tian was not sure if Luo Jianshan would send out even stronger assassins. Everything was unknown. The only thing Luo Tian could be sure of was to kill monsters and level up. As long as he quickly broke through and became stronger, no matter who it was, he would be able to kill them with one punch. I'm not leaving. Li Shuer pouted, and secretly said in her heart, Big brother Luo Tian, I'm here to protect you. Luo Lin wants to deal with you, don't drive me away. Luo Tian frowned and said seriously, Sister, the Ghost Prison Mountain Range is rampant with demon beasts. With our strength, we can only protect ourselves. We can't take care of you, not to mention that staying with me is very dangerous. I know it's dangerous. I don't need you to take care of me. Li Shuer's expression also became serious, but in her heart she said, I'm here to protect you, you big idiot. No. It's too dangerous. Luo Tian was startled. The Ghost Prison Mountain Range was not an amusement park. Not to mention the ferocious demon beasts, Luo Lin alone was extremely dangerous. He could not let a strange woman take the risk with him. Li Shuer stubbornly said, I want to go with you. She wanted to say that she was here to protect Luo Tian, but she was afraid that it would hurt Luo Tian's self-esteem. After all, as a man, it was very shameful for a woman to protect him. At least, that was what Li Shuer thought. A little more. Luo Tian did not recognize her, and did not remember her. Li Shuer was a little sad, but it was very fun. Luo Tian's gaze suddenly tightened, and he suddenly shouted, Fatty. Lei, be careful. A ferocious wolf with crimson eyes pounced on the fat and muscular Feng Lei. Rank 1 Demon Beast, Scarlet Flame Wolf. It was a very common demon beast in the Ghost Prison mountain range. It was extremely ferocious, had a very strong attack, and was very difficult to deal with. Feng Lei also sensed the danger. His fat body rolled on the ground, cleverly dodging the Scarlet Flame Wolf's sneak attack. He immediately wanted to pounce on the Scarlet Flame Wolf and tightly hug it to create an opportunity for Luo Tian. But, at this moment, a white shadow flashed, and a sword light came out. Poochie! Awoo, the Scarlet Flame Wolf died, and its body kept twitching on the ground. Its two eyes stared at this beautiful and ferocious woman, as if it died with a grievance. What the hell? Too violent, too ferocious, killing a rank 1 demon beast in an instant, you. Luo Tian was shocked, deeply shocked. A rank 1 demon beast was comparable to a rank 8 mystic disciple. Even Luo Lin would not be able to kill it in one strike. This girl, Li Shuer put away her long sword, looked at Luo Tian and Feng Lei's shocked expression, and said with a proud smile, How about it, do I still need you to take care of me? Feng Lei's head shook like a rattledrum. The sword passed right in front of his eyes, and he was almost scared silly. In his heart, he was even more scared of Li Shuer. Luo Tian smiled and rolled his eyes. He pretended to be very profound and said, No need, there's no need at all. You can follow us, but I have a condition. What condition? As long as you agree to let me follow you, I'll agree to any condition. Li Shuer immediately asked. As long as I'm here, no one can bully Luo Tian Gij. Therefore, no matter what condition Luo Tian proposed, she would agree. Luo Tian naturally did not know what Li Shuer was thinking, or else he would have proposed another condition. In the future, don't kill the demon beast in one strike. Let me kill it with one last breath. Luo Tian looked at the Scarlet Flame Wolf lying in a pool of blood and felt a heartache. That was all experience. This damn system, if you don't kill it, you can't get any experience. Li Shuer was so awesome, one strike, one strike, one strike, one strike, one strike. It would be easy to get first place and complete the mission, but the key was that there was no experience. Without experience, how could he level up? Luo Tian's main goal in the big hunting competition was to level up. If he didn't level up, then what was he doing? Li Shuer did not understand, but she still readily agreed and said, okay. Because of this, she secretly sighed in relief. She was afraid that Luo Tian would ask for those despicable conditions, and even silently agreed to any of Luo Tian's requests. This girl was so silly that she was cute. If you like it, please collect it. Thank you. Fatty Lei, you're in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. White-cloaked girl, you're in charge of firepower output. You must remember to leave your last breath for me to kill. I'm in charge of luring the monsters aggro. Do you understand? Luo Tian swept his gaze across and quickly said. These were all simple game terms, and also the simplest coordination. However, Feng Lei and Li Shuer looked at each other, then shook their heads like a rattledrum, and said in unison, I don't understand. Young master, what are you talking about? What is output? What is aggro? Why am I so confused? Say something we can understand. Luo Tian sighed, and said weakly, Sister, you are in charge of attacking the demon beasts, Fatty Lei, you are in charge of sucking the blood essence of those demon beasts, and I am in charge of luring the demon beasts over, do you understand? Young master, if you had said that earlier, we would have definitely understood. Feng Lei laughed foolishly. Li Shuer pursed her lips and snickered, that's right. It's too difficult to communicate with people from different worlds. Luo Tian thought in his heart, then his gaze tightened, he pointed to a direction and shouted, there are demon beasts approaching, do as I say. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian leaped and landed in front of an iron-skin pig. With a hook of his finger, he mocked, "Grandson, Grandpa is here." Iron-skin pig seemed to understand what Luo Tian was talking about. It snorted twice, dug its front legs into the ground, and rushed forward crazily. Pull the aggro. Luo Tian broke into a run. Looking at the iron pig's long tusks, he felt a burst of panic in his heart. If he was hit by its nose, he would definitely fly into the sky. As he ran, he loudly reminded, "It's coming, it's coming. Sister, prepare for battle." Seeing Luo Tian being chased by the iron-skin pig, Li Shuer's gaze tightened. Staring at the green pig, she fiercely said in her heart, "Smelly pig, you want to hurt my Luo Tian big brother, see if I don't want your life." A white light flashed. "Go away and let me deal with it." Before he could finish his words, Li Shuer attacked with her sword. Luo Tian suddenly changed his direction, and Li Shuer stabbed his sword into the iron pig's head in a flash. Poochie! Blood spurted out from the iron-skin pig's mouth, and it let out a painful howl. Damn, isn't this girl a little too powerful? The iron-skinned pig's defense could be said to be the best among rank 1 demonic beasts, but it was still pierced through by her sword. This attack power was really too sharp. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Looking at Li Shuer's angry appearance, he immediately said, "Sister, leave your last breath for me to kill." If he was killed by her again, he would lose his experience again. He could not afford to waste any more of it. Luo Tian took a big step forward and shouted, "Let me do it." Li Shuer stuck out her tongue and jumped to the side, saying, "Got it." The iron-skinned pig growled and screamed in pain. Its life was already hanging by a thread, and it was unable to dodge. Luo Tian punched it. Bam! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing iron-skinned pig, gaining 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 1 point of iron-skinned pig's blood essence. 200 experience points. A rank 1 demonic beast is indeed a rank 1 demonic beast, it's too rich. I need 30,000 experience points to reach the 6th stage of the profound realm, and 150 of them will be enough to level up. Luo Tian thought. In addition to experience, there was also the most important profound chi. Berserk consumed too much profound chi. Within 3 days, he had to accumulate enough profound chi. There would definitely be a fierce battle waiting for him in the Luo family. As long as he had profound chi, even if he had to face Luo Shao Mountain again, he would not have to be afraid. Fatty, this demonic beast's head is yours. Sister, give the wooden plate that the Luo family gave you to Fatty Lei. Let's fill up yours first and then put ours in. Luo Tian said. The sister was the main attacker, so the demonic beast's head must be given to her first. The wooden plate was the crudest spatial storage item in the mysterious heavenly continent, and its area was about the size of a small room. Every participating disciple had one, and it was used to store the demonic beast's head. Beheading the demonic beast was the only test. As long as one hunted a rank 1 demonic beast, they could withdraw from the competition and become a core disciple of the Luo family. But if you wanted to compete for the first place, you had to hunt more demonic beasts. In the rules of the big hunting competition, rank 1 demonic beasts were worth 1 point, rank 2 demonic beasts were worth 5 points, rank 3 demonic beasts were worth 10 points, rank 4 demonic beasts were worth 100 points, and rank 5 demonic beasts were worth 1000 points. Rank 1 demonic beasts were very common. Rank 2 demonic beasts were very difficult to encounter in the competition grounds. Rank 3 demonic beasts were basically dead. As for rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts, they would only appear in the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. It was impossible for them to appear outside the mountain range. Demonic beasts of rank 4 and above had demonic cores. Demonic cores contained extremely dense Xianxia, and they were the crystallization of the demonic beast's cultivation for thousands of years. The value of a demonic core was more than 10 times higher than a Xian stone. It was a treasure in the eyes of cultivators, and it was hard to find one. Demonic beasts with demonic cores were giants. A rank 5 demonic beast could destroy the entire Jade Mountain city in a day. It had never appeared in the history of the Luo family's hunting competition. Once it appeared, it would be a devastating blow. Li Shuer did not hand over the wooden plate. She said seriously, I don't want this bloody thing. I don't want any of the demonic beasts that I killed for you. You can keep them for yourselves. Luo Tian looked at Li Shuer and saw that she was serious. He immediately said, Fatty, let's store your wooden plate first. Understood. Feng Lei carried the iron-skinned pig, took out a steel machete, and chopped it down. The moment he chopped off its head, he sucked the iron-skinned pig's blood essence into his mouth. As the blood essence entered his mouth, Feng Lei's face turned red. After a few seconds, he returned to normal. Luo Tian was puzzled. He really couldn't understand why Fatty Lei was so fond of it. Moreover, from his hungry eyes, he could tell that it wasn't just liking it. It was as if a demon beast's blood essence was red all over. The naked girl was giving off an endless temptation to him. It was like being seduced. Li Shuer felt nauseous, but she did not say anything. Time was precious. Luo Tian was too lazy to ask anything. He said, I'll lead the way. You guys follow me. Luo Tian quickly went into the dark forest. Li Shuer was afraid that Luo Tian would be attacked by the demonic beasts. She quickly followed. Feng Lei wiped the demonic beast's blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled excitedly. His bald head flashed with a bloody red light. A huge demonic beast's tattoo flashed on his head. It was incomparably ferocious, as if it had an ancient terrifying power. Girl, back down. Let me do it. Pung. Ding, congratulations player, pung. Pung. Every time they killed a demonic beast, its life was hanging by a thread. After Li Shuer's sword, Luo Tian's punch would kill the demonic beast and take away its experience. The two's coordination was getting better and better. After killing dozens of demonic beasts in 2 hours, not only did his experience soar, his profound qi also increased by nearly 1,000 points. It was too sharp. At this rate, he would be able to level up in less than 5 hours. Luo Tian could not help but sigh in his heart, this girl is too amazing. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of demon beasts. Feng Lei's mouth was full of blood, and he was extremely busy. Luo Tian sat at the side and rested. Fatty, hurry up, don't be so busy absorbing blood essence. Time is precious, we don't want to keep watching you absorb blood. Li Shuer, who was at the side, gasped for breath, her face flushed red. Every time she made a move, she would use her profound qi. After a few hours, she had consumed too much of her profound qi and her stamina was running out. Aoo! Suddenly, a yellow and white striped green-eyed tiger pounced down from the tree. Li Shuer's eyes twisted as she thrusted out her sword. She puffed up her cheeks and said angrily in a low voice, you actually dared to sneak an attack on big brother Luo Tian, it seems like you're tired of living. Whoosh! With a flash of white cloves, the long sword transformed into a sword flower. Compared to before, the speed was clearly much slower this time, and the power of the sword technique was also greatly weakened. The profound qi was especially important. Once it was consumed too much, one's strength and speed would decrease significantly. Li Shuer was simply too tired. This was also a common problem for martial artists, it was just like how mages didn't have mana. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. Although Li Shuer had sensed the green-eyed tiger's sneak attack in advance, her speed could not keep up with her reaction. Her strength was even weaker by a level, so her sword pierced through the air. Then, Li Shuer cried out in alarm, Big brother Luo Tian, be careful. Luo Tian frowned, a cold wind blew from his back, his heart sank, he clenched his fists tightly, rushed forward, turned his body, and suddenly shouted, Thunder Tiger Rush. His body was like a bow, and his fists were like arrows, shooting out violently. Bam! 2 fists accurately smashed onto the green-eyed tiger's forehead, causing its head to split open and blood to spurt out. Instant kill. At this moment, a system notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing green-eyed tiger, obtaining 210 experience, 20 profound qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 point of green-eyed tiger's blood essence. Blood essence again? Every time I kill a different demonic beast, I will obtain blood essence. What's the use of this blood essence? Every time he killed a new type of demonic beast, he would obtain a new type of blood essence. It was a little strange. Luo Tian muttered inwardly. He could not help but open up the system to check the uses of these blood essences. There were over 30 types of blood essences floating in the void of his mind. He opened up the system to check. Huh? Myriad beasts bloodline? By collecting the blood of 10,000 different demonic beasts, you can fuse them into the 10,000 beasts bloodline and possess the power of 10,000 beasts. The stronger the demonic beast, the stronger the blood essence energy. After the fusion, the power of 10,000 beasts will be even stronger. Furthermore, everything was normal. The 10,000 beasts bloodline was very powerful. After all, it was a bloodline formed by the fusion of 10,000 types of demonic beasts' blood essence. It was definitely powerful. However, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened as he continued to read. His tiger body trembled as he muttered, "The 10,000 beasts bloodline is actually an independent bloodline. It can actually coexist with other bloodlines. This is 2F** King awesome. Once a bloodline was fused, it could not be changed. It was even more impossible to fuse with other bloodlines. There was no bloodline that could be fused with other bloodlines in the profound sky continent. The 10,000 beasts bloodline was actually an independent bloodline that could coexist with other bloodlines. In other words, it could be the existence of dual bloodlines. How powerful was the power of the bloodline? The power of dual bloodlines. Luo Tian was so excited that he could not speak. The invincible points could be exchanged for invincible bloodlines. Each of them was very powerful and contained power that was definitely not weaker than the 10,000 beasts bloodline. Once the 10,000 beasts bloodline was successfully gathered, should he fuse it? Now, Luo Tian did not have this concern at all. Even if he fused with the 10,000 beasts bloodline, he could fuse with the invincible bloodline in the future. Young master is mighty, young master is domineering, haha. Feng Lei was dumbfounded. Killing a rank 1 demonic beast in one move was too sharp. Li Shuer's gaze was slightly startled. Half a second later, she smiled faintly and thought in her heart, Luo Tian Gij is so awesome. Those people from the Luo family even said that Luo Tian Gij is trash. I think they are all trash. Humph. Luo Tian put away his thoughts, smiled faintly, looked up at the sky, and then thought of Li Shuer's situation, and immediately said, "It's getting late, the demonic beasts will appear more frequently at night, and there will be more of them. Let's find a safe place to spend the night." Night was the time of the demonic beasts. At this time, they should try to find a safe place to hide. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Li Shuer glanced at Luo Tian. She could tell that it was for her. Her heart couldn't help but feel warm and moved. Not far away, 2 black shadows were hiding under a bush. They only appeared after Luo Tian and the other two's figures gradually disappeared. Wang Qing and Luo Qing were the stronger outer disciples of the Luo family. Both of them were at the 6th stage of the mystic realm. Wang Qing, you go inform young master Luo Lin. I will continue to follow them. Luo Qing looked at the direction Luo Tian disappeared and said in a low voice. Wang Qing turned around to leave. His eyebrows slightly moved, and the corner of his mouth drew back. He smiled sinisterly and said, "If we can personally capture Luo Tian, young master Luo Lin will definitely reward us greatly. It's not like you didn't see the white-clothed woman's sword skills. With just the 2 of us, we are not her opponent." Luo Qing said bluntly. 1 sword to kill a demonic beast. Adding on the fact that Luo Tian was at the 5th stage of the mystic realm, the 2 of them were not her opponent. Wang Qing faintly smiled and said, "Didn't you notice that the white-cloaked woman's profound qi has already been exhausted? She needs at least a night to recover. At this time, no matter how strong she is, it will be useless. The 2 of us against Luo Tian, this trash, don't tell me we don't have confidence?" It was easy for a 6th stage mystic realm cultivator to deal with a 5th stage mystic realm cultivator. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Against Luo Tian, victory was assured. Luo Qing's eyes narrowed. He was very clear about Luo Lin's goal. If he could capture Luo Tian, there would be a great reward. Even if there was no great reward, being able to work for the future young master of the Luo family, there would be a lot of benefits in the future. In addition to these, they were more interested in the wooden plate on Feng Lei's body. There were dozens of demonic beasts. If all of them were to be captured, Gudong Luoqing heavily swallowed his saliva. Revealing a greedy gaze, he grinned and said, "Okay, we will continue to follow them and find a chance to capture Luo Tian." The night gradually darkened. In the forest, one couldn't even see one's fingers. In the distance, there were constant roars of demonic beasts. The entire night was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. The roars seemed to be warning the world that the night was their world. Halfway up the mountain, in a hidden cave, Li Shuer was sitting cross-legged in the cave. She was circulating the spirit technique. Her breathing was extremely rhythmic. Around her body, a thin trace of profound qi was being drawn into her body. The profound qi in her dantian was gradually recovering. At the entrance of the cave, Feng Lei was like a King Kong god standing at the entrance of the cave. His eyes were like torches, constantly vigilant of his surroundings. "Fatty Lei, you have to protect her. Who knows, she might be your future mistress." Luo Tian gently smiled. Thinking about Li Shuer's playful and cute expression, his heart felt warm. Feng Lei seriously nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let anyone harm a single hair on her head." Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. Then he jumped and disappeared into the night. Since the internet was cut off yesterday, Old Cow was unable to update. Today, I will at least write 2 chapters and strive for 3 chapters. Everyone, please support me. At night, it was time for the demon beasts to hunt. The entire hunting grounds became restless. It was extremely dangerous for the disciples of the Luo family, so they had to find a safe place to hide. However, for Luo Tian, it was the best time to hunt. The more demon beasts there were, the better. Whoosh, whoosh, a black shadow shuttled out, lightly jumping from a branch to another tree. His eyes were like an eagle's, vigilant of everything in the darkness. A few minutes later, under a tree, a scarlet flame wolf's eyes flashed with a green light, tearing apart the corpses of the demon beasts that were hunted during the day. Luo Tian chuckled, and said to himself, "Let's start with you." His figure moved, and he jumped down. Without waiting for Luo Tian to stabilize himself, the scarlet flame wolf let out a fierce growl and pounced towards him. Saliva dripped from between its 2 long fangs. The hungry scarlet flame wolf wanted to swallow Luo Tian into its stomach. It was extremely ferocious. "You're courting death." Luo Tian clenched his fists, increased his speed, and punched out, thunder movement. The fist carried a trace of lightning as it rushed out. The fist smashed into the scarlet flame wolf's abdomen. The scarlet flame wolf let out a miserable cry, and once again attacked with its hind legs. Luo Tian smirked, his left fist was ready to attack. The moment the scarlet flame wolf rushed over, he shouted, "Tiger Rush!" Bam! It smashed into the scarlet flame wolf's head, killing it with one punch. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the scarlet flame wolf, gaining 200 experience, 20 profound qi. However, at this moment, Luo Tian's 2 figures landed one after another, their auras emitting a strong killing intent. Luo Tian snorted, and said coldly, "You finally appeared." From the beginning, Luo Tian was always vigilant of his surroundings. Other than being careful of the sneak attacks of demon beasts, he was even more vigilant of Luo Lin's appearance. After the entire afternoon of hunting, there would definitely be disciples of the Luo family who would find him. In Royal City, Luo Tian was not surprised by the appearance of Luo Qing and Luo Qing. Instead, he smiled faintly. Demonic beasts were strange, but so were humans. After the 2 of them landed on the ground, Luo Tian secretly smiled and said to himself, "A monster with a red name that can attack at any time?" Wang Qing smirked and said, "Useless Luoda, you really made us wait for a long time." The 2 of them had been hiding in the dark. Originally, they thought that Luo Tian would hide in the cave and not come out tonight. They didn't expect that he would come out alone to kill demonic beasts. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. How could they miss it? Luo Tian pretended that he didn't know anything and said, "What business do the 2 clan brothers have with me?" Luo Qing smiled disdainfully and stepped forward. "Master Luo Lin told me to warn you that Li Shuer is his woman." you'd better stay away from her. Oh. Luo Tian softly replied and asked, is there anything else? Wang Qing also stepped forward and blocked Luo Tian's path of retreat. He said, Master Luo Lin wants you to come with us. If you know what's good for you, then obediently come with us. Without waiting for Wang Qing to finish, Luo Tian interrupted, what's good for me? Can it be eaten? Acting crazy? Why waste words with him? Just beat the shit out of him. Let's see if he can still act. Luo Qing's eyes twisted and coldly said, Luo Tian, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the wooden plate and obediently come with us. This is the only way to avoid physical pain. Otherwise, at this point, Luo Qing sneered. The two of them stepped forward again at the same time. They were only 3 steps away from Luo Tian. Luo Tian slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a very scared look. He said weakly, you too. Won't kill me, right? I'm the young master of the Luo clan. If you kill me, you'll be committing a serious crime. The Luo clan won't let you go. While speaking, Luo Tian's body couldn't help but tremble. That scared expression, that heartfelt trembling action, was extremely accurate. It was comparable to those so-called Hollywood movie stars from his previous life. Ha ha ha, young master of the Luo clan, are you joking? Big Trash Luo, this big hunting competition will be your death date. Who will know if I kill you? Everyone will only know that the Trash Luo Tian with a broken dantian arrogantly entered the ghost prison mountain range. As soon as he met a 0-rank monster, he was bitten to death. His body was torn apart and nothing was left. I'm too damn smart, ha ha ha. Wang Qing. When Luo Qing and Luo Qing saw Luo Tian's scared look, they burst into laughter. Their defensive heart suddenly lowered. You're more than just damn smart. You're simply smart to the extreme. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes twisted. The aura of a rank 5 profound realm instantly burst out. His fists moved and the power that had been brewing for a long time burst out. Thunder Tiger Rush. His body was like a martial art. His fists were like arrows, exploding out. Boom. Wang Qing simply didn't have time to react. His abdomen was hit and blood spurted out. His body was blown away by Luo Tian's move. Luo Qing's face was shocked. He suddenly shouted, damn trash, you don't know what's good for you. A rank 5 profound realm dares to be arrogant in front of me. I'll let you know the strength of a rank 6 profound realm, what nonsense are you talking about? Berserk. Rumble, his profound chi value quickly decreased by 300. At this moment, a huge force exploded, shaking the mountain forest. The demonic beasts that were lurking in the surroundings also quieted down. They were so frightened by this huge force that they crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Luo Tian's body shook. Berserk's blessing, double the strength, double the speed of his arms, against a rank 6 profound realm Luo Qing, even without using Berserk, he could kill him. However, Luo Tian liked the feeling of crushing. He liked to bombard mosquitoes with artillery shells. This was the only way to make Luo Qing's proud face contort and deform. He would not dare to recall this scene even in hell. Looking at the ferocious face of Luo Qing, Luo Tian grinned and shouted, die. You're the one who's going to die. Luo Qing's eyes angrily stared. His long sword in the dark night transformed into a sword flower. The sword flower flashed and the sword instantly arrived. Seeing Luo Tian standing motionless in the same place, Luo Qing proudly laughed, stupid dog, a rank 5 profound realm cultivator dares to act cool in front of me. You're courting death. The long sword pierced towards Luo Tian's life gate. The distance was less than half a centimeter. Luo Qing was very excited. With this kind of sword, no matter what, Luo Tian would not be able to dodge it. His heart was very happy. He could not help but think that if he killed Luo Tian, not only would he be rewarded by Master Luo Lin, he would also be able to obtain the wooden plate on Luo Tian's body. He would easily become a core disciple of the Luo clan. Waha! Thinking of this, Luo Qing's mouth could not help but curve up. His happy life was in front of him. However, just as he was excited, when the long sword was less than half a centimeter away from Luo Tian made his move. His eyebrows wrinkled, and his right fist moved. A burst of energy burst out, and his right fist directly hit the tip of the sword. You want to block the long sword with your bare hands? Not only are you a waste, you're also a fool, ha ha ha, bare hands against a steel long sword, Luo Qing loudly laughed. While he was laughing, his right hand suddenly tightened, and a huge force came from the tip of the sword. His arm trembled, and his sword almost fell off. Luo Qing's face also changed dramatically. Huh. One fist blocked Luo Qing's long sword, and his left fist followed, and a fist bombarded Luo Qing's chest. Pung! His chest almost split open, and Luo Qing's face instantly became pale. His body lost its center of gravity, and he constantly staggered back. His two eyes stared at Luo Tian. He could not understand how Luo Tian's strength was so strong. The strength, speed, and reaction of a 5th-stage profound disciple could not be stronger than a 6th-stage profound disciple. Every stage was like a shackle, and it was impossible to surpass it. But for Luo Tian, it was completely useless. The sword just now would have killed Luo Tian without a doubt, but he was calm and not afraid at all. What made him so confident, he could not understand at all. While he could not understand, Luo Qing's heart was filled with fear. Watching Luo Tian step closer, his body trembled in fear. Luo Tian, you, what do you want to do? The big hunting competition clearly states that we can't kill each other, once found out. Luo Tian said with a faint smile, why didn't you say this at the beginning? I remember you said at the beginning that you would be torn apart by a demon beast, and not even a hair would be left. Damn, I suddenly found out that your idea is too smart. Luo Qing's body kept retreating, and he tripped on a stone and fell to the ground. His face became even paler. Don't kill me, young Master Luo Tian, don't kill me, I will listen to you in the future, please don't kill me, begging for mercy is useless. You are the experience, how can I miss it? Luo Tian's fists slammed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Just as Luo Qing was secretly rejoicing that he did not hit himself, a surging force came out from the ground below his body and lifted him into the air. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and his fists were like a torrential rain as he struck out crazily. Bang, 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 every punch made Luo Tian feel an inexplicable sense of excitement. The explosive power was too damn satisfying. Ding! Player Luo Tian has killed Luo Qing to obtain 210 experience points, 25 profound qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 2 Zhuji Dan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for invincible value +1. Luo Qing was dead. It was a complete slaughter. After sending Luo Qing flying with a punch, he turned around and looked at Wang Qing, who had been lying on the ground motionlessly. He smiled sinisterly and said, you're still pretending to be dead, now it's your turn. With just that one sentence, Wang Qing was so scared that he almost shit out of himself. He got up and ran, hating that his mother was born with 2 more legs. Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, little guy, let me see where you can run to. The berserk power was still there, and in a few breaths of time, he had caught up to Wang Qing and killed him with a punch. The system beep immediately sounded out. Ding. After dealing with Luo Qing, Luo Tian did not return to the cave. The night had just begun, and the hunt had just begun. How could Luo Tian waste time in such a good place to level up? The idea was released and slightly sensed. Then, Luo Tian chuckled and quickly entered the darkness. Die. Wuh, a 6-legged lizard fell to the ground, its body gradually stiffening, and a prompt sounded in Luo Tian's mind. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of demon beasts, and his experience bar had increased by a large amount. He was just a little bit away from leveling up. Looking at the experience slot, Luo Tian smiled faintly, and thought to himself, with the level up system in hand, I don't have to worry about leveling up. Luo Lin, watch how I beat you up. Who could compare to this breakthrough speed, to be able to level up to the 6th stage of the profound realm in just a few days? It could be said to be sitting on a rocket. The more he killed, the more energetic he became. Luo Tian's entire body was stained with the blood of demon beasts. The blood stuck to his body and dried into a dark red armor, and the smell on his body also became a thick smell of blood. A few hours later, Luo Tian had unknowingly arrived at the edge of the hunting grounds. The dangerous aura in the darkness became even stronger, and a pair of dark green eyes flashed with a cold light as they stared at Luo Tian. Suddenly, on a cliff, a 2-meter-tall wolf king with a 3-meter-long white mane held at the moon. Woo! A throbbing wolf's roar spread through the forest. Immediately after, dozens of wolves in the surrounding area all let out a loud roar, forming a resonance. After the wolf's roar, the giant wolf on the cliff jumped down and quickly rushed towards Luo Tian. The forest also began to become restless. Holy sh*t. You met a pack of wolves? Luo Tian was shocked, but the corner of his mouth hooked up coldly, and said to himself, brother just happened to be close to leveling up, and was just thinking about whether or not to enter the hunting grounds to hunt demon beasts. Now that you have come to die, it's exactly what I want. Immediately, Luo Tian frowned, his idea locked onto a red flame wolf and quickly rushed out. The wolf pack was extremely difficult to deal with. Their attacks were different from other demonic beasts. Under the command of the Wolf King, their attacks were rhythmic and coordinated well. They even knew how to use tactics. The combat power of a few dozen wolves was comparable to 100 demonic beasts. However, riches and honor came from danger. How could he miss out on the tens of demonic beasts and tens of thousands of experience points? Furthermore, fighting against the wolf pack could improve his fighting skills. Fighting on the edge of life and death was very helpful to Luo Tian. Only in adversity could he quickly improve. Thunder movement. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, and a trace of electric light flashed out of his right fist. Aooo! The crimson flame wolf howled and rolled to the side, while the other wolf pounced forward. You're courting death. Tiger rush. Luo Tian's left fist swept out. Along with this punch, Luo Tian also quickly moved to the right. After the first punch succeeded, the second punch followed. Bang, 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 he punched the Sunfire Wolf's head several times in succession, and only stopped when he heard the system notification. Aooo! Woo! Luo Tian was surrounded by more and more crimson flame wolves. They circled around him and let out low growls. They stared at Luo Tian and did not attack, as if they were waiting for something. Without a doubt, they were waiting for the Wolf King. Luo Tian also knew this. If he wanted to quickly deal with the wolf pack, he had to kill as many crimson flame wolves as possible before the Wolf King arrived. Once the Wolf King appeared, the wolf pack's attack power would be limitless. Moreover, the Wolf King was a rank 2 demonic beast. Luo Tian was only a rank 5 Mystic Realm demonic beast. He could not deal with it at all. Kill. Calming down, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. He clenched his fists and quickly rushed forward. Thunder Tiger Rush. Bang. Die for me. Luo Tian's fists were like a torrential downpour. Wherever his fists went, blood would splatter. It was like a mad dance of killing. Without the command of the Wolf King, the wolf pack was like a pile of loose sand. They were no threat to Luo Tian at all. However, Luo Tian was very clear that this was only temporary. In less than half a minute. Woo! A soul-stirring roar sounded. All the crimson flame wolves' eyes changed. They revealed their long fangs and their originally fearful appearance turned savage. All the crimson flame wolves stopped retreating and approached Luo Tian step by step. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he muttered, "Is the Wolf King here?" Woo! With another roar, the 5 crimson flame wolves at the front attacked at the same time. Their 2 fangs caught the moonlight shining through the gaps between the leaves, giving off a gloomy chill. Huff! Luo Tian let out a light breath. His heart calmed down, and then he roared, "Kill!" His fists transformed, and in less than a second, he punched out 4 times. This speed was already his limit, and also the limit of a rank 5 Mystic Realm. 4 crimson flame wolves fell to the ground, and a notification sounded out in his mind. Hiss! With a claw, the clothes on Luo Tian's shoulder were torn apart, revealing 3 bloody marks. The pain caused Luo Tian to suck in a breath of cold air. After succeeding in his attack, he immediately retreated without any hesitation. At this moment, 10 crimson flame wolves pounced forward. Luo Tian was anxious. He did not expect the Wolf King's intelligence to be so high, and under the command of the Wolf King, the wolves were not afraid of death at all. If 5 were not enough, then 10. If 10 were not enough, then there would be more. F*ck, taking turns to fight, right? Facing the 10 crimson flame wolves that pounced at him, Luo Tian frowned, his eyes locked onto one place, and secretly said, I have to get rid of the Wolf King first, otherwise I will definitely be exhausted to death. Immediately after, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, Berserk! Wang, his strength and speed suddenly increased. In that instant, Luo Tian quickly dodged the attacks of the 10 crimson flame wolves and ran towards a big tree not far away. His target, the Wolf King behind the big tree. The forest was originally dark, and with the cultivation of a stage 5 profound realm, his vision was only 2 to 3 meters. How could Luo Tian find the Wolf King behind the big tree? It was very simple. The Wolf King was a small boss, and its feet were shining with a golden light. How could Luo Tian not see the dazzling golden light in the dusky night? When the crimson flame wolves saw Luo Tian rushing towards the Wolf King, their eyes turned blood red, and they all pounced forward ferociously. The huge white Wolf King's eyes darkened, its fangs were exposed, and a low growl came from its throat. A primitive and savage aura burst forth. Without waiting for Luo Tian to approach, it also rushed out in an instant. The huge body gave off an unprecedented pressure that heavily crushed Luo Tian's mind. His body felt as if it was filled with lead, incomparably heavy, and the feeling of his mind being suppressed was very uncomfortable. Luo Tian's face darkened, and cursed, F*ck, you actually know how to use pressure, F*ck. At this moment, the Wolf King's 2 sharp claws slashed through the air, and 2 wind blades shone in the darkness, incomparably fierce. Skill? Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. He withdrew his fists and rolled like a lazy donkey, dodging the 2 wind blades. He awkwardly crawled up from the ground, and before he could stabilize himself, the Wolf King released 2 more wind blades. Boom! A deep crack was left on the big tree. If the wind blades were to hit him, his body would definitely be split in 2. F*ck, I'm not its opponent at all. Luo Tian's heart was secretly anxious. This Wolf King's strength was infinitely close to that of a stage 3 monster, and was even stronger than some stage 3 monsters. This was the strength of a boss. Since the sneak attack did not succeed, Luo Tian awkwardly retreated, and once again fell into the encirclement of the crimson flame wolves. The Wolf King looked at Luo Tian's sorry state and revealed a mocking expression. Its eyes were filled with disdain, as if it was mocking Luo Tian for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. F*ck, I'm being mocked by a beast. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger, and shouted, F*ck, you dare to mock Lousy, just wait for. Lousy, see how I'll kill you. Recently, Luo Tian had been mocked by others, but on the surface, he did not show it, but on the inside, he was boiling with anger. He did not expect that even a monster would mock him. What the F*ck, if he did not kill it, how could he still have the face to live in this world? Luo Tian checked his experience, and secretly sneered, if a stage 5 mystic realm is not your opponent, then what about a stage 6 mystic realm? Immediately, all heaven seemed to have gone mad, unleashing all of his power as he charged at the pack of wolves. If his fist landed, death would follow. The number of crimson flame wolves rapidly decreased. Luo Tian's strength suddenly multiplied, and killing a stage 1 crimson flame wolf was as easy as killing a chicken. No matter how powerful the Wolf King's command was, it was useless. Berserk was so sharp. Die. Die. Ding! In less than a minute, there were more than a dozen crimson flame wolf corpses around him, and the wolf pack was reduced by half. The last bit of berserk power exploded out, and Luo Tian punched out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Crimson Flame Wolf, gaining 200 experience, 20 profound chi, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, stage 6 Mystic Realm. I leveled up. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed towards the sky, the wounds on his body quickly healed, and his strength recovered. His 2 eyes stared at the Wolf King in the distance, and coldly said, Little darling, I'm coming. The 6th stage of the Profound Disciple Realm and the 5th stage of the Profound Disciple Realm were completely different concepts. The strength, speed, and strength of each small realm were all equal. Once a breakthrough was made, there would be a qualitative leap. Under the berserk state, the fifth stage of the profound disciple realm was not a match for the Red Flame Wolf King. Now that he had broken through, the aura on his body had clearly changed. The Red Flame Wolf King's eyes moved, and he couldn't help but take half a step back. Luo Tian's aura made it feel a trace of fear. At this moment, Luo Tian stared angrily, pointed at the Red Flame Wolf King and scolded, "Your sister, you dare to laugh at Laozi, now do it again." As he spoke, Luo Tian walked forward step by step, while the Red Flame Wolf King retreated step by step. Awoo! Suddenly, a red flame wolf beside the Wolf King pounced forward and bit towards Luo Tian's neck. Luo Tian was enraged. He used his palm as a blade and slashed down, shouting, "Scram!" Bam! With one palm, the wolf's head was split open, and the red flame wolf died before it could even react. Instant kill with one palm. Luo Tian was secretly excited. The power of the sixth stage of the profound disciple realm is twice as strong as that of the fifth stage of the profound disciple realm. To be able to kill a stage 1 monster with one palm, this is too damn cool. Breakthrough. He had to break through quickly, just like in the game, the higher the level, the stronger the power. Luo Lin would not let him go, the Luo family would not let him go. And Luo Tian himself would not let them go either. Come. Accept your death. Luo Tian's gaze tightened. He did not want to waste time, and shouted in his heart, "Berserk!" Wang! A buzzing sound came from within his body, and a powerful berserk force wreaked havoc within his body. A visible stripe of strength shot out from his body. His strength doubled, his speed doubled. At this moment, Luo Tian was like a fired bullet as he rushed towards the retreating Red Flame Wolf King. In order to protect the Wolf King, many Crimson Flame Wolves attacked without any regard for their own lives. Luo Tian did not reject any of the attacks and accepted them all. He continuously used the Thunder Tiger fists, and his skill proficiency madly increased. Both of his fists struck out heavily, leaving a bloody path behind him. His body had also received a few wolf claws, and the burning pain made him even more excited. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Scarlet Flame Wolf, gaining 200 experience points, 20 mystical chi points, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Scarlet Flame Wolf, gaining 200 experience points, 20 mystical chi points. The sound of notifications rang out like a symphony. The tide made one's blood boil. As the number of Crimson Flames decreased, the Crimson Flame Wolf King's initial fear turned into trembling. It growled and retreated faster and faster. Luo Tian pressed on, step by step. Behind him was a large pile of Scarlet Flame Wolf corpses, but he didn't have the time to cut off their heads. This was a large amount of points. Woo! 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 The Crimson Flame Wolf King growled. When the last Crimson Flame Wolf died under Luo Tian's palm, it turned around and crazily escaped. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold as he laughed. "You want to run? Let's see where you can run to." He took a step forward and quickly chased after it. One man and one beast quickly shuttled through the forest. It had to be said that the Crimson Flame Wolf King's speed was extremely fast. In a few breaths of time, it had already escaped more than 100 feet away. This was also because it cultivated a wind attribute cultivation technique, allowing it to borrow the power of the wind. Whether it was cultivating or comprehending cultivation techniques, all of the demonic beasts were of the natural attribute. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other natural attributes, each of them were incomparably powerful existences. However, the Crimson Flame Wolf King's level was too low, so it couldn't display it at all. Even so, Luo Tian still had a hard time chasing after it, and this was with the support of Berserk. Otherwise, he would not be able to catch up at all. After all, a rank 2 demonic beast was much stronger than a rank 6 mystic beast. If it was not for the fact that Berserk, strength, and speed were doubled, Luo Tian would not be its opponent. This was the benefit of having a powerful cultivation technique. Run, let's see where you can run to. Didn't you laugh at me? Laugh again for me to see, mother asterisk cur. Luo Tian was very cocky, very arrogant, and said with a face full of ridicule. At first he was laughed at, now he was laughing back at him. The Crimson Flame Wolf King did not dare to look back as it continued to run deeper into the forest. Unknowingly, he had already chased to the edge of the hunting area. If he continued forward, he would be in the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range, a place where a rank 3 demonic beast could appear at any time. Luo Tian did not care about this. If he met a boss, how could he not kill it? This Crimson Flame Wolf King was not a big boss, but even though it was small, it was still a boss. Who knows what good equipment it would drop. At the very least, he could get the Crimson Flame Wolf King's blood essence and improve his 10,000 beast bloodline. The atmosphere in the forest also became strange. There was not a single demonic beast in the surroundings. It was so quiet that it was a bit scary. The Crimson Flame Wolf King only cared about running and did not notice this. I'm about to leave the hunting range. I have to think of a way to kill it. Luo Tian did not dare to rashly enter the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. Looking at the black hill in front of him, he secretly said, I'll kill it there. Immediately, Luo Tian shouted in his heart again, Berserk. His profound chi value decreased by 300 points and his speed increased again. He was only 50 to 60 feet away from the Crimson Flame Wolf King. The Crimson Flame Wolf King felt Luo Tian increase his speed, its body secretly trembled. With a push of its hind legs, it jumped onto the treetops and quickly ran. At this time, Luo Tian had already chased out of the hunting range and entered the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. He was about to reach the small hill. Luo Tian was secretly anxious in his heart. Huff, just as the Crimson Flame Wolf King rushed to the small hill, a gust of wind blew over. The small hill magically moved, and the top of the hill gradually grew bigger, taller, and F*ck. What the F*ck is this a small hill? It's a huge demonic beast. In that instant. Run. Luo Tian did not even think about it as he turned around and ran. He was so scared that he almost shit his pants. As he ran, he turned around to take a look, only to see the huge beast swallowing the Crimson Flame Wolf King in one gulp. After chewing a few times, it swallowed the Crimson Flame Wolf King. Luo Tian sighed in his heart, my Crimson Flame Wolf King, my little boss. Just as Luo Tian turned around to look, a pair of lantern-like eyes also looked at him. His mind and sea of consciousness were like a tsunami. That kind of feeling was extremely uncomfortable, as if it was about to be crushed. However, it was also this time that the golden light under the huge demonic beast almost blinded Luo Tian's eyes. Boss, an incomparably powerful boss. It was definitely a super boss that would definitely drop a huge amount of loot. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva heavily, I really want to kill it. It will definitely drop good things, maybe even a demonic core level demonic beast. This, Luo Tian's mind was suppressed, but he could not help but be excited. Excitement was excitement, but Luo Tian was not a fool. When a stage 6 profound realm cultivator met this kind of demonic beast, he could only run. If he dared to stay for half a second longer, he would end up like the Crimson Flame Wolf King. Run, run quickly, run for your life. As long as you can keep your life, anything is possible. Luo Tian ran for his life, continuing to release his berserk state. After running for half an hour, he stopped and looked back. His heart that was hanging in his throat was relieved. He gasped for breath and said, Motherf***, I was scared to death. Gasping for breath, thinking of the scene just now, his face faintly paled. That huge demonic beast was too strong, it was simply an unparalleled existence. However, at the same time that Luo Tian was running away, the Zhou family's second elder's shadow flashed. He held his breath and hid the aura on his body. Looking at the huge monster standing between heaven and earth, he smiled coldly and secretly said, I didn't think that Luo Tian brat would actually not be suppressed by the Raging Thunderbull's aura. He can be considered lucky this time, but, Zhou Hengran laughed sinisterly and said, Luo family, watch me, Zhou Hengran, give you a big gift. Then he jumped down and touched the Raging Thunderbull that was lying on the ground, and all of this happened under Song Yanqin's eyes. Looking at Zhou Hengran excitedly bringing the Raging Thunderbull into the hunting grounds, Song Yanqin narrowed his eyes and thought, Zhou Hengran is really vicious, this is cutting off the roots of the Luo family. Not long after, the Raging Thunderbull went berserk and began to wreak havoc in the hunting grounds. Rumble, rumble, it let out a loud roar towards the sky, causing heaven and earth to shake. the demonic beast crawled on the ground and trembled. The Luo family disciples who were close to it had their minds torn apart and were directly shocked to death. When the raging thunder bull stepped into the hunting grounds, the entire place became deathly silent. Danger, extreme danger. Early in the morning, Luo family hall. Luo Jianshan frowned and looked at the fourth elder Luo Kunchen gloomily. He put on the attitude of a family member and said, "Fourth elder, how did you clean up the hunting ground? You didn't even find the fourth order monster? You can't even do such a small thing. I think you are done as an elder." This matter was Luo Kunchen's responsibility. He didn't know why the fourth order monster suddenly appeared. However, this let Luo Jianshan ridicule and slander him. For a while, Luo Kunchen couldn't raise his head. After all, this was his negligence. Luo Xiaoshan sneered and took the opportunity to say, "Brother Kuan Shan, the heaven-raging thunder bull entering the hunting grounds is like a tiger entering a sheep pen. With such a big mistake, I think the parents of those disciples will definitely not let it go. The Luo family's influence in Jade Mountain City will also be greatly reduced, so I think you should resign from your position as an elder." Luo Kunchen's eyes tightened and said slightly, "I did not find the thunder ox when I cleaned up the field. There is an accident in the ghost prison mountain range itself. This matter can't be blamed on me alone." Luo Xiaoshan shouted coldly and said, "Don't blame you, do you blame us? At this time, you are still shirking responsibility. Do you still have a little responsibility? It's my fault, I will take it. But it's not my fault. Don't think that I will take half of it. You want me to resign from the elder position? Dream on. No one has that right? Luo Jianshan, don't forget your identity. You are just the acting patriarch. You don't have this right." Luo Kunchen said agitatedly. The word acting made Luo Jianshan's face change, and the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch slightly. "Don't quarrel. No one wants to see the thunder ox rush into the hunting ground. The most important thing now is to get them out of the hunting ground. It will be too late. The second elder is right, let them withdraw from the game." Luo Jianshan stood up and shouted, "No, the big hunting match itself is a game to eliminate the weak. In this world, the strong survive. This kind of sudden situation can be more comprehensive to test them. Are you worried that your son, who is in the 8th stage of the mystic realm, has enough strength to escape? What about the others? Jianshan, this matter must take into account the overall situation. They are the hope of the Luo family. Your son is also inside, maybe." "Humph." Luo Jianshan snorted and said lightly, "Second elder, third elder, my son is also inside. I am also worried, but don't forget the rules of the Luo family. Within 3 days of the big hunting match, no one is allowed to interfere with anything in the field. Even if we encounter a 10th order demon beast, we can't intervene, unless you want to violate the rules." Violating the clan's rules was a serious crime. Once they violated the rules, they would fall into Luo Jianshan's hands. At that time, who would dare to compete with him for the position of patriarch? The appearance of the heaven-raging lightning bull made Luo Jianshan secretly happy. It was like a catalyst. As for Luo Lin, he believed that with the Xian stone, his strength would definitely break through to the 9th level of the mystic realm. 9th level strength was enough to protect himself, not to mention he had Luo Ming by his side. No matter what, the raging thunder bull would not be able to hurt Luo Lin. As for the second elder and third elder's sons, ha ha ha, a man of great ambition doesn't care about trifles. Luo Tian is going to die. The sons of the second elder and the third elder are also going to die. Let's see what qualifications they have to compete with me. Ha ha ha. Luo Jianshan laughed in his heart and secretly said, "The heavens are really helping me. The Luo clan was rotten to the bone, what? Dead? 2 pieces of trash, really can't do anything well." Luo Lin said with disdain. He did not care about the death of the 2. After pausing for a moment, Luo Lin asked, "Did you find that trash Luo Tian?" A Luo clan disciple immediately said. "Reporting to young master, we found him. He's halfway up a mountain in the south. It's about 40 kilometers from here," and Luo Lin faintly said, "And what?" The Luo clan disciple said again, "And Miss Li Shuer is with him." "With who?" Luo Lin's eyes narrowed as he shouted. With Luo Tian, fuck. Damn trash, you dare to touch my woman. Today, I won't hunt any beasts. I'll kill you first. Luo Lin's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. Young master, there are powerful beasts in the south. Pa. Luo Lin slapped him, then kicked him and scolded, afraid of your mother's balls. When he knew that Li Shuer and Luo Tian were together, the anger in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. When he thought of the two of them being intimate with each other in the back mountain, it made him even more unhappy. He scolded in his heart, cheap bitch, see how I'll deal with you. After yesterday's afternoon and evening hunt, his wooden plate already had hundreds of beasts' heads. Moreover, there were many people helping him hunt beasts. The first place of the big hunting competition would definitely be his. Then again. Yesterday, he had broken through in the battle and was already at the 9th stage of the Profound Realm. This time, he entered the hunting grounds with 4 goals. He had already completed half of them. The remaining half was to get rid of Luo Tian and then push down Li Shuer. Thinking of Li Shuer's plump figure, Luo Lin could not help but swallow his saliva. The corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile as he said to himself, today, I'll definitely let you have a good time. Immediately, Luo Lin shouted in a deep voice, Luo Tian, you dog, see how I'll kill you. Let's go. The 8 disciples of the Luo family followed behind Luo Lin and quickly rushed towards the south. In the dark forest not far from them, Luo Ming followed closely behind, always paying attention to his surroundings. Rumble, rumble, a series of earth-shaking explosions resounded through the sky. The surrounding beasts fled in all directions, while Luo Tian and the other 2 kept a distance from the raging thunder bull and beat up the drowning dog. Under the pressure of the 4th stage beasts, the 1st stage beasts did not have any strength to resist at all. They could only flee for their lives. This created an excellent opportunity for Luo Tian to hunt. He didn't need to look for the demonic beasts at all, as those demonic beasts would run over on their own. Moreover, those demonic beasts were completely powerless to resist. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Iron Pig. The reward is 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Big brother Luo Tian, there's one more here, catch it. Li Shuer waved his sword and threw a demon beast in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the opportunity to punch it. Bam! The demon beast was killed, and the system sounded out. Big brother Luo Tian, catch it, catch it, catch it. Li Shuer continued to send the demon beasts over. Luo Tian's eyes were too busy to take in, this kind of speed was too cool, the experience bar was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after 2 hours, he was only 10% away from the 7th stage of the Profound Realm. This speed was too damn fast. In less than half an hour, he would be able to level up again. Luo Tian threw the killed demon beast to Feng Lei, who was covered in beast blood. Fatty Lei, hurry up, don't waste so many demon beasts. Feng Lei absorbed all the blood essence of a demon beast, and a faint red light flashed on his bald head. The blood lines on the back of his head became more and more ferocious, flashing away. Feng Lei did not notice anything strange, scratched his head, and said naively, I know. Rumble, another burst of violent footsteps came, Luo Tian's eyes tightened, and reminded, pay attention to the distance, don't be discovered by it. I know. Li Shuer smiled, and said sweetly in her heart, Luo Tian brother cares about me, Luo Tian brother cares about me, hee hee. Luo Tian looked at Li Shuer's shallow smile, and muttered, what is this girl thinking, didn't I just tell her to be careful, is there a need to be so happy? However, this girl's smile is really beautiful. In the dark. Luo Lin looked at this scene and gritted his teeth. He waved his right hand and fiercely said, do it. In another place, in Zhou Hengren's direction. He used his advantage and speed to harass the raging thunder bull, which made the raging thunder bull even more furious. Its long horn slammed into the ground, leaving behind a mess. Under Zhou Hengren's deliberate guidance, the raging thunder bull quickly rushed towards Luo Tian's direction. Zhou Hengren lightly jumped onto a treetop under the dense leaves. Looking at the distant Luo Tian who was still constantly killing demonic beasts, the corner of his mouth turned cold as he sneered, go to hell. Once you die, the balance of the Luo family will be broken, and internal strife will begin. It won't be long before the Luo family will be swallowed up by my Zhou family. Rumble, a gust of wind swept over. Zhou Hengran frowned, his back was drenched in cold sweat, and he quickly bounced back, landing at a safe distance, and said with lingering fear, rank 4 demon beasts are too terrifying. The raging thunder bull was incomparably powerful, and belonged to the invincible level among the rank 4 demon beasts. Its strength was ferocious, and its defense was extremely strong. Its speed was slow because of its size. Its body was like a mountain, so it couldn't be fast even if it wanted to. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Hengran was able to anger it, using the speed of the Xian teacher realm to continuously lure it to the center of the hunting grounds. All the disciples of the Luo family in the hunting grounds were like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. However, some people fled, while others rushed forward. Have you heard? Luo Lin is going to make a move on Luo Tian. Luo Tian is in the direction of the raging thunder bull. That is a rank 4 invincible demon beast, are they not afraid of death? F***ck, F***ck, a trash like Luo Tian is not afraid of the raging thunder bull, what are we afraid of? Let's go and watch the show. You don't want your life anymore? Of course I want my life, but if I can help young Master Luo Lin get rid of that trash Luo Tian, I will definitely be treated differently by the patriarch. At that time, wouldn't it be easy to become a core disciple? We haven't hunted a single demon beast for such a long time. If we can help young Master Luo Lin, it will definitely be beneficial. Let's all go and welcome the new young master. With Luo Tian's death, Luo Lin naturally became the Luo clan's young master. If he could flatter the Luo clan's young master, even if he did not become a core disciple this time, it would still be beneficial in the future. The disciples who hadn't hunted a demonic beast all thought so. The heaven-raging lightning bull was indeed dangerous, but to them, there was nothing more attractive than becoming a core disciple of the Luo family. Seduction. When there was one person, there were 2 people, and then a group of people. In the end, it evolved into everyone. All of them desperately moved towards Luo Tian's position. The raging thunder bulls were getting tighter and tighter, and the demonic beasts were fleeing in all directions. Luo Tian was crazily killing the demonic beasts, and his experience bar was rapidly increasing. He anxiously said in his heart, just a little bit more, and I'll level up. Everything around him was within his perception. What made him even more worried was that the number of Luo clan's disciples was constantly increasing. These people would undoubtedly stand on Luo Lin's side. In addition to these, there was also the rapidly approaching raging thunder bulls. This originally docile demonic beast that didn't even want to chase him, why was it so irritable? Furthermore, it kept rushing towards his direction. All of this must have been done deliberately by someone. A rank 4 demonic beast was definitely not simple. Who could it be? Luo Tian didn't have time to think about this. The only thing he could do was to break through. If he wanted to live, he had to break through. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. In the world of the strong, if he wanted to live, he had to be stronger than others. All of the conspiracies would be smashed with a single punch. Do it. Luo Lin gave the order. The 8 people who were already in position quickly rushed out. The 8 people landed. Their swords were pointed at Luo Tian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Luo Tian grinned and said, Fatty Lei, you retreat to the side first. Feng Lei glanced at the 8 people around him and laughed, Boss, I still have a few demonic beasts' heads that have not been cut off. You do your thing, I'll cut mine. He was very calm. He didn't feel any pressure at all. After he finished speaking, he went back to work. Li Shuer's figure moved and blocked in front of Luo Tian. She pointed her sword at one of them and shouted, Let's see who dares to hurt my Luo Tian brother. Li Shuer's eyes were filled with anger. If anyone dared to touch Luo Tian, this old lady would fight them to the death. 8 people, all of them were rank 6 of the profound realm. If they all attacked at the same time, their strength would be extremely strong. Dealing with a rank 6 of the profound realm was simply too easy. In the same realm, 1 against 8, there was no chance of winning. However, Luo Tian's face was calm. The corner of his mouth hooked up to reveal a smug smile. He lightly said, Girl, move aside. I'll personally take care of this matter. No. Brother Luo Tian and the others are all rank 6 of the profound realm. You're alone, and the 8 of them, I won't let them hurt you. Li Shuer didn't move. Her face became even more serious. Li Shuer's actions made Luo Lin extremely angry. He cursed in his heart, bitch. Because of Li Shuer, the 8 people didn't move. They were waiting for Luo Lin's next order. Luo Lin stepped out and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Li Shuer. He gently said, Shuer Mimi, why are you with this trash? You're the trash. My Luo Tian brother is not trash. Li Shuer stared at him and seriously said, Luo Lin, I hate you the most. Please don't call me Shuer Mimi. Luo Lin's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth, Shuer Mimi, move aside. I already said don't call me Shuer Mimi. I'm not your sister. Also, I won't move aside. I definitely won't let you bully my Luo Tian brother. Li Shuer was righteous and didn't back down. She was protecting him. Luo Tian was inwardly moved. Since ancient times, there have only been heroes saving beauties. He didn't think that today, the beauty would save the hero. Luo Tian was a bit proud. Luo Lin's face secretly changed. The anger in his heart rushed to his head. He directly cursed, bitch, move aside for me. In an instant, Luo Tian suddenly moved. A slap flew towards Li Shuer's face. Li Shuer's face was shocked. She didn't think that Luo Lin would suddenly make a move. She wasn't prepared, but Luo Tian was already prepared. The moment Luo Lin made his move, Luo Tian also moved and met the attack with a fist. Pa. Palm and fist met. The collision of power almost broke Luo Tian's arm. He was shocked. He didn't think that Luo Lin would break through. No matter if it was strength, speed, or anything else, there was no comparison between the 6th and the 9th level of the mystic realm. Luo Tian quickly retreated. His arm was sore and his eyes were dark. Cheers came from all around. Young Master Luo Lin is mighty. Luo Tian, this trash is not his opponent. You still call yourself the young master of the Luo family. You can't even take a single palm from young Master Luo Lin. Quickly go die. More and more disciples of the Luo family gathered around. Luo Lin was in the limelight after knocking back Luo Tian with a single palm. This feeling made him feel very good. Luo Lin didn't move. He disdainfully smiled and said, a trash like you wants to fight with me? You're looking for death. While speaking, he controlled Li Shuer, who was in a panic, with his hands. He laughed lewdly and said, little beauty, I will love you tonight. Ha ha ha, while speaking, his finger gently slid across Li Shuer's cheek. Li Shuer's body trembled and her face turned pale. Her strength was only at the 7th level of the mystic realm. Being controlled by the 9th level Luo Lin, she couldn't resist at all. Li Shuer's face changed in shock. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He clenched his fists, Luo Lin, you're looking for death. I'm looking for death? Ha ha ha, Luo Lin looked up and laughed. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and said playfully, Luo family disciples, listen up. Hitting Luo Tian with a fist will reward you with a demon beast. Slashing with a blade will reward you with 2 demon beasts. Stabbing with a sword will reward you with 3 demon beasts. All participants will receive demon beasts and become core disciples of the Luo family. As soon as his voice fell, the surroundings were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Looking at Luo Tian, they were incomparably excited. They all rushed up and surrounded Luo Tian. Danger lurked everywhere. Luo Lin pointed at Luo Tian and laughed, you don't have people, you don't have strength. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? What do you have to fight with me? Ha ha ha. No matter how strong Berserk was, it was impossible to fight against so many people. Not to mention there was still the 9th level Luo Lin. At this moment, Luo Tian was in a dead end. Rumble, the raging thunder bull crashed into a towering tree. Looking at the surrounding humans, it let out a hysterical roar. The raging thunder bull was like an angry King Kong. It breathed out thick breaths. Its entire body emitted a violent aura. It was incomparably powerful. In front of him was the raging thunder bull, behind him were Luo Lin's disciples. no matter which angle he looked at it from, Luo Tian was definitely going to die. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy in his heart. It was also at this time that a green-eyed tiger rushed in front of him. Luo Tian fiercely punched the demon beast's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing green-eyed tiger. You've gained 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Disciple Stage 7. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. You've obtained a Profound Disciple Stage 7 Cultivation technique as a reward. Light of Confusion. What? The mage's skill, Light of Temptation? F***ck. In an instant, his blood boiled, and Luo Tian went berserk. Note, because of temptation. The word confusion has been blocked out. In order to not cause any reading difficulties, temptation has been changed. Light of confusion has been changed to light of temptation. I hope everyone can understand. This old bull thanks you. Fallen to a dead end, after listening to the system prompt, Luo Tian smiled. Among the hundreds of novels, many were game novels. Among the game novels, novels about hot-blooded legends were his favorite. As a hot-blooded legend from the 80s, it was the supreme classic in his heart. As a former Hall of Fame player, he was familiar with every mage skill. Naturally, he was very clear about the system reward, Enchanting Light. Enchanting Light, a spell that mages can practice at level 13. By casting the spell, you can summon monsters as your own baby. You can summon 5 at a time for 2 hours. During this time, the baby summoned will level up as you kill monsters. The highest level it can reach is level 7, and the color of its name is dark blue. After 2 hours, the baby will betray you and can be summoned repeatedly. The baby summoned by this skill will level up as your level increases. These are the explanations of this skill in hot-blooded legends. Luo Tian never thought that the reward of the 7th rank Mystic Apprentice was actually Enchanting Light. He originally thought that he would not be able to escape death under the heavy siege, but now, he smiled. While smiling, he quickly opened the system to check. Skill, Enchanting Light Grade, 2nd rank Proficiency, 01000 Consumption, 20 Profound Chi Cooldown Time, 10 seconds Skill Description. This skill can summon 5 monsters at the same time as your baby. The stronger the monster, the lower the success rate. Level 0 success rate 10%, for monsters of the same level as the player, the success rate of cross-level summoning is reduced. Level 1 success rate 15%, Level 2 20%, Level 3 25%. Level 10 Perfection success rate 75%. Description 2, the summoned baby lasts for 2 hours. After 2 hours, it will automatically betray you and cannot be summoned repeatedly. Description 3, when the skill fails, the monster cannot be frozen. Note, any monster in hot-blooded legends can use Enchanting Light. After using it, the monster's name will turn yellow. Yellow is the petrification stage. It will not take the initiative to attack. The duration is very short. Damn. Can't be summoned repeatedly and can't be frozen. Did the system modify these 2 points? Luo Tian complained in his heart. But, the summoned baby in the legend game has a level limit. There is no limit here. It is just a matter of success rate. That is to say, no matter what monster, as long as the character is good, even a level 10 perfection monster can be summoned. Luo Tian's whole body boiled. Character, everything is about character. More than 20 years. As a man, his character should be pretty good, right? He narrowed his eyes at the sight of the raging lightning bolt charging toward him like a giant tank, and said with an excited smile, "If it can become my baby." A bright light flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. He was secretly excited. At the same time, Luo Lin restrainedly swore with one hand and pointed at Luo Tian with the other. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill him." With a huge reward, one would not be a brave man, but cannon fodder who did not care about their lives. As long as one participated, they would be able to become a core disciple of the Luo clan. Who wouldn't want to participate, even in the face of the rank 4 demonic beast, the raging thunder bull? No one retreated half a step. All of them charged towards Luo Tian without any regard for their lives. Oh no. In the dark, Song Yanqun's heart sank. She could not help but frown as she recalled what her elder brother Song Yannan had told her. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "Kid, I hope I didn't misjudge you." Immediately, Song Yanqun let out a few crazy laughs. Her cultivation of the rank 3 Xian master exploded. Lightning flashed as she landed beside Luo Tian. She looked at Luo Lin, who was not far away, and laughed. "Yo, the Luo family's disciples are killing each other." "Song Yanqun?" Luo Lin's eyes flashed with surprise as he lightly said, "Elder Song, what are you doing here?" Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. His body slightly moved as he carefully raised his guard. He did not recognize Song Yanqun, nor did he know the purpose of this trip. It was better to be careful in everything. Luo Tian knew one thing: to be careful is to be safe. Song Yanqun looked at Luo Tian with a faint smile and said, "Kid, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." "Protect me? You want to protect him?" Luo Tian and Luo Lin said at almost the same time. "That's right. I want to protect this kid." "What can you do about it?" Song Yanqun grinned. She placed a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and softly said, "Kid, when I make my move, run to the west. I'll hold them back for you." "Senior, I appreciate your good intentions, but I won't leave." "I can't leave," Luo Tian bluntly said. "Elder Song, this is our Luo family's matter. It's best if you don't interfere. Don't offend the entire Luo family because of a piece of trash. You should know the consequences very well." Luo Lin's eyes narrowed. The corner of his mouth revealed a proud expression. He suddenly grabbed Li Shuer's hair and fiercely pulled. "Ah!" Li Shuer screamed. Luo Lin turned to stare at Luo Tian and coldly laughed, "You can leave. As soon as you leave, I'll immediately tear her clothes apart. This woman is a virgin. Her entire body is snow white. She's a rare beauty. I'll let every disciple of the Luo family taste her." Ha ha ha, he couldn't let Luo Tian escape. He wanted to kill Luo Tian. He couldn't wait a second longer. Li Shuer's body trembled. Her face was pale. She loudly said, "Brother Luo Tian, don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. I'll be fine." "Bitch, shut up." Luo Lin pulled Li Shuer's hair and fiercely exerted force. Li Shuer almost fell to the ground. Even so, Li Shuer continued to shout, "Brother Luo Tian, hurry up and run. Don't worry about me. You dare to touch the young master's woman. I'll fight you to the death." Feng Lei angrily roared. He suddenly stood up. Like a Vajra, he rushed forward with murderous intent. "Humph. A servant of the Luo clan dares to be impudent in front of me. You're courting death." Luo Lin's eyes narrowed. Pung. Feng Lei was directly sent flying by Luo Lin's palm. He fell 5 to 6 meters away and heavily hit the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of a 9th-stage mystic disciple was extremely strong. Feng Lei was not his opponent at all. Without waiting for Feng Lei to get up, several disciples of the Luo clan rushed forward. A wave of punches and kicks pressed him to the ground. Feng Lei's face was pressed into the mud. He constantly struggled. His 2 eyes were almost spitting out flames. "Boss, hurry up and run." Feng Lei's heart was ruthless. He gritted his teeth and roared again and again in his heart, why can't I cultivate? Why can't I protect the young master? Why, rumble." A strange power surged out of his body. This power slowly rose from the depths of his dantian. On the back of his head, a bloody and ferocious pattern appeared. Song Yanqun frowned and said, "Luo Tian, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hurry up and leave before it's too late." The raging thunder bull was about to arrive. If they didn't leave now, Song Yanqun wouldn't have the ability to protect him. Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Li Shuer and Feng Lei, his heart was filled with killing intent. His body was motionless as he stared at the raging thunder bull. His fists were tightly clenched. "Run. Young master, hurry up and run. Brother Luo Tian, hurry up and run." Ha ha ha, this trash must have been scared silly by young master Luo Lin. Look at his stupid appearance. How can he be the young master of the Luo clan? What a joke. Trash, hurry up and die. All kinds of insults and taunts. Luo Tian's heart suddenly calmed down. It was so quiet that it was as if he didn't hear anything. Suddenly. Berserk! Luo Tian bellowed, his speed increased to the limit, and he rushed out with all his might. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Luo Tian was going to fight like a cornered beast, but after seeing the direction Luo Tian rushed in, they all laughed out loud. This trash actually rushed towards the raging Thunder Bull. He must have committed suicide because he knew that he wouldn't be able to live. Ha ha ha, Song Yanchun was also shocked, and followed without any hesitation. At this moment, Luo Ming's black shadow flashed and landed beside Luo Lin. He was worried that Song Yanchun would attack Luo Lin. At this moment, a black shadow flew out from the forest and laughed crazily, saying, "Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you brat, you're quite tactful. You know how to commit suicide. This raging thunder bull was specially prepared for you." Zhou Hengran landed and laughed complacently as he watched Luo Tian rush towards the raging thunder bull. His goal was to kill Luo Tian. Once Luo Tian died, the Luo clan would be in chaos. His goal this time would be achieved. The 3 hidden Xian teacher realm experts had all appeared. Song Yanchun's heart sank, and thought, crap, looks like I won't be able to keep this brat's life. Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran had the same goal, which was to kill Luo Tian. They were both at the 3rd stage of the Xian teacher realm, so it was impossible for Song Yanchun to be a match for the 2 of them. Even he was in danger. If he escaped at this time, no one would be able to catch up to him, but, looking at Luo Tian who was quickly rushing towards the raging thunder bull, his eyes tightened, and he thought to himself, "Brat, what exactly do you want to do?" Enticing light. Suddenly, Luo Tian stepped into the range of the enticing light and instantly used it. At the same time, it revealed the success rate of the summoning, 1%. And it was under the condition of Berserk increasing his attributes by 1-fold, it couldn't be any lower. After using the skill, the raging thunder bull's body was enveloped by a dazzling white light. In less than half a second, the light disappeared. Summoning failed, the raging thunder bull pounced towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian quickly dodged, and once the cooldown time was up, another enticing light was released. Summoning failed. Dodge again, summon again. No one knew what Luo Tian was doing. Song Yanchun was also confused, but the distance between the raging thunder bull and Luo Tian was getting closer and closer, and his life could be in danger at any time. Enticing light, summoning failed. Enticing light. Summoning failed. The raging thunder bull was completely angered by Luo Tian. When it was only 3 steps away from Luo Tian, its long horns flashed with a cold light, and it charged forward with a murderous aura. If he was knocked down, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Young master, be careful. Big brother Luo Tian. Li Shuer closed his eyes in fear. Song Yanchun frowned, he wanted to go up and save her, but it was too late. Facing a stage 4 monster, he was powerless. Luo Lin's face revealed a complacent smile, and said disdainfully, "Damn trash, you should have died long ago." Zhou Hengran smiled faintly, clapped his hands, and muttered, "Mission complete." Luo Tian frowned, there was no way for him to dodge. He held his breath, roared towards the sky, and used the enticing light again. The dazzling white light wrapped around the raging thunder bull, and crackling sounds could be heard. When the raging thunder bull's horns were less than half a meter away from Luo Tian, it suddenly stopped. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully summoning. In that instant, the raging thunder bull was like a chubby little cow as it gently rubbed against Luo Tian's arm, and then rolled around on the spot acting cute. At this moment, Luo Tian turned around, his face as gloomy as it could get. Looking at the people around him, he coldly said word by word, "You, all, will, die." P.S. It seems that the word enticing is not blocked, so I won't change it. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? The raging thunder bull was clearly about to hit Luo Tian. In the next second, Luo Tian would die, but the raging thunder bull suddenly stopped and continued to act cute beside Luo Tian like a dog trying to please its owner. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Or did the Raging Thunder Bull go crazy? They couldn't see the words on the Raging Thunder Bull's body. If they could, they would understand everything. Raging Thunder Bull, Luo Tian, this was the name displayed by the Raging Thunder Bull. Without a doubt, it was now Luo Tian's baby, a super pet that would do whatever Luo Tian told it to do. This was the power of the light of enticement. It could summon a demon beast as one's own beast. Luo Tian's mind moved and the Raging Thunder Bull suddenly stood up. Its body exploded with the dense evil aura of a primordial beast. Within the evil aura was a violent killing intent. It was incomparably valiant. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the crowd and said domineeringly, "If you don't want to die, then hurry up and run." This was a charity. Luo Tian's charity to the Luo clan. He didn't want to kill them all, but, as soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, many of the Luo clan disciples showed a look of disdain. Many people slowly came up and mocked, "Luo Tian, you're about to die and yet you're still so stubborn. Why don't you look at the current situation? If I were you, I would stab myself. If he commits suicide, what will we do?" Young Master Luo Lin said that every punch and slash will be rewarded with a demon beast. If he dies, he will die in our hands. That's right, suicide is too easy for him. Even if he commits suicide, I will still stab him a few times. Don't think that suicide will be fine. Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He had already expected this result. He laughed softly and said, "A group of reckless people. Since you want to die, I can only help you." Luo Lin smiled proudly and shouted, "Do it. Luo Tian Gij, run. Young master, run. Bitch, shut up." Luo Lin pulled Li Shuer's hair again and cursed. Feng Lei had just raised his head and let out a cry when he was heavily pressed into the mud by 4 or 5 people. His face was covered with mud, and the bloody red light on the back of his head became even more ferocious. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. Looking at Li Shuer and Feng Lei, the anger in his heart exploded again. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Song Yanchun didn't know why the Raging Lightning Bull had become like this, but with so many Luo family disciples, as well as Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran, 2 Xian adept experts, they were no match for them. Song Yanchun looked at Luo Tian but didn't say anything. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Elder Song, please step aside. It's time for my performance." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian took a step forward, followed by the Raging Sky Thunder Bull. Boom! A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. "Die, trash." The 2 Luo family disciples leaped up and flew up. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he laughed softly, "Kill them." The idea gave the order, and the Raging Lightning Bull stared at them. Without waiting for the 2 of them to get close, Luo Tian suddenly stood up, and swept his front hooves in the air a few times. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strong gusts of wind spun out. Puff, puff. The 2 Luo family disciples' bodies were cut in half by the strong wind, and at this moment, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. The Raging Lightning Bull was completely under Luo Tian's command. What kind of cultivation technique was this? For a moment, the crowd panicked, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. No matter how strong they were not a match for the Raging Lightning Bull. Luo Lin's face darkened, and suddenly shouted, "Don't attack the Raging Lightning Bull, attack Luo Tian with all your might. He is only one person, once he dies, the Raging Lightning Bull will be useless." It was as if he had seen through the Raging Lightning Bull. Indeed. Luo Lin was right, once Luo Tian died, the Raging Lightning Bull would immediately die. Luo Lin did not see through this, but he was just guessing. At this time, if they did not stabilize the situation, there would definitely be internal strife. Luo Lin needed these cannon fodder to exhaust Luo Tian. As soon as Luo Lin's voice fell, some of the disciples in the crowd immediately fanned the flames. Young Master Luo Lin is right, we will attack this trash Luo Tian with all our might. Once he dies, the Raging Lightning Bull will be finished. As long as you can hit Luo Tian with a punch, you can become a core disciple. What are you waiting for? Kill him. At this time, thinking of becoming a core disciple, they were not afraid of death and rushed forward. Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he shouted, "Since you all want to die, then go to hell for me." Raging lightning bull, kill him for me. Moo, 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 moo. The raging lightning bull raised its head and roared, its nose spewing out fire like breath. With a push of its hind legs, its body pressed down like a mountain, and a powerful pressure spread out, covering a radius of 10 meters. Some of the nearby third-level Profound Realm disciples had their minds crushed, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying. Even so, they still rushed forward without a care for their lives. Each of them had a ferocious look, as if they wanted to eat someone. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "A suicide squad?" Looking at the dozens of people rushing forward, Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and revealed a look of fear. "I'm so scared. Luo Tian, today you will die. Even if you don't want to die, you will die." Luo Lin said arrogantly. "Fuck. Master Luo Lin, please let me go. I'm really scared. I'm going to die from fright." Luo Tian stood motionless, but the raging lightning bull was extremely irritable. Luo Tian controlled it to look at the dozens of people rushing forward and smiled coldly. "That's enough. Ha ha ha, do you see, Luo Tian, this trash is scared. Sister Schwerer, do you see, this is the Luo Tian Gij in your eyes, he is a trash." Luo Lin said with a sinister smile. Li Schwerer's eyes were filled with tears, but she still shouted, "Luo Tian Gij, hurry up and leave." Her voice was hoarse, which made people feel sorry for her. Luo Lin was in high spirits, his face was filled with cold arrogance. He pointed at Luo Tian and scolded, "I can spare your life, but kneel down and kowtow 3 times, call me grandfather 3 times, I might really let you go if I'm happy, ha ha ha." Luo Ming stared at Luo Tian and said softly, "Young master, be careful." Luo Tian gave him a very bad feeling, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Especially his nonchalant eyes, he looked very calm, without a trace of fear. "Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, this trash must have been killed by me. I'm coming too. Go to hell." The crowd attacked. Many of the Luo family disciples' faces were red, their eyes were filled with excitement, their hearts were filled with excitement. To them, Luo Tian's death meant that they could become a Luo family disciple. At the same time, Luo Lin grabbed Li Schwerer's hair and lifted it up, laughing sinisterly. "Little sister Schwerer, I'll let you see how this trash Luo Tian dies, ha ha ha." "No, no." Li Schwerer shook her head, tears streaking down her face. Her heart was filled with worry. She turned her head and anxiously said, "Luo Lin, didn't you always want to get my body? Let go of big brother Luo Tian, I'll agree to your request." For Luo Tian, she was willing to give up everything, including her own body. Too stupid. So stupid that it made one's heart ache. Luo Lin looked up to the sky and laughed. Looking at Li Schwerer's exquisite face, he said, "Little sister Schwerer, no matter if he dies or not, your body is mine. Tonight I will let you feel good to the heavens, ha ha ha." Luo Tian's heart sank, the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably strong, both of his fists heavily shouted, "Heaven Raging Thunder Bull." Moo, the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull roared towards the sky in response, and the pressure increased once again. Luo Tian took a step forward, flew to the back of the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull, and roared, 10,000 lightning strike, kill for me." The clouds surged, the sky changed color, and the surrounding atmosphere became extremely oppressive. In a few breaths of time, a huge minefield appeared in the sky above the forest. Dark clouds surged, lightning and thunder continuously wreaked havoc in the clouds, as if it was the end of the world. Suddenly, the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull spat out a breath of lightning, and with a heavy step of its front foot, a powerful force rushed into the clouds. Following that, the 9 heavens shook, and an unparalleled power exploded, causing all the beasts to crawl on the ground, letting out low roars of fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts shot out at the same time, and the disciples of the Luo family who were rushing forward were instantly struck by the lightning, turning into fine powder. Blood splattered everywhere, pouring down like a torrential rain. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. However, in Luo Tian's mind, a series of system beeps sounded like 10,000 firecrackers, deafening his ears. Ding, 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 this kind of feeling was quite amazing. In an instant, after dying, his experience soared. Luo Tian did not even look at it, he extended his right hand, pointed at Luo Lin who was not far away, and shouted, "You're next." A large group of Luo family disciples died from the 10,000 thunderbolts, and were blasted into smithereens by the incomparably thick lightning. Blood mist scattered everywhere, and the surroundings were like a gloomy and bloody hell, penetrating one's mind. 10,000 thunderbolts was the ultimate profound of the heaven-raging thunder bull, and it was extremely powerful. The only thing that could release such a terrifying power was a demon beast that had cultivated a demon core. Without a doubt, the heaven-raging thunder bull had a thunder-type demon core in its body. Luo Tian sat on the bull's back, the corner of his mouth hooked up, with a sinister smile, his eyes staring at Luo Lin without blinking, his eyes filled with ridicule. Luo Lin was scared silly. Dozens of Luo family disciples were instantly killed. Even a great Xian master, or even a profound spirit realm ranker, would not be able to do it. It could be seen how terrifying the heaven-raging thunder bull was. What scared him the most was that this incomparably powerful heaven-raging thunder bull was completely under Luo Tian's control. Looking at Luo Tian's ridiculing eyes, fear rose in his heart. The fear continued to climb, and in the end, it occupied his entire mind. His body could not help but secretly tremble. He was afraid. Extremely afraid. His face was pale and his body could not help but tremble. Not only him, even Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran were extremely afraid. They had never seen such a scene before, it was too terrifying. However, at the same time, a thought arose in their minds: Luo Tian could not be left alive, his ability to control Stage 4 monster was too terrifying. Once he brought a Stage 4 monster back to Jade Mountain City, who could match him? The Luo family would quickly rise because of his ability, and it would be easy for them to unify Jade Mountain City. He could not be allowed to live. If he lived, it would be a nightmare for the Zhou family. Zhou Hengran's thoughts flew as his gaze locked onto Luo Tian, his entire body releasing a dense killing intent. Luo Ming was the same, his body releasing killing intent. He must not be allowed to return alive. If he was alive, Luo Tian would not have the slightest bit of hope. No one in the entire Luo family would have the qualifications to compete with him for the position of patriarch, so Luo Tian had to die. Song Yanchun, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. Her heart was in a mess. Strong. Too damn strong. Looks like Big Brother was right. This kid is not simple. Big boss is mighty, big boss is domineering, ha ha ha. Feng Lei's face was close to the ground as he looked at Luo Tian on the back of the cow in the distance and laughed out loud. Li Shuer's eyes flashed. She was extremely excited. She thought to herself, Big Brother Luo Tian will always be the best. Rolling. Luo Tian frowned and coldly shouted, "Get the hell out here for me." At the same time, the raging thunder bull took 2 heavy steps forward. Boom. Boom, the earth shook, the ground shook, the trees shook, and the leaves fell. The scene was extremely shocking. Rolling swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't dare to look straight into Luo Tian's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Tian, what do you want to do?" Luo Tian smiled playfully and said, "Brother doesn't want to do anything. The only thing I want to do is take your dog life." Rolling's mind trembled. He looked up at Luo Tian on the back of the raging thunder bull and suddenly realized how small he was. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted not killing him when there were so many opportunities. He hated, extremely hated. At this time, Luo Ming stepped forward with a cold expression. He looked at Zhou Hengran and said coldly, "Elder Zhou, you and I have the same goal. Why don't we work together?" Zhou Hengran smiled and walked forward. "Brother Luo's suggestion is exactly what I want. This traitor Luo Tian ignored your Luo clan's rules and killed a fellow disciple. His crime is punishable by death. Even an outsider like me can't stand it. How can we let him continue to be arrogant?" More than half of the Luo clan's disciples were dead or injured. Zhou Hengran's mission this time was not perfect, but if Luo Tian died, then it would be perfect. Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran working together, with 3 Xian master experts working together, one person could stop the raging thunder bull while the other could quickly kill Luo Tian. Rolling laughed loudly. His proud and arrogant expression recovered as he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Dog, you want to kill me? In your dreams. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You're still too inexperienced to play with me." Rolling proudly said. With 2 Xian master experts working together, he had nothing to be afraid of. Lowering his head to look at Li Shuer, Luo Lin laughed sinisterly. Do you think your Luo Tian brother can make a comeback? Stop dreaming, trash will always be trash. Fighting with me, Luo Lin, will only result in death, ha ha ha. In an instant, Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Luo Tian. Brother Luo, you stall the raging thunder bull. I'll go kill this traitor Luo Tian. It can be considered a big gift for me to the Luo clan. Zhou Hengran said with a grin. Luo Ming said indifferently, as you wish. Oh. So lively, if I, Song Yanchun, don't participate in such a lively scene, wouldn't I be letting myself down? Song Yanchun's figure moved and landed beside the raging thunder bull. With a faint smile on his face, he gave a thumbs up to Luo Tian who was on the bull's back and said, Brat, you're decisive. Very awesome, I like it. The moment Song Yanchun appeared, Luo Ming and Zhou Hengran's expressions changed slightly. The two of them looked at each other, then Zhou Hengran took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Elder Song, this is a family matter of the Luo clan, it's not good for an outsider like you to interfere, right? Song Yanchun became cautious and said with a smile, it seems that Elder Zhou is also an outsider, right? Huh? Zhou Hengran was at a loss for words for a moment, then laughed, it's Brother Luo who wants me to help him, I'm just helping others. Helping others? I'm afraid you want to cut off the roots of the Luo clan. Wasn't this raging thunder bull led by you, Zhou Hengran, into the Luo clan's hunting grounds? Song Yanchun said in disdain. Zhou Hengran's gaze tightened, and he shouted, Elder Song, you have to speak with evidence, the relationship between the Zhou clan and the Luo clan has always been very good, how could I do such a thing to harm the Luo clan? While they were talking, Luo Ming was already a few meters away from the raging thunder bull. Zhou Hengran frowned slightly, and suddenly shouted, Brother Luo, do it. A trace of light flashed past Luo Ming's cold eyes, and his killing intent increased explosively. In a flash, his sword struck out, and he shouted in a deep voice, condensing frost sword technique. When the long sword came out, the chill spread out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Luo Tian, be careful. Song Yanchun cried out in alarm. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he laughed, you want to sneak attack me with this kind of acting? He had seen through it from the very beginning. The moment Luo Ming moved, Luo Tian also moved. However, Luo Ming's figure turned, and his sword suddenly pierced towards Song Yanchun, laughing sinisterly, die. Song Yanchun's face was secretly shocked, both of his fists heavily sunk, and a burst of true spirit qi exploded out from his body. Heh, Zhou Hengran laughed sinisterly. The moment Luo Ming made his move, he also made his move. His target was Luo Tian, the cooperation between the two was extremely sharp, catching people off guard. However, this kind of little trick was too easy for the transmigrator Luo Tian. Sneak attack me, you're thinking too much. Raging Thunder Bull. Luo Tian shouted. Mu the heaven raging thunder bull roared and breathed out smoke from its nostrils. Its huge body suddenly stood up with its hind legs. The visual impact was extremely strong, Zhou Hengran lost sight of Luo Tian, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Facing the raging thunder bull's sudden rage, he was slightly flustered. After all, it was a rank 4 demonic beasts, and he was no match for it. He turned around and wanted to jump away. Luo Tian stood on the back of the bull and charged forward, quickly rushing to the bull's head. When Zhou Hengran jumped away in panic, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, berserk. Wang, a loud sound came from his body, and the power of double attributes exploded out. Looking down from above, his fists were like warhammers as he heavily smashed down on Zhou Hengran's head. He shouted, die. Zhou Hengran never thought that Luo Tian would have the guts to rush up. He was only at the mysterious disciple realm, how could he dare to leave the raging thunder bull and send himself to death, unless he was a madman? Luo Tian was a madman who did not care about his life. He was definitely not a match for Zhou Hengran in a head-on battle, and even if he used the raging thunder bull, he did not have much of a chance of winning. After all, the raging thunder bull was too slow. If he wanted to kill Zhou Hengran, he had to sneak attack, his fists were like hammers as the profound qi surged. He heavily slashed down, causing a powerful gust of wind to howl past. Zhou Hengran's face was filled with shock, his eyes were wide open as he shouted, "A mere mysterious disciple dares to stand in front of me," before he could finish his words. Luo Tian's fists chopped down. Rumble, it directly struck Zhou Hengren's chest, causing his chest to almost split open. He was incomparably shocked. As he roared, "Bastard, watch how I," before he could finish, Luo Tian punched Zhou Hengren's face again. Pfft, 2 teeth flew out. Zhou Hengren's anger erupted as he scolded again, "Brat, it seems like you're tired of living." Before he could finish, another fist came smashing down. "Say your mother's name, I'll punch you every time you call me. Son of a bitch, aren't you awesome? Show me how awesome you are." A fist that was sitting on Zhou Hengren's body was like a bullet from a machine gun. Bang, 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 each punch was heavier than the last, and all of them smashed onto Zhou Hengren's face. In less than a few seconds, Zhou Hengren's head was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes were blurry, and the sky was filled with stars. While he was sick, take his life, Luo Tian was well aware of this point. Once Zhou Hengren had a chance to breathe, the one who would die would definitely be him. Thus, his fists did not stop until his head was broken. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zhou Hengren. The reward is 1000 experience, 100 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 Imperial Spirit Pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Qingyun Sword. Undefeated value +1. Zhou Hengren was an elite-level monster, so naturally, he would have a small drop. Originally, this was the happiest moment for Luo Tian, but in the blink of an eye, he saw that Song Yanchun was in danger. He did not care about what Zhou Hengren had dropped, and his mind controlled the Raging Thunder Bull, Mu. The Raging Thunder Bull suddenly launched an attack and crashed into Luo Ming's body. Luo Ming's body was sent flying. Luo Tian, who was already in position, let out a sinister laugh. He unleashed his berserk skill again, and 2 punches rained down heavily on Luo Ming. Luo Ming was beaten to the point of shitting himself. He only stopped when he heard the system's notification sound. Luo Tian's fists dripped with blood. He stepped on Luo Ming's head, tidied up his hair, and suddenly roared, "F***ck, I just want to ask, who else is there?" The aura on his body and the look in his eyes were so arrogant and domineering that it was a complete mess. Li Shuer's heart was drunk. Then Luo Tian's gaze turned, and when he saw Luo Lin, who had already peed in fear, he slapped his thigh and said, "Your sister, I almost forgot about you." Luo Ming and Zhou Hengren were both killed by Luo Tian's random punches. This kind of result was hard to accept. What kind of King mystic cultivator was she? She had utterly embarrassed herself. Was it Luo Tian who was strong? In terms of cultivation, Luo Tian had no chance of winning even if he killed any one of them. He could only be abused. But, he was good at seizing opportunities. Zhou Hengren died because of carelessness. He didn't expect Luo Tian to sneak attack him. So he died, and died miserably. His head was smashed into mush. Luo Ming died because he underestimated the enemy. The Raging Sky Lightning Bull's sudden attack caught him off guard. The moment he was sent flying, Luo Tian arrived, and without giving him a chance to catch his breath, he was hit until he was dizzy, and then, there was no more then. There was a saying, random punches can kill an old master, their deaths were like this. If they were to fight head-on, Luo Tian was definitely not their opponent. With the death of 2 Xian master experts, Luo Lin panicked. Looking at Zhou Hengren and Luo Ming being beaten to death by Luo Tian, he was so scared that he peed his pants. His body trembled, his lips turned white, and his eyes were filled with fear. There was no longer any arrogance or complacency. There were still many Luo family disciples who were alive, their legs turned to jelly as they fled in panic. Luo Tian was too lazy to chase them. He didn't want to become a homicidal maniac. Moreover, they were Luo family disciples, so he didn't want to kill them all. He only had one target, Luo Lin. Don't go, why are you running? Luo Xing, come back, don't you want to become a core disciple? Everyone come back, why are you running? Luo Lin shouted, but no one paid attention to him. Luo Lin's heart turned cold as he cursed, "You bunch of dogs, remember this, when I return to the Luo family, I'll teach you a lesson." Many people's faces darkened. Luo Lin's father was the acting patriarch of the Luo family. Once he returned to the Luo family, they wouldn't have a good life. For a moment, many people stopped running. Luo Tian coldly smiled and lightly said, "If Luo Lin doesn't die, you will still be killed by him when you return to the Luo clan." But what if he dies? The Ghost Prison mountain range is a place where demonic beasts run amok. Anyone can lose their life to demonic beasts. Don't you think so? While speaking, Luo Tian had a playful smile on his face. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned ferocious as they looked at Luo Lin. Luo Tian's mind shook, and he immediately said, "My father is the Luo family's patriarch. As long as you kill Luo Tian for me, not only will you become a core disciple of the Luo family, everyone will be rewarded according to their contributions. You will even be able to become an elder of the Luo family in the near future." Everyone was hesitant. Luo Tian smiled and controlled the raging thunderbolt with his mind. The raging thunderbolt roared to the sky, waking everyone up. "Do you think it's easier to kill me or him? Young Master Luo Tian is right. Once Luo Lin returns to the Luo family, we won't have a good ending. Brothers, a vile person like Luo Lin cannot be allowed to live in this world. Kill him. Kill him." The raging thunderbolt's 10,000 thunderbolts were extremely powerful. They were scared to death. How would they dare to send themselves to death? Compared to Luo Tian, killing Luo Lin was easier. Everyone surrounded Luo Lin and stared at him with murderous eyes. It was the same scene as before, but this time it was Luo Lin. Luo Tian smiled coldly and stared at Luo Tian. "You want to play with me? You're still too inexperienced." Luo Lin held on to Li Shuer with one hand and slowly retreated. Seeing the encirclement getting smaller and smaller, he anxiously scolded, "Luo Tian, you trash. What kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Luo Tian smiled proudly, "I didn't say I was a hero. One-on-one. Is your brain filled with shit? Ha ha ha, Sister Shuer, do you see? This is your Luo Tian Gage. He's a trash, a coward." Luo Lin laughed wildly and scolded. Then, he moved his eyes and pushed Li Shuer in front of him. He grabbed her neck and shouted, "Luo Tian, make them back away or I'll strangle her." Li Shuer was his last trump card. Using too much strength, Li Shuer's face turned red. She shouted in pain, "Luo Tian Gage, don't worry about me. Don't let him go. Don't let him go back to the Luo clan, or else." "Bitch, shut up." Luo Lin used more strength and shouted. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. The reason why he didn't make a move against Luo Lin was because he was afraid of hurting Li Shuer. Seeing Li Shuer in pain, he was extremely unhappy. However, he remained calm and said, "Luo Lin, what do you want? Make them back away first." Luo Lin shouted. Luo Tian exhaled and said, "Brothers, everyone back away first. We can't back away. We can't let him go back to Jade Mountain City. Yes, we can't let him go back. If he goes back, we won't have a good life. Whether this woman dies or not has nothing to do with us. Everyone, attack together. No matter how strong Luo Lin is, he won't be a match." That's right. No one retreated. Instead, they took a step forward. Their faces became even more ferocious. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. They definitely wouldn't let Luo Lin return to the Luo clan alive. Once he did, they would die without a doubt. Luo Lin's heart became even more anxious. He shouted, "Luo Tian, if you don't make them back away, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mother asterisk cur." Luo Tian was very unhappy. This feeling of being controlled by someone made him very angry. The raging thunder bull heavily stomped on the ground. Boom. Luo Tian also walked forward and shouted, "Luo Lin, I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, you'll die miserably." Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, the angrier you are, the more it means you care about her. Luo Lin excitedly said, "Right now, I order you to kill all of these traitors of the Luo clan. Don't leave a single one alive. If you don't kill them, then I'll kill her." Ha ha ha. Fuck. Luo Tian's anger couldn't be suppressed. He clenched his fists and looked at Li Shuer's red face. His heart was itching with hatred. He wasn't sure, even with his 7th level Mystic Realm strength, he couldn't kill Luo Lin in an instant. Moreover, Luo Lin was blocking Li Shuer in front of him. If he made a mistake and hurt Li Shuer, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If he had half a second more, just half a second, he would definitely let Luo Lin die without a burial ground. Strength, this was his Motherf * curse strength. He was still too weak. He couldn't even protect his own woman. What the hell was this? Luo Tian roared in his heart. Looking at Luo Lin's proud face, he was extremely unhappy. At this moment, Feng Lei, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. His entire body was covered in a bloody red light. His eyes turned blood red and an ancient beast appeared on top of his bald head. The beast held a hammer in one hand and a huge nail in the other. It looked extremely ferocious. The feeling Feng Lei gave people was too terrifying. His entire person seemed to have crawled out of a pool of blood in hell. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the raging thunder bull beside him was scared to the point of lying on the ground and constantly letting out low roars of fear. Everyone was even more shocked. They were so scared that their legs went soft. "Boss," Feng Lei roared, his entire body erupting with a thick bloody light. His fists suddenly moved, as if he was holding something and heavily smashed it. Rumble, out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning struck out. Clang! With a loud sound, Luo Lin was immediately stunned. His eyes were dizzy and he kept shaking his head. It was also at this moment Luo Tian shouted heavily, "Berserk!" Wang, then, his body burst out. When he was still a step away from Luo Tian, his fists sank and he roared, "Thunder Tiger Rush!" Both fists shot out like cannonballs. Luo Tian was directly sent flying and crashed into a big tree. With a ping sound, his chest caved in, black blood spurted out, and his fists twitched a few times before he died. A pleasant prompt sounded in his mind. Luo Tian's heart became excited, and he secretly said, "Explode." What was the most exciting part of playing a game? Without a doubt, it was the drop of equipment. Luo Lin was considered a small boss, so he should be able to drop something. This made Luo Tian secretly excited as he quietly listened to the system beep. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Luo Lin. The reward is 600 experience points, 60 mysterious chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a mysterious stone. Do you wish to consume it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 2 mysterious gathering pills. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 3 healing pills. Invincibility +1. The series of beeps made Luo Tian extremely excited. When he heard the 2 words mysterious stone, he was overjoyed and immediately opened the system to check. Item, mysterious stone grade, 3rd grade mysterious stone mysterious chi, 1500020000. Description, after consuming it, recover 100 mysterious chi points every second. What the hell, 15,000 mysterious chi points, isn't this too great? Luo Tian's heart was extremely excited. Mysterious chi was extremely important to any martial artist. Cultivation, breaking through, releasing techniques, refining equipment, refining pills, engraving formations, all of these required mysterious chi. In layman's terms, mysterious chi was equivalent to the blue potion in the game world. No one could live without it. What did 15,000 mysterious chi points mean? It could release 50 divine ability berserk. These 50 times of power could beat the shit out of a mysterious cultivator. Good stuff, good stuff. I didn't think Luo Lin would actually drop such a good thing. Luo Tian muttered to himself. His eyebrows wrinkled as he thought of the reward Luo Jianshan spoke of. The corner of his mouth curled up as he coldly said, "Old thing, I didn't think you would give the reward to your son first." No wonder Luo Lin broke through to the 9th stage of the mysterious realm. So it was you who did this. This move of yours is very leisurely. Wait until I return, I want to see how leisurely you can be. Boss is mighty. Feng Lei said loudly. His blood-red eyes were filled with excitement. He couldn't explain what he did just now. He only felt a force come out from his dantian. With a punch of his 2 fists, that force rushed out and directly stunned Luo Lin. It was very powerful, very strange, and incomprehensible. A skill with a stun effect? Luo Tian couldn't understand why Feng Lei would suddenly use this move, but he didn't think too much about it. From the first time he saw Feng Lei, he felt that he wasn't simple. Could an infant survive for a few days in the ghost prison mountain range where demonic beasts run rampant? Feng Lei definitely had a mysterious background. His entire body was blood red, and the ancient blood beast that appeared on his bald head was probably related to the blood essence of the demonic beasts that he had consumed these days. Feng Lei's sudden change shocked the surrounding disciples of the Luo family. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they viewed Feng Lei as an ominous person. Luo Tian didn't care. Feng Lei was his brother. No matter what happened, he would always be his brother. Luo Tian turned around and smiled at Feng Lei. Fatty Lei, you're awesome, haha. It was also at this moment Li Shuer's tense nerves relaxed. She looked at Luo Tian and smiled faintly, revealing a small dimple on her face. It was very beautiful. This smile almost hooked Luo Tian's soul out. He couldn't help but exclaim, this girl's smile is really deadly. After Li Shuer finished laughing, her eyes slowly closed, and her entire body fell limply towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was stunned. If he didn't move, Li Shuer's small mouth would directly kiss him again. That soft and smooth fragrant lips, that slightly sweet, wow, that feeling was endless. Just thinking about it made people unable to hold back. Luo Tian really wanted to flow again. After a while, he still endured it in the end. He went up to support Rong Ro's body and said nervously, girl. At this time, Song Yanqun rushed up like an arrow. She glanced at Li Shuer and said, don't worry, she just fainted. She'll be fine after some rest. As she said that, she took out a small porcelain bottle and poured out a Xianxia down for Li Shuer to consume. She smiled and said, she'll be fine after a while. Thank you, Elder Song. Luo Tian said gratefully. Song Yanqun laughed, Brother Luo, you're too polite. Then, she handed over the small porcelain bottle and said, there are still a few Xianxia down here. Take it as my gift to Brother Luo. Without waiting for Luo Tian to refuse, she directly stuffed it into Luo Tian's hands. He had seen Luo Tian's ability. He was very shocked. Such a person must not be offended by the Song family. The Luo family would rise because of him. No one could stop it. He now admired Song Yannan's foresight. If it wasn't for his arrangement, the Song family would have missed the chance to interact with Luo Tian. At that time, it would be hard to say what would happen. Brother Luo, I'll take my leave first. When you return to Jade Mountain City, if you have time, you must come visit my Song family. If you have any difficulties, my Song family will do our best to help. If you have any difficulties, Song Yanqun said seriously, especially repeating the words if you have any difficulties. Luo Tian said, of course. Please help me thank the Song family's patriarch. I will remember the Song family's help to me. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. If it wasn't for Song Yanqun's appearance, he might have died. Luo Tian would remember this kindness. Those who treated him well would repay him 10-fold or even 100-fold. Those who treated him badly would repay him 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold. Luo Tian was such a person. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Song Yanqun quickly disappeared into the forest. He couldn't wait to fly back to Jade Mountain City and tell them everything he saw. After Song Yanqun left, the Luo family disciples looked at each other. In the end, their gazes all fell on Luo Tian. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were afraid that Luo Tian would kill them to silence them. After all, they had seen Luo Tian kill Luo Lin in one move with their own eyes. Luo Tian's expression shook. His expression turned serious as he said solemnly, you have all seen my strength. You also know my methods. There are some things that I don't need to explain clearly to you. Fatty Lei, bring me the wooden token filled with demonic beast skulls. Feng Lei handed over the wooden token without any hesitation. Luo Tian poured out all the demonic beast skulls from the wooden token. There was a small mountain of them. He smiled faintly and said, these are my brother Luo Tian's. You can divide these demonic beast skulls among yourselves. From today onwards, you are my, Luo Tian's, direct descendants. What's mine, there's also yours. Everyone's expression became excited. At this point, Luo Tian's tone changed. He said coldly, if you don't want to be my, Luo Tian's, brother, then you can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. However, if you dare to speak of what just happened, then don't blame me for not caring about our relationship as family. Before he finished speaking, his body leaped up and stomped on Luo Lin's head. It exploded and blood splattered all over the ground. Everyone's eyes trembled again. Not long after, a Luo family disciple walked up and picked up a demonic beast skull. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fist towards Luo Tian. Thank you, young master. Then, one by one, they walked up and picked up the demonic beast skull. They all shouted, thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. We will follow young master forever. If we disobey, we will be struck by lightning. They shouted in unison. The scene was a little shocking. Everyone's expression was solemn and serious. From their eyes, Luo Tian could see that they were convinced by him. They would be his capital to rebuild the Luo family. Good. I, Luo Tian, hereby swear that I will definitely let you and the Luo family regain their glory. Luo Tian said passionately. After the demonic beast skull was divided, the crowd quickly dispersed. Luo Tian looked in the direction of Jade Mountain City. The clouds were moving, and he could feel that there was an even more difficult battle waiting for him in Jade Mountain City. The only thing he could do now was to break through, quickly make himself stronger. There was still more than a day before the big hunting match. He had to break through quickly in this one day. In this world, the strong ruled everything. If he didn't want to be bullied, he had to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he control his own fate. The most important thing was that only by becoming stronger could he kill the boss. Thinking about Luo Jianshan's entire body shining with golden light, Luo Tian couldn't hold back his excitement. Luo Jianshan, just you wait. Immediately, Luo Tian carried Li Shuer and jumped onto the back of the raging thunder bull, and shouted, continue to kill. Dang 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 dang, grab the landlord. I'll grab it. I'll grab it. A3, I only have 2 cards left. Li Shuer threw out a 3 and smiled. Then, she looked at Feng Lei and blinked. You're too good at playing cards. Whatever. Luo Tian took out a 10 and looked at the 4 remaining light bombs in his hand. He smiled slyly and said, you want to escape with 2 cards? Girl, just wait to sing for us. Feng Lei smiled foolishly and threw out a 4 too. He scratched his head and said, I'll bomb. Luo Tian was stunned. He glared at the fatty and said, damn, you're ruthless. A 10 and you're already a bomb. Let's see how many bombs you have left. Before Luo Tian could finish his sentence, Li Shuer interrupted with a faint smile, King Bomb. As he spoke, he threw out 2 cards. Luo Tian was completely miserable. All 4 light bombs were closed. What the hell was he doing? Big brother Luo Tian, how many times is a double bomb? Let me calculate. A 1 and a 2 is 2. 2 and a 2 is, how much is it? Fatty, do you know? Li Shuer couldn't figure it out after a long time. She looked at Feng Lei and asked. Feng Lei scratched his bald head and thought for a long time. He said weakly, 3? Pfft, Luo Tian almost vomited the dinner he had last night. People in this world don't even know the multiplication table, F*** K his big tail ah. After getting the answer, Li Shuer smiled and said, yes, 2 and 2 is 3. Big brother Luo Tian, you've lost everything. Now, sing for us. I want to hear the 9 heavens flying immortals. 9 what heavens? What flying immortals? Luo Tian was confused. He had never heard of this song. After thinking for a long time, he said, how about I sing a divine song for you? Divine song? Good, good, good. Li Shuer rested her chin on her hand and looked at Luo Tian with a serious expression. She was quietly waiting for the divine song that Luo Tian would sing. Luo Tian stood on a rock and coughed a few times. After clearing his throat, he opened his mouth and howled, ah. 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 ah, 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 ah. Luo Tian's singing was like a ghost scream, completely out of tune. It was as bad as it could get. Luo Tian himself almost couldn't sing anymore, but Li Shuer and Feng Lei were very fascinated. After listening to it, Li Shuer didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She asked, "It really is a divine song. I didn't understand it at all. I didn't understand a single word. Brother Luo Tian, what is this divine song talking about?" Feng Lei was also confused. He asked, "Boss, what is this divine song about?" "Damn. So you two are so engrossed in it because you want to know what this divine song is about? I thought you were mesmerized by my god of songs." Luo Tian was shocked. He muttered, "Let's play landlord again. If you win, I'll tell you what to sing." After saying that, Feng Lei quickly shuffled the cards. Not far from them, the raging lightning bull's name had turned dark blue. Without a doubt, it had already reached the 7th rank. Against a first-rank demonic beast, a single sneeze was enough to topple it. Behind it, there were 2 second-rank red flame wolves and 2 violent bears. The team of 5 demonic beasts was simply unstoppable. During this time, every 2 hours, Luo Tian would secretly prepare. He would use the light of enticement to firmly control the raging thunderbolt. For this reason, the light of enticement was upgraded by 2 levels. The success rate increased to 20%. With Bao Bao killing monsters, it was fast and easy. It was quite comfortable. Luo Tian was bored. So he used a special kind of tree bark to make a deck of cards to play landlord. Li Shuer and Feng Lei only used a few rounds to find the trick. They even knew how to count cards. Luo Tian, who was known as the king of fighting before transmigrating, had no advantage at all. He kept losing to the point where he didn't have any confidence. When Luo Tian was playing landlord, the prompt in his mind never stopped. He had been thinking about it since last night. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing 6-horned beast for gaining 200 experience, 20 profound chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing long-armed ape for gaining 200 experience, 20 profound chi. The crackling sound never stopped. After a night of non-stop fighting, countless monsters surrounded the ghost prison mountain range. It could be said that blood flowed like a river. This morning, he stepped into the 9th stage of the Mystic Disciple realm. He was only 1 level away from the Mystic Master realm. To be able to break through to the 9th stage of the Mystic Disciple realm in just a few days, this speed made those so-called geniuses have the urge to die. The most frightening thing was that Luo Tian's breakthrough was quite easy. He didn't need to cultivate behind closed doors like them, he just needed to kill monsters, kill people. It was too leisurely, too awesome. However, the first stage of the Mystic Master required 200,000 experience, and the experience of the first stage of the demonic beasts was already insufficient to meet the requirements for leveling up. But Luo Tian had no other choice. If not for this raging thunder bull as a baby, he wouldn't even be able to move an inch around the ghost prison mountain range. It would be impossible for him to enter the heart of the mountain range to hunt higher-level demonic beasts. The 3 of them played landlord happily, and the experience slot quickly increased. When the experience increased to 100,000 experience, the system suddenly sounded out. Ding! Do you want to level up Berserk? Huh? Luo Tian was secretly startled, and thought, level up Berserk? I didn't use Berserk. Logically speaking, I didn't increase my proficiency. How could I level up? Then Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check. If he didn't look, he wouldn't know, but once he did. Luo Tian's eyes widened. Skill, Berserk level, 0 grade, Sacred Art level. Skill description 1, Berserk level 1 increases attributes by 2 times, level 2 increases attributes by 4 times, level 3 increases attributes by 8 times, level 4 increases attributes by 16 times, level 5 increases attributes by 32 times, will produce the power of the profound explosion, can be stacked up to 3 layers. The first layer injures the body, the second layer injures the internal organs, the third layer injures the sea of consciousness. The stacking time is 3 seconds. Level 6, 64 times the attribute, profound explosion power stacked 5 times. Great Perfection Realm, 1024 times the attribute, profound explosion power stacked 10 times, possessing the power to shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. It was different from the Berserk in the novel. It should be an upgraded version, stronger and bigger. The profound explosion stacked on top of the original strength, and from the description of the skill, it seemed that it would extend to a new move. Luo Tian was very excited when he saw this. Seeing this, he couldn't help but tidy up his hair, and then said domineeringly, "Damn it, who else is there?" But when he continued to read, this sentence couldn't come out of his mouth no matter what. Skill description 2, Level 1 requires 100,000 experience, Level 2 requires 500,000 experience, Level 3 requires 1 million experience. Great Perfection Realm requires 1 billion experience. 1 billion experience? Damn you system, do you believe that I can commit suicide in front of you in minutes? Luo Tian was blinded. He didn't pay attention to the proficiency of Berserk. It seemed that this skill didn't have any proficiency, and he could only use experience to level it up, and it was piles and piles of experience. What the hell was this? Level up to the Great Perfection Realm required 1 billion experience. This, Luo Tian looked up to the sky and sighed. In his heart, 10,000 alpacas roared towards the system's sister. Although he was unhappy, he still had to face reality. He couldn't lie on the ground and use the giant thing under his crotch to poke a small hole in the ground, so that he could find a sense of balance in his heart. If he didn't manage to poke a hole and damaged his little brother, then he wouldn't be able to do it in the future. No. Luo Tian thought for a moment and made his choice. Right now, the level was more important. The early levels were very important. The difference in strength was huge. Although Berserk could increase attributes, it was only a temporary increase. Moreover, it would consume a large amount of profound qi. Not long after, Feng Lei looked up at the sky and said, "Boss, it's almost time for the big hunting match to end. Should we go out?" Luo Tian came back to his senses and said, "It's about time. Follow me." After saying that, Luo Tian did not walk towards the exit, but walked towards the raging thunder bull not far away. A Class 4 monster couldn't be let go just like that. What if some sacred art or artifact were to drop? Luo Tian had been drooling over the raging thunder bull's 10,000 thunderbolts for a long time. 2 hours were almost up, and the raging thunder bull was about to betray him. The babies that were summoned by the light of enticement could be used for 2 hours. Once the time was up, they would automatically defect and would not be under Luo Tian's control at all. During this period of time, they would level up by constantly killing demon beasts, and as their level increased, their strength would become stronger and stronger. The strength of the 7th level Heaven Raging Thunder Bull was even stronger than that of the 5th step demon beasts. From yesterday until now, Luo Tian had firmly controlled it. In one day, he had risen 2 levels, and could be said to be a super fighter. If not for returning to Jade Mountain City, Luo Tian really did not want to kill it. The 3 of them came to the side of the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull. Luo Tian opened the system to check the time of the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull's betrayal, and said, "Little girl, Fatty Lei, attack the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull together later, I tell you to stop." "Yes." "Hit it? Do you want to kill it?" "Boss, I'm good at this. Wait and see how I perform." Feng Lei swallowed his saliva, looking at the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull as if he was looking at a naked woman, revealing an expression of unbearable thirst, causing people to think that this guy might have a very special hobby, right? Human beast, this, it wasn't an ordinary strength. When Feng Lei first saw the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull, he had this expression. Luo Tian knew exactly what Feng Lei wanted, and grinned, "Fatty Lei, have you been thirsty for a long time?" "Huh?" Feng Lei scratched his head and laughed foolishly, saying, "I can't hide anything from boss, I don't know why, but when I saw the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull, I had a strong impulse in my body, this impulse almost made me go berserk, I couldn't wait to suck all of its blood essence." This was a primitive impulse. It was somewhat out of Feng Lei's control, and that desire was extremely strong. Feng Lei's cultivation method was a bit special. After a few days of contact, Luo Tian had already somewhat understood his cultivation method. By absorbing the blood essence of demon beasts, refining the profound chi from the blood essence of demon beasts, he could quickly break through. This was also the reason why he liked to devour the blood essence of demon beasts and eat raw meat. This kind of cultivation method was basically the same as the cultivation method of demon beasts. Luo Tian couldn't help but think, could it be that Feng Lei was a demon beast? A humanoid demonic beast, F*ck, only 10th rank perfection stage demonic beasts could transform into human form. This kind of demonic beast was comparable to a profound Emperor realm expert and had the power to destroy heaven and earth. If it was really a humanoid beast, Feng Lei should be very powerful, but his cultivation was very weak. This point did not make sense. Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. Fatty Lei was his brother. As long as he could help him break through, Luo Tian would find all kinds of demonic beasts for Feng Lei to devour. It's starting. With a thought, Luo Tian controlled the raging thunderbolt and said, its defense is very strong. Attack with all your strength. Understood. Hehe, the level 7 Thunder Fury Bull had 200,000 HP, and with its thick skin and flesh, one would have to go all out to kill it. Luo Tian lowered his fists and shouted, Berserk! Rumble, with his strength doubled, Luo Tian's fists were like heavy cannons as he struck out, Thunder Tiger Rush. Li Shuer leaped into the air, her white clothes fluttering, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. In that instant, she thrusted out her sword and softly chanted, Flying Heaven Sword Technique. The sword light flashed, incomparably sharp. Feng Lei didn't practice any martial arts, so his attack was the simplest. He walked up to the raging thunderbolt and grinned. Then, he bent his body and grabbed the horns of the raging thunderbolt with both hands. His muscles bulged and his veins bulged. He raised his head and roared, Rise! Pa la pa la. The joints in Feng Lei's body exploded, and the blood-red ancient vicious beast appeared from the back of its head. Its entire body faintly emitted waves of red light. Moo, the raging thunderbolt let out a low roar. It was also at this moment. The raging thunderbolt that was like a small mountain began to leave the ground, its entire body hanging upside down. Feng Lei's feet were pressed into the ground, his face flushed red, and he roared again, Ah, with both hands heavily thrown back. The raging thunderbolt's 4 feet faced the sky as it cried out in pain. Holy sh*t. What terrifying power! Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Was this guy still human? The raging thunderbolt weighed at least 10 to 20,000 kilograms, yet it was lifted up and smashed down just like that? This was 2F** King Sharp. Li Shuer was also dumbstruck. She squinted her eyes and smiled slightly. Just when Luo Tian thought that it was over, Fatty Lei roared again, and once again raised the raging thunderbolt above his head and smashed it down again. Boom! He raised it again and threw it back. Boom! Raise it again, throw it down again. The ground shook violently, and the scene was a complete mess. Luo Tian stared at Fatty Lei for a long time before spitting out 2 words, abnormal. Hurry up, there's not much time left. After half an hour of killing, the raging thunderbolt's health was only left with around 10,000 points. It had to be said that this guy's defense was too strong. Just like that, he stood there motionlessly and let Luo Tian and the other 2 attack for such a long time without dying. If he hadn't been summoned by Luo, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The stage 4 monster was extremely terrifying. If he met one in the future, he would have to be careful. Luo Tian thought to himself. Rumble, rumble. Another series of attacks. A few minutes later, the raging thunderbolt still had more than 100 health points. It only needed 1 attack to kill it. It was also at this time that Luo Tian shouted, Stop attacking. Suddenly, the raging thunderbolt's eyes suddenly changed, and a primitive and savage aura burst out. Sparks flew from its nose, and its front feet dug into the ground, causing a heavy pressure to crush over, causing people to be unable to breathe. The raging thunderbolt had betrayed him. In the instant of the betrayal, the 10,000 thunderbolts was brewed. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and in a few seconds, tens of thousands of lightning bolts would strike down. At that time, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Luo Tian frowned, and shouted, All of you, quickly retreat. If we're going to die, we're going to die together. Boss, I won't retreat. Big brother Luo Tian, I won't leave either. The two of them said at the same time. Luo Tian was too lazy to waste any more time. If this dragged on, the three of them would die here. He raised his head to look at the dark clouds rolling in the sky, and shouted in his heart, "Berserk!" His strength surged in, and his speed increased to the maximum. The instant before the raging thunderbolt released the 10,000 thunderbolts, his fists shot out like lightning. Bam! The raging thunderbolt, who only had 100 health points left, trembled and fell down. The system sounded out. Luo Tian held his breath and waited quietly, as if waiting for a verdict. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the raging thunderbolt. The reward is 15,000 experience, 150 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the raging thunderbolt blood vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10,000 thunderbolts. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian's face was flushed red as he laughed excitedly and said, "It exploded, it finally exploded. This is too awesome, this is too awesome." 10,000 thunderbolts, a group attack skill, to Luo Tian, who relied on killing monsters to break through. This was simply a godlike cultivation technique. He immediately opened the system to check. Cultivation method, 10,000 thunderbolts grade, 4th grade proficiency, 01000 consumption, 1000 profound chi skill description. Elementary minefield has a radius of 5 meters, the number of lightning bolts is 100, level 1 doubles. Grade perfection realm has a radius of 10 kilometers, proficiency in 100,000 lightning bolts. Cultivation method level upgrade consumption will also increase. Grade perfection realm release requires 1 million profound chi. F*CK, the consumption is too great. 1,000 profound chi, I've been killing for so long, but I don't even have 4,000 profound chi. Luo Tian said unhappily. When he saw the range of the Great Perfection Realm's release, he couldn't help but drool, and said obscenely, "First, release the Great Perfection Berserk, increase your strength by more than 1,000 times, and then release the 10,000 thunderbolts. All the demon beasts within a radius of 10 kilometers will die." Wow, just thinking about it makes me excited. It was also at this time. Bang! 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 Bam! 6 consecutive loud sounds rang out, as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. This sound came from Feng Lei's body. Luo Tian raised his head to look, only to see Feng Lei's entire body glowing with a bloody red light, as if his body was wrapped in a bloody mist. It was so sinister that it made people shudder. Moreover, it was emitting an incomparably powerful force. The moment the raging thunderbolt died, Feng Lei quickly rushed forward and crazily sucked its blood. His body quickly transformed, and a small portion of the power in the depths of the pubes was stimulated. It was this small portion that allowed Feng Lei to break through 6 times in a row. This was an unprecedented breakthrough speed. Most importantly, he had devoured the Thunder Demon Core within the raging Thunderbolt's body. When the Thunder Demon Core entered Feng Lei's body, it was like a stone thrown into a lake. The ripples became more and more intense, and finally, it became a huge wave that raged madly. As the demon core entered his body, the bloody lines on his head became more and more sinister, emitting a terrifying aura. Feng Lei clenched his fists tightly and shouted slightly. The bloody mist surrounding his body dissipated into nothingness as he grinned and laughed foolishly. "Boss, I broke through 6 times at once." 6 times? Breaking through at the speed of light? It's still 6 times, this. Luo Tian had always thought that his breakthrough speed was fast, but compared to Feng Lei, he suddenly had the urge to die. However, Luo Tian was happier than anyone else that Feng Lei had become stronger. He could finally get rid of the title of Trash Duo. For so many years, they had been bullied by the Luo family and mocked by the disciples of the other families. Now, it was time to settle the score. Cut off the head of the raging Thunder Bull. Luo Tian's eyes were startled. He looked in the direction of Jade Mountain City, laughed sinisterly, and said, "Let's go back to Jade Mountain City to fight the boss." As night fell, the Jade Mountain City's Luo clan's martial arts field was lit up. The Luo clan's disciples stepped into the field one after another. Their faces were filled with joy, frustration, and hope for the future. young Master Luo Wei is here. The third elder's son, he is the favorite to win this year's big hunting competition. He must have killed a lot of beasts with his strength of the 7th stage. Luo Chen is back. The second elder's son, Luo Wei, is at the peak of the 7th stage, second only to young Master Luo Lin. Why didn't young Master Luo Lin come back? Don't worry, who is young Master Luo Lin? He must be the last one to appear. The first place of the big hunting competition will be his. Yes, Luo Lin is the strongest and the young master of the Luo clan. He must be the last one to appear. I'm looking forward to seeing young Master Luo Lin on the martial arts field stage. Luo Jianshan smiled with a complacent expression. The big hunting competition was the grandest competition of the Luo clan. If his son got first place, his position as the patriarch would be strengthened. Moreover, Luo Lin would also kill Luo Tian. Once he died, his position as the patriarch would be solidified. Thinking of this, Luo Jianshan couldn't help but laugh. For him, the good days were just around the corner. As time passed, the Luo clan's disciples appeared one after another. Luo Jianshan looked at the entrance of the martial arts field. His eyes were not calm. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Big brother, why hasn't nephew Luo Lin come back yet? Luo Xiaoshan couldn't help but ask. Luo Zhongshan, the third elder next to him, grinned and said, could there be an accident? I heard that the raging thunderbolt killed more than half of the Luo clan's disciples. I don't know if Luo Lin will. Will your mother's bullshit? Luo Xiaoshan scolded, your son didn't die, how could my nephew have an accident? He must be the last one to appear. Your son won't get first place. Luo Zhongshan's face twisted. He stared at Luo Xiaoshan and shouted, you. Luo Jianshan coughed and said, Xiaoshan, show some respect to the second elder. Luo Jianshan couldn't hide the anxiety in his eyes as he spoke. If something really happened to his son, then his plan would be completely disrupted. No, nothing will happen to Luo Lin. Luo Jianshan began to worry. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance. Luo Tian is back. In an instant, the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. That trash actually came back? Luo Tian, that brat is really lucky. He actually came back alive. He must have hidden in some cave for 3 days and 3 nights. With his trash cultivation, he can forget about hunting demonic beasts. You're the trash. If you dare to call young Master Luo Tian trash again, I won't let you off. F***ck, Chen Qi, are you out of your mind? You even forgot your surname after participating in the big hunting match. You're not done with me. Did you forget what you said about Luo Tian before? Bang! With a punch, he coldly shouted, you're looking for a beating. There was a commotion in the martial arts practice field. Those disciples who came back from the Ghost Prison mountain range all defended Luo Tian. This phenomenon made Luo Jianshan's eyes slightly narrowed as he thought, what the hell is going on? Luo Tian stepped into the martial arts practice field and immediately looked in the direction of the ring. Looking at Luo Jianshan's shining body, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and secretly said, boss, big boss. He couldn't wait to kill Luo Jianshan immediately. But, the strength of a 9th stage profound realm martial artist was not enough. He estimated that he couldn't even withstand one move from Luo Jianshan. For this reason, Luo Tian endured. Luo Zhongshan stood up and lightly said, Brother Jianshan, it's getting late. I think we should count while waiting for them? Luo Jianshan nodded and said, let's start. Luo Xiaoshan's eyes darkened as he whispered, Big brother, how is this dog still alive? Luo Jianshan's face sank. Looking at Luo Tian's smiling face, his heart was extremely unhappy. However, he didn't have time to care about this right now. He was worried about Luo Lin. Luo Tian was still alive. Would something happen to his son? No, definitely not. Luo Lin still has Luo Ming, a 3rd stage profound realm martial artist, by his side. Luo Jianshan comforted himself in his heart. Luo Ping, 1 rank 1 monster, 1 point, qualified to be a core disciple of the Luo family. Luo Xing, 1 rank 1 monster, 1 point, qualified to be a core disciple of the Luo family. Luo Qin, 1 rank 1 monster, 1 point, qualified to be a core disciple of the Luo family. Along the way, all of them had one rank 1 monster, and all of them were qualified to be a core disciple. In their hearts, they were all extremely grateful to Luo Tian. There were some discussions in the martial arts practice field. What's going on? All of them got 1 point. Some of the disciples only have the strength of a 3rd stage profound realm martial artist. It's impossible for them to kill a rank 1 monster. Damn, their luck is too good, isn't it? There can't be any inside information, right? Rank 1 monsters are very strong. How could they be so easy to kill? Next, Luo Wei. A handsome young man with a smile walked up confidently. He poured out the monster heads from the wooden plate, which took up a large space. Luo Zhongshan smiled with satisfaction. The statistician showed a flattering expression towards Luo Wei and quickly calculated. A few minutes later. Luo Wei, 32 rank 1 monsters, 32 points, qualified to be a core disciple. 32 monsters are so strong. Young Master Luo Wei is indeed a 7th stage profound realm martial artist. Many people revealed a shocked expression. Next, Luo Chen. Second Elder Luo Changshan stood up with a smile on his face as he stared at the young man walking out of the crowd. Luo Chen walked up confidently to the center of the field and took out 3 wooden plates. He said confidently, all 3 wooden plates are full. Each wooden plate has 130 demonic beasts and 3 rank 2 demonic beasts. My chances should be 405. While speaking, he glanced at his father Luo Changshan who was on the stage. The smile on Luo Changshan's face grew brighter as he was very satisfied with his son's performance. Then, he glanced at Luo Jianshan's unsightly expression from the corner of his eyes and said inwardly, your son's cultivation is indeed higher than mine, but can he be compared to 20 of my sons? My son will take the 1st place in this big hunting competition, ha 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 ha. In the Luo family, Luo Changshan's strength was second only to Luo Jianshan. This time, Luo Changshan secretly bribed 20 elite disciples of the Luo family to give all the monsters they hunted to Luo Chen. The purpose was to compete for the 1st place and get the mysterious stone reward. Luo Chen would be able to break through the 8th stage profound realm in less than a year and qualify to participate in the Blue Cloud Sect's selection. As long as his son was selected and got the support of the Blue Cloud Sect, he would undoubtedly be able to control the Luo family. Luo Jianshan, you want to fight with me, haha. Luo Changshan laughed in his heart. The monsters and the wooden plates were quickly poured out. The 10 statisticians were shocked and quickly calculated. 10 minutes later, the results came out. Luo Chen killed 398 demonic beasts, accumulated 405 points, currently ranked 1st, breaking all the previous records. So powerful. This is incredible. How did he manage to gather nearly 400 demonic beasts? Breaking the Luo family's history, so awesome. There was a commotion in the crowd, all of them were envious. Some young girls were wantonly expressing their love. Luo Jianshan's face was very ugly. The thing he was worried about finally happened. He cursed in his heart, old fox, so ruthless, Luo Lin, why haven't you appeared yet? Next, Feng Lei. Ha ha ha, this Luo family servant also participated in the competition? What a pair of trash. Feng Lei turned a blind eye to the surrounding ridicule. He walked to the center of the field and scratched his head, I didn't even have one. Ha ha ha, I knew this trash couldn't kill monsters. How could a trash like him kill monsters? Luo Jianshan's eyes showed disdain, secretly said, trash, what can he change by participating in the big hunting competition? It seems that Luo Tian's results won't be much better, only Luo Chen is difficult to deal with, but as long as Luo Lin can come back in time, with the help of Luo Ming, surpassing Luo Chen will definitely not be a problem. Feng Lei was not angry, nor was he in a hurry. It didn't matter how many people scolded him, as long as they didn't scold his boss. He turned around and smiled at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled helplessly. It was also at this time. Next, Luo Tian. Next, Luo Tian. As soon as the voice came out, the martial arts practice field suddenly quieted down. A second later, mocking laughter came one after another, and even the elders on the central ring showed a playful expression. Just now it was a trash servant, now it's a trash master. The result will be the same. He can't even kill a monster to get 0 points. It's better not to come out and make a fool of himself. Don't you think it's shameful enough? I think he's used to losing face and doesn't know what shame is. There was a lot of discussion, and they all laughed at Luo Tian's words. However, some disciples didn't say a word. They looked at Luo Tian, who was walking forward step by step like a soldier. On the ring, Luo Xiaoshan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chill flashed through the narrow slits. He said coldly, "Dog, you're not dead yet." In Luo Tian's eyes, Luo Xiaoshan's name was still very bright red. Ghost Prison Mountain Range is such a dangerous place, but he didn't die. This kid is really lucky. But it's useless to come out alive. Does he want to turn the world upside down? Luo Zhongshan chuckled softly. Luo Jianshan's expression was full of disdain. He was a little shocked that Luo Tian didn't die, but compared to the threat of Luo Tian, he was more concerned about Luo Chongshan. If his son won the first place this time, his status in the Luo family would inevitably be affected. In the martial arts practice field, Luo Tian walked forward unhurriedly. Luo Chen sneered. He stepped in front of Luo Tian and said disdainfully, "You're just a piece of trash. You don't have to join in the fun. Since you're getting 0 points, don't waste everyone's time." A sense of superiority was revealed from his expression. The look in his eyes was a little arrogant. He was the first person to break the history of the Luo family, and he would definitely win the first place in this big hunting match. His reputation, status, and influence in the Luo family would be unprecedentedly improved. After getting the mysterious stone reward, his cultivation could go further. Next year, he would be eligible to participate in the selection of the Blue Cloud sect. He was not far from becoming an outer disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's expression became even more disdainful. If there wasn't someone here, he would have kicked Luo Tian out of the martial arts stage. Luo Tian's lips curled up. He walked around Luo Chen, ignoring him. Luo Chen's expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to explode, Luo Tian turned around with great interest and said with a smile, "What if I have points?" Luo Chen said with disdain, "If you have more than 10 points," without waiting for Luo Chen to finish, Luo Tian interrupted him. "What if my points are higher than yours?" "Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, is there shit in your head? Higher points than me? I'm the one who broke the Luo clan's record. I'm the first person in the Luo clan in 100 years. You only have 10 points. Luo Chen said disdainfully. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian interrupted again. Don't talk so much nonsense. What if my points are higher than yours? Luo Chen's eyes twisted and shouted, "If your points are higher than mine, I'll let you do whatever you want. But if your points are lower than mine, then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and call me grandpa." "Do you mean what you say?" Luo Tian said seriously. Luo Chen immediately said, "Of course. You think a piece of trash like you can scare me? Do you think I'm scared?" Luo Tian waved at Feng Lei. Feng Lei ran over and said with a silly smile, "Boss, what orders do you have?" Luo Tian said playfully, "Fatty, do you want to take a dump?" Feng Lei was stunned for a moment and said, "I just finished. There's nothing left." "Boss, why do you want shit?" "For people to eat." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Fatty Lei, go find me a pile of shit. I want it fresh. I don't want it if it's not fresh. Do you understand?" Feng Lei grinned and said, "Okay, I'll go now." Luo Chen's expression changed again and again. He clenched his fists and looked at Luo Tian. He wanted to trample him under his feet. Luo Tian turned around and didn't even look at Luo Chen. He walked to the center of the field and called the 3 wooden boards to the counting staff. He said indifferently, "You guys count faster. The shit will be here soon. Eat shit while it's hot." The counting staff's face was full of disdain. They took the wooden boards and slowly counted. Rank 2 Violent Bear, Rank 2 Demonic Beast? The counting staff was stunned. They gathered together and checked carefully. Then, they said, Rank 2 Violent Bear, 5 points. Long-Armed Demon Ape, also Rank 2. Green-Eyed Python, Rank 2 Demonic Beast, there was a lot of discussion in the martial arts field. The more the counting staff reported, the more shocked they were. The demonic beasts in the first wooden board were all rank 2 demonic beasts. There were a total of 120 of them. The elders on the stage all stood up and checked seriously. Their eyes were all staring at the demonic beasts that were thrown out from the wooden boards. The first wooden board finished counting. He had accumulated 600 points. Just these points alone were enough to leave Luo Chen behind. Luo Chen's face turned red. Just when everyone thought it was over, the second wooden board started counting. Red Spirit Fox, rank 3 demonic beast? He even hunted rank 3 demonic beasts? How is it possible? He is just a piece of trash. Even if he recovered his strength, he can't hunt rank 3 demonic beasts. If a rank 3 demonic beast's strength is comparable to a mystic cultivator, it is impossible for him to kill it. He must have picked up the head by luck. Everyone didn't believe it. It was simply impossible. Luo Chen's face was extremely ugly. His record was broken in less than half an hour, and it was broken by a piece of trash. Just when everyone was discussing loudly, the counting staff said again, Mystic-tailed beast, rank 3 demonic beast, 3-tailed fire cat, rank 3 demonic beast, Iron Rock Wolf, rank 3 demonic beast. The more the counting staff talked, the more excited he became. He had never seen so many rank 3 demonic beast heads. The huge martial arts field was silent. They even forgot to breathe as they watched the counting staff take out the demonic beasts. A few minutes later, the second wooden board finished counting. A total of 50 rank 3 demonic beasts, 500 points, shock. There was no word to describe it except shock. Just when everyone thought it was over, the counting staff suddenly shouted. His body trembled, and his eyes bulged. He said excitedly, 4 for rank 4 demonic beast. The third wooden board opened. The long horns of the Thunder Bull were revealed, and then the head of the 8 Immortals table fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone in the Luo family was dumbfounded. Rank 4 demonic beast? The big hunting match had never appeared in history. How did Luo Tian hunt it? This was not something that could be picked up by luck. Shock, unparalleled shock. Those who mocked Luo Tian just now turned pale, as if they had swallowed a fly. On the stage, Luo Jianshan was shocked. His eyes flashed with greed as he stared at the Thunder Bull and thought, demonic core, this brat got the demonic core. Just in an instant. Everyone in the martial arts field looked at the huge head, not saying a word, not breathing heavily, as if they had been struck by lightning. The martial arts field that was originally in an uproar suddenly quieted down. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Luo Jianshan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his killing intent was dense. Luo Xiaoshan stared at Luo Tian tightly, and the name on his body became more and more beautiful, as if he could make a move at any time. Looking at the two bosses, Luo Tian couldn't hold it in anymore. Damn it. When I break through the Xian Master realm, I must challenge it once. It's too tempting, I can't stand it anymore. Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and the thirst in his heart was unbearable. It was also at this time. Feng Lei hurriedly ran up, make way, fresh out of the oven shit is here. A foul smell came over. Luo Tian giggled, walked in front of Luo Chen who had an ugly expression, and asked the statistician loudly, may I know how many points I have? The statistician exhaled and said, 1,200 points. Walala, the statistician's voice exploded in the entire audience. No one dared to believe it, as if they were dreaming. More than 100 stage 2 monster, 50 stage 3 monster, and even a powerful stage 4 monster, any one of them would break the Luo family's history. Luo Tian was amazing. In the hearts of many disciples, Luo Tian had completely changed. Among the upper echelons of the Luo family, the 5 elders on the stage all had the same voice in their hearts, this child cannot be left alive. Luo Tian laughed, young Master Luo Chen, it's time for you to eat shit, you have to eat it while it's hot, I heard that it's better to eat it while it's hot. As a result, the basin in Feng Lei's hand that was filled with feces began to emit hot steam. The stench was truly fatal. Bringing it in front of Luo Chen, Luo Tian secretly gave Feng Lei a thumbs up, and thought to himself, Fatty Lei, you're really fierce, you actually found the shit that you just excreted. Luo Tian did not know that in order to get fresh shit, Feng Lei had almost run into the ladies' room. Luo Chen flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stared at Luo Tian and said coldly, "I was just joking, Luo Tian, you took it seriously? F***ck. You're going back on your word, aren't you?" Luo Tian's temper flared up as he directly scolded. The corner of Luo Chen's mouth drew back, and he sneered, "I won't keep my word, what can you do to me? You son of a bitch." Luo Tian directly threw a basin of shit at Luo Chen's face. A large basin of diluted, freshly baked, steaming, smelly excrement was placed on top of the basin. "That guy, I'll wipe it off." The surrounding Luo clan disciples were so scared that their faces turned white. They jumped away in panic, afraid that they would be splashed by the shit. Luo Chen was not prepared for this. His father was the second elder, and he was on the stage. His cultivation was very strong, and he was a genius disciple of the Luo clan. Even if Luo Tian had 10,000 guts, he would not dare to do anything to him. This was the reason why he was so arrogant. Furthermore, even if they fought, would he need to be afraid of a piece of trash as a 7th-level mystic disciple? Thus, Luo Chen's eyes were filled with arrogance as he coldly looked at Luo Tian with disdain. He smiled proudly, as if saying, "I won't keep my words, what can a piece of trash like you do to me?" However, what he did not expect was that Luo Tian really threw a basin of shit at him. The worst thing was that he could not move at all. The strong pressure caused Luo Chen to be unable to move at all. He could only watch as the basin of shit landed on his face. Pooh. Luo Tian accurately placed the bowl of feces on Luo Chen's face, causing the feces to splatter everywhere. Luo Tian took the opportunity to let go of his hand and jumped back a few feet. He had a sneaky smile on his face as he said, "Damn, luckily I ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have hit the feces." As Luo Tian let go of his hand, the basin of shit fell from Luo Chen's face. The sticky shit also flowed down. Because he was suppressed by Luo Tian's pressure, Luo Chen's mouth was open, and the sticky shit, his mouth, his nose, his eyes, his head, his chest, his entire body was covered in shit. Luo Chen's eyes bulged out. He wanted to tear Luo Tian into 18,000 pieces. The anger in his heart rushed to his head, but he did not. His body could not move at all, and he could not even say a word. This was the power of the difference in cultivation level. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Luo Chen's appearance was as pitiful as it could be. The surrounding Luo clan disciples were afraid of his identity, but in the end, they could not hold it in and laughed out loud. She was so ugly that she couldn't hold her head up high anymore. In the ring, Luo Changshan's eyes were ferocious. His figure suddenly turned illusory and landed beside Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. A giant black hand stretched out from the void as he roared, "You're courting death for bullying my son." Luo Tian frowned and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he shouted, "Murder, murder, Luo family's second elder wants to kill Luo family's young lord. Everyone is here to watch. After killing me, the young master, he wants to become the patriarch." Luo Tian was like a shrew, running around in the crowd and cursing loudly. The surrounding disciples of the Luo family also looked at Luo Changshan in unison with a strange look in their eyes. Luo Changshan's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth, calm down, I must calm down. If Luo Tian dies in my hands, Luo Jianshan will become the patriarch of the Luo family effortlessly. I must not let him have any evidence against me." Luo Changshan was in his 40s, so he was naturally shrewd. Although he was furious, his rationality told him that he couldn't make a wrong move. His son was in the wrong, and he was the one who made a move in the martial arts arena. No matter how he looked at it, he was not in the right and would definitely give Luo Jianshan some evidence against him. After a few seconds, Luo Changshan calmed down. He withdrew his hands and the giant hand formed by his celestial qi disappeared. Luo Tian also stopped. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he muttered to himself, "Old man, you're not qualified to fight with me." At the same time when Luo Tian was hiding everywhere, the pressure was released and Luo Chen regained his freedom. Clenching his fists, he stared at Luo Tian and roared, "I'm going to kill you." As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of feces. The scene was quite shocking. Luo Tian himself was stunned. He had never seen someone spitting feces out of their mouth. It was too king shocking. After spitting out a mouthful of feces, his stomach churned and he vomited. Not to mention killing someone, he used all his strength to vomit. This was a complete loss of face for him. Luo Tian pretended to be scared and said, "Acting patriarch, he wants to kill me. Are you not going to do anything?" Luo Jianshan raised his eyebrows and cleared his throat. He activated his celestial qi and flew down from the stage. He said majestically, "All right, stop messing around." After saying that, Luo Jianshan looked coldly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's saliva flowed out. Boss, at such a close distance, the golden light on Luo Jianshan's body was so bright that he could not open his eyes. Luo Tian wanted to punch him to death, but his rationality told him not to act rashly. Luo Jianshan's strength should be the strongest in the Luo family, otherwise he would not be able to become the acting patriarch. If he wanted to challenge him, he had to have enough strength and preparation. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and muttered in a low voice, "I will definitely kill you." Luo Jianshan turned around and walked to the side of the raging thunder bull's head. A ball of dense profound qi was released from his palm, and after sensing the skull of the raging thunder bull, his heart moved, the demon core is indeed gone. Then, he returned to the stage and shouted, "Continue counting." The statistician looked at the stage and replied, "Reporting to the patriarch, Luo Tian is the last person." It was also at this time. Luo Kunshan walked into the martial arts practice field and quickly walked to the stage. He bowed slightly to Luo Jianshan and said, "All the disciples in the hunting grounds have left." "What?" Luo Jianshan frowned, his body faintly trembled, and anxiously asked, "Where is my son?" Luo Kunshan shook his head and said, "He didn't come out, I guess. Impossible." "Impossible, my son's cultivation is at the 8th stage of the profound disciple realm. It is impossible for him to die inside." Luo Jianshan's voice was trembling, and his eyes were unfocused. He said, "Come on, go into the mountain and look for him. My son must still be alive. He must be alive." Luo Xiaoshan also walked forward and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go into the mountain and look for him." "Wait. The hunting grounds only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the demon beasts will enter again. If we go in rashly at this time, I'm afraid," Luo Zhongshan reminded. Luo Xiaoshan stared and shouted, "Luo Zhongshan, what do you mean? It's not your son inside, right?" Luo Chongshan, who had returned to the stage, shouted, "This is not a matter of whose son it is. The Ghost Prison mountain range is very dangerous. If you want to go in, you have to be fully prepared." "What preparation?" "I'll go right away." "Fifth Elder, wake up. Do you want to joke about the fate of the Luo clan?" "Second Elder, your son is out, but aren't you worried? Luo Lin is a once-in-a-century genius of the Luo clan. If the search is delayed because of you, won't you be joking about the fate of the Luo clan? You can't bear this responsibility." "You, what about me?" "Big brother, I'll immediately gather the elite disciples of the Luo clan to search the mountain. I will definitely bring Luo Lin out," Luo Xiaoshan said and was about to leave. Luo Jianshan took a deep breath and said, "Don't go." Luo Lin's strength and Luo Ming's strength at the 3rd stage of the profound disciple realm, even if they encountered a raging thunder bull, they could escape unscathed. If they didn't come out at this time, it meant that something big had happened and they might never come out. Then, Luo Jianshan stared at Luo Tian. If he sent people to look for them, something would definitely happen. The Ghost Prison mountain range was too dangerous. The elite disciples were the mainstay of the Luo family. If something happened to them, the entire Luo family would be in danger. And his own position would also be threatened. No matter what, he couldn't take this step. Luo Tian picked his ears. He was too lazy to care about this. He stepped forward and said, "May I ask if acting patriarch can announce the results of this big hunting competition?" He was still waiting for the mission to end. If Luo Jianshan didn't admit it, the mission wouldn't be considered over. It was like handing in a mission. If he didn't hand in the mission, he wouldn't be able to get the reward. Luo Jianshan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the pile of rank 2 monster, rank 3 monster, and the raging thunder bull. His heart suddenly tightened as he thought to himself, Could it be that Lin Er's death was caused by Luo Tian? Thinking of this, Luo Jianshan's eyes became even colder. With a sweep of his eyes, as long as he stared at the Luo family disciples participating in the big hunting competition, they couldn't help but lower their heads, which made him even more suspicious. Immediately after, Luo Jianshan laughed coldly and said, "Luo Tian, it's a well-known fact that your pubis is broken. How did you, a person with a broken pubis who can't cultivate, hunt so many monster? Moreover, it's rank 2 monster, rank 3 monster, and even rank 4 monster. Even a Xian Master Realm expert wouldn't be able to deal with a rank 2 monster." Luo Tian's eyes darkened. "Just say what you want to say." "Alright. I suspect that you cheated," Luo Jianshan shouted bluntly. Luo Changshan's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he immediately shouted, "Patriarch is right, Luo Tian's results are indeed suspicious." Luo Chen, who was still vomiting, raised his pale face, pointed at Luo Tian and shouted excitedly, "Luo Tian, this trash must have cheated." Raising his hand, he shook his sleeve and a piece of sticky feces was shaken into his mouth. Then, he violently vomited it out. F***ck. Luo Tian scolded angrily and said with a playful smile, "I even suspected that you doubted my results because you couldn't take out the profound stones as a reward. Acting clan leader, you can't really not take out the profound stones, right? Or have you already given your profound stones to your son?" As soon as he said that, the surrounding elders all looked at Luo Jianshan. Luo Jianshan's face darkened. He pretended to be calm and said, "Nonsense. As the patriarch, how could I do that? Luo Tian, I think you don't have the guts to face my questions. How did a piece of trash like you achieve such results?" Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Luo Jianshan immediately said, "Elders, do you think we should keep Luo Tian's results and make a decision after the investigation? What do you think?" "Not bad. Luo Tian's results are very questionable. For the sake of fairness, I agree with the patriarch's suggestion." "Agree my ass. You old guys, dogs, I've seen through you." Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He had seen through these elders. No wonder the Luo family would fall so quickly. It was hard to slow down with these old guys. Luo Tian cursed all the women in Luo Jianshan's family in his heart. He couldn't help but be anxious. If he couldn't get Luo Jianshan's recognition, the first place of the big hunting match could not be confirmed. As for the profound stone, Luo Jianshan certainly couldn't take it out, because it was with Luo Tian. What he cared about now was not the profound stone, but the A-level task. The task was issued by Luo Jianshan. If he didn't admit it, the task wouldn't be completed, and he wouldn't get the reward. That's a third-grade auxiliary cultivation method. Luo Tian had deeply realized the benefits of being invincible in the same level with a strong cultivation method. A good cultivation method was the capital. Then again, what was an auxiliary cultivation method? Alchemy, refining, engraving, and talisman were all auxiliary cultivation methods. Any one of them was extremely powerful, especially alchemy. Luo Tian's profound qi could only be obtained by killing monsters. If he didn't kill monsters, his profound qi could only be replenished by medicinal pills. Medicinal pills were extremely important to him. When the reward of the A-level task appeared, Luo Tian began to be excited. Luo Tian suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "Elders, when will you be able to find out?" Luo Xiaoshan said with a proud face, "Maybe a day, or maybe a month. Of course, it could be a year, 10 years. This thing is hard to say." Luo Zhongshan said faintly, "Luo Tian, we will find out as soon as possible. As for the time, we can't say." Find out, how to find out? Find out his mother's sister. This was obviously a trap for Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also very clear in his heart. He had worked so hard for 3 days, and this was the result in the end. The anger in his heart rushed to his head. The corner of Luo Jianshan's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, if you want to prove yourself quickly, there is a way." Hearing Luo Jianshan's words, he knew it wasn't a good idea. However, Luo Tian still asked, "What is it?" "The method is very simple. As long as you prove to everyone that you can kill a rank 4 demonic beast," Luo Jianshan said. "Kill a rank 4 demonic beast?" This is a good idea. It can directly prove Luo Tian's strength. Being able to kill a rank 4 demonic beast is naturally worthy of this result. I agree with this proposal. A rank 4 demonic beast Xian master expert would die if they encountered it. Asking him to kill a rank 4 demonic beast? Wasn't this going too far? Luo Tian directly said in his heart, F***CKU. Luo Jianshan said again, of course, a rank 4 demonic beast is incomparably powerful. I allow you to bring one person. As long as someone is willing, anyone from the Luo family can do it. I am willing. I am willing. Feng Lei and Li Shuer said almost at the same time. Luo Tian glanced at them. He was moved, but he didn't want to accept it. A rank 4 demonic beast was too powerful. Even if he brought a Xian master expert, it was impossible to kill it. There was no doubt that Luo Jianshan was sending him to his death. Not all rank 4 demonic beasts were as slow as the raging thunder bull. Once they encountered Luo Tian, who was slightly faster, he would have no power to fight back. He would probably die before he could use the enchanting light. Luo Jianshan's move was extremely vicious. If he didn't accept it, he couldn't get the reward. Accepting it was basically sending himself to death. Luo Tian didn't think about it at all and said with a smile, acting patriarch, you are really ruthless. It's just a mere first place. I really don't care. Humph. I knew you were cheating. According to the family rules, those who cheat in the big hunting match will have their feet broken and be expelled from the Luo family. Luo Jianshan frowned and shouted heavily. He had already guessed that Luo Tian wouldn't agree. Come on, take him for me. Luo Jianshan waved his hand, and several elite disciples of the Luo family quickly walked towards Luo Tian. Luo Jianshan looked as if he had succeeded and said lightly, Luo Tian, either you prove to us that you have the strength to kill a rank 4 demonic beast, or, break your own feet. Extremely ruthless, Luo Tian frowned. The feeling of being played in the palm of his hand made him extremely annoyed. His eyes were gloomy, and he looked at Luo Jianshan coldly and said, Luo Jianshan, you are ruthless. Ruthless? I'm not. I'm just doing things impartially. Luo Jianshan smiled coldly and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to choose. Kill the rank 4 demonic beast or break your own feet. No matter what choice he made, he would die. Feng Lei took a step forward and said loudly, we choose to kill the rank 4 demonic beast. I will accompany the young master. Good. Luo Tian, you are not as straightforward as your servant. Luo Jianshan laughed and said, half a month later, there will be a rank 4 demonic beast in the Jade Mountain City Coliseum. At that time, you just need to kill that rank 4 demonic beast to prove yourself. Then, the first place of this big hunting competition will naturally be yours. Fatty Lei. Luo Tian looked at Feng Lei. Feng Lei smiled and said, Boss, let's take a gamble. The reason why he made the choice for Luo Tian was that he knew that Luo Tian would not joke about his or Li Shuer's life. Luo Jianshan was serious. Feng Lei was very clear that if he didn't make a choice, Luo Jianshan would definitely kill Luo Tian. Feng Lei usually looked like a fool, but he was actually a wise man who looked like a fool. Since he agreed, Luo Tian smiled gently and said, Luo Jianshan, you are really good. I will let you see my strength. Don't be surprised. Ha ha ha, don't worry, are you surprised how your body was torn apart by the demonic beast? Luo Jianshan said disdainfully. It was best that he agreed to challenge the rank 4 demonic beast. He had 15 days to find out everything, and the most important thing was where the demonic core was. Let's go. Luo Tian turned around and was about to leave. At this time, his eyes turned and revealed a respectful expression. He smiled and said, Patriarch, my score of 1,200 points is not considered first place in this big hunting competition. The result of cheating. Luo Jianshan laughed. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian said again, let's not talk about this, I just want to ask you, does it count? Luo Jianshan looked at Luo Tian and said with a smile, yes, but so what? You cheated, ha ha ha, suddenly. Luo Tian looked up to the sky and laughed, and said excitedly, I just want you to say the word count. Damn it, if you plot against Lousy, Lousy will also plot against Lousy. Luo Jianshan was stunned, not knowing what Luo Tian was laughing at. It was also at this time. A pleasant prompt sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Luo Tian was very unhappy that Luo Jianshan had plotted against him. He didn't get first place, and he didn't complete the task. All of these made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. However, humans were alive, but the system was dead. All the system wanted was an affirmation. That was why Luo Tian asked that question on purpose. He only wanted Luo Jianshan's affirmation, because once he affirmed, the system would consider the task completed. Ding. Congratulations to the player for completing the A-rank mission. The reward is 20,000 experience points, 1,000 Xianxia points, and a random auxiliary skill book. His experience points soared by 20,000 points, and his Xianxia value also increased by 1,000 points. Ding. Do you want to start randomizing? Luo Tian didn't even think about it. With a thought, he said, begin. A large prize wheel appeared in his mind. The prize wheel was engraved with the names of various cultivation techniques. Alchemy technique, refining technique, engraving formation technique, some auxiliary cultivation techniques. Luo Tian looked at the alchemy technique and prayed in his heart, Sister Guanyin, Sister Changyi, Sister Ozawa, Sister Longza. You all must bless me. You must let me get the alchemy technique. If he could refine pills, he wouldn't have to worry about his profound qi drying up in the future. Even if he met someone stronger than him, he would exhaust them to death even if he couldn't kill them. Alchemy, it must be alchemy. Luo Tian prayed in his heart. The roulette wheel spun rapidly. A few minutes later, the roulette wheel stopped, and the pointer pointed at a cultivation technique. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the puppet technique. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient book floated in his mind. The words puppet art were printed on the cover of the ancient book. Luo Tian immediately collapsed, his whole body was powerless, and he muttered, System your sister, in order to complete the mission, I almost died in the Ghost Prison mountain range, in order to turn in the mission, I almost died in the Luo family, and now you're giving me the puppet technique, your sister, are you trying to kill me? What I want is alchemy skills, ah. In his heart, he was cursing the system 1,000,000 times. Seeing that Luo Tian was unhappy, Li Shuer immediately asked with concern, Brother Luo Tian, what's wrong with you? Luo Tian was very considerate. Her gentle eyes made his heart itch. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm fine. Li Shuer softly said, oh, and said, Big Brother Luo Tian, are you worried about the matter of challenging the rank 4 demonic beast in half a month? If you are worried, I'm not worried. Luo Tian said before Li Shuer could finish. Li Shuer gave him a very unusual feeling. Her temperament, the way she spoke, and the calmness she had when faced with problems were completely different from the temperament of an ordinary woman. The sword art she practiced was very powerful. Putting all these together, he concluded that this girl was not simple. Her background should be very strong, as for how strong it was, Luo Tian could not guess. His childhood memories were very vague. He could not remember the reason why Li Shuer was in the Luo family, let alone the power behind her. Perhaps, Li Shuer could make Luo Jianshan take back what he said at the martial arts practice field. However, Luo Tian did not want her to do so. He was a man. He could not let a woman stand up for him, and it was a woman he liked, everything had a price. No matter what, Luo Tian would not let Li Shuer beg anyone, therefore, Luo Tian rejected her very straightforwardly. Li Shuer frowned slightly. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. It was very cute. Luo Tian's index finger gently scratched Li Shuer's nose and said softly, Silly girl, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Feng Lei also smiled foolishly and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will risk my life to protect boss. He looked like a fool, but his words were incomparably serious. If it really came to that, he would not hesitate to die for Luo Tian. What was a brother? This was it, with such a woman, with such a brother, Luo Tian was really touched. He smiled and comforted, you are all thinking too much. Don't you know who I am? Luo Jianshan is not qualified to fight with me. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, Luo Tian opened the system's skill bar to check the attributes of the puppet technique. Cultivation method, puppet technique grade, 3rd grade proficiency, 01000 profound chi consumption, 100 skill description, cultivator can create 3 puppet soldiers. Level 1 puppet soldiers summoned by the puppet soldier technique are equivalent to level 1 beasts. Level 2 puppet soldiers are equivalent to level 2 beasts. Level 3 puppet soldiers are equivalent to level 3 beasts. Level 3 puppet soldiers are equivalent to level 3 beasts. Note, level 1 puppet soldier's HP is 1000, level 2 is 2000. As long as there is a bit of HP, it can still fight. There is no time limit. Yo! Interesting. Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and thought, the puppet technique doesn't seem to be that useless. If I can raise the level of the puppet technique and refine the puppet soldiers and place them in the periphery of the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, wouldn't that be eating experience? Wow, what the hell? Thinking of this, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. With these puppet soldiers to kill monsters for him, he could level up while lying on the bed hugging a woman. This was too cool. In addition to these, he could also use the puppet soldiers to explore and go to places where humans could not enter. It could be said to be extremely useful. There was still half a month before he had to challenge the stage 4 demon beasts. During this period of time, it would be difficult for him to raise his level by himself, not to mention that it would be even more difficult in the incomparably dangerous Ghost Prison Mountain Range. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed wildly, this support skill is really too good. Feng Lei scratched his head and asked, Boss, what are you so happy about? Good thing. Good thing, ha ha ha. Luo Tian said excitedly. Originally, Luo Tian was still very bitter, as he could not find a way to fight against the stage 4 demon beasts. But now, he did not take it seriously at all, and said coldly in his heart, Luo Jianshan, you want me to die, right? Just you wait, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Following that, Luo Tian waved his hand and said, let's go to the best restaurant in Jade Mountain City to celebrate. Drunken Immortal Restaurant? Feng Lei's saliva dripped down as he eagerly followed behind Luo Tian, giggling foolishly. Thinking about the delicacies of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant, he could not help but giggle foolishly. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, in a luxurious private room. Luo Yu held Zhu Mei in his embrace, raised his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. He laughed complacently. This time, big brother Luo Lin will definitely take first place in the big hunting competition. That trash Luo Tian will definitely die in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, ha ha ha. He had been enjoying himself in the Drunken Immortal Restaurant all night and did not know what had happened in the Luo family. There were still a few people at the table. They were all disciples of the Zhu family, and they all had a respectful expression on their faces. Zhu Mei giggled in Luo Yu's embrace, and said, Big brother Luo Yu, will that trash really die? I don't want to see him again, I hate him the most. Luo Lin got first place and became a core disciple of the Luo family. When will you become a core disciple? Don't worry. My father already told me that this time my uncle will not let him go. You can rest assured, ha ha ha. Luo Yu pinched Zhu Mei's face. Swallowing his saliva, Luo Yu looked around and whispered mysteriously, I don't need to participate in the big hunting competition to become a core disciple. This is my uncle's promise to my father. It was also at this time. Luo Tian, Feng Lei, and Li Shuer walked past the private room. Fatty Lei, where did you get that plate of shit? It's all watery and stinky. You're too talented. Luo Tian could not help but laugh. Dog, who the hell is talking about shit outside? Don't you know that I'm eating inside? Luo Yu shouted angrily. The few lackeys behind him quickly opened the door of the private room. Luo Yu had an overbearing look as he said indifferently, leave that woman behind. The other two will each be slapped 3 times and kicked out of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Let's see if anyone dares to mention the word shit in front of me. Luo Tian turned his gaze towards the private room, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and said, Oh, an acquaintance. Oh, an acquaintance. Luo Tian smiled coldly. Luo Yu looked at Luo Tian and was slightly surprised. He disdainfully said, You trash haven't died yet? Did you hide in a dog hole in the ghost prison mountain range for 3 days and 3 nights? No need to think, it must be so. Trash will always be trash. Want to participate in the big hunting competition to change your fate? Luo Tian, you really think too much, ha ha ha. Luo Yu's face was full of disdain. He hugged Zhumei tighter in his arms. Zhumei glanced at Luo Tian. She sneered and said, Brother Luo Yu, how can trash like him compare to you? He participated in the big hunting competition 100 times and still couldn't become a core disciple of the Luo family. You can become a core disciple without participating even once. This is fate that can never be compared. Little beauty, you're right. This is fate. You used to be his fiancée, and now you're my woman. All of this is predestined. Ha ha ha. Luo Yu lifted Zhumei's chin and kissed her fiercely. Zhumei revealed an expression of enjoyment. She looked at Luo Tian coldly from the corner of her eyes. Fatty Lei, do you feel like vomiting? Luo Tian murmured. Feng Lei looked silly, boss, I feel like vomiting down there. Luo Tian turned his face and looked at Feng Lei's face. He was shocked and said, damn, Fatty Lei, you like this? Pa. Luo Yu suddenly stood up and slapped the table. He glared at Feng Lei and scolded, dog, I think you are tired of living. At this time, Feng Lei seemed to have understood the meaning of Luo Tian's words. He explained with a serious face, boss, what I mean is that I want to shit. I want to puke on my butt, not that. I don't like this kind of woman. Feng Lei completely ignored Luo Yu's angry shout. Ha ha ha, Fatty Lei, how come I didn't know you were so talented before? Luo Tian almost burst out laughing. He had never heard of anyone who looked at a woman to the point of wanting to shit. This fatty was really talented. Li Shuer couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Tian said, you're right. Women like her belong to the public transport model. It's normal for you to want to shit when you look at her. Feng Lei scratched his head and asked, boss, what's a woman on a public bus? Luo Yu looked at Luo Tian, waiting for an answer. Zhumei also looked at Luo Tian curiously. Even Li Shuer wanted to know the answer. Luo Tian chuckled, he looked at Luo Yu and said, women in public transport are the kind that anyone can get on, and they're also the kind that's cheap. Huh? Isn't that the same as the women sold in the Harmony brothel? Feng Lei said very seriously. F***ck. Don't insult the girls in the Harmony brothel. How can her price be compared to theirs? The girls in the Harmony brothel cost hundreds of silver coins a night. Miss Zhu doesn't need so much money. Am I right, Miss Zhu? Luo Tian said loudly, then looked at Luo Yu with a smile and said, do you see the green light on his head? Feng Lei froze for a moment and asked puzzledly, boss, what's green light? Luo Tian laughed and said, it's the light emitted by hundreds of green hats. It's almost blinding my eyes. Bang! With a loud sound, Luo Yu flew into a rage and flipped the table. The dishes on the table scattered all over the floor. Damn waste, I'll kill you. Fuck, come on. I can't wait. Luo Tian roared. He had long been displeased with Luo Yu. He always showed off in front of him. He really didn't know what kind of superiority he was showing. If a fly kept flying in front of you, the best way to deal with it was to slap it to death. Brother Luo Yu, kill him, kill him. As long as you kill him, I'll do whatever you want me to do tonight. Zhumei's face was pale with anger. Li Shuer's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhumei. Being stared at by Li Shuer, Zhumei's heart chilled and she couldn't help but shiver. Hearing Zhumei's words, Luo Yu's eyes flashed. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, Sister Zhumei, watch how I kill this waste. Men, attack. As soon as his voice fell, 3 of his minions immediately attacked. Boss, I'll deal with them. Feng Lei scratched his bald head and stepped in front of Luo Tian. He looked at the 3 Luo family disciples rushing forward and smiled foolishly. He domineeringly said, too slow, I can't wait any longer. He took a step forward. Boom. The entire drunken immortal restaurant slightly shook. Feng Lei raised his right hand and a huge palm swept out. Pa. A huge palm print appeared on one person's cheek and he was instantly sent flying. He hit the wall and fainted. The other two didn't have time to react before they were grabbed by Feng Lei and directly thrown out of the window. Plop! They fell into the river. Luo Yu's face suddenly changed. He pulled out his long sword and directly attacked Luo Tian. He shouted in a deep voice, "Die for me." Luo Tian stood motionless in the same place as if he was scared silly. Seeing Luo Tian's scared silly expression, Zhu Mei's eyes were filled with ridicule and her expression was extremely proud. The long sword was only a few centimeters away from Luo Tian. Luo Yu was excited. As long as he killed Luo Tian, he would be able to make love with Zhu Mei at night. This was a dream of many years and it was about to come true. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Humph! Luo Tian coldly snorted. His finger gently moved and instantly caught the long sword. The pressure of a 9th stage Mystic Realm cultivator was instantly released. Boom! Luo Yu's mind was directly crushed. Pa! Luo Tian threw a slap on Luo Yu's face and scolded, "Try calling me trash again?" Without waiting for Luo Yu to speak, another slap was thrown. He raised his voice and said, "Mother ****, I'll let you try calling me trash again." Pa! 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 Dozens of slaps were thrown out. Luo Yu's face was swollen like a pig's head. Originally, he had a stomach full of anger at the Luo family's martial arts field. He wanted to have a good meal, but he didn't expect to meet a blind Luo Yu. If he didn't vent his anger, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian anymore. A heavy slap was thrown out and Luo Yu fell to the ground. When the pressure was released, Luo Yu painfully covered his face and scolded, "Damn trash, you dare to hit me. I won't let you go. I will let my father kill you and let my uncle expel you from the Luo family." F***ck, you're still being stubborn at this point? You're looking for a beating. Luo Tian kicked out, followed by a series of punches and kicks. Luo Yu was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. Finally, Luo Tian lifted Luo Yu into the air and laughed coldly, "Go back and tell your father, tell your uncle to wash them clean and wait for me to explode." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian let go of his hand. Luo Yu's body fell from the air, Luo Tian's body moved, and he kicked the air. Bam! Luo Yu shot out of the window like a rubber ball and fell into the river with a plop. Good shot. Luo Tian couldn't help but praise himself. After waiting for a few seconds and not hearing the system beep, he grinned and said, "This bastard actually didn't die, consider yourself lucky." Then, Luo Tian turned around and stared coldly at Zhu Mei, who was trembling in fear. Zhu Mei's face turned pale. She leaned against the corner of the wall, not daring to look at Luo Tian. Because she was somewhat condescending, so, Luo Tian's gaze moved down from Zhu Mei's face, and his eyes were secretly shocked. It had to be said that Zhu Mei's development was particularly good. But, what kind of person was Zhu Mei? What kind of person was she? She was just a bad bus on the street. And thinking of the things she had done in the past, Luo Tian felt a wave of nausea. At the same time, his expression recovered. It was also at this time. Li Shuer gently walked to Luo Tian's side, very naturally holding Luo Tian's arm, and said softly, "Brother Luo Tian, let's go eat." The action was intimate. Very natural, and not unfamiliar at all. It was as if the two of them had been lovers for many years. That expression, that action, and that slender hand holding his arm, caused Luo Tian's heart to ripple, and the evil fire in his heart once again rose. Zhu Mei glanced at Li Shuer, and her expression was a little lonely. Obviously, she was completely incomparable. She was too inferior. Whether it was face, figure, speech, or even Zhu Mei's proud twin peaks, she was completely defeated by Li Shuer. Zhu Mei was defeated in a single exchange. She was utterly defeated. Luo Tian was a little complacent, and was taken out of the private room by Li Shuer. His heart was rippling, as high as several floors. Outside the private room, Li Shuer said, "Brother Luo Tian, you and Fatty go to the private room first, I'll be right back." With that, Li Shuer turned and walked into the private room where Zhu Mei was. Her face changed from its usual cute, and revealed a cold expression. She walked in front of Zhu Mei, and with a threatening aura, said coldly, "I don't care what happened between you and Brother Luo Tian in the past, from this moment on, don't let me hear you say a bad word about Brother Luo Tian, or I will make you and your Zhu family disappear from this world forever." His tone was cold and murderous. Zhu Mei's body trembled. She didn't even dare to look at her. The several Zhu family disciples in the room were also shocked by the cold aura on her body. They didn't dare to move at all. Li Shuer turned around and was about to leave when she said, "Don't ever try to steal my man. Otherwise, you'll regret being born into this world." After saying that, he strode out of the private room without looking back. He was so arrogant and domineering. Zhu Mei's body went limp, and she fell to the ground. The pressure released by Li Shuer's body just now made her feel as if her mind was about to split open. It was extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Li Shuer's back, Zhu Mei's eyes became ferocious. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "I won't let you have an easy time." Li Shuer walked out of the private room and her expression changed. She turned back into that cute and playful girl. The three of them ate all the dishes in the drunken immortal restaurant until late at night. Luo Tian even deliberately let Li Shuer drink a few cups of wine, hoping that something would happen in a daze. But in the end, he fell down first. Back at the residence, Li Shuer fetched some water and wiped Luo Tian's upper body. She hesitated for a long time. Her face was bright red, but in the end, she didn't dare to untie Luo Tian's pants. After doing all this, Li Shuer sat in front of Luo Tian's bed. She held her cheeks with both hands and stared at Luo Tian. From time to time, she would reveal a sweet smile. It was a very pure and innocent smile. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth would reveal shallow dimples. It was very cute. After a long time, Li Shuer looked left and right. Her small hands fiddled with the corners of her clothes. After hesitating for a long time, she bent down and gently pecked Luo Tian's face. Luo Tian's eyebrows slightly trembled. Immediately after, Li Shuer was like a frightened rabbit. She jumped far away and ran out of the room. Her heart was beating wildly and her cheeks were flushed red. Under the moonlight, she looked particularly moving. There was a little excitement in her eyes, as if she had succeeded in doing something bad. This girl was really too cute. The moment she ran out, Luo Tian opened his eyes. He smiled and said, "Silly girl." Then, Luo Tian sighed and said bitterly, "AI. Why didn't anything happen on such a good night?" Luo Tian always had a dream. That was to be pushed down by a beautiful girl. Pushed down, Luo Tian had imagined this scene countless times. He thought that it would happen today, but in the end, it was his own fault for not being able to resist. Thinking of Li Shuer taking the initiative to kiss Luo Tian, his heart felt warm. This feeling was very wonderful. It was a wonderful feeling that couldn't be described with words. Huff, Luo Tian got out of bed, took a deep breath, and said, "There's still half a month before I have to challenge the stage 4 monster. I have to hurry up and raise my level." After putting on his clothes, Luo Tian walked towards the back mountain of the Luo family. There were no demon beasts in the back mountain of the Luo family that could not be hunted. Luo Tian only went to the back mountain for one thing, to raise the skill level of the puppet technique. Luo family, Luo Xiaoshan's courtyard. Luo Yu crawled back to the Luo family. He was already half dead. He was lying on the stretcher with a bruised nose and a swollen face. He was on the verge of death, as if he could die at any time. One of his hands tightly grabbed onto his father, Luo Xiaoshan's clothes. "Father, take revenge for me, you must take revenge for me, you must kill that bastard Luo Tian." When he spoke, his wound was affected, causing him to tremble in pain. Luo Xiaoshan clenched his fists tightly. Seeing his son injured like this, he comforted him, Don't worry, father will definitely avenge you, father swears. Take him down and use the best medicine." Luo Jianshan frowned and shouted. The two men quickly carried Luo Yu out of the courtyard. Along the way, they could still hear Luo Yu's painful roars, "Big brother, I can't take it anymore. I want to kill him now." Luo Xiaoshan was furious, his eyes were bloodshot, he hated Luo Tian to the bone. Luo Jianshan frowned, "Xiaoshan, now is not the time, the Luo Tian now is not the Luo Tian of the past." After the statistics, he sent people to investigate, but nothing was found. Those people who came out of the hunting grounds did not say anything, he even used torture, but it did not force them to say anything. It was obvious that these people were completely convinced by Luo Tian. This made Luo Jianshan extremely unhappy. Luo Tian thought that Luo Jianshan would soon know everything, but he did not expect that those disciples of the Luo family would stick together and not reveal a single word. Luo Xiaoshan said, "Until when?" Luo Jianshan narrowed his eyes and sneered, "I am negotiating with Luo Changshan now, he will soon stand on our side, and at that time, it will be easy to get rid of Luo Tian." Actually, this was just an excuse. What Luo Jianshan wanted was the demon core of the raging thunder bull. What a good plan. The big hunting competition came to an end, and the result was beyond everyone's expectations. What happened at the martial arts practice field last night quickly spread throughout Jade Mountain City, and everyone was talking about it. The former genius returned to the peak, most people just chuckled. His dantian was shattered, and he could never cultivate and return to the peak. It was simply a big joke. As for the result, the weakest monster was rank 2, and there were piles of rank 3 monsters, and there was even a rank 4 monster. Who would believe that it was killed by a mystic disciple? Even if you used your toes to think, you would know that it was definitely not Luo Tian who killed them. Other than a few people who knew about it, no one would believe it. But where did these monsters come from, killing brothers of the same clan, seizing the wooden plate, and gathering the fruits of the dead disciples? Extremely cruel, the #1 sinner of the Luo clan. The entire Jade Mountain City sneered at Luo Tian, and felt ashamed to be associated with him. Some even called Luo Tian the #1 villain of Jade Mountain City. And there were many excited youths who had nowhere to release their strength saying, "Don't let me meet Luo Tian, or I will beat the shit out of him." Overnight, Jade Mountain City was full of negative news about Luo Tian. The reason was very simple, Luo Jianshan was in charge of it. In addition to Zhu Mei's ability to flirt and use big moves everywhere, Luo Tian quickly became a heinous villain. Luo Tian was completely unaware of all this. He was now desperately refining puppets to increase his skill proficiency. There were many materials to make puppets, such as hard wood, fine iron, and stones. Basically, anything could be used to make puppets. There were many materials to choose from, but the strength of the materials would increase the defense or attack of the puppets. Therefore, the selection of materials was extremely important. After choosing the materials, he would release the skill and pour in profound qi. The profound qi would connect the materials together to form the heart of the puppet, and then the attributes of the puppet. At this moment, a small model of the puppet would appear in Luo Tian's mind, and this step was considered complete. Using his mind to control and execute any orders. However, controlling the puppet required a lot of mental strength, and controlling 3 puppet soldiers at the same time tested his mental strength even more. Luo Clan, Back Mountain. Luo Tian's eyes were slightly closed as a ball of profound energy rose above his right palm. After circulating it for a moment, his right palm pressed down heavily. Buzz, his profound qi value decreased by 100 points. With a crisp sound, the pile of stones on the ground began to quickly fuse together. Nose, eyes, face, body, limbs, everything. Half a second later, the puppet soldier, it's half-a-meter stone puppet soldier, standing next to Luo Tian's body's body. Ding puppet, proficiency +1 stone puppet soldier level, 0 HP, 600. Due to material selection, the better the material, the higher the HP. Stone, Luo his eyes. Luo. Luo. Luo Tian once again released his skill, and once again fused the scattered stones together, forming a new stone puppet soldier. The simpler the materials, the better. What Luo Tian wanted was the proficiency of his skills. As long as he raised them, the attributes of the puppet soldier were secondary. No matter how strong the level 0 puppet soldier was, a few rank 1 monster beasts would be able to kill it. If he wanted the puppet soldier to kill monster beasts, he had to raise its level. For this reason, Luo Tian was like a madman, constantly releasing puppet techniques. Puppet creation successful, proficiency +1. Continue. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and shouted. He was mentally exhausted and physically tired, but he didn't want to stop. Time was too tight. The rank 4 monster beast was too strong. The shock caused by the raging Thunder Bull was still in his heart. To face the rank 4 monster beast head-on, he and Feng Lei were no match for it. Moreover, once he went on stage, Feng Lei would definitely become a thunder madman and protect him with his life. He might lose his life because of this. Luo Tian would never allow such a thing to happen. In a short 15 days, the only thing he could do was to raise his level. The puppet soldier was his weapon for leveling up. He had to raise its level quickly. Within half a month, I must break through to the Mystic Master realm. Luo Jianshan, just you wait. Wait until I kill the rank 4 monster beast in front of you. Let's see how you can take out the profound stones? If you can't take out the profound stones, let's see how you can get out of the stage. Wait until I kill the rank 4 monster beast. The next one will be you. Thinking of the golden light emitted from Luo Jianshan's body, Luo Tian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The boss was too tempting. As the big boss of the novice village, there would naturally be a lot of good things. Luo Tian was looking forward to Luo Jianshan's big drop. Ding Puppet Soldier successfully crafted. Proficiency +1. Ding Puppet Soldier creation successful. Proficiency +1. Ding Puppet Soldier successfully crafted. Proficiency +1. The prompt repeated in his mind. Luo Tian wholeheartedly immersed himself in practicing the puppet technique without doing anything else. His profound chi value was rapidly decreasing. The profound chi accumulated from killing the monster beasts in the Ghost Prison Mountain range was quickly consumed. 1 day, 2 days, on the 7th day, the accumulated profound chi was completely used up. The medicinal pills dropped from killing the monster beasts were also almost used up. However, it was also the evening of the 7th day. Ding Puppet Soldier successfully crafted. Proficiency +1. Ding, congratulations on leveling up the puppet technique. Currently at level 3. Number of puppet soldiers +1 inch. Damn it, I'm finally at level 3. If I continue practicing, I'll be poor. Luo Tian exhaled. His spirit was shaken. These 7 days, he was like a savage. His body was dirty and smelly. His body was tired. His hair was messy and his spirit was exhausted. He looked like a madman. Cultivation technique, puppet technique level 3, number of puppet soldiers, 4, strength, rank 3 monster beast, with the strength of a rank 3 demonic beast, creating 4 puppet soldiers is equivalent to killing 4 rank 3 demonic beasts. If I place them outside the Ghost Prison Mountain range to kill rank 1 and rank 2 demonic beasts, wouldn't my experience soar like crazy? Luo Tian looked at the skill attribute pain, secretly excited. Too lazy to return home, he headed straight for the streets of Jade Mountain City. What he needed now was a good material to make the puppet soldiers. Luo Tian had already thought of the material, fine iron. Currently, refined iron was the best material to make puppet soldiers. Strong hardness and thick defense also ensured that the puppet soldiers could fight for a long time. What he needed was a sturdy body. If it wasn't sturdy enough, then what was the point of killing demonic beasts? The puppet soldiers needed to have high HP, high defense, and act as tanks. Attack power was secondary. A Tier 3 monster beast could easily deal with a Tier 1 monster beast and a Tier 2 monster beast. There was no need for a Tier 2 monster beast to have a high attack power. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian rushed to the main street and headed towards the largest refining store in Jade Mountain City. At the street corner. Reporting to young master, that brat Luo Tian has entered the Song family's refining hall. Do you want us to send some brothers to drag him out? No need. I'll go personally. Zhou Xiao was dressed in white, waving a fan, looking like a refined scum. He smiled at Zhu Mei and said, "Little sister Zhu Mei, do you mean what you said? If I beat up Luo Tian, tonight you..." Zhu Mei smiled charmingly, her fingertips gently slid on Zhou Xiao's chest, and said coquettishly, "Young Master Zhou, I mean what I say. As long as you can beat up Luo Tian, I'll let you do whatever you want with me tonight." As she said that, she giggled, causing Zhou Xiao's crotch to suddenly rise. Zhou Xiao closed his fan and shouted, "Go." He couldn't wait. For some people, if you don't fuck their mother, they won't know you are their father. Zhou Xiao, the only son of the Zhou clan's third elder, was such a person. Stepping into the blacksmithing hall, he waved his fan and glanced coldly at Luo Tian, who was inquiring about the price of the items. The corner of his mouth curled up and he sneered. "Sir, please take a look. If you like, you can try it," the waiter said enthusiastically. He did not treat Luo Tian coldly just because he was dirty. The blacksmithing hall was filled with finished weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds were all available. There were also some high-grade weapons. All of these weapons had one thing in common: they were all made of fine iron. Profound armaments were divided into 9 grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the energy contained. Above the 9th grade, there were spirit armaments, earth armaments, heaven armaments, immortal armaments, and even the legendary divine armaments. Profound armaments above the 9th grade were extremely difficult to forge. Most of them were nurtured by the heavens and earth. Every single one of them was an existence that could shake the heavens and earth. With just one could summon the wind and rain and become a supreme expert. The best weapon in Jade Mountain City was only the 4th grade. Moreover, there were only 5 of them. The Zhou, Luo, and Zhu clans had 1 each. The Song clan had 2. The Song clan was a blacksmithing clan. Their ancestor once had a 4th grade blacksmith master. In his lifetime, he forged 2 4th grade armaments. Relying on these 2 4th grade armaments, the Song clan quickly rose. A good cultivation method could decide the fate of a clan. A good profound armament was the same. Luo Tian casually looked around. He was not interested. He was here to buy fine iron. He immediately asked, "Do you have fine iron for sale here?" "Eh?" The waiter was stunned. Just as he was about to answer, Zhou Xiao walked up and sneered, "Yo, isn't this the young master of the Luo clan? Why? You are so poor that you can't even afford a normal weapon. If you want to buy some fine iron, you can forge it yourself." Ha ha ha, Luo Tian rolled his eyes at Zhou Xiao and ignored him. He looked at the waiter and asked again, "Do you have any?" F***CK. I am talking to you. Can't you hear me? Zhou Xiao closed his fan and glared. This time, Luo Tian didn't even look at Zhou Xiao and said, "I don't talk to dogs." The waiter was worried and whispered, "He is the son of the 3rd elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Xiao. His strength is at the 8th stage of the mystic realm. Be careful." "Dog, who are you calling a dog?" Zhou Xiao's eyes turned cold. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to get angry. He didn't expect that Luo Tian would bump into the muzzle of the gun. He thought, "Since you're courting death, then don't blame me for being impolite." Shortly after, Zhou Xiao lightly waved his fan and coldly shouted, "How dare he scold me? Give him 10 slaps. If he dares to retaliate, beat him to death." The 2 lackeys behind him immediately walked to Luo Tian's side and rolled up their sleeves. Their aggressive appearance could scare a child to tears. The waiter's face froze for a moment before he smiled politely and said, "Young Master Zhou, this is the Song family's weapon refining hall. I hope young Master Zhou can give me some face, 8th stage of the profound disciple realm? What's the difference between that and trash?" Luo Tian played with the exquisite dagger in his hand and said casually. He didn't put Zhou Xiao in his eyes at all. The waiter's gaze tightened. He was puzzled. Was this Luo Tian crazy? Didn't he know that he was helping him out? Zhou Xiao's face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. "It's not that I don't want to give your Song family face, but this dog is courting death. Do it." As soon as his voice fell, the 2 lackeys who had been ready for a long time immediately slapped him. The wind was fierce and carried a trace of breaking sound. It could be seen that the cultivation of the 2 was not ordinary. Luo Tian didn't take it seriously at all. He looked at the waiter and continued, "How much fine iron do you have?" The waiter's face was anxious. Seeing that the attack was about to reach Luo Tian, how could he be so calm? Was he scared out of his wits? Out of concern, the waiter reminded, "Brother, be careful. Heh heh, dead trash, their cultivation is at the 6th stage of the profound realm. They have been through hundreds of battles. My gold medal fighters are not comparable to those trash disciples of the Luo family." Zhou Xiao's face was full of pride. In an instant, Luo Tian lifted his right leg slightly. Bang, bang. Like lightning, he kicked out 2 legs. 2 dull sounds of impact rang out and hit the doorpost. His face was pale and he directly fainted from the pain. Not dead? Luo Tian's face changed slightly. His body suddenly disappeared and instantly landed beside the 2 men. His left and right fists fiercely clenched and bombarded the 2 men's chests. Bang, bang. Their chests cracked and black blood gushed out. The 2 men spat out their eyes. Their bodies twitched and after a few seconds, they stopped breathing. Ding. Ding. 2 consecutive system beeps sounded. In addition to gaining experience and profound chi, 2 first-grade pills also dropped out. Luo Tian grinned and said to Zhou Yixiao with a faint smile, "Thank you." Zhou Yixiao's face was full of shock. Looking at Luo Tian and then at the 2 gold medal fighters lying motionless on the ground, he said in disbelief, You actually killed them? Luo Tian, you actually killed them? They are my Zhou family's disciples, you actually killed them, openly killing the disciples of the 4 great families. Was this to provoke a war between the families? In the past, it would definitely be the fuse of a family war. Zhou Yixiao kept shouting and screaming, but Luo Tian completely ignored him. In the end, he said, "So what if I kill them? If you have the guts, go find our patriarch." "What does it have to do with me?" "If you have something to do with me, go find Luo Jianshan. Mother ****. Waiter, I told you to take out a few pieces of fine iron for me to see. What are you in a daze for?" Luo Tian reminded. The waiter was completely stunned by Luo Tian's actions just now. Slaughter, it was an absolute slaughter, he didn't see how Luo Tian did it at all. Looking at Luo Tian, his heart was incomparably shocked. Then, Luo Tian seemed to have thought of something and said, "Waiter, you can also find our patriarch to compensate for the broken windows and doors. If he asks, just say that I said it." The waiter swallowed his saliva, hurriedly turned around, walked to another room, took out a few pieces of fine iron, and said, "Take a look." Luo Tian picked up the fine iron and began to study it carefully. The hardness of the fine iron was related to the attributes of the puppet soldiers, so he must not be careless. He wholeheartedly immersed himself in it, completely ignoring the furious Zhou Yixiao. "You dog, killing my Zhou family's disciples, breaking the agreement between the families, good. Go to hell for me." Zhou Yixiao slapped the table heavily, and with a bang sound, the profound chi of the 8th stage of the profound realm burst out, shaking the weapons on the counter. Outside the refining hall, in a corner not far away. "It looks like there's a fight inside." The corner of Zhu Mei's mouth hooked up into a sneer, and said coldly, "Luo Tian, fight with me, see how this old lady plays you to death." Inside the refining hall. With a burst of noise, Luo Tian was unable to carefully study the fine iron. Luo Tian picked his ears, his face displeased, his eyes darkened, and coldly said, "You've been chattering for a long time, making Laozi very annoyed." As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian's body moved, the strength of the 9th stage of the profound realm burst out, his right hand grabbed the air, grabbed Zhou Yixiao's neck and lifted him into the air, his eyes ferocious, and suddenly pressed down. Bam! He landed heavily on the ground, causing the floor to crack. Zhou Yixiao's whole body was in pain, and without waiting for him to react, Luo Tian shouted again, "Thunder Tiger Rush." The 2 fists were like hammers hitting the floor, the powerful force directly bounced Zhou Yixiao up, and at this moment, Luo Tian lifted his right foot and pulled it high in the air. Whoosh! Zhou Yixiao was directly shot into the street, his whole body fainted, and was dying. In the corner, Zhu Mei's face changed slightly, coldly glanced at Zhou Yixiao on the ground, and disdainfully said, "Useless thing." Then quickly disappeared from the street. A series of movements flowed smoothly, like a set of continuous attacks. Arrogant, domineering, crazy, cool, and a mess, the waiter was dumbfounded again, looking at Luo Tian, a fear rose in his heart, and 10,000 voices reminded him that this person must not be provoked. Luo Tian clapped his hands, and said with a faint smile, his mother, finally quiet. "Come, let's continue to talk about the fine iron." Luo Tian seemed to think of something, looking at the mess in the shop, and very seriously said, "You can directly ask our patriarch for compensation." Suddenly, a voice came from the backyard. Who dares to be presumptuous in the Song family's refining hall? A deep voice rang out, and the pressure of a mystic cultivator surged out. All of a sudden, Luo Tian furrowed his brows and clenched his fists secretly. A figure flickered in and out of the backyard, arriving in the hall of the artifact forging hall in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, it's Brother Luo Tian. Song Yanqun laughed boorishly and placed a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder. He said happily, Brother Luo, you really aren't a friend. It's been so long since the hunting competition of the Luo family ended, and you still haven't come to visit your brother. What's that smell? Oh my god, Brother Luo, how many days has it been since you last bathed? You must have run out from Savage Mountain, Song Yanqun said directly while covering his nose. Luo Tian scratched his head and smiled. I've been in seclusion for the past few days, so I haven't been able to visit. Visit? How could he have the time to visit? Luo Tian wanted nothing more than to spend a day here instead of 100 days. No wonder. Brother Luo, I heard that Luo Jianshan wants you to challenge a Class 4 demon. Is that true? Song Yanqun asked seriously. Although 007 of the Song family had reported this matter a long time ago, Song Yanqun still wanted Luo Tian to confirm it himself. Luo Tian nodded, yeah, there's still 8 days left. Song Yanqun frowned secretly and said indignantly, Luo Jianshan really is a despicable person. Someone like him isn't suited to be the patriarch of the Luo family. Class 4 demons are extremely ferocious. Brother Luo, why don't you? Song Yanqun wanted to help. Song Yanqun knew very well about Luo Tian's astonishing abilities. Just the fact that he could summon a Class 4 demon as a battle pet was extremely impressive. Luo Jianshan did not know what was good for him, making things difficult for him everywhere. He even forced Luo Tian to challenge a Class 4 demon. Was he not sending him to his death? Since that was the case, the Song family might as well rope in Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian contributed a little to the Song family, dominating Jade Mountain City would only be a matter of time. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Song. The Luo clan's matters will naturally be handled by its own people. Elder Song, Elder Song. You don't treat me as a friend at all. If you treat me as a friend, call me Big Brother Song, Song Yanqun said, pretending to be displeased. Luo Tian said apologetically, Brother Song. That's right. Song Yanqun smiled and said, if that's the case, then you must be careful, Brother Luo. If you need help, just say the word. The Song family will do our best to help, no matter what. The word anything was heavily emphasized. This was the second time Song Yanqun had said the words anything, and the weight was even heavier than when he had said it in the Ghost Prison mountain range. Without a doubt, he had the support of the Song clan's patriarch, Song Yannan. Luo Tian thought of the purpose of coming to the refining hall this time and said with a smile, Brother Song, I really do have something that I need your help with. Song Yanqun frowned and said immediately, speak. Luo Tian did not beat around the bush and said directly, I need to buy a large amount of refined iron, the more the better. I know that the Song clan started out by refining weapons, so you must have a lot of refined iron in reserve. Can you sell me some? Song Yanqun was full of doubts. Refined iron had very limited uses, and basically had no other use except for refining weapons. What did Luo Tian want a large amount of refined iron for? Could it be that he wanted to refine weapons? Although curious, Song Yanqun did not ask much. Follow me. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a large room in the backyard. At the door stood 2 guards with the Song clan standards. Song Yanqun said softly, open the door to the warehouse. Yes. The guards opened the door to the warehouse, which was filled with shiny black refined iron. Luo Tian's eyes trembled. Looking at the piles of refined iron, he thought of an extremely large puppet army in his mind. Thinking of this idea, he could not help but feel his blood boil. Seeing Luo Tian's excited expression, Song Yanqun smiled and said, you can choose any refined iron here. Take as much as you want. The value of refined iron was not low. The refined iron in the warehouse was the Song clan's refining hall's annual stockpile. Casually using it could affect the refining hall's operations. However, Song Yanqun did not even think about it. It was clear how much the Song clan wanted to rope in Luo Tian. Luo Tian naturally knew this and was grateful. However, he still asked seriously, Brother Song, I need a large amount of refined iron. Will it affect your refining hall's operations? Don't worry. This stockpile is only the tip of the iceberg. Don't worry, we have plenty of refined iron. Although Song Yanqun felt the pinch, he still pretended to be confident. Luo Tian saw him like this and did not hesitate. He directly walked into the warehouse. After half an hour, he came out. The 3 wooden plates were all full, and only a third of the refined iron was left in the warehouse. Song Yanqun was even more confused. What did Luo Tian want so much refined iron for? Could it be that he wanted to train in the refining technique? Since the refined iron was already given to him, he might as well give him something else. Then, Song Yanqun took out an ancient book from her bosom and handed it to Luo Tian. This is a handwritten copy of the Song family's artifact forging techniques that have been passed down for many years. It contains the insights of past artificers of the Song family. I hope it can help you. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the refining technique, and said heavily, Thank you. The moment he received the refining technique, a sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining refining technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. An additional skill appeared in the skill bar. Cultivation method, refining technique grade, first grade proficiency, 0/800 skill description, the higher the level, the higher the grade of the profound artifact. The refining technique at the great perfection stage has a chance to refine a spirit artifact, a heaven artifact, an earth artifact, F***ck, I got the refining technique just like that. Luo Tian was secretly excited. He had to thank Song Yanqun for all of this, so Luo Tian naturally had to thank him. Immediately, Luo Tian took out the profound stone that Luo Lin dropped from his bosom, and said, I don't have anything valuable, so take this as the money to buy the refined iron. Profound stone? Song Yanqun's heart tightened, his eyes stared straight, and his voice trembled. Profound stone was worth 100,000 gold, who knew how many times more it was to buy these refined iron. Brother Luo, what are you doing? I said before that if you have any difficulties, you can find the Song clan. What are these refined iron worth? Luo Tian was extremely grateful. No matter what the Song clan's goal was, he was helping. He didn't care about anything else, as long as he remembered this. Luo Tian's personality was like this. So what if it was a profound stone? Brother Song, just accept it. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to walk out of the refining hall. Luo Tian insisted. Song Yanqun's voice sank, and he said unhappily, What kind of person do you think I am? Brother Luo, there are only 8 days left until you challenge a rank 4 demonic beast in the beast fighting arena. This profound stone is extremely important to you. If I take it at this time, then what kind of person am I? Quickly put it away from me, or else don't blame me for taking back the refined iron. Profound stone, a martial artist's treasure. It was something that every martial artist longed for, and Song Yanqun was the same. However, he was very clear that Luo Tian needed this profound stone more. Only helping you at a critical moment, this was a friend. Luo Tian was grateful and didn't waste time. He took back the profound stone, and said heavily, Brother Song, I will remember the Song clan's kindness in my heart. I will definitely repay you in the future. Money was very important, and it was the same in any world. Luo Tian didn't want to owe others a favor. If he had money now, he wouldn't be like this. He owed the Song clan a favor. Repay what? Do you still think I'm your big brother? Song Yanqun laughed lightly. The value of a favor from Luo Tian was much higher than these refined iron. This was also what Song Yannan needed. After walking out of the refining hall, Luo Tian quickly rushed back. He couldn't wait to fly back home and immediately start refining these refined iron. The idea of puppet soldiers made him too excited. If he succeeded, that valiant, enormous, and unbridled power, wow, just thinking about it makes this daddy's blood boil. Young Master Luo Tian, you're back. Ma Tong's face was full of respect. When he saw Luo Tian coming back, he greeted him from afar. He didn't dare to show any disrespect to Luo Tian and Feng Lei. He was really afraid that Luo Tian would beat him up again. Of course, he always held a grudge in his heart, but he didn't have the strength to take revenge. Luo Tian waved his hand to let Ma Tong come over and said, "Steward Ma, I want to go into seclusion. I don't want anyone to disturb me." Ma Tong bowed with a flattering smile and said, "I understand. I'll immediately close the stable." "Thank you, Steward Ma." Luo Tian smiled faintly and quickly walked to the dilapidated courtyard behind the stable. Ma Tong saw that Luo Tian had walked far away. His eyes narrowed slightly, rolled his eyes, and hurriedly walked in the direction of Luo Jianshan's courtyard. Back in the small courtyard, Luo Tian took out the fine iron from the space wooden tablet one by one. There was an unconcealable excitement in his eyes. If it's successful, what kind of existence will it be? Haha. I'm so smart. Placing the fine iron in a good position, it took up half of the courtyard. Its appearance was extremely cool. Luo Tian took 10 elixirs, and the value of his profound qi increased. Then, with a shout, his profound qi slowly began to circulate. Not long after, a thick profound qi slowly rose from the palm of his hand. A faint fluorescent light flashed in the dusk, which was somewhat dazzling. According to the operation of the puppet technique, the profound qi should be released at this time. However, Luo Tian didn't do so. He was still constantly circulating his profound qi. There was 3 times more profound qi than usual. The profound qi in the palm of his hand was constantly churning, accumulating, and the vigorous power was raging. In a flash. "Ha!" Luo Tian suddenly shouted. With a press of his right hand, the puppet technique was displayed. The profound qi that had long been accumulated burst out, and quickly flowed along the preset route like water. Qi. Qi, the fine iron made an ear-piercing sound of friction and dazzling flames. Still not enough? The amount of refined iron was too large, and it was very difficult to fuse them together. This was also why Luo Tian's idea of puppet soldiers was like a madman. F***ck. I'm going all out. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and shouted in his heart, "Berserk!" Boom! An intense buzzing sound came from within his body. Profound qi surged out even more violently. It passed through his right arm and connected to his palm. Finally, it was released onto the refined iron. Crack, crack, the refined iron began to fuse, producing all kinds of mechanical sounds. It was very ear-piercing, but to Luo Tian, this sound was too beautiful. It's done. It's almost done. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian looked ferociously excited as he watched the refined iron fuse together. His blood boiled even more. This had always been his childhood dream. Come out, Optimus Prime. Rumble. The refined iron fused together, and there was a burst of violent energy explosion. Then, a small model appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian laughed, and his laughter was incomparably smug. He grinned and shouted, "Rise!" Boom, boom, the merged puppet soldier suddenly stood up, and its body made all kinds of mechanical sounds. The moment it stood up, Luo Tian was stunned. F***ck, who else is there? How smart am I? This is 2F***king shocking. The Optimus Prime from Transformers was made by Luo Tian. Except for the color, the appearance was almost identical. 2F***king shocking. Even Luo Tian himself was shocked. At first, he only had the idea of Optimus Prime in his mind, but he didn't expect it to succeed. Valiant, incomparably valiant. From now on, your name is Optimus Prime, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed wildly. These days' efforts were all worth it. With Optimus Prime, there was naturally no lack of Megatron. Crazy, too crazy. Luo Tian placed the refined iron into a huge model, and after another round of fiddling, Megatron stood up half an hour later. The two of them were more than 4 meters tall, and their bodies were shiny black. They were like killing gods in the night. If they were placed in the periphery of Ghost Prison Mountain, who could stop them? Excited, 2F***king excited. Luo Tian didn't stop, and continued to make puppet soldiers. The third one to appear was Mighty King Kong, and the fourth one was Bumblebee. The 4 huge Transformers version puppet soldiers stood together, and it was like the Autobots had invaded this world. That kind of shock was indescribable. Oh my god. Boss, what are these? Feng Lei walked into the courtyard, and his eyes almost popped out. Li Shuer was also shocked. She raised her head and looked at the 4 steel machines, and didn't know what these were. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Super Steel War Pet. You made it? Li Shuer asked. Luo Tian nodded, yes. Feng Lei laughed, and it was an incomparably happy laugh. Boss, I admire you more and more. You are too awesome. These guys look very powerful. Feng Lei's face was full of admiration, and he ran over to touch and look, and was extremely happy. Luo Tian laughed. They are not that powerful, just about the same as a 3rd-rank beast. This was because of the level restriction, otherwise these puppet soldiers would be even more powerful. Once they reached the peak, they could make puppet soldiers comparable to 10th-rank beasts, and there were 5 of them. Third-rank beasts? Feng Lei and Li Shuer exclaimed at the same time. 3rd-rank beasts, comparable to Xian Master Stage cultivators, and there were 4 of them. This, F***ck, how can we live? This is simply unacceptable. Luo Lin from the Luo clan, Song Ju from the Song clan, Zhou Chongfeng from the Zhou clan, Zhu Xiong from the Zhu clan. These super geniuses were all weak in front of Luo Tian. Oh my god, boss, can you not be so sharp? Feng Lei was stunned. Again, he completely couldn't understand Luo Tian. Li Shuer was the same. How did he make these steel beasts? Was Luo Tian in seclusion for these days to cultivate? How did he do it? Li Shuer couldn't understand Luo Tian more and more. He was full of mystery, and the more she couldn't understand, the more she wanted to understand. Unconsciously, she was completely fascinated by Luo Tian. However, Li Shuer was happy for Luo Tian, and the little angel in her heart kept jumping, happily said, Luo Tian is the best, Luo Tian is the best, oh. In Luo Jianshan's yard. Ma Tong stood on the side, bowing, and didn't dare to breathe. Luo Jianshan frowned, and his eyes were slightly closed. After thinking for a while, he asked, Luo Tian said he was going to seclusion? Yes, he said so. However, from what I can see, he's been acting mysteriously these past few days, as if he's planning something. Clan leader, could it be that he's afraid of challenging the rank 4 demonic beast 8 days later and is planning to escape? Luo Jianshan opened his eyes, which were full of killing intent. The corner of his mouth turned cold, revealing a cold smile. Want to escape? Let's see where you can run to. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. At the south gate of Jade Mountain City, Luo Tian's group of 3 walked slowly. Boss, just bring me along. Feng Lei said worriedly. Li Shuer pouted, Big brother Luo Tian, bring me along. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Luo Tian wanted to enter the Ghost Prison mountain range alone. This time, it would definitely be a crazy hunt to level up. He would be as crazy as a demon. Because of this, he wanted to go in alone. This way, there would be no restrictions and he could release his strength to his heart's content. He only had 8 days. In these 8 days, he must break through to the Mystic Adept realm. Otherwise, challenging a rank 4 monster would be a dead end. He would not let Luo Jianshan have his way. He wanted to see how Luo Jianshan would step down if he couldn't take out the profound stones. He wanted everyone in Jade Mountain City to shut up. He wanted to prove to everyone that whoever dared to mess with this daddy would make them regret being born into this world. All of this required strength. To Luo Tian, there was only one way to increase his strength, and that was to kill monsters to level up. The Ghost Prison mountain range was incomparably dangerous. Even mystic adepts didn't dare to go too deep. But to Luo Tian, it was both hell and heaven. Level up heaven. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I'm entering the Ghost Prison mountain range to train to break through to the Mystic Adept realm. It's better to go alone. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. Don't forget that I still have 4 steel beasts. He knew that Li Shuer and the rest were worried. Li Shuer bit her lip. Just as she was about to say something, she sensed a dangerous aura. Startled, she turned her head to look in a certain direction. Luo Tian was the same. His heart tightened as he looked into the darkness. Where are you guys going? A few figures gradually approached from the darkness. The one in the lead was Luo Jianshan. Behind him were two other people, Luo Xiaoshan and Luo Changshan. The golden light was dazzling. Luo Tian's eyes revealed a greedy look as his heart itched. Every time he saw Luo Jianshan, he had the urge to pounce on him and slash him. Every time, he would forcefully suppress it, for fear that he would lose control. The temptation of a boss was too great. Luo Xiaoshan sneered and said disdainfully, "You can't be thinking of running away because you're scared, right?" Luo Changshan also had a mocking expression on his face as he coldly said, "It's quite convenient for you to escape. You can just execute him on the spot and save yourself the trouble of waiting for 8 days. Ha ha ha, that's right. In any case, I'll die under the claws of a rank 4 demonic beast 8 days later." Luo Xiaoshan laughed wildly. "Old man, what did you say?" Feng Lei was furious, but he wasn't afraid at all. His eyes glared at Luo Xiaoshan like a Vajra. "Impudent. You're courting death." The corner of Luo Xiaoshan's eyes turned cold. His body moved, and a slap flew towards Feng Lei. Profound chi was released, and a strong wind raged. It looked like an ordinary slap, but in fact, it carried an incomparably vigorous power. This slap would cause one to lose half their life even if they didn't die. As expected of a red name elite monster, it would take the initiative to attack. A rank 3 mystic master, Feng Lei couldn't react at all. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he didn't hesitate to release Berserk. His body turned illusory, and he directly landed in front of Feng Lei. Bang! The two palms collided, and the collision of power made Luo Tian's arms numb. His mind was shaken, and he took a few steps back to stabilize his body. His heart sank, and he secretly said, "The power of a rank 3 mystic master is really strong. Even a rank 9 mystic disciple with Berserk is not his opponent." Luo Xiaoshan's body trembled, and he took 3 steps back before stopping. His face was ugly, and his heart was extremely shocked. In just a few days, his strength has increased so quickly. How did this kid cultivate? Luo Jianshan and Luo Changshan's faces darkened. After the big hunting match, this was the first time they saw Luo Tian fight. They didn't expect that Luo Xiaoshan, who was a rank 3 mystic master, was only at a slight disadvantage. What would happen in the future? In the hearts of the three, Luo Tian's threat level rose to a new height. At the same time, a common signal rose in their hearts. This boy must not be left alive. Elder Luo, you are not qualified to teach my people a lesson. Luo Tian stepped forward, and his momentum was not weak at all. He said calmly. Luo Xiaoshan's eyes were cold, and he was about to attack again, but he was stopped by Luo Jianshan. Luo Tian, where do you want to go? Don't forget that you still have 8 days to challenge a rank 4 monster in the Colosseum. You don't want to sleep at night, do you? Luo Jianshan said lightly. It seems that you have no right to ask where I go, my acting patriarch. Luo Tian did not give in at all. The acting patriarch was like a sharp thorn nailed into Luo Jianshan's heart. Luo Jianshan's face darkened, and his fists under his sleeves clenched. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't found out where the monster core of the raging thunderbolt was, he would have already lost his temper. Luo Jianshan smiled and said, "Since you agree to the challenge, then I have to know where you go. Otherwise, how can I explain to the Luo family?" Say it. Where do you want to go? If you want to escape, I advise you to give up. Although the Luo family is not the strongest in Jade Mountain City, it is more than enough to prevent a Xian disciple from escaping. Luo Tian's eyes were cold. Indeed. His strength was only at the 9th stage of the Xian disciple realm, and he was completely unable to contend against the Luo family's Xian disciple realm experts. These days, his every move must have been under Luo Jianshan's surveillance, which made him stunned and aware of his negligence. Since it was like this, Luo Tian didn't want to hide anything, and said with a smile, "I'm going to the Ghost Prison Mountain Range to train. This doesn't seem to be against anything, right?" Haha, going to the Ghost Prison Mountain Range to train? You want to enter the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I think you just want to escape. Luo Xiaoshan said with a face full of disdain. The corner of Luo Tian's eyes turned cold, and he was extremely unhappy with Luo Xiaoshan. Luo Jianshan's face was calm, and said, "It is indeed not against anything, but who can guarantee that you are not running away?" F***ck. If my boss says he's going to the ghost prison mountain range to train, then he's going to train. Feng Lei shouted angrily. Luo Jianshan glared at Feng Lei and said disdainfully, if he says he's going to train, then he's going to train. What if he escapes? Can you guarantee it? I guarantee it. Feng Lei immediately shouted. Luo Jianshan sneered disdainfully, what qualifications does a servant of the Luo family have to guarantee it? Luo Tian said directly, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't blabber on and on, don't waste my time. Time was precious, Luo Tian really didn't want to waste it here, not to mention in front of the boss, who kept tempting him. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and punch him, and the result would be, Luo Jianshan glanced at Li Shuer, and said, I don't care where you go to train, but if you escape, I won't be able to explain it to the Luo family. So, if she wants to stay, he also has to stay. As he spoke, he pointed at Li Shuer, and then at Feng Lei, I want the two of them to stay as hostages. If you don't come back, hee. Such a beautiful woman can be sold to the Yichun brothel for a large sum of money. She is also a warrior, which makes those brothel patrons even more tempted to conquer her. As for this damn fatty, selling him to the mine as a slave is a good choice. As soon as he finished, several elite disciples of the Luo family suddenly rushed out from the surroundings, all of them at the 9th stage of the profound disciple realm. In less than half a breath's time, Li Shuer and Feng Lei were restrained. Luo Tian's anger instantly burst out. Anger, in an instant, anger took over Luo Tian's whole body. You can mess with me, but don't mess with the people around me. Luo Tian's voice was filled with endless anger as he stared at Luo Jianshan gloomily. Angry? Ha ha ha, the angrier you are, the more important they are to you, so I'm relieved. Luo Jianshan said with a sneer. Only those who cared would be angry, so he didn't have to worry about Luo Tian escaping. Even, in Luo Jianshan's mind, he thought of an idea to get the demon core and couldn't help but laugh insidiously. At this time, Luo Tian looked at Luo Jianshan's insidious mouth and couldn't wait to release Optimus Prime and the others. He really couldn't help it. Luo Tian didn't know if the 4 steel beasts were their opponents. He only thought of one thing in his mind, to kill Luo Jianshan. This kind of crazy idea grew, and Luo Tian almost couldn't control it. Ha ha ha, angry, angry, angry. Dog, if you dare to do it, then it's an attack on the Luo family's elder. This crime is fatal. Luo Xiaoshan laughed proudly. Looking at Luo Tian's angry look, he couldn't help but feel happy. Brother Luo Tian, don't do it. Boss, we're fine. Li Shuer and Feng Lei said. Li Shuer glanced at Luo Tian and then looked at Luo Tian and said, Brother Luo Tian, you can go to the Ghost Prison Mountain Range to train in peace. We'll be fine. Feng Lei said seriously, Boss, don't worry. If anyone dares to touch sister-in-law, I'll make him wish he was dead. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Li Shuer's face flushed red, and her heart was sweet. She rolled her eyes at Feng Lei and pretended to be angry. Fatty Lei, what are you talking about? Feng Lei avoided Li Shuer's gaze and looked at Luo Tian with a silly smile. Luo Tian, as long as you show up at the agreed time, they will be fine, but... Luo Jianshan sneered. You should know what I'm capable of. If you don't show up in 8 days, you should be well aware of the consequences, Luo Jianshan said with a confident look on his face, as if Luo Tian was already in his grasp. Such a beautiful girl, I can't help myself, ha ha ha. Luo Xiaoshan stared at Li Shuer and said with a lewd smile. Luo Tian gently exhaled and restrained the anger in his heart. He took a step forward and looked at Luo Jianshan. Luo Jianshan, listen carefully. If you dare to disrespect them in the slightest, I will bury your entire family. And your Luo Xiao mountain. Don't King annoy me like a fly. Do you believe that I won't slap you if you make me unhappy? And you, Luo Changshan, and you, the so-called elite disciples of the Luo family, I will remember all of your faces. If they lose even half a hair, I will twist your heads off one by one. I, Luo Tian, am a man of my words. If you don't believe me, you can try. Intimidation? No. It was domineering, arrogant, and confidence in his own strength. Every word he said was filled with killing intent. Every sentence was meant to kill. While he was speaking, the aura on his body was extremely strong, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Even Luo Jianshan was slightly shocked. Luo Tian, don't you think too highly of yourself? Do you really think you are a big shot? Have you forgotten your surname after showing off a few times in the outer sect of the Luo family? We are not the trash of the outer sect. Some of the elite disciples were very unhappy with Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "You can try to touch them. Let's do it, I am not afraid of a trash like you." As soon as he finished speaking, an elite disciple of the 9th level of the mystic realm directly slapped Feng Lei's face. Mother **Ker, you want to challenge my bottom line? Luo Tian's eyes darkened and he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, his right fist was like a cannon. "You are courting death." Bang! Before that person's palm fell, his abdomen was hit hard, and his internal organs were shattered. His body flew out and fell to the ground without any signs of life. Dead, instant kill with one punch. The system beeped. Luo Tian did not even look at that person. He coldly glanced at the crowd and shouted domineeringly, "Mother **Ker, who else? Who else wants to try?" Everyone's face suddenly changed. They never thought that Luo Tian's strength would be so strong, and they never thought that Luo Tian would dare to kill in front of so many people of the Luo family. Moreover, it was an elite disciple of the Luo family. It was hard to accept, and there was a twisted feeling in their hearts. It was very uncomfortable. Luo Jianshan's face became very ugly. Luo Tian's action completely ignored his existence, and this feeling was very unpleasant. Luo Xiaoshan released his pressure like a cannon and said angrily, "Luo Tian, you son of a bitch dare to kill a brother of the same family. I think you are tired of living. Mother **Ker. Luo Xiaoshan, don't talk nonsense with me. I will say it again, if you have the guts, try to touch them." Luo Tian's mind and sea of consciousness were crushed by Luo Xiaoshan's pressure. It was very uncomfortable, but he was not afraid at all. In fact, he was even more arrogant. "How dare you?" Luo Xiaoshan was furious. His eyes were filled with anger, and his palms moved. Luo Jianshan stopped Luo Xiaoshan and said with a faint smile, "Luo Tian, I didn't expect your strength to recover so quickly. It's really surprising." In just a few days, he had the strength to kill a 9th stage mystic realm cultivator. This kind of strength was very terrifying. "Big brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Killing a brother of the same family is a crime punishable by death," Luo Xiaoshan said anxiously. The color of Luo Xiaoshan's name became more and more beautiful. It was as red as blood. Luo Tian was on guard. Luo Jianshan said with a calm face, "Luo Tian, I will remember every word you said. They will be safe for 8 days. After that, I don't know." Calm, so calm that it was a bit scary. Luo Jianshan's expression made Luo Tian secretly shocked. He couldn't guess what Luo Jianshan was thinking. Maybe he had other plans. Luo Tian didn't care so much now. He walked to Li Shuer's side and said, "Girl, I will be back soon." "N. Luo Tian Gij, you have to be careful. Don't worry about me. They won't dare to do anything to me." Li Shuer smiled playfully. Her smile was still so cute, without the slightest fear. Looking at her smile, Luo Tian's heart was inexplicably calm. Then he walked to Feng Lei's side. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Feng Lei stood straight and said seriously, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely protect sister-in-law. I won't let her suffer the slightest harm." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Fatty Lei, if anyone dares to bully you, don't care so much. Just beat them until even their mother can't recognize them." "Understood, haha, oh right, I still have something for you to do." "Boss, please tell me." Then, Luo Tian whispered a few words in Feng Lei's ear. Only Feng Lei could hear it. After listening, Feng Lei frowned and said with a smile, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely do it for you." After giving these instructions, Luo Tian turned around and looked at Luo Jianshan. His eyes were charming, expectant, and filled with unconcealable excitement, as if he was talking to a naked girl, and said, "Wait for me, I will definitely come back." Luo Jianshan looked at Luo Tian's eyes and didn't know why, but he secretly shivered. Luo Tian turned around and left, quickly rushing in the direction of the ghost prison mountain range. Feng Lei and Li Shuer were brought back to the Luo family by Luo Changshan. Luo Jianshan looked at the direction where Luo Tian disappeared, and his eyes became extremely gloomy. If it wasn't for the fact that he still hadn't found the whereabouts of the demon core, he would have already killed Luo Tian. However, after tonight's events, his mood was incomparably relaxed. Li Shuer and Feng Lei had become his two trump cards, and it was easy to use them to restrict Luo Tian. Fight with me? Even your father can't beat me, and you're still too inexperienced. Luo Jianshan laughed sinisterly, and then said, Xiaoshan, follow him and see how he cultivates. Be careful yourself. Luo Xiaoshan laughed sinisterly, and laughed wildly in his heart, bastard, see how I will deal with you. Who will deal with who? It was late at night and a little cold. Luo Tian stood at the foot of the towering and even more ferocious ghost prison mountain range. He felt extremely small. What happened at night made him very unhappy. He didn't expect Luo Jianshan to be so shameless. He actually took Li Shuer and Feng Lei hostage. What he hated the most in his life was other people messing with the people around him. In his words, messing with me is fine, but don't mess with my brother's family. If you mess with my brother's family, I will do everything I can to mess with your 18 generations of ancestors. Humans must have fire. This fire has been growing since Luo Tian crossed over to this world. Now it's burning his internal organs. It won't be long before it reaches his sea of consciousness. Once it reaches that time, sorting out his thoughts, Luo Tian took 3 deep breaths, turned his head and looked in the direction of Jade Mountain City, and whispered, wait for me. These 3 words were full of meanings. Then, Luo Tian stepped into the ghost prison mountain range, waking up a group of birds and beasts. The entire ghost prison mountain range became restless. The feast of hunting had begun. Originally, entering the ghost prison mountain range was mainly to deal with the rank 4 monster challenge 8 days later, but now it's different. In addition to challenging the rank 4 monster, killing the boss Luo Jianshan is the main point. He didn't want to continue like this anymore. This boss must be eliminated, otherwise next time it won't be as simple as being detained. Luo Tian won't allow anyone to hurt the people around him. Once found, they must be eliminated. The night was as dark as ink, there was no light in the forest. A rank 9 Mystic Realm's night vision is only a few meters. To find a monster in these few meters is very difficult. Half an hour later. Luo Tian only killed a few rank 1 monsters along the way. His brows wrinkled. This can't go on. If I can't find any monsters, what's the point of killing them? Pondering for a moment, Luo Tian's brows sunk, heavily shouted, the aura on his body unscrupulously released. That kind of arrogance, that kind of domineering aura, that kind of extreme arrogance were all released. The aura spread, and for half a minute, there were dozens of green eyes staring at him in the darkness. Demonic beasts were the same as humans. They couldn't withstand provocation. Luo Tian's aura made them furious, and they swarmed over. When they realized that it was a human, they all revealed a thirsty look. Plop, plop. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he dug his front paws into the ground. Terrifying cries were emitted from the depths of his throat, warning the surrounding demonic beasts. In an instant, a ferocious rank 2 scarlet flame wolf howled as it approached. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he shouted in a deep voice, good timing. Taking out a wooden tablet, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, it's time to test these steel behemoths. Bumblebee, go. Crack, crack, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and a 4-meter-tall steel beast covered in black light rushed out. It looked extremely frightening. Following Luo Tian's idea, Bumblebee raised its eyes and slid down heavily, blocking in front of Luo Tian. It stared coldly at the scarlet flame wolf that was flying in the air, and its face revealed an expression of disdain, as if it was looking at a mosquito. He raised his right hand and slapped it heavily. Paw! The scarlet flame wolf was slapped down from the sky, and its entire body was smashed into the ground. Its 4 limbs were spread out, and its tail and head were in a line, like a seal. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the scarlet flame wolf. The reward is 350 experience points, 35 profound chi values. Holy sh*t, instant kill. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. he raised his head and looked at the complacent Bumblebee, his heart rippling. He knew that the third-level puppet soldier was strong, but he didn't expect it to be strong to this extent. A rank 2 demonic beast was killed with a single slap. It was even easier than swatting a fly. This, awesome. Right now, only this word could describe Luo Tian's current mood. I'm rich, I'm really rich. Luo Tian almost jumped up in joy. The strength of the third-level puppet soldier was far beyond his expectations. After this trip, Luo Tian began to get excited. Luo Jianshan, you old man, just you wait. This time I'll definitely destroy you. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Immediately after, he picked up the scarlet flame wolf that was stuck in the ground, cut its throat, and let the wolf's blood sprinkle on his body. In the Ghost Prison mountain range where demonic beasts were as numerous as the stars in the sky, the smell of blood was the best way to attract demonic beasts. It was even more attractive than the smell on Luo Tian's body. The pungent smell of blood spread out, and from the depths of the forest, a heart-throbbing roar came from afar. The surroundings became even more restless. Those hungry demonic beasts could no longer be controlled and rushed forward, a group of beasts fighting for food. Luo Tian smiled sinisterly, and a dozen demonic beasts rushed out at once. In order to save time, he once again took out a space plank and shouted, "Sky supporting pillar, go." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A huge steel beast descended from the sky and directly trampled a demonic beasts into meat paste. Then, like a steel god of death, it rushed into the group of demonic beasts. At the same time, in addition to controlling the two puppet soldiers with his mind, Luo Tian also took out the Qingyun sword that Zhou Hengran dropped and started to fight. Time was very precious to him. Luo Tian did not want to waste even a moment. Thinking of Luo Jianshan's sinister mouth, thinking of Luo Xiaoshan's unbridled insults, thinking of Luo Changshan's unscrupulous surrender, thinking of Li Shuer who was detained because of him, thinking of the bullying that Feng Lei suffered all these years, thinking of those people in Jade Mountain City who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, the fire in his heart burned even more vigorously. Kill. A sword suddenly appeared, infused with power, and without any defense, it was a reckless attack. The sword pierced through the demonic beast's head. The system sounded out with a pleasant prompt. Luo Tian pulled out his long sword, his figure blurred, and stabbed out with all his strength. Poochie! Ding! 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 The system beep kept ringing in his ears, causing his eardrums to hurt. Luo Tian was extremely excited. One person, two puppet soldiers fought like crazy, like demons. The domineering aura of killing gods and Buddhas made the Ghost Prison mountain range restless. Along the way, he killed, roared, and blood splattered everywhere. Luo Tian's entire body was only left with two eyes that did not have any blood. The rest of his body was covered with dark red blood clots, dyed red and black, condensed into blood clots, dyed red and condensed again. It kept repeating. In the end, Luo Tian's entire body seemed to be wearing a bloody dark armor. It was quite terrifying, just like a demon from hell. From early morning to early morning, from early morning to evening, and then to another early morning, and then to dawn, Luo Tian was extremely tired. He could fall asleep as soon as he laid down. It was his strong willpower that supported him. He was afraid of wasting a second and wasting a bit of experience points. He risked his life killing demonic beasts and risked his life leveling up. He was truly a madman. Finally, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Xian Master Stage 1. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. You have obtained the Cultivation Method System Reward Wind Shadow Steps. Huh? The cultivation method that the protagonist of the Desolate Record, Ji Ning, trained in at the beginning? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was ecstatic. He opened the system's mind control and immediately clicked on Cultivate. At this moment, a cold light shot out. Killing intent, an incomparably strong killing intent. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up coldly, and he laughed sinisterly. You dog, you finally can't hold it in anymore. Luo Xiaoshan followed him all the way. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill Luo Tian. After entering the Ghost Prison mountain range, he found Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. What exactly were these two magical steel beasts? Luo Xiaoshan didn't understand at all. It was said to be a trial, but why was he crazily killing beasts all the way? Was it a trial technique? However, Luo Tian didn't use too many techniques from beginning to end. Every time he attacked, it was a pure strength attack. He didn't use his mystic qi, nor did he use his mystic qi to activate his techniques. What kind of trial was this? Moreover, Luo Tian was completely like a madman. He hunted beasts without any regard for his life. There were countless wounds on his body and blood flowed, but he didn't even frown. He didn't care at all. He crazily released his murderous aura in the Ghost Prison mountain range, attracting groups of beasts. If this wasn't a madman, then what was? Who would be like him? The more he followed, the more Luo Xiaoshan couldn't understand Luo Tian. So much so that he wanted to figure out what Luo Tian was trying to do. Until just now, Luo Tian broke through. The aura of a mystic cultivator realm was released, causing Luo Xiaoshan's mind to turn cold. He was incomparably shocked. How could he break through without cultivating? Could it be that he broke through by hunting beasts? If this continued, it would be terrible. It was also because he thought of this that he made a sneak attack. A 16-year-old mystic cultivator first stage, an existence like a monster. Luo Xiaoshan knew very well that if he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have a chance. The long sword shone with a cold light in the dark forest. With a flash of the cold light, the killing intent was strong. Luo Xiaoshan poured his mystic qi, and the pressure of a mystic cultivator third stage came crushing over. He shouted in a deep voice, "Heaven-falling sword technique. Go to hell, you dog." Heaven-falling sword technique, the only second-grade sword technique in the Luo family. The sword was like a meteorite falling from the sky, extremely powerful. This sword was extremely sharp. This sword was Luo Xiaoshan's strongest attack. This sword was a sure-kill sword. The pressure was like a mountain, suppressing his mind and sea of consciousness, but it wasn't as uncomfortable as before. The reason was simple, he now had the power of a mystic cultivator. This was the benefit of having a high realm. The sword qi was oppressive, and its pressure disturbed Luo Tian's mind. The turbulence in Xiaochen's spiritual sea was very uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian smiled sinisterly. He turned around and frowned as he stared at Luo Xiaoshan flying towards him. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Old thing, you are finally willing to come out. I've been waiting for you for so long." The corners of Xianxia's lips curled up in excitement. From the beginning, Luo Tian had sensed that someone was following him, but he didn't know who it was. However, he was certain that this person was at the mystic adept realm. For this reason, he fought like a madman, crazily killing day and night, not daring to rest for even a second. He was very tired, so tired that he could fall asleep as soon as he lay down, but he didn't dare to sleep. He kept reminding himself that he couldn't sleep. He had to make the best use of his time to kill monsters and level up. Only by reaching the mystic adept realm would he have enough ability to protect himself. The moment he broke through, he deliberately relaxed his mind, giving Luo Xiaoshan a very good opportunity to sneak attack him. He didn't expect him to really come. Luo Tian saw Luo Xiaoshan and laughed excitedly. A red-named elite monster should be able to drop some good things, right? Luo Xiaoshan's eyes twisted, and his sword suddenly changed in the darkness. The sword qi was like a blazing flame, and he said, "Die." "Die?" Luo Tian smiled faintly. A gust of wind blew over, and in a flash, he shouted, "Wind Shadow Step." Fourth rank cultivation technique, Wind Shadow Step, like the wind, like a shadow. Like a shadow, like a wind blowing on the face. With a move of his feet, Luo Tian's entire body seemed to merge with the wind. His figure crazily changed, making it impossible for people to see him clearly. Qi. His sword pierced through the air, causing Luo Xiaoshan's heart to sink again. He stomped his right foot and jumped up, quickly jumping to a relatively safe distance. Ha ha ha, it really is the cultivation technique that Jining trained in during the Desolate Era. It is indeed extraordinary. Luo Tian said excitedly, then turned to look at Luo Xiaoshan who had landed on the ground, and teased, "Old thing, continue." He did not put Luo Xiaoshan in his eyes at all. Luo Xiaoshan was also completely enraged, gritting his teeth, his eyes staring at Luo Tian, his left hand holding the sword, his right hand moving in the air. "Let's see where else you can hide, die for me." Boom! A loud sound came from the void, and a huge hand floated in the air. It was also at this moment that Luo Xiaoshan once again attacked with his sword. His strength was even faster and fiercer than before. 2 attacks. If one did not succeed, the second attack would immediately come. Even if one could dodge the first attack, it was impossible to dodge the second one. Luo Xiaoshan was in his 40s. Although he could not be said to have experienced hundreds of battles, his battle experience could be considered rich. Luo Tian frowned, and took a deep breath. Just like Luo Xiaoshan, his right hand grabbed at the air, and a loud sound came out. Immediately after, releasing the wind shadow step, his entire body merged with the wind, moving left and right, directly rushing towards Luo Xiaoshan. You dare to fight me head-on with a first-stage mystic cultivator, courting death. Luo Xiaoshan snorted coldly, and his right hand in the air directly grabbed down. A pure mystic chi attack. Luo Tian was the same. His right hand in the air grabbed at Luo Xiaoshan's right hand, and his fists sank heavily. One fist was filled with thunder and lightning, and the other fist was like a tiger roaring in the forest. Boom! There was no overlay of violent power. Luo Xiaoshan was a third-stage mystic cultivator. For Luo Tian, this was a rare opportunity to understand the power of the mystic cultivator realm, and he also wanted to know the difference between himself and a third-stage mystic cultivator. From this, he was prepared to fight against the boss Luo Jianshan. Rumble! The 2 giant hands in the air collided together, and mystic chi raged, constantly erupting. After a few seconds, Luo Tian's right hand gradually dissipated, and Luo Xiaoshan's right hand also became much smaller, but its shape was still there. His fists blocked Luo Xiaoshan's long sword. His body shook slightly, and he instantly retreated a few meters, while Luo Xiaoshan only took 2 steps back. The difference in strength between a first-stage mystic cultivator and a third-stage mystic cultivator was very obvious. Luo Tian thought to himself, as expected, even if it's only a small stage difference, the strength is not above the same level. Luo Xiaoshan sneered proudly and said, "You dare to fight me with a first-stage mystic cultivator? You're simply overestimating yourself." Luo Tian sneered and said playfully, "All right, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. You're going to die next." As soon as the word die fell, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Berserk!" Rumble! 2 times the attributes appeared, and the power stripes burst out from his body in a visible form. His aura was completely different, and Luo Xiaoshan's pressure was completely useless. This was the power of Berserk, in an instant. Luo Tian smiled sinisterly and rushed out at an astonishing speed. Luo Xiaoshan almost didn't have time to react, and his long sword blocked his chest with a face full of shock. Bam! The heavy fist was like a cannon, bombarding. Luo Xiaoshan felt pain in his chest, his internal organs shook, and his face turned pale as he quickly retreated. Want to escape? Old thing, after being insulted by you for so many years, you actually want to escape now. Are you King thinking too much? Luo Tian instantly caught up to Luo Xiaoshan and landed in front of him. With a gloomy smile, he punched him back to his original spot. Under Berserk, Luo Xiaoshan was no match for him at all. He was completely crushed by Luo Tian. Luo Xiaoshan suffered a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His eyes seemed to spit out flames. "Luo Tian, you dare to kill me? My big brother knows that I'm following you. If I die, your woman and your brothers won't be able to live. Are you threatening me? F***ck. Now it's you, next it's Luo Jianshan." Luo Tian roared out, venting the anger in his heart. His fists were like thunder as he punched out again. Boom! Luo Xiaoshan was blasted dozens of meters away, and Luo Xiaoshan crashed into a big tree. His face was as pale as silver, and his mind was trembling. He looked at Luo Tian like a death god from hell. Run! With a distance of dozens of meters, Luo Xiaoshan frantically fled, rolling and crawling, looking extremely miserable. Luo Tian sneered and did not chase after him. He took out a space plank from his arms and threw it with all his might. He shouted, "Wei Zhentian, kill him for me. Explode for me." Old Bull was very excited. Was this the legendary reader? Thank you very much. Today's collection didn't increase very well. Brothers, you're awesome. Share, comment, collect, recommend tickets, subscribe reminders, not a single one can be left out. The second chapter has been delivered, roar. The incomparably domineering Wei Zhentian descended from the sky, the fine iron mechanical hand directly grabbed onto Luo Xiaoshan's body, lifting him into the air. He looked up, waiting for Luo Tian's next order. Luo Tian, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. I am an elder of the Luo family, you won't be able to live for long if you kill me. Your brothers, your women, they will all be buried with me. Letting me go is your only way out. You dog, did you hear what I said? Luo Xiaoshan was incomparably afraid as he struggled frantically, shouting loudly. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Wei Zhentian's palm. Wei Zhentian's palm was made of pure iron and was extremely hard. Coupled with Wei Zhentian's strength as a rank 3 demonic beast, an injured Luo Xiaoshan couldn't break free at all. Luo Tian walked forward step by step, the corner of his mouth hung a deathly smile, and said, I hate it the most when people threaten me, you old thing, you're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. Being arrogant in front of me will only lead to death. You have to die, Luo Jianshan, that sinister and despicable dog, has to die too. Your son has to die, his son has to die too. I forgot, his son has already died under my fist, and that Luo Ming has also been killed by me. Oh right, there's another one, Luo Tian pondered for a moment, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, F***ck, I remember now, there's also a trash called Zhou Hengran, he seems to be some elder of the Zhou family, haha. He also died under my fist. Unbridled, hearing this, Luo Xiaoshan's heart was incomparably shocked, and at the same time, it was also filled with despair. He never thought that Luo Lin and Luo Ming would both die at the hands of Luo Tian. What made him even more surprised was that the Zhou family's elder, Zhou Hengran, would also die at his hands. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Luo Tian have to be able to kill them? Luo Xiaoshan didn't have time to think about this. His heart was dead, and death could befall him at any time. His expression changed and he immediately begged, Nephew Luo Tian, I'm your uncle. Spare me this time, I won't dare to make things difficult for you again. I'll stand on your side. I know a lot of my brother's secrets, including how he framed you, broke your dantian, and destroyed your cultivation. I know everything. If you spare my life, I'll definitely help you become the patriarch of the Luo family. My dear uncle, what were you doing earlier? Now you know how to be afraid? Have you been eating shit all this time? Luo Tian said with a laugh. Luo Xiaoshan was really scared. His voice was trembling, and he was so scared that tears came out of his eyes. But, his name was still as red as blood, which meant that what he said just now was just to save his life. Once he let him go, he would definitely turn around and bite him. Luo Tian was not a fool, how could he let go of the meat in his mouth? Do you think I'm joking or telling a story? As expected, all of this was caused by Luo Jianshan. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back. Although he had already guessed it, it was just a guess. Now that it was confirmed, the hatred in his heart deepened. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said to himself, I really have to thank Luo Jianshan, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have come to this world. Immediately, Luo Tian's thoughts stirred. He turned around and said coolly, tear him apart. No, don't. I still have a lot of secrets to tell you about Luo Jianshan. Don't kill me, don't. With a mournful scream, Luo Xiaoshan's body was directly torn into two halves by Wei Zhentian, and blood sprayed all over the ground. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Luo Xiaoshan. The reward is 1000 experience points, 100 profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fallen Heaven Sword Technique. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spirit Devouring Pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. A series of system beeps sounded in his mind. Luo Tian listened carefully, and was a little disappointed when he saw the items that dropped. He ruthlessly kicked half of Luo Xiaoshan's body, and said disdainfully, X, you poor bastard, is this enough to live up to the title of elite monster? 2F** King disappointing, however, Although he was disappointed, killing this annoying fly, Luo Xiaoshan, was still quite satisfying. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to hear his chattering in the future. Thinking about what Luo Xiaoshan had just said, Luo Tian's eyes twisted, and he said in a low voice, Luo Jianshan, UF** king dog, you're not even worthy of being AF** king dog, UF** king old thing, just you wait, see how lousy we'll deal with you when we get back. After a short rest, Luo Tian stood on Optimus Prime's shoulder, waved his hand, and said domineeringly and arrogantly, Autobots, kill. The three steel beasts rushed into the dark ghost prison mountain range. Another slaughter feast had begun, his experience was soaring, his profound chi was soaring, and Luo Tian's willpower was also increasing at an unprecedented rate. 2 days and 2 nights of continuous hunting had exhausted him, but at the same time, he was incomparably excited. When he thought about Luo Jianshan's entire body shining with a dazzling golden light, he couldn't hold back. Half an hour after Luo Tian's figure disappeared, a black shadow landed not far from Luo Xiaoshan's corpse. Standing next to Luo Xiaoshan's corpse, he took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed an unconcealable shock. What a strong strength, what a strong fine iron battle pet, this Luo Tian is really too dangerous. Fortunately, I hid my aura all the way, otherwise, I would have ended up like him. I have to quickly report to the Patriarch and get ready as soon as possible. Whoosh! The black shadow flashed and disappeared into the dark forest. Luo Tian didn't expect that Luo Jianshan would actually send 2 people to follow him. This was something he didn't expect. Luo Jianshan was astute. He knew very well that Luo Xiaoshan would take action against Luo Tian, so he sent another person to follow Luo Tian. In fact, he was also monitoring Luo Xiaoshan. He was worried that Luo Tian would die in the hands of Luo Xiaoshan, and that the demon core of the Thunder Bull would be taken away by Luo Xiaoshan. But he never expected that Luo Xiaoshan would die in the hands of Luo Tian. What was even more unexpected was that his son would die in the hands of Luo Tian, Luo Ming would die in the hands of Luo Tian, and Zhou Hengran of the Zhou family would also die in his hands. All of this made Luo Jianshan feel a trace of fear. It was also at this moment that Luo Jianshan had a new understanding of Luo Tian's strength, and began to reconsider his next plan. Luo family, Luo Jianshan's room. A candlelight was blown in from the window by the breeze, and the flickering candlelight shone on Luo Jianshan's cold and gloomy face. In addition to the gloomy coldness, there were also 2 dried tears. Clenching his fists, his sleeves fluttered without wind, and the aura on his body was filled with a strong killing intent, and within the killing intent was endless hostility. This aura filled every corner of the room, and the black shadow disciple behind him was pale and sweating profusely, bitterly holding on. Under the suppression of a 9th-rank mystic master's aura, he couldn't even speak. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. The strength of a 9th-rank mystic master was unparalleled. After a long time, Luo Jianshan's expression returned to calmness, and his aura dissipated. He looked calm, but the anger in his heart was even more furious. Patriarch, should we make a move on Feng Lei and that woman? No need, just pretend that nothing happened. They are my distinguished guests, so I have to take good care of them. Luo Jianshan narrowed his eyes and continued, Go and inform the Zhou family that I know the whereabouts of Zhou Hengran. This disciple obeys. The black-clothed disciple cupped his hands and quickly left the room. Luo Jianshan looked at the dark night outside the window, and his expression was extremely ferocious. He said gloomily, Lin I will definitely avenge you. I will let his woman be buried with you, I will let his brothers be your slaves for eternity, I will let Luo Tian's soul scatter, and he won't even be able to enter hell. Father swears with blood, I will definitely do it. In the ghost prison mountain range, Luo Tian continued to kill without stopping, forgetting everything. He was like a madman who had lost his mind. In order to survive. In order to embarrass Luo Jianshan. In order to kill the boss, for Feng Lei, for Li Shuer, for the disciples of the Luo family who believed in him, Luo Tian desperately became stronger. 1 man and 3 steel beasts went crazy in the depths of the ghost prison mountain range, wreaking havoc, domineering, and arrogant. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Wind Thunder Beast, gaining 350 experience points, 35 profound chi, Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Wind Thunder Beast's Blood Essence, Invincible Bloodline +1. Ding. Congratulations to player. Ding, the system beep was like an engine that never stopped ringing. It was deafening, but it made Luo Tian extremely excited. His experience points were soaring, his profound chi was soaring, his mental control was increasing, and his invincible bloodline was also increasing, bathed in blood, trying his best to level up. The first day, the second day, the third day. Fighting day and night without rest, his whole body was exhausted, but Luo Tian did not dare to stop. He tried his best to level up. Every bit of experience was important, every bit of profound chi could bring him back to life. For this reason, he killed all the way, crazy all the way. The fourth rank monster was incomparably powerful. If he wanted to live, he had to make himself strong enough. After the fourth rank monster, it was Luo Jianshan, the boss. This time he must kill him. Kill! Luo Tian roared with a hoarse voice. The armor condensed from blood on his body flickered with a cold light under the scorching sun, like the light of death shining from hell. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Megatron, the three steel beasts, followed Luo Tian's order. Like mighty generals, they rushed into the beast tide without hesitation. Level up, I must level up quickly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Tomorrow was the day when Luo Tian would challenge a fourth-order monster beast in the Colosseum. In the evening, the setting sun was as red as blood. The sky above Jade Mountain City was shrouded in a sunset glow that was even redder than blood. The entire city was dyed in blood, causing people to panic. The Colosseum's betting station. I bet 100 taels that Luo Tian will lose. I bet 30 taels that Luo Tian won't last a minute. I bet 70 taels, Luo Tian, that brat, is dead for sure. This time, we have really earned a lot of money for nothing. Speaking of which, we really have to thank him, ha ha ha, his dantian is shattered, and his cultivation is crippled. Even if he recovers his dantian, he won't be able to raise his cultivation by much. He actually dared to challenge a rank 4 monster. I think he's lying on the edge of a cesspool, not far from death. Haha. Have you heard? Luo Tian, that trash, entered the Ghost Prison mountain range to train 8 days ago and still hasn't returned. He couldn't have been eaten by a demonic beast, right? Who cares? Anyway, it's our win even if he doesn't appear. Dying early or dying late, the result will be the same. The betting station was opened by the Jade Mountain City's Colosseum. Luo Tian's challenge of a rank 4 monster was widely publicized by the Colosseum. It was well known in the Jade Mountain City. Even a few big cities thousands of miles away had many people coming to watch and place heavy bets. The odds were 1-10. Luo Tian was 1, and the rank 4 monster was 10. It was almost a one-sided bet. In half a month, less than 10 taels of silver were placed on Luo Tian. This did not include those who placed a wrong bet that couldn't be refunded. Almost every major city had a beast fighting coliseum. It was used for entertainment and gambling. There was a lot of money to be made there. These beast fighting coliseums were all controlled by a mysterious organization. It was an extremely powerful mysterious organization. No one knew where the headquarters of this organization was located or who the leader of this organization was. At this time, in a high-class private room of the Colosseum, several high-level managers' foreheads were oozing with cold sweat. The amount of bets on the monster is increasing crazily. It's going to break 1 million soon. This time, we're definitely going to lose. This year's income will probably be thrown in. Manager Lee, should we do something to the monster? I know a kind of medicine that can make the monster's strength continue to decrease. If that's the case, we... Shut up. Our violet orchid has never cheated. If you dare to say such things again, immediately scram. Yes, yes, yes. Several people immediately became silent, not daring to say anything else. Li Gui clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the blood-red sky outside the private room. He frowned and whispered to himself, "Third miss, what do you want to do? Do you really think that kid can defeat a rank 4 monster? It's completely impossible. Violet Orchid has never done a losing business. This time, I'm afraid, Li Gui secretly sighed in his heart. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Without waiting for the door to open, a man with sweat all over his head walked in. Everyone was startled. Just as they were about to curse, the man was one step ahead and said, "Manager Li, did someone place a bet of 10 black stones?" "What? Who would have such a big hand in a small place like Jade Mountain City? Even with the 4 great families working together, they are still unable to gather 10 black stones. Who is it? Oh no, this is going to be even worse." Their expressions darkened. The performance of the Colosseum was related to their dividends. They could not understand why they had to publicize this competition so much, even to the big cities thousands of miles away. Even the imperial capital, Heaven Sword City, knew about it. Why was this? No one here knew, and Li Gui was the same. He was only following orders. Li Gui frowned even more, and asked, "Did you see who it was?" The man shook his head. "No, that person was wearing black clothes and a cloak, I couldn't see her appearance at all. The only thing I can be sure of is that she is a woman." "Woman?" From the sound of it, it should be a young girl. "Young girl?" The man thought of something and said, "She bet on Luo Tian." "Luo Tian? 10 black stones? Ha ha ha. God bless us, we're going to make a huge profit this time. This young girl is our savior." For a moment, the room was filled with joyous laughter. Li Gui's heart could not help but relax as he smiled faintly. Luo family. In Luo Tian's simple and crude courtyard, Li Shuer walked out of the room. Her pure white dress looked especially beautiful under the blood-red sunset. She walked into the courtyard and sat on a stone bench. With her hands on her cheeks, she stared at the entrance of the courtyard without blinking. From time to time, she would mutter to herself, "Big brother Luo Tian, why aren't you back yet? Shuer misses you." On the stone steps at the entrance of the courtyard, Feng Lei sat there like a door god. His expression was wooden, and he did not move at all. The deadline was almost here, Luo Tian had not appeared yet, and the two of them began to worry. "No. I'm going to find boss." Feng Lei suddenly stood up, frowned, and was about to walk out. Li Shuer saw this and immediately stood up. She chased after him and said, "I'm going too." Before the two of them could walk out of the stable, they were stopped by a group of people. The leader was the second elder's son, Luo Chen. "The two of you, don't even think of leaving." Luo Chen blocked Feng Lei and Shuer's path and sneered, "Luo Tian, that trash must have died in the ghost prison mountain range and could not come back. Otherwise, he would have already come back. Otherwise, he would have left you behind and run away. My boss will not die." Feng Lei shouted. Li Shuer also anxiously said, "Luo Tian Gij would not leave us behind and run away." "Humph. If he didn't run away, I'll eat this pile of shit." Luo Chen pointed at the pile of horse shit at his feet and said, F***CK. I've seen perverts, but I've never seen such a perverted person. He's actually addicted to eating shit. In the dark night, a voice sounded. A figure slowly approached from afar. The corner of his mouth was raised, carrying an endless domineering aura. Feng Lei laughed, scratching his head and giggling foolishly. Li Shuer also laughed. With her shallow dimples, her smile was as cute as it could be. Luo Chen was dumbfounded. The elite disciples of the Luo family were also dumbfounded. Luo Tian walked forward. First, he looked at Feng Lei seriously. Between brothers, there was no need for too many words. Then, his index finger lightly scratched Li Shuer's nose and said, "Girl, did you miss me?" "N. Very, very much." Li Shuer nodded obediently. Tears almost came out of her eyes. Looking at her cute appearance, Luo Tian really wanted to pull her into his arms. He really, really wanted to. But in the end, he resisted. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Luo Tian secretly relaxed. He turned to Luo Chen and grinned, "Fatty Lei, what are you waiting for? Let's eat shit. Fatty Lei, force him to eat this camel horse shit." "Understood." Feng Lei immediately found a shovel and swiftly scooped up the camel horse shit from the ground, not leaving a single bit untouched, and handed it over to Luo Chen, grinning, "Eat." Luo Chen's face paled, he stared at Luo Tian, flicked his sleeves, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Mother Kerr, you want to leave? If you don't eat this pile of shit today, I'll see if you can walk out of here. Luo Tian laughed coldly, with an expression that said, "If you don't eat, do you believe that I won't beat the shit out of you?" The surrounding 6 core disciples all had extraordinary strength. With them around, Luo Chen was naturally not afraid. The corner of his mouth drew back as he sneered in disdain, "Luo Tian, don't think too highly of yourself. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Luo Chen, am not." As he said that, his eyes moved. The surrounding 6 people immediately took a step forward, all of them staring at Luo Tian with a mocking expression. "Yo, they're all core disciples? So many people, I'm really scared." Luo Tian smiled faintly. Immediately after, he looked at Feng Lei. Feng Lei understood tacitly and whistled towards the sky, "Brothers, come out." Rumble, rumble, dozens of Luo family outer sect disciples rushed in from all directions like a tide, quickly surrounding Luo Chen and the other 5 in the middle. They looked at Luo Tian with a determined gaze, bowed their bodies, and shouted in unison, "Boss." Their voices shook the heavens, their imposing manner like a rainbow. Luo Tian was shocked by the sudden call of boss, and thought in his heart, F***ck, it's so dark. Society is the same. He rolled his eyes at Feng Lei and scolded in a low voice, "Fatty Lei, what the hell are you doing?" Feng Lei laughed foolishly, "Boss, my training is not bad, right? He, not bad your head, you almost hit me." Luo Tian said unhappily. He then smiled at the crowd and said, "Brothers, Luo Chen is bullying us because we have fewer people. What do you think we should do?" These people were the Luo family's disciples from the hunting ground. For the past 8 days, Feng Lei had been secretly training them. Luo Tian did not expect that Feng Lei, this damn fatty, would actually train them like soldiers. Hooligan. Ancient. Hooligans weren't scary, but soldiers were. Hooligans were out of the ordinary. Luo Tian was very satisfied with this. Everyone turned and stared at Luo Chen. They didn't say a word, they just stared at him. Being stared at by dozens of pairs of eyes, Luo Chen felt his hair stand on end. His voice trembled as he said, "Luo Tian, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" "I don't want to do anything, I just want you to eat this camel shit." Luo Tian laughed. Luo Chen's face twisted and he said angrily, "Luo Tian, you dog, do you know who my father is? Last time at the martial arts field, you were lucky. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, I will immediately ask my father to cripple you." "Cripple me? F***ck your mother." Luo Tian was instantly enraged and slapped him. "Pa." Luo Chen's face had 5 red fingerprints as he fell flat on his face. The surrounding 6 core disciples' eyes darkened. They clenched their fists and were ready to attack. Luo Tian stretched out his right hand and swept it horizontally. He shouted domineeringly, "Mother Kerr, which one of you dares to move?" As he spoke, the aura of a Xian master was released. It was unrestrained and arrogant to the extreme. The 6 people's faces changed and they didn't dare to move. Although they wanted to help Luo Chen get back at him, their lives were the most important. Without their lives, everything else was bullshit. On the ground, Luo Chen was suppressed by Luo Tian's aura to the point that he couldn't breathe. His heart was dead silent as he kept muttering to himself, "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. How was it possible to break through to the Xian master realm in just half a month? Even a super genius that only appears once in 10,000 years wouldn't be able to do it. Luo Tian was just a piece of trash with a shattered dantian. How could he do it? But the truth was right in front of him. The aura of a Xian master realm couldn't be fake. This made Luo Chen's heart sink to the bottom of a deep abyss. Luo Tian squatted down and pulled Luo Chen's hair. He grinned and said, "Lousy, will ask you one last time. Are you going to eat or not?" Luo Chen's entire body trembled. Looking at the 2 kilograms of horse shit on the camel, his stomach churned and he couldn't speak for a while. Luo Tian let go of Luo Chen and coldly smiled, "Drink it for me." Luo Tian was never lenient towards his enemies. Luo Changshan had undoubtedly occupied Luo Jianshan's side. This time, not only did he have to face Luo Jianshan, he also had to face the entire Luo family. Since he was sure that he was an enemy, then he had to fight to the death and not leave any leeway. Of course. Now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as telling Luo Chen to eat shit. This time, it was just a show of strength to let the Luo family people see clearly that Laozi is back. You all can wash yourselves clean and wait for Laozi to explode. Not long after, Luo Chen's mouth was filled with horse shit and he fainted. Even so, no one stopped. They only stopped when the camel dung was poured into Luo Chen's mouth. Luo Tian waved his hand and smiled. All right, bring a message back to your master. He was the one who requested to eat shit. I was just filling his mouth with this small wish. Immediately, the 6 people's faces turned pale as they helped Luo Chen up and quickly ran out. How preposterous. Luo Changshan was furious as he smashed a mahogany table into pieces with a slap. His eyes seemed to be spewing flames. Luo Tian, this old man will not give up until you tear my body into 10,000 pieces. Father. Father, kill him, I want you to kill him. Ugh, Luo Chen vomited again. The entire room was filled with the stench of horse shit, causing people to vomit. Whether it was the Luo family or the Jade Mountain City, everyone was laughing at him. Furthermore, Luo Chen had already developed a psychological shadow towards Luo Tian, and his entire person was already in a half-crippled state. Luo Changshan was unable to restrain his anger. His killing intent was strong as he turned around and strode out of the room. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, he was stopped by Luo Jianshan who had rushed over. Don't stop me. This time, I must kill him. Luo Changshan said angrily. He will die tomorrow. He will die without leaving any residue. I promise you. Luo Jianshan said directly. Back then, he lost to a beggar in front of everyone in the city. Tomorrow, he will die without a burial place in front of everyone in the city. That brat has already broken through the Shan Master realm. Are you really confident? Luo Changshan said. Luo Jianshan smiled gently and said mysteriously, do you know what the demon beast this time is? Luo Changshan's gaze tightened. No one knew what the demon beast was before the challenge. The Violet Colosseum's confidentiality measures were very strict. He couldn't help but ask, what? Luo Jianshan said, lava lizard. Lava lizard? Luo Changshan's body couldn't help but tremble. He immediately thought of the disaster that happened in Jade Mountain City 100 years ago. A lava lizard destroyed half of Jade Mountain City and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of civilians. The 4 great families suffered countless casualties and were almost destroyed. This lizard is the descendant of that one. What? Luo Changshan was shocked again as he muttered, if that's the case, then Luo Tian will definitely die. Let me tell you one more thing. Luo Jianshan lowered his voice and said gloomily, I had someone tamper with that lizard. Tomorrow, it will erupt with the terrifying power of a 5th-order demon beast. It was late at night and the sky was dotted with stars. The courtyard didn't look too dark. In the room, there was a slight snoring sound. Luo Tian slept very, very deeply. It was the first time in 8 days that he didn't fall asleep. But, suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the aura in the courtyard. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly shook. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, he immediately sat up. After sensing a little, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He put on his coat and walked out of the room. As expected. You've already stepped into the mystic adept realm. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. You're really amazing. In the darkness, a black figure stood there motionlessly with a cold expression. His words carried unconcealable anger, hatred, and unconcealed killing intent. Luo Tian didn't approach and stood at a relatively safe distance. He smiled and said, you didn't come just to confirm that I broke through to the mystic adept realm, right? The thick killing intent emitted by Luo Jianshan startled Luo Tian. Because of Luo Chen? Impossible. Was it because he had been so arrogant and conceited these days? Also impossible, because Luo Xiaoshan didn't come back? Still impossible. This kind of killing intent was very strong, like an irreconcilable hatred. So Luo Tian immediately thought of his son Luo Lin. Only the hatred of his son's death would have such a strong killing intent. It seems that Luo Jianshan already knows. Luo Tian was only slightly startled, but it didn't cause too big of a ripple. Since Luo Jianshan was standing there, it meant that he didn't want to fight with him. At least, he wouldn't attack him now because his name was still yellow. I'll get straight to the point. You'll die tomorrow. Luo Jianshan said directly. Luo Tian's brows twitched and said, "Oh?" Luo Jianshan said again, "You don't have to die." Luo Tian said, "What's the condition?" Luo Jianshan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said, "Hand over the Raging Thunderbull's demon core and cripple your own cultivation. I'll let you live a peaceful life." "Oh? Oh," Luo Tian said again, and said with great interest, "You don't want to avenge your son? Are you not going to avenge your own brother, Luo Shao Mountain? Are you not going to avenge your loyal Luo Ming?" "Luo Tian." Luo Jianshan shouted loudly. His aura suddenly became bitingly cold. His anger soared, and his killing intent was released like a cold air, occupying the entire courtyard. Luo Jianshan's strength was truly formidable. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Then, he smiled faintly and said in his heart, "If it wasn't fierce, it wouldn't be a boss." Phew, Luo Jianshan exhaled heavily and said, "They are all dead. The living have to continue living, so I can let go of these things." Luo Tian was very surprised. He did not expect Luo Jianshan to be so open-minded. Of course. Luo Tian wouldn't believe it. He was not a fool. Why would he cripple his own cultivation? Once again, he would become a piece of trash that everyone bullied. He really didn't know if Luo Jianshan's head had been clamped by a door when he was young, or if he had been kicked by a donkey, to actually say such words. However, he finally knew the reason why Luo Jianshan had not made a move against him. Demon core of the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull. Luo Tian felt that it was strange that he did not obtain this demon core. Thinking back to the scene at that time, he chuckled in his heart and thought to himself, it seems that the reason why Fatty Lei was able to level up 6 times in a row is related to that demon core. The energy of the demon core was indeed powerful. Luo Tian turned around and walked towards the house. As he walked, he said, "I'm sorry, you can let it go, but I don't want to. See you tomorrow at the beast fighting arena." Luo Tian really couldn't let it go. How could you let go of the boss when you saw it? You didn't want to kill it? Then what was the point of playing the game? If he didn't even kill the boss, what was the point of playing? Luo Tian would definitely not let it go. Putting aside all of this, just the fact that Luo Jianshan had detained Li Shuer and Feng Lei was something that he could not let go of. "You dare to touch my brother? You're courting death. You dare to bully my woman? You're courting death." Luo Jianshan squinted his eyes, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, and said coldly, "You will change your mind tomorrow. At that time, it won't be as easy as crippling your own cultivation." With that, Luo Jianshan walked out step by step. His expression was even calmer than when he came, and he walked even more leisurely. "Boss, what did Luo Jianshan say to you?" After Luo Jianshan left, Feng Lei walked out of the side room, yawned, and asked while scratching his bald head. Luo Tian laughed, and said, "Nothing much, hurry up and go back to sleep." Suddenly, Luo Tian thought about the matter of the demon core, and could not help but ask, "Fatty, is the Heaven Raging Thunder Bull's demon core on you?" "Huh? Boss, when I sucked the blood, a sparkling and translucent crystal-like thing entered my body. I don't know what it is it the demon core? It's still in my body, but I don't know how to get it out." Feng Lei said very seriously. Luo Tian laughed, and said, "It's fine, go to sleep." In the wee hours of the morning, the sky was slightly bright. Luo Jianshan stood in the courtyard, looking up at the dark sky, not moving for a long time. Not long after, a black shadow landed. A man of similar age to Luo Jianshan stood in the courtyard. His eyes were exquisite, and his body carried a thick aura of a Xian master. Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Tairan, at the peak of the 8th stage of the Xian master, his strength was extremely strong. Zhou Tairan raised his head and looked at the sky. He felt very bored and said, "Brother Luo, I've already asked someone to put the medicine you gave into the lava lizard's food. Can you tell me what it is now?" Luo Jianshan smiled slightly, retracted his gaze, and said, "Aphrodisiac, a little bit of aphrodisiac can turn a virgin into a slut." Aphrodisiac? Zhou Tairan was slightly startled. When he thought of the bucket full of aphrodisiac, his heart suddenly became shocked, and he said in disbelief, "What will the lava lizard become after swallowing so much aphrodisiac?" Luo Jianshan's smile became cold, and said, "It will become a rank 5 monster." Zhou Tairan's gaze shook, and his heart was filled with shock. This Luo Jianshan was truly ruthless. The night was very peaceful, but under the calm, there was an undercurrent surging. Luo Jianshan was secretly arranging everything. This time, no matter what, other than obtaining the demon core, he also wanted to consign Luo Tian to eternal damnation. He wanted his soul to scatter, and he wouldn't even be able to enter hell. Early morning. Luo Tian washed up and brought Fatty Lei towards the direction of the beast fighting arena. "Fatty Lei, have you seen the girl? Sister-in-law?" "I haven't seen her, she probably went first." "Oh." Luo Tian had an ominous feeling in his heart. "Ha ha ha, brother Luo, it's all up to you today. I'd bet all my belongings on you. Don't let me down." Song Yanqin laughed as he walked up. Beside him, an elegant man nodded and smiled at Luo Tian. Song Yannan, the patriarch of the Song family. Luo Tian also smiled politely at him, but did not go up to greet him. At this time, a commoner walked up to Luo Tian's side, handed over something, and said, "Someone told me to give this to you." Luo Tian took it and opened it. His face suddenly changed, and anger rushed out. "Luo Jianshan, F***ck your ancestors." Li Shuer was in trouble. "Boss, what's wrong? Brother Luo, what's the matter that made you so angry?" Song Yannan frowned slightly and walked forward to ask, "Brother Luo Tian, what happened?" Luo Tian held a hairpin in his hand. He was very familiar with this hairpin. Yesterday, he was wearing it on Li Shuer's head. He didn't expect, he still underestimated the extent of Luo Jianshan's insidiousness. In the 8 days that he entered the ghost prison mountain range, Li Shuer and Feng Lei did not suffer too much. Luo Tian thought that Luo Jianshan would not do anything to them. After all, his son, brother, and loyal subordinates were all killed by him. It had nothing to do with them. But, Luo Tian was naive. He was really too naive. He should have been alerted when Luo Jianshan appeared last night. Luo Jianshan was such a sinister person, how could he be negligent? Luo Tian blamed himself. His woman was detained for the 2nd time. This made the anger in his heart erupt like a volcano. Sister-in-law's hairpin, boss, did something happen to sister-in-law? Feng Lei's gaze tightened as he looked at the hairpin in Luo Tian's hand. Song Yannan frowned and asked, "Is it Luo Jianshan?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "Yes." Song Yannan was silent for a moment. He gently clenched his fist, then released it and said, "Brother Luo Tian, if you need help, just say it." These words carried a lot of weight. As the patriarch, Song Yannan's words could represent the Song family. He knew that Luo Jianshan was the one who kidnapped Luo Tian. The meaning of his words was on the surface. "As long as you say the word, my Song family can start a war with the Luo family." Luo Tian was grateful in his heart, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Song. This is my matter, I want to solve it myself." Of course, he had to solve it himself. If Luo Jianshan was KO'd by the Song family, then the boss would have nothing to do with him. Then again, he had to beat the sh*t out of this dog. If he didn't beat the sh*t out of him, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. It was also at this moment that the man who delivered the letter said, "That person said that the conditions he gave you last night are still valid. As long as you hand over what he wants, he will naturally let that girl go." "Things? What is it?" Feng Lei grabbed the man's collar, lifted him up into the air and shouted, "Tell me clearly, what is it?" The man was so scared that his whole body trembled. He said in a trembling voice, "Sir, I'm just a messenger. I don't know what he's talking about." Luo Tian said indifferently, "Don't make things difficult for him. He's just a messenger." After a moment of silence, Luo Tian continued, "He wants the demon core of the raging thunder bull." Song Yannan's eyes flickered and he was shocked. Everyone present was secretly shocked. The demon core was filled with incomparably powerful energy. It was even more precious than the profound stone and was a treasure to any martial artist. Feng Lei raised his eyes, put down the man, looked around, and laughed foolishly. Isn't it just the demon core of the raging thunder bull? I'll give it to him. As he said that, he took out a machete that had been sharpened for 8 days from the space token. It was incomparably sharp. Feng Lei picked up the machete and slashed at his stomach without hesitation. Silly and foolish, completely disregarding the consequences. Luo Tian's eyes twisted. He snatched the machete from Feng Lei's hands and scolded, "Fatty Lei, are you crazy? Can you still dig out the demon core after swallowing it?" Feng Lei didn't think too much about it. As long as he could save his sister-in-law, so what if he dug out the demon core from his stomach? So what if he died? He had never cared about his own life. In his heart, Luo Tian would always be first. He did not hesitate to use his life to complete Luo Tian's matters. This was his promise to Luo Tian's father, something that he would use his entire life to do. "Boss, the demon core was eaten by me. I want to dig it out," Feng Lei hurriedly explained. "So what if you dig it out? Not only does Luo Jianshan want the demon core of the raging thunder bull, he also wants me to cripple my own cultivation and become a trash that everyone bullies again." Luo Tian shouted loudly. Crippling once was not enough, he had to cripple it again. Luo Jianshan was extremely sinister. Feng Lei was stunned and muttered, "Boss, what should we do? Aren't we going to save sister-in-law?" "Save? Of course we have to save her. Not only do we have to save her, we have to save her beautifully and cause a sensation." Luo Tian's gaze twisted, and then said to the pale-faced messenger, "Go and tell him that I don't have the demon core of the raging thunder bull that he wants, but I will give him the demon core of the demon beast in the Colosseum. Tell him not to touch that girl, or else I will flip over his ancestral grave. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Scram. The messenger hurriedly scrambled out of the room. Then Luo Tian looked at Feng Lei and said, "Let the brothers prepare the weapons. Once the matter of the Colosseum is over, we will find Luo Jianshan to settle the score." Feng Lei nodded his head heavily and shouted, "All right." Song Yannan looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He could not imagine that this was the 16-year-old Luo Tian who had his pubes shattered and his cultivation crippled. What exactly made him so powerful? It seemed like a good show was about to begin. Song Yannan wanted to ask for help again, but he held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This was an internal matter of the Luo family. As an outsider, too much interference would have a negative impact on him. If he couldn't do it openly, then he would help him secretly. Song Yannan turned his body and whispered to an attendant beside him, "The police station will send the elite disciples of the Song family to disguise themselves and look for the whereabouts of Li Shuer. Don't miss any of Luo Jianshan's movements." The attendant nodded slightly and quietly disappeared into the crowd. Song Yannan looked at Luo Tian's back, and the blood that had been silent for many years unconsciously boiled. The greatest disparity in strength in history is about to begin. Luo Tian from the Luo family, one of the 4 major families of Jade Mountain City, will fight against the rank 4 demon beast, Lava Lizard. The host's deafening voice sounded in the air above the Colosseum. When the words Lava Lizard spread out, the tens of thousands of people in the Colosseum couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The Lava Lizard was an existence akin to a nightmare for the people of Jade Mountain City. It had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people and destroyed half the city. Although many years had passed, the devastation left behind by the Lava Lizard could still be seen in many places of Jade Mountain City. Correct. This Lava Lizard is precisely the descendant of the Lava Lizard that slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people in Jade Mountain City. As soon as the host finished his words, the entire stands were in an uproar. That terrifying scene caused fear to linger in the hearts of the people. What if the Lava Lizard were to rush up to the stands? However, as they recalled that this Colosseum was controlled by the mysterious organization Violet, the fear in their hearts eased. Violet was able to control even peak 10th-ranked demon beasts, let alone a mere 4th-ranked demon beast. Immediately, a lot of people in the stand started laughing loudly. "Haha, this time I'm going to make a killing. Luo Tian is definitely going to die." This is going to be a slaughter, a pure slaughter. I dare to bet that this trash Luo Tian won't be able to last for more than 10 seconds. I think he won't even last for a second, ha ha ha. The stands were in an uproar. There was no suspense in this battle. Luo Tian was definitely going to die. The host was startled for a moment before saying loudly, "Next, let's welcome Luo Tian and his attendant Feng Lei." The gate of the Colosseum opened. Luo Tian and Feng Lei walked into the Colosseum unhurriedly. Countless boos could be heard from the stands. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to them. Soon after, another gate opened. Without waiting for the host to say anything, the lava lizard rushed out with a person in its mouth. Blood flowed out from its teeth, dyeing the ground red. Hell, its appearance was extremely malevolent. An incomparably valiant primordial bestial aura shrouded the entire Colosseum. It went berserk the moment it appeared. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The Colosseum was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, but it was much larger. The circular spectator stand could hold tens of thousands of people. When these people saw the lava lizard rushing out of the gate with a manager in its mouth and blood dripping down, they were not afraid. Instead, they let out earth-shattering screams as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The stronger the lava lizard was, the more excited they were. The crueler the battle, the more excited they were. It was the same in the ordinary stands and the luxurious private rooms. All of them were as excited as if they had taken drugs as they screamed crazily. Haha. Rank 4 monster, rank 4 lava lizard, it's too damn strong. Luo Tian is in trouble. Kill him. Kill these two pieces of trash. Ha ha ha. This lava lizard is as domineering as his mother was back then. The moment it appeared, it bit people to death. Just looking at the lava lizard is worth the price of admission. The lava lizard's entire body spewed fire, the leather armor on its body was like a rock floating in the lava, its eyes were bloodshot, its nose was like a raging fire, the blazing aura emitted from its body swept through the entire Colosseum. His expression was manic and arrogant. That kind of violent power crushed everything. Too strong. This kind of power was something Luo Tian had never seen before. The heaven-raging Thunder Bull and it were not on the same level at all. Immediately, Luo Tian's eyes twisted, and he muttered to himself, "Is this guy a rank 4 monster? How can it be so strong?" The lava lizard gave him the feeling that it was too strong. The aura it emitted was extremely berserk. Luo Tian's heart sank, and reminded him, "Fatty Lei, be careful." Feng Lei's gaze tensed up, and said, "Boss, why do I feel that this 4-legged snake is much stronger than the heaven-raging Thunder Bull? They can't have sent out a rank 5 monster, right?" Feng Lei's words caused Luo Tian's face to change. Thinking of Luo Jianshan's sinister and cold smile, he clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely, "F***ck, Luo Jianshan, you're really F***king ruthless." The lava lizard continued to roar in the Colosseum. It was irritable and crazily crashed into the guardrail, as if it had gone berserk. Even if it wasn't a rank 5 monster, it was still a peak rank 4 monster. Furthermore, it must have been tampered with by someone, otherwise it would not have gone berserk. Something's wrong. Inside a private room that was specially reserved for internal use, Li Gui's expression changed. He turned around and asked, "Who's in charge of feeding it?" The managers looked at each other. Finally, one of them stood up and said carefully, "The person who was feeding it was killed by it." "Is this how you do things?" "The giant lava lizard has been drugged. Its current strength has already reached the 5th rank. This battle must be stopped. Immediately activate the emergency measures." Li Gui scolded. "Wait." Deputy General Manager Liu Yu stood up and walked forward, saying, "General Manager Li, if we cancel the competition, we will be in big trouble. This is related to our annual sales. The giant lava lizard has been drugged. If it goes berserk, I'm afraid that the emergency measures won't work. We may have casualties. Why don't we wait for the drug's effect to wear off before stopping it? We just have to make sure that it doesn't hurt the audience." As for Luo Tian and Liu Yu, no matter if the giant lava lizard is normal or berserk, they will not be able to escape death. The result will not change, so we have no need to stop it. Lu Yu laughed excitedly and continued, General Manager, once he dies, we will earn 5 magnetite stones. With these 5 magnetite stones, you and I can both be promoted. You don't want to stay in this small place forever, right? With money to earn, he could be promoted. Li Gui was tempted. Who would care about the fairness of this battle? Who would care about Luo Tian's life and death? Luo Tian's death would be a happy ending for everyone. Everyone would benefit. Li Gui frowned. A deep Chuan character appeared between his brows. In the end, he gently relaxed. With his hands behind his back, he did not mention anything about the competition. In another private room. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Luo is really good. You actually made the giant lava lizard go berserk. Its current strength is completely comparable to a rank 5 demonic beast. Admirable, admirable. Zhou Tairan laughed heartily. Luo Jianshan laughed proudly, you're too kind. It's all thanks to Patriarch Zhou's help that I could do it. Ha ha ha, common enemy, common enemy. This is called a win-win situation. Besides, I have bet heavily on the giant lava lizard. After this battle, I will make a fortune. Zhou Tairan laughed leisurely. Behind them, Luo Changshan also had an excited expression. He asked, the Violet Colosseum has a great background. What if they investigate? Investigate? Ha ha ha, the person who fed the giant lava lizard was already bitten to death. How can they investigate? Zhou Tairan laughed and said. Beside the 3, there was another person who kept cursing the moment the giant lava lizard came out. Kill him, ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you also have a day like this, ha ha ha. Luo Chen's expression was like a madman. Seeing Luo Tian continuously retreating, his heart was blooming with joy. However, when he spoke, the people beside him covered their noses. The stench of horse dung was nauseating. Other than these people, there was also one more person. An unconscious girl. She was dressed in white, and her skin was like white jade. She was pure, and adorable. Her pretty appearance was breathtaking. The girl was Li Shuer. During the 8 days of Luo Tian's trial, it seemed that Luo Jianshan did not do anything. In fact, he knew Li Shuer and Feng Lei's habits and movements like the back of his hand. It was precisely because of this that Luo Jianshan was able to easily use the knockout powder to knock out Li Shuer. Luo Jianshan glanced at Li Shuer, who was still unconscious, from the corner of his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he could not help but praise, what a beauty. Lin I will make her accompany you in death. In the Colosseum. Boom, 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 the lava lizard crazily scurried around, roaring and crashing. It was extremely irritable. A large amount of aphrodisiac caused it to go crazy. Its 2 eyes looked around for a mother, but it could not find it, causing it to become even more manic. In the end, its gaze locked onto Luo Tian. Its front claws dug into the ground, and it retreated. Like a tank, it quickly rushed out and heavily crushed him. Oh, kill him. The audience in the stands went crazy. They all stood up and watched as the lava lizard tore Luo Tian apart. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. He let out a heavy breath and shouted, Fatty, go behind it and wait for an opportunity. Understood. Feng Lei did not waste time. He turned his body and ran to the other side. Huff. Huff, the blazing aura sprayed onto Luo Tian's body, and his entire body felt like it was on fire. His eyes narrowed, and his arms sank heavily. Qi, a huge amount of Xianxia was released. Immediately, the power of a Xian master was released along with this Xianxia. It was incomparably thick and powerful, almost bursting out of Luo Tian's body. His arms moved and trembled as he suddenly clenched his fists tightly. His gaze moved. He clenched his fists and jumped high into the air. He formed a battle axe and smashed down on the lava lizard. A pure strength attack, many audience members were shocked. In the box, Luo Jianshan's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. 3rd level Xian Master, this kid actually broke through to the 3rd level of the Xian Master. In a short 8 days, he broke through 3 times in a row, no one could match the speed. So what if he's at the 3rd level of the Xian Master? Facing the lava lizard whose strength is at the 5th level, it's hard for Luo Tian not to die. Zhou Tairan laughed wildly in shock. The corner of Luo Jianshan's mouth curled up slightly and said, "That's right, Patriarch Zhou is right. Luo Tian, this time, even if you don't die, you will die." Rumble, a loud sound came from the beast fighting arena. Before Luo Tian's fists could touch the lava lizard, he was sent flying by the blazing heat on its body. He crashed heavily into the guardrail. His head felt heavy and dizzy as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was also at this time that the lava lizard quickly rushed towards him. Life and death. This chapter made my blood boil. I wanted to upload it at night, but I feel a little uncomfortable if I don't upload it. Let the brothers see it earlier. The only thing I can do is to upload it as soon as I finish writing. Brothers, what about you? Support me in all ways, let me have more energy to write more chapters. Too despicable. This lava lizard is a rank 5 monster. The Violet Colosseum actually did such a thing. How despicable. The lava lizard went berserk as soon as it came out. It was obviously drugged. I'm afraid someone else did it. Big brother, you mean Luo Jianshan? Very likely. Damn, this Luo Jianshan is too insidious. Brother Luo is in danger now. Song Yanqun said indignantly. Song Yannan's face also had a trace of anger. Looking at the injured Luo Tian in the field, he couldn't help but feel some pity. He muttered to himself, 16 years old, rank 3 mystic master, throughout the history of Jade Mountain City, no one can do it. What a pity, he fell like this. AI, if he was born in my Song family, he would only need a few years to dominate Jade Mountain City. No matter how strong a rank 3 mystic master was, it was impossible to be the opponent of a rank 5 monster. Luo Tian's attack couldn't even break the lava lizard's defense. He was directly bounced back by the flame on its body and hit the guardrail, seriously injured. The gap in strength was too big, he was no match for it at all. There was no suspense in this game from the beginning. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, this trash is going to die. Back then, he was beaten by the beggar. Now, he was crippled by the lava lizard in one move. A salted fish is a salted fish, he can't turn over in this life. I already knew that he cheated in the big hunting competition. How can a trash like him hunt so many monsters? He should have thought of this day after killing so many brothers of the Luo family. Go to hell. Countless people in the stands shouted, ridiculed, disdained, and despised voices. Their purpose for coming here was to see Luo Tian get beaten up, to see Jade Mountain City's #1 trash make a big joke out of himself. Seeing that Luo Tian was seriously injured, they smiled as if they were celebrating the new year. Phew, Luo Tian shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly stood up with the help of the guardrail. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked over. Bang, 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 one step, one seal, one step. The entire beast fighting coliseum was shaking violently. The lava lizard was really too strong. Phew, Luo Tian exhaled once again. He raised his head and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Hearing all kinds of disdain, and insults, a raging flame of anger rose in his heart. He was really annoyed, this kind of annoyance and raging anger made him very manic. Do you like to say it so much? Is it that satisfying to insult me? Alright, I'll let you all experience my strength. Luo Tian was extremely irritated. If he could, he really wanted to slap each of them so hard that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. His arms sank. His arms suddenly trembled, and the profound chi roared out from his body. Then, he clenched his fists. Wang, a visible stripe of strength shot out from his entire body. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and an incomparably strong killing intent spread out from his body. The lava lizard's speed did not decrease, and the flames on its body carried the power to burn everything. Fatty Lei. Luo Tian shouted loudly, open fire. Ha ha ha. Feng Lei laughed foolishly, his face filled with excitement. He took a step forward, and with a boom, he directly rushed behind the lava lizard. It was also at this time. Luo Tian cupped his fists and once again condensed into a battle axe posture. He jumped up heavily and gathered his arms above his head, as if he was going to split the sky and cover the earth. It's still the same move. Is his brain broken? He's simply courting death. This is good too. If we get hit by the lava lizard again, we'll see the king of hell. We'll make a huge profit, ha ha ha, that's right, we're all going to die anyway. It doesn't matter if we die earlier or later. Trash, hurry up and die. Roar, suddenly. Feng Lei, who was behind the lava lizard, grabbed its tail. His arms were agitated, and the veins on his arms were like huge centipedes. The ferocious beast on his bald head flashed with scarlet fluorescence. His strength increased explosively. Feng Lei roared towards the sky, his feet sinking into the soil, and he shouted, "Stop for me!" With an earth-shaking roar, the power that erupted from Feng Lei's body was incomparably shocking. It was completely not the power of the sixth stage of the profound realm. At this moment, he was like a fierce beast, arrogant and fearless. The lava lizard was forcefully pulled to a stop by Feng Lei. Shock, incomparable shock, everyone in the beast-fighting coliseum was dumbfounded. They were completely shocked by him. At the same time, Luo Tian, who was high up in the sky, sneered sinisterly. His gaze swept across and he roared, "Level 1 Berserk." The profound chi suddenly decreased. Wang, a violent buzzing sound came from his body. Instantly, his strength doubled, his speed doubled, his aura doubled, and all his attributes doubled in an instant. Under the Berserk, the power was even more devastating. His arms were almost unable to bear it. That kind of power was like white gas rising from Luo Tian's body. At this moment, some of the profound Master Realm experts' faces changed. What kind of cultivation technique can actually double one's strength in an instant? This cultivation technique is too strong. When did the Luo family have this kind of cultivation technique? Ha ha ha. Brother Luo is really not simple. In the box. Luo Jianshan and Zhou Tairan's faces darkened, especially Zhou Tairan, who could not help but look at Luo Jianshan. Patriarch Luo, I didn't expect your Luo family to have such a powerful cultivation technique. This is not the Luo family's cultivation technique. Oh? Patriarch Zhou, Luo Tian, this brat, had a fortuitous encounter in the hunting grounds. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill your brother Zhou Hengran. However, no matter how strong his cultivation technique is, does he think he is the lava lizard's opponent? Even if he is lucky enough to survive this time, I will not let him live past tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Luo Jianshan's face changed slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said coldly, "Luo Tian, you must die today." In the Colosseum. Double the attribute explosion. The lava lizard struggled madly, and the flames on its body became even more ferocious. Feng Lei's hands were gradually burned, but he did not loosen his grip at all. In a flash, Luo Tian's fists were like battle axes, and heavily chopped down. Rumble. The flame aura on the lava lizard's body was shattered, and the two fists heavily bombarded its incomparably hard head. Bang! With a loud sound, the lava lizard's head sank, and its entire body was smashed to the ground by Luo Tian, splashing a cloud of dust. Walala, tens of thousands of people's eyes widened, and they even forgot to breathe. They stared at Luo Tian with their mouths agape, completely dumbfounded. The entire Colosseum was silent, and even a pin drop could be heard. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian. What was going on? What was going on? What happened? They couldn't react in time. Their brains twisted crazily, unable to accept the reality in front of them. At this moment, the dust dispersed, and the audience in the Colosseum screamed in unison, "Ah!" The lava lizard crawled up from the ground. A thin crack appeared on its rock head, and blood flowed down along the grooves between the leather armor, into its eyes, and into its mouth. Now, it looked even more ferocious and terrifying. Its eyes stared straight at Luo Tian, and two fire dragons spewed out from its nostrils. Luo Tian was caught off guard, and a large part of his chest was burnt. His entire body was burning, and the pain was unbearable. With a swing of its huge tail, Feng Lei was thrown more than 10 meters away, heavily smashing onto the ground, and immediately fainted. Haha, fresh blood is more effective than aphrodisiac in stimulating the lava lizard. This time it has completely gone berserk. Luo Tian, let's see if you die or not. Luo Tian clenched his teeth, cursed, and shouted, "Damn it. Immediately, in his mind, he opened the system's skill bar and chose Berserk. The idea moved, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Level up." Ding! At this moment, the whole world quieted down. Luo Tian waited quietly. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lava Lizard, gaining 20,000 experience, 300 mysterious chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Lava Lizard's bloodline, do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Lava Lizard's spine. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Lava Lizard's skill Magma Raging Fire, do you wish to cultivate it? What the F***ck? A series of prompts sounded in Luo Tian's mind. The items that dropped made him extremely excited, especially the Magma Raging Fire, it was simply too satisfying. Although he dodged the Lava Lizard's move, this move was really powerful. That kind of blazing aura, the rolling magma, and that powerful devouring ability, if it wasn't for Luo Tian releasing level 2 Berserk, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Level 2 Berserk, 4 times the attributes, it was incomparably powerful. That kind of feeling almost made Luo Tian unable to control it. This was the shackles of his body. The power brought about by level 2 Berserk was too strong, and the body of a Xian Master rank 3 was unable to withstand such a powerful impact, causing 400 attributes to disappear. Luo Tian's body went limp, as if he had overdrawn his life force, and his entire body felt indescribably uncomfortable. 100,000 experience points was really a lot for Luo Tian. It was incomparably precious, and he had no choice but to raise the level of Berserk. But if he raised the level of Berserk, the one lying on the ground would be him. Now it seemed that everything was worth it. Just the Magma Raging Fire that dropped was already a huge profit. Luo Tian's mind moved and chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new skill, Magma Raging Fire. Skill method, Magma Raging Fire grade, 3rd grade proficiency, 0/100 consumption, 100 skill description, this skill can release a magma attack. As the skill improves, the magma will become stronger. At the perfection stage, the magma attack can be released as a volcanic eruption. F***ck that big tail. Volcanic eruption? You want to destroy the world? Luo Tian was extremely shocked. On Earth, he knew that some volcanic eruptions could destroy a planet. In the future, when he stepped into the void and arrived at an unfamiliar place, he would be able to kill all the demonic beasts on the planet with a single move. That experience would be, it was unimaginable. Awesome, 2F** King awesome. Luo Tian didn't dare to imagine such a scene. Fatty, huh? F***ck, Fatty, you're really fast. Luo Tian smiled faintly. In just a few seconds, half of Feng Lei's head had drilled into the lava lizard's body. The ferocious beast above Lin Fan's head revealed a hungry and greedy gaze as it drank the blood. Suddenly, Luo Tian realized a very important problem and reminded him, Fatty, don't swallow the demon core. That thing can save the little girl's life. Feng Lei raised his head. His mouth was dripping with blood. He smiled foolishly and said, Boss, don't worry. I will definitely not eat the demon core this time. Not long after, Feng Lei dug out a fluorescent, crystal-like thing from the pool of blood. Demon core, the lava lizard's demon core. It was also at this time, the stands, which were shocked by Luo Tian to the point that they couldn't make a sound, were boiling. Oh my god, what did I just see? Mamma mia, this is not real. My money, ha ha ha, I bought Luo Tian. Fortunately, I didn't change it to Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Demon core, it's the demon core, the lava lizard's demon core. Luo Tian is actually not dead. How is this possible? Luo Jianshan's gaze sank. The fists in his sleeves clenched tightly. Looking at the demon core in Feng Lei's hand, the corner of his mouth turned cold and he smiled sinisterly. Zhou Tairan, who was beside him, had an extremely ugly expression and couldn't say a word. Ha ha ha, Brother Luo is simply too amazing. Even the lava lizard was killed by him. I can't help but admire him. Song Yanqun laughed heartily. Song Yannan also smiled faintly. Thinking about the power that erupted from Luo Tian's body, he was slightly moved and was extremely glad that he made the decision back then. He couldn't offend this person even if he had to die. In the tens of thousands of people in the stands, the one with the ugliest expression was Zhu Mei. Just a moment ago, she was smiling like a flower, but now her expression was twisted into the color of pig liver. It was as ugly as it could get. She clenched her small fists and her eyes twisted. She muttered in a low voice, "It's good that he's not dead. My big brother will be back soon. At that time I will personally kill you." Inside the private room. Silence. Li Gui was dumbfounded. Lu Yu was also dumbfounded. Looking at Luo Tian in the beast fighting arena, he rubbed his eyes again and again. He couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. It felt like an illusion. Illusion, it's all an illusion. This is King impossible. How is this possible? How can a third-level mystic cultivator be a match for a berserk lava lizard? What kind of cultivation technique did Luo Tian cultivate to be strong enough to kill a lava lizard? His eyes were red from rubbing, but the truth was right in front of him. 10 magnetite bets, 1 to 10 odds, Manager Lee, we don't have that many magnetite. What should we do? Someone asked carefully. Li Gui's eyes narrowed slightly as he exhaled heavily. Before he could speak, Lu Yu's eyes narrowed as he took a step forward and said, Manager Lee, the lava lizard's demon core. That kid Luo Tian has exhausted too much of his profound energy and is heavily injured. As long as we obtain the demon core, slap. Li Gui turned around and slapped him. He said furiously, Lu Yu, do you still want to break Ziluolan's rules? The red handprint was clearly visible. Li Gui was angry. Lu Yu covered his face and lowered his head. His body trembled slightly and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There was no limit to life and death in the beast fighting arena. If the human won, everything the demon beast had would be his. If the beast won, the human died. This was Ziluolan's rule and it would never change. The lava lizard was drugged and immediately went berserk. This had already broken Ziluolan's rules. He should have forcefully stopped this fight, but Li Gui was blinded by profit and knew that he was wrong. If he had any ideas about the demon core, he would be making more mistakes. This was the reason why Li Gui was furious. Report to headquarters. Report my mistake to the higher-ups as well, requesting Ziluolan's commissioner to come and make a decision. I will accept any punishment. Li Gui said indifferently. Gotcha. Boom, all the veins in Feng Lei's body bulged. His face was extremely ferocious and a series of explosions came from his body. The bloody beast above his head was like a demon beast that had eaten its fill. It was even more ferocious and terrifying. Ha ha ha, boss, I broke through to the 7th stage of the mystic realm. Feng Lei laughed. Damn. Luo Tian smiled and said happily, my cultivation method is already strange enough. I didn't expect your cultivation method to be even stranger. Absorbing the blood essence of a demon beast to level up. Could Feng Lei be a demon beast? This thought once again circled around Luo Tian's mind. He then laughed to himself, it doesn't matter if he's a demon beast or not. As long as he's my brother. Immediately, Luo Tian waved his hand, the corner of his mouth raised, revealing a cold smile, and said, let's go back to the Luo family. There was actually another sentence, but Luo Tian didn't say it out loud. The complete sentence should be like this. Let's go back to the Luo family to fight the boss. At noon, in the Luo family's meeting hall. Many elders of the Luo family gathered together. Luo Jianshan sat at the top, his eyes slightly cold, with a smile on his mouth. The other 3 elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. The focus of the discussion was all Luo Tian. In the distance, Luo Tian and Feng Lei, who was still covered in the lava lizard's blood, walked over step by step. Behind them were many disciples of the Luo family. There were outer disciples and core elite disciples. All of them showed a look of worship. They all went to watch the battle in the Colosseum. That kind of strength, that kind of intimidating tens of thousands of people, that kind of momentum, that kind of arrogance, and domineering attitude made each of them feel shocked and sincerely admired. In Jade Mountain City, the clamoring voices gradually disappeared. Instead, there was another kind of voice. If Luo Tian hadn't been framed and his dantian was destroyed, I'm afraid he would have become an inner disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Half a month ago, in the Luo family's big hunting competition, he hunted many demon beasts alone, but I didn't believe it. Now I believe it without a doubt. How can such a strong man bother to kill other contestants? A man like him is like the bright moon among the stars, so bright and dazzling. No matter how much darkness there is, it can't hide the light on his body. Luo Tian Gij, I really like you, I really want to give birth to your children. A middle-aged woman with a waist like a bucket and a face like a basin said. The surrounding people supported themselves against the wall and vomited. The lava lizard was the nightmare of the people of Jade Mountain City. Hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered, and Jade Mountain City was almost destroyed. Countless people's families were broken up, and the people of Jade Mountain City hated the lava lizard to the bone. Luo Tian killed the lava lizard in front of tens of thousands of people, as if it was revenge. For a time, Luo Tian became a hero, many people praised him and sang his praises. He's just a lucky bastard, he's a waste that can't even beat a beggar on the street. Before he finished speaking, a group of people rushed up. You dare to insult our hero? Beat him hard, beat him to death. His punches and kicks were all ruthless. The hitman hired by Luo Jianshan was beaten black and blue on the spot. A few of his ribs were broken, and he would not be able to get out of bed for a few months. The Luo family. Luo Jianshan's eyes narrowed as he watched Luo Tian walk in. He said indifferently, he's here, wait for my signal. The three of them nodded inwardly, their expressions becoming serious. Luo Tian and Feng Lei stepped into the hall, but before they could enter, Luo Jianshan sneered and shouted, Luo Tian, hand over the lava lizard's demon nucleus. Huh? Luo Tian was stunned at first, then he took out the bloodstained demon core from his bosom. The moment the demon core appeared, the entire hall was immediately filled with dense profound energy. The crystal-clear demon core released an endless amount of profound energy. It was the crystallization of the giant lava lizard's decades of cultivation, so one could imagine the strength of its Xianxia. Gulp. The three elders' eyes were wide open, their Adam's apple rolled, and all of them revealed greedy eyes. The corner of Luo Jianshan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a satisfied smile, and said excitedly in his heart, sure enough, it wasn't swallowed by him. Following that, Luo Jianshan said in a commanding tone, hand it over. Luo Tian retracted his palm and smiled, where is he? Who? Who? Luo Jianshan pretended to know nothing and said, I don't know who you're talking about. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and cursed, Luo Jianshan, you son of a bitch, hurry up and hand him over. He directly scolded without any trace of politeness. Luo Jianshan's face darkened. Without waiting for him to speak, Luo Changshan slammed the table angrily and shouted, you're so young, yet you have no respect for your elders, you're really a beast who has no father to teach you. Luo Tian's eyes twisted, and he shouted in a heavy voice, Level 1 Berserk. Immediately. Wind Shadow Step. Like the wind, like a shadow, he suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye. Clenching his fists tightly, one hand moved like thunder, the other roared like a tiger, and a thick power burst out. Bam! Luo Changshan was unable to react at all, and was directly sent flying by Luo Tian's two punches, crashing into a pillar in the hall, and letting out a dull sound. The hall shook, shaking off a cloud of dust. Luo Changshan's eyes were white, and there were 2 fist marks on his chest. He did not have any aura left. Instant kill. Luo Changshan, who was at the 4th stage of the Shan Master stage, was instantly killed. This was 2F** King Awesome, a set of skills was taken away. First, it was the Berserk buff, followed by the Wind Shadow Step's lightning speed, and finally, the Thunder Tiger Rush's power was like a mountain, sending him flying with a punch. There was almost no gap in the chain of cultivation techniques. In the game's professional description, it was a light speed skill. It was also at this moment that the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Luo Changshan for obtaining 1500 experience, 200 profound chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 2 spirit devouring pills. Luo Tian did not care about what Luo Changshan dropped, and coldly shouted, do you think I'm still the trash from before? It's fine if you insult me, but you even insulted my parents. You're courting death. Domineering, quite domineering, without any warning, he threw out a punch. This was the first time in the history of the Luo family. Why did Luo Tian kill Luo Changshan in an instant? The reason was very simple. Luo Changshan's name was Red, an elite monster. The speed was so fast that even Luo Jianshan could not react. The three of their faces sank, and they were stunned. None of them expected Luo Tian to suddenly attack, and it was a fatal blow. Luo Jianshan's eyes were wide open, filled with endless killing intent. The other two were careful and did not dare to say a word. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely oppressive. It was so oppressive that it made Feng Lei, who was beside him, a little manic. He could not help but roar towards the sky. Ah, buzz! His mind was suddenly shocked, and layers of ripples appeared. It was as if time had passed. In an instant, the hearts of Luo Jianshan and the other two sank. Luo Tian, how dare you kill an elder of the Luo family in public? Luo Jianshan shouted angrily. As soon as his voice fell, he slammed the table and said angrily, "Where is the law enforcement hall?" "The law enforcement hall is here." 8 people rushed out from the back of the hall. They were all powerhouses of the Mystic Master realm. The 8 of them quickly surrounded Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned and said with a faint smile, "Luo Jianshan, it seems that you were prepared." Luo Jianshan sneered and said loudly, "Luo Tian, you killed Luo Changshan, Luo Xiaoshan, Luo Ming, Luo Lin, dozens of disciples of the Luo family, and killed your brothers of the same family. Your crimes are punishable by death. Luo Tian, you are too vicious. You didn't even let your brothers of the same family go. They have no enmity with you, but you killed them." Luo Jianshan said with a pained look. Luo Tian laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Luo Jianshan, can you be more King shameless? Luo Jianshan glared and shouted in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, did you kill these people?" Luo Tian's temper flared up. He took a step forward, pointed at Luo Jianshan, and admitted directly, yes, they deserved to die. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing to worry about. At most, they would go to war. Who was afraid of who? He admitted it directly. This surprised Luo Jianshan. He thought that Luo Tian would deny it, but he didn't expect him to admit it without hesitation. Luo Jianshan's despicable face smiled coldly and said majestically, "You all heard it. Luo Tian has committed a heinous crime. There is no need for a trial and he will be executed on the spot. Once the person died, the demon core would be his." Ha ha ha, Luo Jianshan laughed proudly in his heart. As long as he had this demon core, breaking through to the great Mystic Master realm would be a cinch. At that time, who in the Luo family would dare to oppose him, outside the hall? Everyone's eyes flashed strangely, but then they became firm again. They silently watched everything that happened in the hall. They were like wolves ready to attack. What is the law enforcement hall waiting for? Take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. Luo Jianshan shouted in a deep voice. The 8 Mystic Master powerhouses of the law enforcement hall narrowed their eyes. Among them, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Luo Lai, said, "Luo Tian, I advise you to give up resisting and avoid physical pain. Otherwise, what nonsense are you talking about? If you have the ability, try to touch me." Luo Tian said arrogantly. An extremely violent murderous aura burst out from his body, enveloping the entire hall with a cold aura. Without waiting for them to make a move, Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "You want to convict me? Luo Jianshan, let's see if you have the ability." "You want to convict me? Humph. Then I'll also talk about your crimes." Luo Tian glanced at Luo Lai and said, "Luo Jianshan, as the acting patriarch, you clearly know the rules of the big hunting competition. Why did you let Luo Ming, who was at the Mystic Master realm, help your son? You should be removed from your position as the acting patriarch. This is the first point. Secondly, you think your son's cultivation is the highest and he'll take first place? A trash like him is qualified to take first place. As the acting patriarch, you didn't wait for the competition to end before giving the reward to your son. How should you punish this crime? What are you looking at? Did I say anything wrong? If you have the guts, take out another piece of black stone. If you can take it out again, I will kowtow and admit my mistake. Luo Tian looked at Luo Jianshan's angry eyes and shouted coldly. Shortly after, Luo Tian said again, thirdly, before your brother died, he personally told me how I was framed by you. Not only did you destroy my cultivation, you even wanted to kill me and break my dantian. Unfortunately, God has eyes and let me stand up again. Do you regret it now? What about the crime of framing the future young master? As for those outer disciples of the Luo family, heh. Luo Tian sneered, and then turned to look outside the hall and shouted, you tell him how those people died. Luo Lin forced him to his death. Dozens of people outside said in unison. They had indeed died at the hands of Luo Tian, but if Luo Lin hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have killed them. If someone wanted to die, then they couldn't blame him. Although the reason was far-fetched, this was the other world, a world where strength was king. Everything could be settled with fists. The reason why Luo Tian said so much was to let everyone in the Luo family know about Luo Jianshan's despicable actions. Luo Jianshan's face became uglier and uglier, the fists in his sleeves clenched tightly, and a cold aura erupted from his body, suddenly. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, where is the law enforcement hall? Luo Lai frowned, looked at Luo Tian, then looked at Luo Jianshan, and said, Luo Tian, do you have any evidence for what you said? Evidence? Hearing these two words, Luo Jianshan laughed complacently, and said, that's right, Luo Tian, do you have any evidence for what you said? F***ck. He said that I am guilty and you ran out like dogs. I said that he is guilty and you want evidence from me. Luo Lai, I don't think there is a need for your law enforcement hall to continue existing, right? Luo Tian said fiercely, not giving him any face, and directly looking down on him. The people of the law enforcement hall were all in the Xian master realm, and they had a status comparable to the patriarch in the Luo family. However, all these years, the law enforcement hall had become Luo Jianshan's personal tool to eliminate dissidents. Looking down on the law enforcement hall? Why aren't you taking down such a renegade? Luo Jianshan suddenly shouted angrily. The expressions of the 8 people from the law enforcement hall changed, and they could not tolerate Luo Tian's impudence. They all took out their weapons and attacked Luo Tian in unison. Luo Tian raised his head and laughed coldly, and muttered, the Luo family is really rotten, from head to toe, to the bones, even the law enforcement hall has become Luo Jianshan's personal tool. It seems that the Luo family is really hopeless. Good. Luo Tian said the word good 3 times in a row, each word heavier than the last. In the end, Luo Tian's fists suddenly sank, and he shouted, since it's like this, then let me establish a new Luo family. You all of you, die. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's aura increased once again. Facing 8 experts of the Xian master realm, Luo Tian did not dare to lower his guard. Although they were all at the first stage of the Xian master realm, the combined strength of the 8 of them was extraordinary. Level 2 Berserk. Boom. A dull sound came from his body, followed by a 4-fold increase in attributes. His entire body was incomparably red, and white gas was emitted from his body. Strength, an incomparably powerful strength was released unscrupulously. This aura made the 8 of them feel extremely uncomfortable, and their speed obviously slowed down. Luo Jianshan's gaze darkened, and he turned to look at the other 2 elders and shouted, what are you looking at? Attack together, kill this renegade. The 2 elders looked at each other, and finally closed their eyes to meditate, pretending that they did not see anything. At this moment, Luo Tian, whose entire body was surging with strength, sneered sinisterly, and said coldly, I'll let you have a taste of my new cultivation method. Magma Raging Fire. Weng, pata, Luo Tian's fist turned from red to bright red, and finally turned into hot magma. Magma dripped from his fist drop by drop, dripping on the floor with a harsh sound. This sound, this feeling, Luo Tian only wanted to use 4 words to describe it, very awesome. Everyone was shocked by Luo Tian. How did he learn the magma lizard's cultivation method? No one knew. Even Feng Lei was confused, but looking at Luo Tian's domineering aura, he laughed foolishly, and muttered in his heart, "Master, young master has become stronger, he has become very strong." Outside the hall, the eyes of the Luo family's disciples were full of worship. Some people could not help but shout, "Boss is mighty, boss is domineering, boss, I love you." In the hall, Luo Jianshan's heart was greatly shocked, his teeth were clenched, and his killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. No matter what, Luo Tian must die today. Immediately. The power of the ninth stage of the profound disciple realm quietly moved, and Luo Jianshan's eyes stared straight at Luo Tian. Thunder movement. Tiger rush. The magma fists attacked from left and right. The third stage of the profound disciple realm combined with 4 times the attribute strength to deal with 8 people of the first stage of the profound disciple realm was simply a massacre. A fist pierced through his chest. Instant kill. Ding. Ding, 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 8 punches were thrown out like lightning, and 7 notifications sounded out. His experience soared, his profound chi rose, and his undefeated value also rose. Of the 8 people from the law enforcement hall, only Luo Lai was able to dodge Luo Tian's fist in a sorry state. His face was pale and extremely ugly. Luo Tian laughed arrogantly, "Not a single one of you can fight." At this moment, Luo Jianshan's figure rushed out like a ghost, and shouted in a deep voice, "Immeasurable divine palm." Luo Tian's face changed, he never thought that Luo Jianshan would actually sneak attack, F***ck, the boss is using his ultimate move, this is bad. Luo Tian was not prepared at all. He thought that Luo Jianshan would talk endlessly, but he did not expect this guy to sneak attack, which was simply too shameless. What shocked Luo Tian the most was that Luo Jianshan actually launched a sneak attack when his profound chi was exhausted. Was this a coincidence, or was it seen through by him, at this time? Luo Tian did not have time to think so much, his mind was focused, his sea of consciousness sank, and all the strength of his body was used to defend. Luo Jianshan's timing was quite accurate, his 2 palms were like mountains and seas, and he angrily shouted, "Infinite God palm." Unbiased, both palms directly hit Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian's chest was almost split open, and the blood under his chest was rolling, his face was instantly pale, and his whole body flew out of the hall, drawing an arc in the air and fell heavily, his throat was pungent, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff, boss. Boss. Bang. Flying more than 10 meters away, he smashed into the courtyard outside the hall, and a thick bluestone floor was cracked. Uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable, the ribs in his chest were like inch by inch, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all in severe pain. It was also because of this severe pain that Luo Tian took a deep breath, so that he did not directly faint. His mother. The strength of the peak of the 9th stage is really awesome. A boss is a boss, the first move is a big move, and also a fucking shameless sneak attack. Luo Tian cursed Luo Jianshan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. The surrounding disciples of the Luo family were all stunned, looking at the pale Luo Tian, they could not react for a while. Humph. Trash. Luo Jianshan coldly snorted, his expression was contemptuous, and his eyes were full of contempt. Boom. Feng Lei's eyes widened in anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His facial expression was as ferocious as it could be. He looked just like a ferocious beast. His fists exploded, and crackling lightning covered his arms as he threw out a punch. Hu, the whistling wind, the power of breaking the air. The lightning on his fist was long, and a terrifying power was released. Luo Jianshan narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You're courting death. Fatty, be careful." Luo Tian exclaimed, but it was too late. Feng Lei was enraged. He rushed forward recklessly. He was only at the 7th stage of the mystic disciple realm. Although he had devoured the raging thunderbull's demonic core and his strength was comparable to the beginning stage of the mystic disciple realm, he was facing Luo Jianshan who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic disciple realm. The difference in strength was too great. Luo Jianshan moved his right palm and leaned forward to avoid Feng Lei's fist. Then, he struck Feng Lei's chin with his palm. Bang! Feng Lei, who weighed 250 kilograms, was sent flying backward, drawing an arc in the air before landing heavily. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His whole body smashed into the ground with a dull thud. Stone fragments flew all over the sky. One move per person, he was sent flying with heavy injuries. Luo Jianshan was extremely powerful. Luo Jianshan walked to the entrance of the hall and sneered, "You want to fight me? Even your father is no match for me. You want to fight with me? You're simply courting death." Proud, Luo Jianshan was quite proud. Then Luo Jianshan smiled coldly and shouted, "Someone, search for the demon core on his body and beat him to death." "Yes, sir." With a command, dozens of elite disciples of the core circle rushed out from the surroundings. First, it was the law enforcement hall, then the elite disciples of the core circle. All of this was under Luo Jianshan's control. The fighting strength of dozens of elite disciples was much stronger than that of the law enforcement hall, composed of 8 people. "Protect boss and fat brother." It was unknown who suddenly shouted. Those outer sect disciples who were originally scared stiff were startled. They immediately stood up and shouted, "Protect the young master. If anyone dares to come up, I will fight him to the death. Whoever dares to touch a hair on the young master, I will kill him. Luo Ming, if you dare to touch our young master, I will immediately let my sister break up with you." Dozens of outer sect disciples of the Luo family quickly formed a circle, surrounding Luo Tian and Feng Lei in the middle. These people were all Luo Tian's followers during the big hunting match. They firmly believed that Luo Tian would bring them a different tomorrow. Luo Tian's rapid growth made them even more convinced. They worshipped Luo Tian and believed in Luo Tian, so they risked their lives to protect Luo Tian. They were all hot-blooded teenagers of 17 or 18 years old. Even in the face of Luo Jianshan's coercion, they did not compromise because of a promise in the hunting ground. At this time, in addition to facing the leader of the Luo family who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound cultivator stage, they also had to face the elite disciples of the Luo family whose strength was above them. Once the battle started, as long as one person was involved, they would die. Their young faces were filled with seriousness. They did not retreat half a step. "If you dared to come up, I would fight you to the death." Luo Tian was moved. Feng Lei's side face was stuck to the ground as he smiled foolishly. Luo Jianshan narrowed his eyes and said coldly with a strong killing intent, "You want to rebel, right? Good, very good. Kill them all, leave no one alive." A cold voice sounded. Many of the elite disciples' faces darkened. Many of the outer disciples were their relatives, even their biological brothers, and they wanted them to kill them. For a moment, they hesitated. Luo Jianshan suddenly became angry and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? Kill them." Many elite disciples' eyes darkened. They pulled out their long swords and all took a step forward. They did not dare to disobey the patriarch's orders. Moreover, these people were basically trained by Luo Jianshan. All these years, as the acting patriarch, Luo Jianshan basically controlled everything in the Luo family, including the law enforcement hall and the core disciples. As for the outer disciples, most of them did not enter his eyes, so there was no need to care. "Those who touch my brother, die." Suddenly, Luo Tian stood up with difficulty, raised his head and swallowed a handful of medicinal pills. The medicinal pills entered his body and his injuries were alleviated. The pain lessened a bit. He glanced coldly, "If you don't believe me, you can try." It was also at this time. Feng Lei also stood up with difficulty and stood beside Luo Tian to protect him. His eyes were locked on Luo Jianshan, afraid that he would sneak attack again. He was not prepared just now. This time, he would definitely not let Luo Jianshan succeed. "Humph. You're still stubborn when you're about to die." Luo Jianshan sneered softly, "Luo Tian, the profound qi in your body is exhausted and you are seriously injured. What do you have to fight me now?" He saw through Luo Tian clearly. Releasing level 2 berserk in the Colosseum and again in the Luo family. 2 uses of 10,000 points, the consumption was too great. Indeed, the profound qi in Luo Tian's body disappeared. He couldn't even use level 2 berserk once. Luo Tian was shocked. He did not expect that the profound qi in his body would be seen through by Luo Jianshan. He said in shock, "Luo Jianshan, it seems that I will definitely die today?" "That's right." Luo Jianshan smiled proudly. Luo Tian said again, "Since that's the case, can you let me see Li Shuer again before I die?" Hand over the demon core and I'll let you meet immediately. You're going to die anyway. Luo Jianshan laughed. Luo Tian took out the demon core and said with a bitter smile, when I see her, I'll give you the demon core immediately. Looking at the demon core in Luo Tian's hand, Luo Jianshan's eyes lit up. He waved his finger and said, bring her out. Luo Chen angrily placed his sword on Li Shuer's neck. He looked at Luo Tian and roared crazily, Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian. Li Shuer's face was haggard and her mind was still unclear. Looking at the pale face of Luo Tian, she became worried and said anxiously, Brother Luo Tian, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The sword was on her neck and the blade was almost touching her aorta, but she was not afraid at all. She was only worried about Luo Tian. Luo Jianshan laughed, you've seen her. Now you can hand over the demon core. Luo Tian checked the system's experience bar in his mind and put the demon core away. He sneered, come and get it if you have the guts. Luo Jianshan's face darkened and said angrily, kill him. Only 0% left. 0.1%, just a little bit more. Luo Tian anxiously waited. Luo Tian did not bring back all the Vajra puppets. After leaving the ghost prison mountain range, his experience did not stop increasing. Although it was not as fast as before, the increase in experience was still very optimistic. The mighty Vajra, Bumblebee, and Wei Zhentian were still fighting. Everywhere they went, there were corpses of demonic beasts. In the periphery of the ghost prison mountain range, they were killing machines. As the slaughter continued, Luo Tian's mind kept ringing with system notifications. This was a chess move. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the Mystic Adept realm, his strength had increased. He believed that with the double attribute buff of the level 1 Berserk, he could deal with the rank 4 Lava Lizard. Things had changed, and this was something he had not expected. He had no choice but to spend 100,000 EXP to level up Berserk. If he hadn't leveled up Berserk in the beast fighting arena, he would have broken through to Mystic rank 4 long ago, but if he didn't level up to Berserk, he would have died in the Colosseum. As his experience soared, Luo Tian waited anxiously. He was waiting to level up. His training method was different from the people of this world. His training method was the same as playing games. Every time he leveled up, his HP and MP would be replenished. His HP was full, and his injuries were immediately healed. It was as if he had been resurrected on the spot. Now that his profound chi was exhausted, he could barely release any skills. If he were to clash with Luo Jian's Mountain Dipper at this time, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Furthermore, once he died, Feng Lei would die, Li Shuer would die, and so would his brothers who believed in him. He had lived on Earth for more than 20 years. He had no women, no brothers, and relied on inflatable dolls and his hands. The life of debauchery was dry and tasteless. This kind of life was really hard to bear. Let him have a chance to be hot-blooded for once in this lifetime. He had brothers and women. Luo Tian cherished and protected them with all his might. Anyone who touches my brother will die, whoever touches my woman, their entire family will die. This was Luo Tian's will, and he would also act on it. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Scarlet Flame Wolf for gaining 200 experience points, 20 profound chi points. Ding. His experience bar was still increasing. His experience bar was already full, and he only needed 0 more. Level up at 1%. Luo Tian stood in the middle of the crowd, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a calm smile. Luo Jianshan frowned and thought, what is he waiting for? For some unknown reason. Luo Jianshan's heart couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. This feeling made him very angry. His mind shook as he pushed this fear out of his mind. Then he coldly smiled and said, Luo Chen, haven't you always wanted this woman? Now it's yours. You can play with it as you please. Once you're tired of it, you can give it to the other brothers to play with. Once the other brothers are tired of it, they can put it in the Harmony Courtyard for everyone in the city to play with. Remember, there's no charge. Even beggars on the streets can play with it. Luo Chen's eyes lit up as he swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, thank you, Chief. I will definitely do as you say. Not only will I let everyone in the city play with her, I will also let the dogs. Li Shuer's face turned pale, and her body began to tremble. Ah, you're courting death. All of a sudden, Feng Lei flew into a rage. His entire person was like a berserk ferocious beast as he charged forward. Luo Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Luo Chen, don't you dare touch a single hair on her head. Stop him." Luo Jianshan's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand. Next. 7 elite disciples rushed forward, 7 swords shot out at the same time, sealing off Feng Lei's path. Feng Lei completely ignored the sword that was rushing towards him and directly pounced forward. His huge body was like a small mountain as it heavily pressed down on him. Ci, 5 consecutive stabs. There were 5 bloody holes on Feng Lei's body, and blood flowed out. At this moment, he reached out and grabbed the heads of 2 disciples. With a squeeze of his hand, he crushed them. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. The entire audience was shocked. It was also at this moment that Luo Chen looked at Luo Tian and laughed sinisterly. He grabbed Li Shuer's hair and placed it next to his nose, saying with enjoyment, "So fragrant." King, he was just a bit away from leveling up, but Luo Tian couldn't bear it any longer. With a toss in the air, he threw out a space wood plate and shouted, "Optimus Prime, kill him for me." Luo Jianshan was already prepared, and sneered, "It's finally out." He had long known that Luo Tian had a steel beast, and thought that he would use it in the Colosseum, but he didn't expect it to be useless. He had always been on guard against this move of Luo Tian's. Seeing the wooden plank floating in the air, his body suddenly moved, and a palm of pure profound chi struck out. Bam! The spacewood plate was directly shattered into pieces. Once the spacewood plate shattered, the items inside were all swallowed into the void and no longer existed. Optimus Prime did not fall, Luo Jianshan sneered, "Let the other 2 out." Luo Chen was so scared that his legs went soft. He carefully hid behind Li Shuer and laughed sinisterly, "Luo Tian, if you want to kill me, just wait for your death, ha ha ha." Luo Tian's gaze tightened, and secretly said, "Sure enough." As he expected, Luo Jianshan knew that he had a puppet soldier. Why did he say 2? Could it be? Luo Tian checked his experience points, narrowed his eyes, and secretly said, "If that's the case." With his right hand, he took out 3 spacewood plates and sneered, "Let's see how many you can destroy." The 3 spacewood plates were thrown in 2 different directions. Luo Tian didn't have any profound chi right now, so he didn't dare to make a move. At the same time, he was worried that Luo Jianshan would sneak attack again, so he could only use his only puppet soldier, Optimus Prime. 2 spacewood plates shot towards the hall, while the other one was thrown behind Luo Tian. "You must succeed." Whoosh, 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 bang, bang. Luo Jianshan easily shattered the 2 spacewood plates. As for the one behind Luo Tian, he sneered and laughed, "Luo Tian, did you throw it in the wrong direction?" As soon as his voice faded. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A black and shiny Optimus Prime with the blood of demon beasts dripping from its entire body descended from the sky, directly landing behind the elite disciple. 2 iron fists heavily smashed down. The 2 of them were smashed into meat paste, and at this moment, 2 notifications sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Ding! Luo Tian took a step forward and laughed sinisterly. Following that, he closed his eyes slightly. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Xian Master Stage 4. His condition was completely restored. His mind, sea of consciousness, internal organs, and all the injuries on his body were instantly healed. His Xianxia was also full. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Level 2 Berserk. CI, 4 times the attribute was stimulated, and a boiling power erupted out. The killing intent in Luo Tian's heart was released endlessly. There was no need to suppress it anymore. Luo Jianshan's body secretly trembled. He suddenly took a step back and shouted, "All of you attack together, kill him for me. Whoever kills him, the demon core will belong to him." The expressions of the elite disciples of the core changed. Demon core, to them, it was a treasure that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single step. In just an instant, all of them rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Jianshan snatched Li Shuer away, then pushed Luo Chen out and shouted, "You go too." Luo Tian's killing intent overflowed to the heavens, and he roared, "Those who block me will die." No matter how much he thought about it, Luo Jianshan still didn't expect it. In other words, I can't figure you out no matter what. He didn't expect that Luo Tian's 3 wooden tokens were empty, and only the last one had steel puppet soldiers. Moreover, what he couldn't understand the most was why Luo Tian threw the wooden token to the back and not to him. Why did Luo Tian's injuries instantly heal? Why did the profound chi in Luo Tian's body instantly fill up? And one more thing, how did Luo Tian break through after Optimus Prime killed 2 elite disciples? 4th stage of the Mystic Cultivator realm, it was really King terrible. Was he still human? Breaking through 3 times in 8 days, killing the Berserk Lava Lizard, instantly killing Luo Changshan, and punching the law enforcement hall, were these things something a 16-year-old youth could do? Alright, even if he could do these, why did he suddenly break through to the 4th stage of the Mystic Cultivator realm? Oh my god, can't we still have fun together? Luo Jianshan was really stunned. He thought that he had grasped everything about Luo Tian, but he suddenly realized that he really couldn't figure out Luo Tian at all. He had exceeded his expectations time and time again, and if this continued. Thinking of this, Luo Jianshan's eyes darkened and he clenched his fists. He must die. I have to kill him at all costs. Luo Tian's threat made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He had to die. He has a demon core on him. Whoever kills him, the demon core will belong to him. He's just one person. If all of you attack together, he's definitely not a match. Luo Jianshan wantonly encouraged. Luochen was pushed to the front row. His face darkened and his legs couldn't help but go soft. When he saw Luo Tian, he thought of the 2 times he ate shit and already had a shadow in his heart. However, this was the perfect opportunity for him to take revenge. He suddenly shouted, "Kill!" Feng Lei, who was covered in blood, suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Kill! Protect boss! Protect brother Fatty!" Dozens of outer sect disciples all charged forward without any regard for their lives. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with hot blood as they charged in front of Luo Tian. Who wasn't frivolous when they were young, they dared to be arrogant to the extreme, unbridled. Facing elite disciples who were at the peak of the mystic disciple realm or even the mystic master realm, they didn't show any signs of weakness. The long swords of the elite disciples flew in unison, all of them attacking Luo Tian. The auras of the outer sect disciples were very strong, but the difference in strength was too great. They could not withstand it at all. In just a few moves, several of them were injured. They were the future hope of the Luo family. Luo Tian couldn't let them take the risk for him. With a frown, he controlled Optimus Prime to step in front of the outer sect disciples. Luo Tian's killing intent was strong as he coldly shouted, "Those who hurt my brothers will die." Before he finished speaking, Optimus Prime's thick arm swept out, forcing back a group of elite disciples. At this moment, Luo Tian leaped up, his fists sinking. The power of a level 2 berserk was unleashed. Fists rained down like rain. Wherever the fist wind went, corpses flew all over the sky. Blood was like flowers, shooting into the air and blooming brilliantly. The scene was bloody, terrifying, and shocking, but it was even more shocking. In his mind, the system beep sting, ding ding, kept ringing non-stop. It was as if it was accompanying Luo Tian. This was a killing god song. This rhythm couldn't help but make Luo Tian think of Katarina's Death Lotus in LOL in his previous life. It was incomparably beautiful. Luo Tian's suppressed anger completely erupted. He retracted his fists and laughed coldly, "Those who block me will die." "Ha ha ha, boss is mighty. Too strong. One punch one, this is too satisfying. You elite disciples are always so arrogant and rampant. Now, let's see if you can be arrogant again. Ha ha ha. This is too damn satisfying." Some of the disciples who were bullied by the elite disciples shouted loudly. A third of them were gone in an instant. All of them were instantly killed by Luo Tian with a single punch. This caused the remaining elite disciples to look at each other in dismay, not daring to take another step forward. Wherever Luo Tian went, they would quickly retreat. "Go. What are you guys hesitating for? Go, he's just one person, there's no need to be afraid of him. Kill him and the demon core will be yours. Luo Chen shouted loudly. His body trembled even more violently. He looked at Luo Tian's eyes and his guts were trembling. You're still King blabbering. Your father is blabbering to death. Do you want to blabber to death too? As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, a large hand condensed from profound energy suddenly stretched out from midair, and it suddenly slapped down towards Luo Chen's head. Luo Chen looked up at the sky. His face was pale, and his pants were wet. A mixture of feces and urine flowed out from his pants. He was so scared that his shit came out. Bam! There was a 5-finger-sized pit on the ground. In the middle of the pit was a pile of meat paste. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian, Luo Chen was dead. Instant kill, everyone retreated once again. Their expressions were filled with shock, none of them dared to look straight at Luo Tian's death god eyes. They were already crippled. Luo Tian laughed coldly, his gaze swept across them, and said, I'll give you one last chance. Luo Tian hadn't even finished speaking when those people immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Young Master Luo Tian, please spare our lives. We were forced to do this. Young Master, please spare our lives. Those elite disciples who were once high and mighty had now become pitiful worms. They knelt in front of Luo Tian and kowtowed until their heads were about to break. They no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance, and no longer dared to be arrogant. These people had more or less beaten up and insulted Luo Tian. If he killed them, Luo Tian would be able to obtain a large amount of experience, profound qi, and even pills. There was also the invincible value that could be exchanged for a super strong bloodline. Right now, killing them was as easy as pie, but Luo Tian did not make a move. He was not a killing machine, nor did he want to become a homicidal maniac. The invincible value was important, but a person's life was equally important. Furthermore, these people were his brothers from the same clan. They could be considered the true mainstay of the Luo family. If they were all dead, the Luo family would not be far from destruction. Seeing this situation, Luo Jianshan panicked, and tightened his grip on Li Shuer's neck. Li Shuer looked at Luo Tian, who was willing to risk his life for her, and felt warm and sweet in her heart. If possible, she really wanted to run up and kiss Luo Tian. Luo Jianshan, you are not my big brother Luo Tian's opponent. Li Shuer said while grinning. She was not afraid at all when Luo Jianshan grabbed her. Instead, she was surprisingly calm. Luo Jianshan's gaze tightened, and he sneered, as long as you are in my hands, no matter how strong he is, he will have to kneel in front of me, ha ha ha. Li Shuer squinted her eyes, and said in a low voice that only Luo Jianshan could hear, I can kill you at any time. This sentence was filled with confidence. Luo Jianshan's eyes suddenly froze, and the strength on his fingers suddenly increased. It was also at this moment. A chill seemed to come from the sky. The speed of lightning was so fast that no one could react to it. As long as it was Luo Tian. F***ck, this is bad. He was shocked and shouted loudly, let go of the boss, let me do it. He was too F***king scared. He was really scared. What if the boss was killed by someone else, then? He really couldn't get it up. P.S. The cultivation levels of this book: profound disciple, profound master, great profound master, profound spirit, profound king, profound ancestor, profound sovereign, profound saint, profound god, and profound emperor realm. F***ck his sister's big tail. Luo Tian cursed in his heart and quickly rushed forward. It was rare for him to have 2 legs. When was the most exciting time to play a game? Killing the boss. When was the most intense time to play a game? When the boss was about to die, a group of people suddenly appeared. Just as I was about to kill Luo Jianshan, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole the boss from me? What the hell is this? Heaven flying immortal, this is F***king incredible. Luo Tian's anger came out. Although Luo Jianshan, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, was hard to deal with, even if he used level 2 Berserk and Optimus Prime, Luo Tian had to kill him this time no matter what. He definitely wouldn't let Luo Jianshan live. With the determination to kill, furthermore. Although the mysterious expert appeared to save Li Shuer, but, shouldn't this kind of heroic thing be done by him? It was always like this in movies and novels. Did it change when it was his turn? Saving the damsel in distress was the strongest, most powerful, and most effective way to win a girl's heart. Luo Tian was thinking that after saving Li Shuer, the two of them would look at each other affectionately. Then, he would use a pair of 100,000-volt electric eyes to stun Li Shuer and bring her back to his place to do some lovemaking. What a pity! Unfortunately, a ferocious person had appeared out of nowhere, completely shattering his fantasy. 4 times the speed of his attributes. In addition to the wind shadow steps, coupled with the cultivation of the 4th stage of the Xian Master stage, this speed was fast, right? Fast, shockingly fast. Even Luo Jianshan probably didn't have this kind of speed. The surrounding people only felt a gust of wind blow past and were dazzled. They didn't even see how Luo Tian rushed up. No matter how fast the wind was it faster than lightning? The moment Luo Tian stepped into the hall, the black shadow had already stabbed out with his sword. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he suddenly had the urge to die. Damn it, I told you to let me do it. Boss, my boss, it's gone. It's really gone now. It's over, it's all over. I've endured for half a month and finally managed to level up, but in the end. Sigh. Damn it. His heart was filled with resentment. Just its speed alone was already so sharp, one could imagine its attack power. Luo Jianshan's eyes widened when he saw the sword. He had no time to react. Luo Jianshan didn't even have time to react. Poochie. A sword flower soared into the air. An arm flew into the air. This sword strike caused the sky above the Luo family to darken. It looked ordinary, but it actually contained boundless void power. This kind of power surpassed the existence of great mystic cultivators. Incomparably terrifying, Luo Tian was shocked. He was completely stunned. He had thought that the black-clothed expert was an expert, but he didn't expect him to be so ridiculously high. He was as tall as a multi-story building. The current him couldn't even touch the realm of the black-clothed expert. As soon as the sword was finished, the black shadow disappeared. Li Shuer disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she was more than 10 meters away. His set of skills flowed smoothly like water, and it was a beautiful mess. That's a good sword move. Luo Tian was a little unhappy. Damn it, this pretentious act is too damn strong. One day, I will be like this too. Strength, this was the key to strength. Luo Tian was in a bad mood. However, he still appreciated the mysterious expert's actions. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Luo Jianshan didn't die. He only lost an arm. This was simply a free boss for Luo Tian. The mysterious expert left the hall, and no one would compete with him for the boss. Luo Tian smiled with a smug and obscene smile. That was how obscene he was. Step by step, Luo Tian walked forward and said with a smile, "Lord Patriarch, how are you?" With his arm broken, blood spurted out. Luo Jianshan's face was pale. His body was faintly moving. He looked at Luo Tian and shouted, "Luo Tian, you colluded with outsiders to murder the patriarch. The Luo family won't let you go." F***ck, I colluded with outsiders. I will kill you, the acting patriarch of the Luo family. Come and bite me if you have the ability. The Luo family won't let me go? Why don't you ask them to come out and try to touch me? Let's see who won't let who go. Luo Tian said with a smug face. His character was like this. When he wanted to be arrogant, he would be arrogant. When he wanted to be arrogant, he would be arrogant. When he wanted to be arrogant, he would be arrogant. Looking at Luo Jianshan's ugly mouth, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Luo Jianshan's nose and scolded, "You also have a day like this. You didn't think of this when you tricked me, did you? You broke my dantian, destroyed my cultivation, and made me lose face in front of the whole family. You didn't think of this at that time, did you? You allowed your son and a bunch of lackeys to bully me, humiliate me, and beat me. You didn't think of this at that time, did you? You ruined my reputation and demoted me to a horse breeder. You didn't think of this at that time, did you? You made things difficult everywhere. You detained my brother and touched my woman. You didn't think of this at that time, did you? Luo Tian's voice grew louder and louder. In the end, he almost roared at Luo Jianshan. The hostility in his body became extremely strong. Luo Jianshan's eyes were filled with killing intent. The muscles in the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He said gloomily, "I should have killed you at that time." As soon as his voice faded, Luo Jianshan suddenly burst out and roared, "I can still kill you today." Another sneak attack? You think I'm an idiot? Luo Tian's eyebrows trembled, and he shouted, "Second level berserk." Without waiting for Luo Jianshan to attack, he took the lead and punched out. Go to hell. Thunder. With a punch, thunder and lightning shot out in all directions and directly bombarded Luo Jianshan's chest. Luo Jianshan's chest split open and blood oozed out from the cracks. Luo Jianshan's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Without waiting for him to react, he punched again. Tiger roar. Bam. His chest was pierced through, blood spurted out, and he died. Was the ninth stage of the profound disciple realm so weak? If it wasn't for the broken hand and the pressure of the mysterious expert suppressing Luo Tian, it would have been very difficult for him to kill Luo Jianshan. The gap between the two was too great. A level was like a shackle, and the gap was like a ravine. Luo Tian also understood this in his heart, but he didn't have the mind to care about this right now. He stood in place with his eyes narrowed, waiting for the system beep in his mind with a look of enjoyment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Luo Jianshan for gaining 8,000 experience points and 800 profound Qs. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the cultivation technique Boundless Divine Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Tiger Subduing Pill. Congratulations to the player, a series of prompts sounded. It was great, but Luo Tian still felt that it wasn't good enough. Luo Jianshan was a boss, and the glittering boss only dropped this much stuff. To be honest, Luo Tian was a little dissatisfied. He was a little dejected and cursed in his heart, poor bastard. The prompt paused for a moment. Then it rang again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the system reward for killing the newbie village's boss. Reward item, draw blade. Blood, draw blade? F*CK, this is 2F*, King Awesome. Luo Tian was immediately excited, looking at the incomparably domineering draw blade in his mind. He laughed foolishly, it felt so good. This book's cultivation levels: Mystic Apprentice, Mystic Master, Great Mystic Master, Mystic Spirit, Mystic King, Mystic Ancestor, Mystic Emperor, Mystic Saint, Mystic God, Mystic Emperor. Blood-sucking blade? Niafang's weapon from wind and cloud? Luo Tian was a little dumbfounded. Luo Tian already knew about the main character's cultivation technique in the Breakthrough Reward novel. Killing a boss could also reward him with an item, something other than cultivation technique. If that was the case, then in the future, it would definitely be very awesome. He had to kill more bosses. If the first boss was rewarded with such a domineering blood-sucking blade, wouldn't the rewards for killing a super boss be heaven-defying? That's just too awesome. Luo Tian's heart was filled with joy. Looking at the domineering blood-sucking blade in his mind, he immediately wanted to take it out. The limelight just now was all taken by that mysterious expert. How could he not take out such a domineering blade to show off and snatch back the limelight immediately? Luo Tian smiled proudly, and with a thought, he wanted to pick up the blood-sucking blade. Ding prompt, insufficient stamina, unable to use. Eh? What's going on? Trying again, the system prompted again. Prompt, insufficient stamina, unable to use. F*CK, I just leveled up and have plenty of stamina, how can you say that I don't have enough stamina? Luo Tian was puzzled, and then looked at the attributes of the blood-sucking blade. He didn't pay attention to anything else, but just looking at its weight, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. 1,000. 1,800 pounds? What the heck, this blade weighs 1,800 pounds. Luo Tian was almost scared out of his wits. The appearance of the blood-sucking manic saber looked bigger than the one on TV. The mysterious white blade flashed with a scarlet blood light, full of killing intent. It gave people a soul-sucking feeling, as if it wanted to drink the blood of all the people in the world. Extremely vicious, extremely murderous, it was like a peerless weapon. Luo Tian looked at it carefully, and his heart inexplicably changed. In an instant, the anger, killing intent, and ruthlessness in his heart disappeared, and rushed straight to his mind. Scarlet blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Unknowingly, the aura on Luo Tian's body changed. A thick chill was released, bringing with it an extremely heavy killing intent. The surrounding Luo family disciples were all pale from Luo Tian's killing intent, and they couldn't breathe. Even the two mystic adept Luo family elders in the hall were doing their best to resist, their faces filled with pain. Luo Tian did not realize this. His consciousness began to slowly lose control. The worst thing was that he didn't notice this at all. Boss. Boss, Feng Lei's voice was like an echo from the valley. Luo Tian shook his head. His vision was blurred and he couldn't see clearly. Slowly, Luo Tian's vision began to blur, and the world began to spin. At this moment, Luo Tian's world was dyed dark red by blood. In the middle of a vast and boundless battlefield, there were corpses everywhere. Their blood dyed the sky red and filled the air with endless killing intent. Even the Grim Reaper feared this kind of killing intent. Not far away. A mountain. A mountain of human corpses. Blood flowed down like a stream, and at the top of the mountain of corpses, there was a huge blade that flickered with a blood-red light. A huge blade that weighed 1,800 kilograms. Draw. Slash. Ha ha ha, my blood drinker is out again. A shrill laughter that sounded like the weeping of a ghost came out. Luo Tian raised his head and muttered, "Isn't that my draw slash? Brat. My world is fun, right?" Blood Drinker shouted crazily. Luo Tian asked, "Your world?" Blood Drinker said, "This is my slaughter world. 10,000 blades massacre, annihilating everything." Luo Tian said, 10,000 blades massacre, annihilating everything? Did you kill all these people? Blood Drinker laughed wildly, "That's right, are you scared?" Luo Tian said, "You lunatic." The surroundings were densely packed with corpses. There were at least millions of them. It was too terrifying. It was no wonder that the slaughter aura on Draw Slash's body was so strong. He was simply a homicidal maniac. Ha ha ha. Brat, the killing intent in your heart is not much weaker than mine, but this is also good. After killing you, my killing intent profound will be able to take another step forward, ha ha ha. Draw Slash laughed wildly. The blood-red sky darkened. The wind howled, and the blade aura was threatening. At this moment, Luo Tian actually felt the arrival of death, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. He turned around and fled. However, this was Draw Slash's slaughter world, his world. No matter how Luo Tian tried to escape, he would never be able to escape. Ha ha ha, brat, become a part of my killing intent. A shocking huge blade slashed down from the ninth heaven. The huge blade aura was like a crack in the sky as it slashed down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really over this time. Luo Tian had no other choice. Facing such a powerful force, he seemed even smaller than an ant. But he did not give up, he lowered his fists and shouted towards the sky, Level 2 Berserk. Previous chapter next chapter boom. As his power burst out, his fists turned scarlet red. Luo Tian shouted angrily once again, Magma Raging Fire. Pata, pata. Boiling lava dripped down from his fists, making sizzling, sizzling sounds. Luo Tian's eyes twisted, he looked up at the sky and roared, "You want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the strength or not. Thunder Tiger Rush, Thunder Tiger Rush, Thunder Tiger Rush." Both fists were like heavy cannons as they blasted towards the sky. Facing the crushing blade aura, Luo Tian's magma fists punched out again and again. The speed of the blade aura slowed down and its strength weakened, causing Draw to be extremely unhappy. In this world, he was the king, the ruler, how could he let others provoke him, suddenly? Blood Drinker laughed coldly and roared, Blood-devouring slash. With a single order, the blade aura retracted and the real body slashed down. It was as fast as lightning. The aura of that blade carried with it the power to destroy heaven and earth, crushing Luo Tian's mind and sea of consciousness, causing him to be unable to move in the slightest. Uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable, When the blade was only half a centimeter away from Luo Tian, a light shout sounded in his ears, "Big brother Luo Tian," boom. The draw broadsword actually flew backwards, and the entire slaughter world suddenly retracted. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian sat up, his entire body sweating profusely, his hair dripping with sweat, his face was extremely pale, and he gasped for breath, as if he had died once. Terrifying, too terrifying. If it wasn't for Li Shuer's shout, he would have already died. The moment he opened his eyes, it was already late at night. "Big brother Luo Tian, you've finally woken up." Li Shuer's eyes were red and swollen, and she immediately pounced on Luo Tian's shoulder, sobbing softly, "You scared Shuer to death, woo woo." Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and gently patted Li Shuer's back. "Silly girl, aren't I fine?" Luo Tian didn't know why Li Shuer's voice scared Bloodthirsty away. He opened the system and glanced at the silent Bloodthirsty broadsword. Thinking of the scene just now, he felt a lingering fear. Clenching his fists, Luo Tian said fiercely in his heart, "Sooner or later, I will subdue you." The slaughter world of the draw broadsword was too powerful. If he could control the slaughter world, just thinking about it made his blood boil. At this moment, he kissed her. Li Shuer did not avoid him. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her heart was filled with anxiety. Her cheeks were red as she waited, just like a young bride waiting for her wedding night. Just a little bit more. Luo Tian was also feeling anxious in his heart. He was an otaku. His palms were sweating, and his heart was pounding madly. When he was 1 centimeter away from Li Shuer's lips, "Cough cough, miss." A voice came from the courtyard. Li Shuer's eyes widened in shock, and she shrank back like a frightened rabbit. Then, she instantly ran out of the room. Luo Tian turned his head to the side and closed his eyes. He had an intoxicated look on his face, and he confessed in his heart, "Little darling, here I come." He had already thought of a plan. He would kiss her first, then slowly take off her clothes, then lower, and then, "Huh? Why didn't I kiss her?" Luo Tian was slightly stunned. A thin line appeared in his eyes, and it gradually grew bigger. He looked around. "Damn, what's going on? Who are you? Do you have any civility? What are you trying to do by disturbing me at a time like this? Damn it." Luo Tian was very unhappy. The little lamb that was about to be in his mouth had run away just like that. What was a hungry wolf like him supposed to do? In his previous life, at least he had a blow-up doll to satisfy his hunger and all sorts of Japanese action movies to keep him company. But now, he had a little brother between his legs. What was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to spread the profession of handgun shooting to the other world? Damn it. Phew, Luo Tian let out a deep breath, and his heart gradually calmed down. The evil fire between his legs was also slightly suppressed. Then, he got up and walked out. A black figure stood beside Li Shuer. The black warrior's clothes were very calm, and there was not a single ripple. Luo Tian could not even sense a trace of his aura. When Li Shuer saw Luo Tian walk out, her cheeks could not help but blush. However, no one noticed it in the night. When she thought of the scene just now, her heart was still beating wildly. She playfully laughed. "Big brother Luo Tian." Luo Tian smiled knowingly and said, As he spoke, Luo Tian looked at the black-clad expert and said calmly, "Thank you for what happened during the day." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, that person coldly said, "No need." His voice was not coarse, but cold, like an iceberg. Because the voice was very low, Luo Tian didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. However, since the other party was so cold to him, he didn't need to warm up to the other party. "If you don't give me face, why should I give you face?" Li Shuer gently laughed and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, he is just like that. Don't mind him." Luo Tian said, "Why would I mind? An expert would naturally disdain talking to someone like me." "Right, expert?" The black-clad person glanced at Luo Tian. His eyes were ice cold. "Miss, we should go," the black-clad person said. Li Shuer pouted. Her expression was a little lonely. She lowered her head and said, "All right." After taking 2 steps, she turned around and giggled. "Big brother Luo Tian, I will come to see you tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight." After that, it hopped and jumped like a happy little sparrow and slowly disappeared into the night. Luo Tian looked at her disappearing figure and said with a smile, "Silly girl." Luo Tian knew that Li Shuer's identity was not simple, but he did not expect her to be so strong. The black-clad person's cultivation was at least above the mystic spirit realm. Just by himself, he could destroy the entire Jade Mountain city. And, from the looks of it, he was only Li Shuer's attendant. If a follower was so powerful, then her family. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He frowned and looked at the stars in the night sky. His thoughts flew. After a while, Luo Tian took a deep breath and said to himself, "Follow your heart." On the way back, Li Shuer's face was calm. She asked, "Why did big brother Luo Tian suddenly faint?" The black-clad person behind her said, "I don't know either." Li Shuer was surprised. "Big sister Shuang, you are a 6th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator and a 3rd-grade alchemist. How could you not know?" A 6th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator was already strong enough. A 3rd-grade alchemist, just how strong was that? Not to mention having a high cultivation, there were very few alchemists in the profound sky continent. Every alchemist was a supreme existence. The most important point was, the black-clad expert was a girl. A girl that was as cold as an ice mountain. And most of these girls were you. Sister type. It was unknown if Luo Tian would reconsider if he knew. Because in his previous life, he had many dreams. Sister was also one of them. The black-clad girl said, "He suddenly fainted. His body is hot and his mind is filled with killing intent. That kind of killing intent, that kind of ruthless aura is something I have never seen before. It is like a demon monarch that has entered the Tao of killing. Young miss, you should stay away from him. Also, that kind of killing intent, that kind of ruthless aura, even a 6th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator like her was afraid." When she was checking on Luo Tian's injuries, she was almost disturbed by the killing intent. In her heart, Luo Tian was a dangerous person. Not now, but in the future. When she followed Li Shuer out, the order she received was to kill all threats. The killing intent in Luo Tian's heart was also a kind of threat. As long as there was even the slightest bit of threat to Li Shuer, she would not hesitate to kill, Li Shuer said indifferently. "And what?" The black-clad girl said, "And he is not good enough for you. You and young palace master." Li Shuer frowned. Her voice changed as she said, "Don't mention him to me." The black-clad girl's expression darkened. She immediately shut her mouth. The two of them walked in silence. One in front and one behind, they walked towards the violet beast fighting arena, early morning. The Luo family was decorated with lanterns and decorations. On the martial arts arena, the Luo family's hundreds of disciples were standing in rows. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the center of the arena. Feng Lei waved his hand. Everyone shouted in unison, "Greetings to the new patriarch." Suddenly, the hundreds of people in the martial arts arena all knelt down. This scene shocked Luo Tian. Luo Tian was stunned. He glared at Feng Lei and said loudly, "We are all brothers. There is no need to be like this. Everyone, get up." Seeing so many people, he was still a little excited. The Luo family, he was now the leader of the Luo family. Yesterday, when Luo Tian was unconscious, Feng Lei carried out a series of cleanup operations. All of Luo Jianshan's trusted subordinates and remaining forces were eradicated. Luo Jianshan's death was almost a destructive blow to the Luo family. 3 Xian master elders, more than half of the elite disciples, and the outer sect disciples who were instantly killed by Luo Tian in the hunting ground. All of this caused the Luo family to fall into a serious crisis. The current Luo family could be said to have 1,000 things to do. Luo Tian was just an otaku. He was really not good at managing the family. Besides, he did not want to stay in Jade Mountain City for long. However, since he was the patriarch, before he had the strength to leave Jade Mountain City, he would do his best to make him stronger. Report. Reporting to Patriarch, Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Xu have brought a lot of people to the Luo family. They will be at the gate soon. Luo Tian frowned and said, "They came to provoke us?" At this time, any one of the 4 great families could destroy the Luo family. Two great families came at once. It seemed like they would have to fight again. As soon as Luo Jianshan died, the Zhou and Zhu families brought a large number of people over. This was obviously a provocation, at the entrance of the Luo family. Two disciples of the Luo family had cold sweat on their foreheads as they blocked the entrance. They said weakly, "Patriarchs, without the order of the patriarch, I cannot let you in." Oh. When did the watchdogs of the Luo family become so arrogant? Don't you know who I am? The thick-browed man, Zhou Aoran, shouted in disdain. As he spoke, he released a bit of pressure. The two gatekeepers' faces immediately turned pale, and their straight bodies couldn't help but bend slightly. The people around them laughed. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think we're pushovers. Luo Jianshan is dead, what qualifications does the Luo family have to be arrogant? Elder Zhou, kill him directly and let that trash called Luo something Tian know the might of the Zhou family. Zhou Tairan stood at the side in disdain, but did not stop Zhou Aoran's actions. Since the Zhou family had sent someone, the Zhu family naturally would not be outdone. A young disciple walked forward, raised his right leg, and kicked a person's chin. He moved it slightly and pushed it against the wall. He sneered, even if your patriarch Luo Jianshan was still alive, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. You little watchdog seems to be tired of living. With the death of Luo Jianshan, the Luo family became a soft persimmon. Moreover, other than Luo Jianshan, the Luo family also lost two elders and more than half of their elite disciples. At this time, the Luo family's strength could not even be compared to a second-rate family in Jade Mountain City. Their talents had withered, and there was no replacement. Could a 16-year-old Luo Tian support the huge Luo family? No one in Jade Mountain City believed it. The Luo family had suffered heavy casualties due to the internal strife. This was the best opportunity for the other three families. Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong immediately joined forces. They wanted to invite the Song family to join them, but Song Yannan refused. This was also good. A delicious big cake, of course, the fewer people it was divided, the better. Secretly, Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong were laughing from ear to ear, cursing Song Yannan as a retard. Of course. Who was the retard, then, hee. Gathering the elites and immediately rushed to the Luo family. Of course. They wanted to save face. No one was willing to bear a bad name, so they had to find a good reason. The gatekeeping disciple's mind and sea of consciousness were crushed by the pressure. His body was pushed up by someone. It was very uncomfortable, but he still said with difficulty, "No, without the consent of the patriarch, no one can take a step into the Luo family." Another person crawled to the gate, supported himself against the wall, and struggled to stand up. His face was like iron, and he shouted with all his strength, "Without the permission of the patriarch, don't even think about taking half a step into the Luo residence." His voice was filled with madness. The two of them had been following Luo Tian since they went hunting. They had Luo Tian's unruly arrogance, and it was the same when they faced the two patriarchs. Motherfucker. Even your two watchdogs are so arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Zhou Aoran's face darkened, and he took a step forward. Boom, the green flooring under his feet cracked into several pieces. Then, the aura on his body suddenly burst out, and his right palm swept out. Phew, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, bringing with it the power of the profound disciple realm. The disciple at the gate did not change his expression. He squatted down, lowered his center of gravity, and firmly took a horse stance, wanting to forcefully resist this palm. Is he crazy? He wants to block Elder Zhou's attack with his cultivation of the fourth stage of the profound disciple realm? I didn't expect that not only is Luo Tian an idiot, even his subordinate is an idiot, ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. The disciple who was pushed against the wall had a sinister expression on his face as he cursed angrily, "Scolding my patriarch, I'll *CK your entire family. You're courting death." He stretched out his right palm and slapped it. Pa. 5 red marks on his fingers, his cheeks were red and swollen, and a few of his teeth had fallen out. The power of this slap could be said to be extremely strong. Was there a need to do this to a disciple of the profound disciple realm? This was simply an insult. Huff. Huff, 2 gentle gusts of wind blew past the Luo family's gate. "Those who touch my brother will die." With a deep and cold shout, killing intent raged out, accompanied by this cool breeze. It rushed out like a tsunami. Zhou Eoran's expression changed greatly. Before he could react, a pair of crimson fists blasted out from the void. Pung! His arrogant and despotic face was directly smashed into pieces. His entire body flew out and rolled directly into the middle of the street, lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog. The wind from the fist fell, and the cool breeze stopped. A figure stood in the middle, his eyes were filled with killing intent and his face was filled with anger. "Luo Tian, how dare you sneak attack an elder of the Zhou family? Too presumptuous. Courting death." Everyone from the Zhou family angrily cursed. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to them and coldly spat out a sentence, "I don't have time to deal with you right now." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian looked sideways at the Luo family disciple who was pushed against the wall. His brows furrowed, and the pressure of the 4th stage of the profound disciple realm was released. That disciple of the Zhu clan felt as if his mind was being suppressed by a mountain that fell from the sky. He instantly fell to the ground, and his face was as ugly as it could be. Luo Tian's face was cold as he looked at the guard disciple and said, "How many slaps did he give you?" "1 slap." The disciple said. Luo Tian calmly said, "Give him 100 slaps. It doesn't matter if you kill him or cripple him. If anyone dares to touch you, I will kill them." "Thank you, Patriarch." The guard disciple excitedly smiled. He stretched out his right hand and fiercely slapped. "Pa!" The Zhu family disciple was suppressed by Luo Tian's pressure and couldn't move, let alone resist. "Luo Tian, don't be too arrogant." Zhu Yaofeng took a step forward and shouted. The Zhu family's disciples rushed forward and completely surrounded the entrance. The guard disciple hesitated slightly. "Don't stop, with me here, if they dare to move, hee." Luo Tian picked his ears, walked to the entrance and sat on the threshold. The corner of his mouth raised as he sneered, "Arrogant? Am I arrogant? I've already been killed at my doorstep, am I arrogant? Pa! My brother has been pushed to the wall, am I arrogant? Pa! A dignified elder of the Zhou family bullying a gatekeeper disciple, am I arrogant? Pa! Compared to you guys, how could I dare to be arrogant? Pa!" His words were very calm, without the slightest ripple. However, the aura on Luo Tian's body was like a stormy sea, filled with killing intent. Just as he said, if anyone dared to take a step forward, they would definitely die. Every time Luo Tian said a word, the guard disciple would slap him. The two of them cooperated extremely well. It was absolutely awesome, arrogant to the point of being a complete mess. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came pressing down, and the crowd naturally opened up a path for him. Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong's faces were cold as they walked forward step by step. Their 4 eyes stared straight at Luo Tian who was on the threshold. Killing intent rose. At this time, Feng Lei brought his entire clan's brothers and rushed over with a murderous aura. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The pressure released by Luo Tian was shaken to the point of dissipating. Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong were both Mystic 9th level experts. Their pressure instantly dispersed the pressure released by Luo Tian. Luo Tian's mind sank. It was a little uncomfortable, but it wasn't that bad. Luo Tian's pressure barrier collapsed. The Zhu family disciple who had been slapped by the gatekeeper disciple had a bloody nose and a swollen face. He rolled down the stairs and quickly stood up. Then, he rushed up and shouted, "I will kill you." The gatekeeper's face twisted. He wasn't afraid at all and shouted, "Come if you have the guts." Arrogant enough. As expected of my Luo family's disciple. Luo Tian praised without restraint. When it was time to be arrogant, one had to be arrogant. How could one survive in Jade Mountain City after being bullied in front of their home? The Luo family had suffered heavy losses. At this time, they should be keeping a low profile. However, Luo Tian didn't want to do that. Kind people were bullied. Kind horses were ridden. If he endured it today, these bastards would come again tomorrow to cause trouble. He couldn't give in. If it was time to be hit, then hit. If it was time to be killed, then kill. He couldn't let others look down on him. Luo Tian's attitude was very tough. This was something the Zhou and Zhu families didn't expect. They thought that Luo Tian wouldn't dare to attack them. They didn't expect Luo Tian to come out and hit them. Zhu Yaozong's face darkened. He shouted, "Zhu Chong, back down." Zhu Chong's face was swollen like a pig's head. He was numb from the pain. He said angrily, "Uncle Patriarch, I won't forgive him today, back down first." "I'm here," Zhu Yaozong said. An elder of the Zhu family immediately went up to support Zhu Chong and comforted him in a low voice. "Who the f***ck bullied my brother? Mother f***ker, he bullied my brother. See if I don't kill him." Feng Lei rushed out like a cannon. He swept his gaze across the crowd. His burly body stood there and a faint aura of a fierce beast erupted from his body. It gave people a strong visual impact. Even those whose cultivations were much higher than his felt a slight chill in their hearts as fear grew in their hearts. Feng Lei glared and said loudly, "Who dares to bully my brother? If you have the guts, come out and see how I beat the shit out of him." "Humph." Zhu Yaozong snorted coldly. He stared at Luo Tian and sneered, "Is this how the Luo clan treats its guests?" Luo Tian stood up and walked forward. Feng Lei immediately retreated, and stood beside Luo Tian. His gaze was fixed on the entire arena, and he was on high alert. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "We welcome guests with open arms, but for mad dogs that come barking at our door early in the morning, our Luo family only needs to use our fists to welcome them." "Who are you calling a mad dog?" someone in the crowd shouted. "Whoever agrees is a mad dog," Luo Tian said with a smile. Zhu Yaozong's eyes twitched. He said disdainfully, "You've just become the Luo clan's patriarch and you're already so arrogant. Have you ever thought about the Luo clan's fate?" Zhou Tairan also took a step forward and released his pressure. He shouted, "Even when your father was on the throne, he was polite to us. You're just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Do you really think you're something?" Their eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, they released their pressure to crush Luo Tian's mind. The two pressures were as strong as a mountain. Luo Tian tried his best to resist. There was a ball of fire in his heart. He really hated the feeling of being suppressed by pressure. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. The feeling of his mind being suppressed, his mind, and his sea of consciousness being crushed by a mountain was really annoying. If it wasn't for the fact that the Luo clan couldn't withstand any more waves, he really would have punched Zhu Yaozong's old face. For the Luo clan, for his brothers, Luo Tian could only endure. Luo Tian didn't reveal any expression. He said indifferently, "You didn't come to my Luo clan so early in the morning just to say this, right?" Facing the two pressures, Luo Tian's expression was calm. This made Zhu Yaozong slightly stunned. His heart trembled. He said, "Of course we came to your Luo clan for a reason." Zhou Tairan said, "The Zhou clan and the Zhu clan are planning to hold a clan tournament, not interested." Luo Tian didn't even think about it and directly refused. What kind of bullshit tournament was this? Wasn't it just because the Luo clan was short of manpower? They wanted to use this tournament to deal a heavy blow to the Luo clan. Luo Tian didn't need to use his toes to guess what they were thinking. Just for a clan tournament, was there a need to send so many people? Of course. If Luo Tian didn't act tough, then there wouldn't be any clan tournament. He would directly make the Luo clan hand over a part of their territory for them to manage. However, Luo Tian's attitude was unyielding. It was impossible for him to hand over the Luo clan's territory. If they forcefully snatched it, the Zhou and Zhu clans would suffer losses. This would allow the Song clan to reap the benefits. Naturally, they wouldn't allow others to take advantage of them. That was why there was a clan tournament. The Luo clan's morale was unstable, and their elite disciples were less than half of their original number. If they suffered a small blow, the Luo clan would collapse. At that time, the Luo clan's territory in Jade Mountain City would belong to the Zhou and Song clans. However, they didn't expect Luo Tian to refuse without even thinking. Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong's faces darkened. Exchanging a glance, Zhu Yaozong sneered, "The Luo clan doesn't dare?" Zhou Tairan immediately echoed, "It's not that the Luo clan doesn't dare, it's that he doesn't dare." "Provoke me?" Luo Tian sneered in his heart. You want to provoke me with this little trick? I won't fall for it. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, if the two of you don't have anything else to say, then please leave. As for the family invitational tournament, we're not interested. If you want to compete, then I'll definitely be there to watch. Luo Tian turned around and walked away. Zhu Yaozong and Zhou Tairan exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed. Zhou Tairan took a heavy step forward, profound energy surged out from his body as he barked, since Patriarch Luo doesn't agree to participate, then let's talk about the Zhou clan's elder being beaten. Where are the Zhou clan's disciples? Here. Nearly 100 Luo clan's disciples shouted in unison, all of them rushed forward, their killing intent soaring. Zhu Yaozong also barked, it's time to settle the matter of the Zhu clan's disciples being beaten. Where are the Zhu clan's disciples? Here. The Zhu clan's disciples rushed forward in unison. Zhu Yaozong barked, what should we do about the Zhu clan's disciples being beaten? Beat them back tenfold. Fine. The Luo clan's front door was tightly packed. The atmosphere was as taut as a bowstring. This was the last resort. If Luo Tian didn't agree, they could only start a war. There would be losses, but if they didn't start a war now and waited for the Luo clan to recover, they would miss the golden opportunity, and it would be impossible to eradicate the Luo clan. This time, no matter what choice Luo Tian made, the Luo clan's fate would be sealed. If he didn't participate, the war would start immediately. With the Zhou and Zhu clans' elites present, the Luo clan wouldn't be able to resist. If he participated, the Zhou and Zhu clan would definitely target the Luo clan. The Luo clan's disciples who participated would die one after another. At that time, the Luo clan would be destroyed. The Luo clan's disciples also rushed forward, standing behind Luo Tian with burning eyes. Luo Tian was infuriated. He released his cold killing intent and said coldly, it seems that I have no other choice. If they didn't participate, they would start a war. This was forcing Luo Tian to his death. Zhu Yaozong's face revealed a complacent look, and said, you already have no choice. Zhou Tairan sneered. The surrounding disciples of the two families were all ready. As long as the order was given, they would rush towards the Luo family like a tide. The current Luo family couldn't resist at all. Patriarch, let's fight it out with them. That's right, they are too arrogant. I have never seen such a bully. No matter what, they are still a big family in Jade Mountain City. I didn't expect them to be so shameless, forcing us to participate in the family invitational tournament. I'm afraid you guys don't have any good intentions in this tournament, right? Boss, let's fight. We are not afraid. At most, we will die. Many disciples' blood boiled. They were still young and at the peak of their youth. They definitely couldn't tolerate being bullied. Just as they said, at most, they would die. Death, there was nothing to be afraid of. But if they were to die, it would be a complete waste of their lives. As the head of the family, Luo Tian was the youngest patriarch in the history of the Luo family. He had to consider the Luo family and these hot-blooded brothers. Once the war started, these brothers would probably all die. Luo Tian frowned, his fists and his sleeves clenched tightly. Back then, he was forced to suffer by Luo Jianshan. He didn't expect that after dealing with Luo Jianshan, the Zhou and Zhu families would come knocking on his door. When would it end? Suddenly. Luo Tian's mind moved, and the killing intent on his body became extremely strong. Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong sneered, waiting for Luo Tian's reply. No matter what answer he gave, they would definitely eat the Luo family. Zhu Yaozong was a little impatient, and asked, Luo Tian, is your Luo family participating or not? Hurry up and answer, our patience isn't very good. Hurry up. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just destroy the Luo family. Don't say that we didn't give you a chance. When we gave you a choice, choose well. Don't regret it later. I really don't know why the Luo family let a trash take charge. Are all the Luo family members dead? Ha ha ha. The disciples of the Zhou and Zhu clan laughed loudly. The eyes of the Luo family's disciples were as bright as lanterns, and they were all furious. Luo Tian was furious. He took a step forward and shouted, Mother Fasters Cur, I don't believe that I can't kill you, oh my. It's so lively. The three great families of Jade Mountain City are all here. How can my Song family miss out on such a lively scene? Just as Luo Tian was about to explode in anger, Song Yannan led the Song family's elites and walked over. The timing was perfect. If he had been a second late, Luo Tian's fist would have already landed. Zhu Yaozong and Zhou Tairan's expression stiffened. Zhou Tairan smiled faintly. Patriarch Song came at the right time. This brat has offended his superiors, killing Luo Jianshan, Luo Shaoshan, and Luo Chongshan. As elders, if we don't teach this unfilial son a lesson, we would be letting down brother Jianshan's spirit in heaven. The Song family also came. Jade Mountain City's 4 great families were all here. The Luo family's disciples' faces darkened. If the Song family joined the Zhou and Zhu clans, even if the Luo family's elite disciples and elders were still here, they wouldn't be able to resist. Zhu Yaozong also smiled faintly. We can't let the Luo family be destroyed by this trash, we can't let brother Jianshan die with everlasting regret. The two of them echoed each other's words, and in the midst of their laughter, a big bucket of sh*t was placed on Luo Tian's head. Song Yannan stepped forward, smiling. From afar, I heard that you're planning to hold an invitational tournament. You won't not invite me, right? Eh? Eh? Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong were shocked, smiling unnaturally. We were planning to inform Patriarch Song, but we didn't expect this brat to not give us any face. It's fine if he doesn't give us any face, but he still wants to harm my people. Hurting my Zhou family's elders in front of me, Patriarch Song, don't you think I should teach him some manners? Zhou Tairan laughed sinisterly. Song Yannan frowned slightly, looking at Luo Tian. Patriarch Luo, it's not right to hit people. The invitational tournament is a grand event in Jade Mountain City. As one of the 4 great families, how can the Luo family refuse? If you refuse, you won't be giving face to Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Zhu. Listen to my advice, lead your Luo family's disciples to participate. Eh? Luo Tian looked at Song Yannan, his thoughts flying. He advised the Song family to owe him a favor. But it was he who owed it, not the Luo family. What did it mean for Song Yannan to invite him to participate? Luo Tian had to consider all aspects. Any random decision he made now could very well destroy the Luo family. Just as Luo Tian was hesitating, Song Yanqun walked forward and said with a silly smile, Brother Luo, let's participate. This kind of competition will let the entire Jade Mountain City know of the Luo family's strength. The corners of Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Zhu's mouth rose, revealing a smile. Luo Tian's expression relaxed, indifferently said, all right, I'll participate, but, before Luo Tian could finish, both Patriarch Zhou and Patriarch Zhu's disciples clamored. That's more like it. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? It's good to be tactful. Zhou Tairan smiled with satisfaction. Patriarch Luo, you've made a very clear choice, ha ha ha, that's right. The tournament's disciples exchange pointers. It's good for their cultivation and cultivation. This is a rare experience for them. Zhu Yaozong smiled proudly. The two's inner thoughts were, finally, I'll take all the remaining elites of your Luo family. Even if you, Luo Tian, have great ability, what can you do? You want to support an entire family by yourself? Dream on. Their evil plan succeeded. The two were very happy in their hearts, but on the surface, they were very calm. Luo Tian's mouth curved into a sneer, loudly saying, but, since you want to play, then let's play big. Zhou Tairan was stunned, asking, play big? How? Luo Tian continued, didn't you want my Luo family's territory? Then let's use the territory as the stake, how about a bet? Haha, Zhu Yaozong almost laughed out loud. Was this Luo Tian stupid? Gambling with them, wasn't that the same as lighting a lamp beside a dung pit, looking for shit? Zhou Tairan suppressed the excitement in his heart, asking, Patriarch Song, what do you think? Song Yannan hesitated for a moment, then said, since everyone is interested, I, Song Yannan, naturally won't be a wet blanket. Good. Then let's bet. Luo Tian immediately said, the Luo family has suffered a great change. They won't be able to send any disciples to participate in the tournament for the time being. The tournament will be held 1 year later. No. No. Zhou Tairan and Zhu Yaozong shouted in unison. 1 year was enough for the Luo family to recover. They weren't stupid. How could they let Luo Tian postpone the tournament to 1 year later? It was impossible. 1 year is too long. Then 10 months it is. You can wait, but we can't. Then how long do you want? Just 1 month. Good. It's a deal, 1 month's time. Luo Tian was overjoyed. A lot of things could be done in 1 month's time. What the Luo family lacked now was time. He wanted to build a Luo family as strong as steel in 1 month's time. Just you wait, watch how this daddy will make you lose so badly that you won't even be able to save your ass. The crowd dispersed. The Luo family was shrouded in a shadow. He had no choice but to participate in the 4 Great Clans Invitational Tournament. Luo Tian had no choice at all. A month's time was too short for a martial artist. It was too short to change anything, and it was too short to make any progress in cultivation. Participate? What would he use to participate? The Luo family did not have any disciples who could compete. If these people were to be lost, the Luo family would truly be in danger. There were all sorts of voices of doubt in the Luo family. After all, he was only 16 years old. In the eyes of many people, he was still a child. Because of this, many people refused to accept him. Luo Tian had just taken over the Luo family. If he didn't want to be questioned, he could only show his strength. This family's invitational tournament was also an opportunity for him. If he could win this time, there would definitely be no more doubts in the Luo family. In the hall, everyone frowned. Their faces were anxious and they did not say a word. Luo Tian's expression was indifferent as he thought of all sorts of ways to increase his strength. He really knew nothing about cultivation. What comprehending the profound chi of heaven and earth, what comprehending the profound mysteries of cultivation methods, he did not understand at all. His cultivation was to kill monsters and kill people. If all the disciples of the Luo family were like him, then he would lead the team into the Ghost Prison Mountain Range to train. Ghost Prison Mountain Range? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luo Tian's mind as he thought about the upcoming clans tournament. He thought to himself, the Zhou and Zhu clans will definitely go all out. On the stage, it's either life or death. Instead of letting them increase their cultivation, why not let them go through the test of life and death? This way, they will be able to deal with it with ease. Walking on the line of life and death. Wandering back and forth on the road of life and death, this kind of experience would be of great help to a person's mind and state of mind. If he did not make a move, he would die. Cough cough, Luo Tian was startled, and said, Uncle Kunshan, choose the 10 strongest disciples of the Luo family. These 10 disciples can be strong in cultivation, wisdom, or talent. Luo Kunshan said, Yes, Patriarch, what do you want to do? Luo Tian said, Tell them that this is a life and death trial. I will throw them into the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. I don't ask them to hunt demonic beasts, as long as they survive. If someone doesn't want to, don't force them. I, Luo Tian, never force people. Ghost Prison Mountain Range? Patriarch, everyone was shocked. Demon beasts ran amok in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, and it was incomparably dangerous. Throwing the elites of the Luo family into it, wasn't that just sending them to their deaths? The elites of the Luo clan were like flowers that needed to be protected. How could they be treated like this? The people in the hall were really confused. Feng Lei also scratched his head and asked, Boss, the Ghost Prison Mountain Range is so dangerous. Aren't we sending them to their deaths? Luo Tian said, 1 month is too short. It's impossible to have a big breakthrough. Only by letting them experience the test of life and death, their temperament will be different from before. This will greatly improve their fighting ability in the arena. Hearing Luo Tian's explanation, some people were still worried. What if they all died in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range? Uncle Kunshan, you have to make it clear to them. Don't force it. This time, Feng Lei and I will lead the team. You and Uncle Yushan will be in charge of the Luo clan's affairs. In the past, only disciples who contributed could enter the library. Now, it's free. Also, distribute all the foundation establishment pills of the Luo clan. Right now, we have to do our best to deal with the clan's invitational tournament. Open and close. Since they were participating, they had to do their best. The Zhou and Zhu clans must be destroyed. The library was opened for free, and all the pills were distributed. This was something that had never happened in the Luo clan. How many disciples of the Luo clan were still practicing the common cultivation methods? How many disciples of the Luo clan had never even seen the face of a pill? Luo Tian's actions would make them boil. Everyone's heart. Report. Outside the hall, a disciple of the Luo clan hurriedly walked in. Reporting to Patriarch, the Song clan sent someone to deliver a big box. Ha ha ha, Brother Luo, I'm here to see you. Song Yanchun smiled and walked in large strides. Behind him, 4 disciples of the Song clan were carrying a big box. Luo Tian quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "You're most welcome." Song Yanchun waved his hand and said, "This is a small gift from my big brother to Brother Luo." As he said that, the box was opened. Inside, there were shining weapons. All of them were first-grade weapons. There were more than 30 of them, worth more than 100,000 gold. Good weapons were exactly what the Luo clan lacked. With these first-grade weapons, the Luo clan's overall strength would rise to another level. This time, the Song clan could be said to be sending charcoal in snowy weather. Luo Tian was extremely grateful. He owed the Song clan a favor. Luo Tian cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Song. I won't be polite. Go back and tell Patriarch Song that I, Luo Tian, will accept this generous gift. I won't say many words of thanks. If there's a chance, I will repay you with all my strength." Song Yanchun laughed loudly and said, "Brother Luo is too polite. I won't disturb you. When this tournament is over, I'll come and have a good drink with you." Luo Tian said, "When the time comes, I'll definitely treat you to the best wine. This time, he must kill and cripple him." Zhou clan. What? The Song clan actually gave the Luo clan an extra-grade weapon? What is Song Yannan trying to do? When Zhou Tairan heard this news, he was startled. Then, the corner of his mouth turned cold and he laughed sinisterly. Song Yannan, they all say you're a 1,000-year-old fox. In my opinion, you're going to be a dead fox, ha ha ha, big brother. The Song clan obviously wants to ally with the Luo clan. Is Song Yannan's brain damaged? Why would he ally with the declining Luo clan? Song Yannan is smart all his life, but stupid this time. This time, he really bet on the wrong treasure. Big brother, this is our chance. The chance to occupy the entire Jade Mountain city. Zhou Tairan laughed excitedly. It's best that the Song clan joins in, and we can take this opportunity to suppress the Song clan. After I eat up the Luo clan's territory, we will start to deal with the Song clan. The entire Jade Mountain city will be my Zhou clans, ha ha ha. Everyone in the Zhou clan was excited and laughed complacently, as if they could already see the Zhou clan unifying the Jade Mountain city. Zhu clan. When Zhu Yaozong received the Grade 1 weapon from the Song clan, he was also slightly surprised, but then he sneered. Looking at the dark sky outside the hall, Zhu Yaozong had his hands behind his back, and the complacent expression on his face could not be concealed. After a long time, Zhu Yaozong asked, "OL3, how long will it take for Changfeng to return?" Zhu Yaozong laughed, "About 10 days or so. I received a letter yesterday, and this time, Changfeng also brought 2 senior brothers back with him." Good. Changfeng really did not disappoint me. The Zhu clan's nurturing of him back then was not in vain. Zhu Yaozong looked excited, and said in a low voice, "The entire Jade Mountain city will soon belong to my Zhu clan, ha ha ha." Zhu Changfeng was once a super genius of the Jade Mountain city, an existence that no one in the same generation could match. 5 years ago, he quietly entered the Blue Cloud sect. The Zhu clan said to the outside world that he had left the Zhu clan and went missing. This was a super trump card of the Zhu clan, and at this critical moment, Zhu Yaozong decided to use him. With the Blue Cloud sect as his backer, who could be a match for the Zhu clan? In a certain courtyard of the Zhu clan, Zhu Mei was overjoyed, and muttered to herself, "Is Big Brother coming back? Is Big Brother coming back? Luo Tian, you damn trash, your end is here." The depression of the past 2 days was swept away, and Zhu Mei smiled like a flower. This time, even if you don't die, you will die. At night, the Luo clan's martial arts field was brightly lit. Luo Tian stood on the stage and looked at the 10 Luo clan disciples that were carefully selected. He was startled and said, "First of all, thank you. Secondly, I will give you one last chance to consider. This time, we will most likely enter the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range, which is much more dangerous than the outer area. You can withdraw, I will definitely not stop you." The strongest monsters in the outer area were only rank 3. There were very few rank 4 monsters, not to mention rank 5 monsters. This also made Luo Tian vexed. The experience of low-level monsters could no longer satisfy him. He now needed hundreds of thousands of experience to level up. Relying on a few hundred points to level up was very slow. He had to find a better place to level up. Furthermore, the 3 steel puppet soldiers were 60% damaged and would be scrapped soon. They were machines for farming experience and could not be easily broken. There was also Feng Lei. This damn fatty could not raise his cultivation without essence blood. Moreover, the ferocious beast on the back of his head had withered recently, as if it was too hungry to walk. Fatty Lei's talent and potential were unfathomable. The most important point was that he was the same as him. He did not take the normal path to break through. This time, he was Luo Tian's trump card in the clan tournament. Fatty Lei's potential had been suppressed. Luo Tian was looking forward to the day when he would explode. That day would definitely shake the heavens and earth. There was no doubt about this. "Boss, we will not withdraw. Yes, the Zhou and Zhu clans have gone too far. This time I will definitely break through. When the time comes, I will beat them until they can't find north. Let's see where their faces go. Boss, we are not afraid of death. So what if it's the Ghost Prison mountain range?" The 10 people's expressions were like steel. Their eyes were firm and unwavering. It was worth mentioning that out of the 10 people, 6 were outer disciples. Only 4 were core disciples. Their cultivation was at the 5th or 6th stage of the mystic realm. Their cultivation was very low. If they met someone of the mystic realm, they would basically die. Luo Tian didn't care. What he cared about was one's temperament. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, it was useless if one didn't have a transcendent realm where one would either die or die. In terms of fighting, there was a saying on Earth: normal people are afraid of fools, fools are afraid of lunatics, and lunatics are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. In the arena, fighting with one's life, this kind of aura could overwhelm everything, even if one's cultivation was inferior to the opponent's. Without experiencing the trials of life and death, one's mind would not be able to grow. How could one risk one's life? This was the reason why Luo Tian had led them into the Ghost Prison mountain range. Luo Tian smiled and said loudly, "Well, whether you can come back alive or not, your actions today will forever be written in the history of the Luo family." 10 people, 1 month of life and death training in the Ghost Prison mountain range. What would happen after 1 month? Luo Tian was looking forward to it. Luo Tian turned to Luo Kunshan and said, "Uncle Kunshan, I'll leave everything of the Luo family to you. When I'm not here, bear with everything. If there's a crisis, you can ask the Song family for help. He will help us." Luo Tian was very worried. He was worried that when he was not here, the Zhou and Zhu families would take the opportunity to make trouble, or even directly start a war. Luo Kunshan said heavily, "Patriarch, don't worry. I will protect the Luo family even if I have to risk my life." Luo Kunshan was excited. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He swore in his heart that he would protect the Luo family well. Even if he died, he would protect it. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Kunshan." Immediately, Luo Tian waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Feng Lei grinned and smiled. He carried a super machete that weighed 160 kilograms on his shoulder and shouted, "Brothers, let's go." "Huh." The 10 people shouted in unison and turned to walk towards the gate of the Luo family. Luo Tian looked at their backs and secretly clenched his fists. "The Luo family depends on you." His gaze tightened as he chased after them. At the gate of the Luo family, a beautiful figure paced back and forth. Under the light of the house, her jade-like skin was reflected. 2 strands of hair hung down by her ears. Her pure eyes were filled with worry. Her 2 small hands were fiddling with the corners of her clothes. She looked anxious as she waited. From time to time, she tiptoed to look inside. She wanted to go in several times, but in the end, she hesitated and stopped. She was conflicted like a little woman. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came. Li Shuer sorted out her mood and smiled gently, revealing 2 shallow dimples. The disciples of the Luo family who came out were stunned. Dressed in white, she was like a fairy. A fairy who did not eat the food of mortals, so beautiful that it was suffocating. What are you looking at? Hurry up and greet your sister-in-law. Feng Lei's eyes were angry. He walked forward and smiled, greetings, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. The 10 people stopped and shouted. Li Shuer's face turned red. She glared at Feng Lei and pretended to be angry, you damn fatty, I'll let brother Luo Tian deal with you later. But her heart was filled with sweetness. Feng Lei scratched his head. Seeing that the leader of the disciples was still not leaving, he suddenly slapped the back of his head and shouted, hurry up and leave. Li Shuer's smile was too beautiful. So much so that they wanted to take a few more glances. Seeing that Feng Lei was angry, they immediately ran out. They had seen Brother Fatty's methods before. Luo Tian walked forward, smiled dejectedly, and said, girl, why are you here? Li Shuer walked forward and grabbed Luo Tian's arm and shook it gently. She pouted and said in a soft voice, Brother Luo Tian, bring me along. I promise I won't cause trouble for you. Like a little kitten. This was a fatal attack to Luo Tian. Luo Tian's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He really wanted to hug Li Shuer and kiss her fiercely. But in the end, he resisted. He was afraid that the mysterious expert would appear again without a sound. Thinking about that night, Luo Tian's heart was filled with resentment. If the mysterious expert didn't have his virginity, his male body would have been broken. Resentment, resentment. Wait until I become stronger. I must teach him a good lesson. If it was in his previous life, Li Shuer, this kind of lowly, acting coquettishly and acting cute, to speak the truth, he would bring her along without even thinking. He had no defense against Li Shuer at all. But, this time was different. He planned to enter the depths of the ghost prison mountain range. What if something happened to her, even if the mysterious expert saved her? How strong were the monsters in the depths of the ghost prison mountain range? What if he couldn't save her? Luo Tian would blame himself for the rest of his life. Luo Tian gently scratched Li Shuer's nose and said with a smile, little girl, I will be fine. Obediently wait for my return in Jade Mountain City. Li Shuer still wanted to insist, but she held back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. With a wronged look, she said, all right, then Luo Tian Gij, you have to protect yourself. Shuer will obediently wait for your return. Saying that, Li Shuer took out a package from her spatial ring and handed it to Luo Tian. She giggled and said, Big brother Luo Tian, this is my gift to you. Gift, what gift? Luo Tian took it and opened it. He was dumbfounded, little Cao Cao will be born in half a month. Brothers, give me your blessings. Ha ha ha. During this period of time, old Cao has to take good care of his wife. For the time being, I will update twice a day. The first update will be at around 12 noon and the second update will be at around 6 p.m. Hope that brothers will support and understand. Old Cow is very grateful. In the middle of the night, Luo Tian's group of 12 stood at the foot of the ghost prison mountain range. Looking up, the dark forest released the ferocious aura of demon beasts, making people afraid. From time to time, there would be heart-palpitating roars from the depths of the forest. The ghost prison mountain range was filled with death at every moment. The law of the jungle was vividly illustrated here. Luo Tian turned around, looked at the 11 people, and asked with a smile, are you afraid? Feng Lei took the lead and said, what's there to be afraid of, I can't wait. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Luo Tianbai glanced at Feng Lei and said, F***ck, do you think everyone is as perverted as you? You can't wait to go in and start a killing spree. Feng Lei scratched his head and laughed foolishly. When he came to the ghost prison mountain range, he couldn't help but be excited. It was as if there was a bloodthirsty demon living in his body. When he saw demon beasts, he couldn't help but want to suck their blood. Demon beasts' blood made him extremely excited and full of pleasure. Thinking that he would soon be able to suck demon beast's blood, Feng Lei couldn't help but smack his lips. His saliva almost flowed out. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. Luo Tian said calmly, in there, you can die at any time. I'm afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of losing. Dying in the ghost prison mountain range is not scary, losing in the arena is scary. That year, I lost to a beggar and was mocked for many years. All kinds of insults and taunts filled my ears every day. You can imagine what kind of mood that was. There will always be a time when a person loses, but it definitely can't be this time. At this point, Luo Tian's voice sank and said seriously, this time, we are betting the entire Luo family. If you lose, the Luo family will be removed from Jade Mountain City. You are carrying the hope of the Luo family, so I hope you don't let me down. The 10 people's eyes tightened, and they clenched their fists. I'm carrying the hope of the Luo family, I can't lose, even if I die, I can't lose. Luo Tian took out 11 pieces of glowing magnetite from the wooden token and handed them to Feng Lei. He said, distribute these. Mysterious stones? Patriarch, these are profound stones. This many profound stones? The one who spoke was a core disciple. As for the outer sect disciples, they had never seen what a magnetite looked like. They only knew that magnetite was very precious. 100,000 gold was enough to buy a low-grade magnetite. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva and their hands trembled. They didn't dare to take it. To them, the magnetite was too precious. It was not their turn to use it, so how could it be their turn to use the magnetite? Luo Tian's expression was the same as theirs when he received the magnetite from Li Shuer. Damn it. She treated so many magnetite stones as if they were cabbages and gave them away just like that. Just what kind of background did Li Shuer have? Moreover, she was very happy to give them away and didn't care at all. She completely treated these magnetite as radishes and cabbages. Luo Tian was puzzled and asked her where she got so many magnetite. Li Shuer even smiled mysteriously and said that she won them. The most terrible thing was that this was only a portion. She kept a large portion for herself, saying that she wanted to cultivate and catch up to Luo Tian. Otherwise, she would give them all to him. At that time, Luo Tian only thought of one word in his mind, Miss Perfect. Feng Lei first glanced at Luo Tian. He was also excited and a little reluctant. In his opinion, such good things could only be left for boss. Luo Tian glared at Feng Lei and shouted, give them out when I ask you to. What are you hesitating for? Oh. Feng Lei responded and gave 1 magnetite to each person. Every time he took out the magnetite, it was like cutting his flesh. His heart ached. After giving out the magnetite, Luo Tian said, I don't need to tell you the use of the magnetite. This time, other than the life and death experience, it will also increase your strength. Are there any problems? No. No. Everyone shouted in unison. They respected and worshipped Luo Tian even more. If this was in the past, they wouldn't even have a chance to get a good elixir, let alone magnetite. They rejoiced in their hearts. At the same time, they secretly swore to support Luo Tian and protect the Luo family with their lives. The battle intent in their hearts was aroused just like that. Luo Tian waved his hand and shouted, enter the mountain. Let's go. The 10 people quickly rushed into the forest like hungry tigers rushing into a sheep pen. The 10 people scattered in different directions. If they wanted to experience life and death experience, they had to face it alone, resist, fight, and comprehend the true meaning of life and death. Feng Lei didn't move. He stood behind Luo Tian. Damn. Damn fatty, don't tell me you still want to follow me? Luo Tian stared at Feng Lei and said. Feng Lei scratched his head and smiled, boss, sister-in-law asked me to protect you. Scram. Damn fatty, you still want to follow me and take advantage of me. You only devour essence blood and don't hunt demonic beasts. Don't even think about following me this time. Luo Tian kicked Feng Lei's fat butt and said, in this trial, you have to have the ability to hold your own. It will be hard for you to break through if you follow me. You are my trump card. If you disappoint me, I will cut off all the fat on your body. Feng Lei laughed and said, then I'll be leaving? Go. Feng Lei carried his machete and took a step forward. He jumped heavily. His fat body became extremely agile and disappeared in a few breaths of time. Luo Tian had to let go. Feng Lei should grow up, he was a beast trapped in a cage. Now was the time to release him into the forest and let him loose to his heart's content and wreak havoc. The moment he returns, he will definitely shake the world. Everyone left, leaving only Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked up at the starry sky and smiled excitedly. He muttered to himself, brothers, release to your heart's content. Zhou and Zhu families, just you wait. Since you bullied me, I will make you pay a heavy price. When I return, it will be the time of your two families' destruction. Immediately after, a light breeze blew past and Luo Tian instantly disappeared. He released the strength of a 4th-level Xian master and swept out like a gust of wind. He quickly rushed towards Wei Zhentian and the other two steel beasts. Jade Mountain City, Violet Colosseum. In the center of the arena, Li Shuer sat cross-legged. Above her head was a field of starlight. The starlight shone with a pure white and holy light. There were dozens of Xian stones piled up around her. The pure white fluorescence of the Xian stones resonated with the starlight and condensed into a very unique profound qi formation. As Li Shuer breathed in and out, profound qi slowly flowed into her body. Her cultivation was rapidly increasing. In a private room, an old man over 70 years old stroked his goatee and looked at Li Shuer in the Colosseum with a satisfied smile. He muttered to himself, as expected of the saintess. Her talent is indeed extraordinary. Ghost Prison Mountain Range. Early morning. Luo Tian leaned against a large tree and closed his eyes, resting for a moment. An entire night of running at full speed made him feel tired. He had used up more than half of his Xian Qi, but fortunately, his wind shadow steps had reached the 2nd level. His speed was much faster than the 1st level. How could Jining's training technique be bad? Hiss, hiss, a slight sound came from the thick leaves. It was the sound of a python hissing. Luo Tian's eyes gently opened. A light flashed through his eyes. He held his breath and didn't move, quietly waiting. An azure flower python cautiously approached. Its two eyes stared at Luo Tian, who was under the large tree, with a greedy gaze. In its heart, it thought that it had found a useless human. Now it could eat its fill. It wriggled its body and cautiously approached. In order to survive in such a dangerous place, one had to be extremely careful even when facing a weak opponent. This was because one simply didn't know when one or a group of monsters stronger than oneself would appear. The distance was getting closer and closer. The azure flower python raised its body and with a sough, it shot out like lightning. Its bloody mouth opened wide. Its two fangs were covered with a dark green paralyzing poison. As long as one was bitten, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would be instantly paralyzed. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth rose slightly. A gentle breeze blew past. He said in a low voice, "Wind shadow steps." With a flash, he disappeared from his original position. The azure flower python's attack naturally missed. Just as it was panicking, a dangerous aura came from behind it. It subconsciously swung its tail and shot out like an arrow. Second stage. Luo Tian lightly shouted. His body once again disappeared. This time, his speed was even faster than before. Even his aura was completely hidden. Second stage of the wind shadow steps, increasing speed by 50% wasn't much. The important thing was that it could instantly hide Luo Tian's aura. In a battle between experts, perception was extremely important. No matter how fast you were, as long as your aura was still there, one could easily lock onto your position and kill you in one blow. This was the advantage of the rank 2 wind shadow steps. To be able to level up one's techniques was something that even the main characters of novels were unable to do. But Luo Tian had done it. Training in Ning's Shadewind steps had raised it to an even higher level. This was awesome. The azure flower python's expression changed drastically. It had encountered a troublesome opponent. Its decades of experience told it that this human was not to be trifled with. In an instant, the azure flower python twisted its tail and quickly burrowed into the bushes. "You want to escape?" I haven't had enough fun yet. His newly upgraded wind shadow steps was still warm. After using it twice to completely toy with the rank 3 azure flower python, Luo Tian was very excited. Seeing that the azure flower python wanted to escape, he immediately shouted. How could he let it go? Experience, Xianxia, Luo Tian snorted coldly. He took a step forward and leaped into the air. His body tilted to the side, and his right foot propped up in the air. His entire body shot out like a bullet, and his right fist moved, striking down heavily. Boom, the fist accurately landed on the azure flower python's head, and it was smashed into meat paste. The azure flower python's body curled up and slightly twitched. After a few breaths, its body became stiff. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing azure flower python. Gained 600 experience points, 60 Xianxia. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the azure flower python bloodline. Invincible bloodline +1. The system's voice sounded. Luo Tian looked at the invincible bloodline value, and then looked at the azure dragon bloodline's exchange points. Suddenly, he was like a frosted eggplant. Currently, the invincible value was 97 points. The azure dragon bloodline could be exchanged for 2,000 points. This F*King difference wasn't small at all. The most important thing was that the higher the level, the harder it was to obtain bloodline value. This was because many monsters had the same bloodline. To obtain a new bloodline, one had to kill different types of monsters. Luo Tian had killed so many demonic beasts, but he had only obtained less than 100 bloodline points. 2,000 bloodline points was indeed a huge number. But that was also true. How could such a powerful bloodline like the azure dragon be so easily obtained? Do you think bloodlines are common on the streets? This also meant that the harder it was to exchange for a bloodline, the more powerful it was. In any case, Luo Tian had plenty of time. Sooner or later, he would gather all of them. Not only did he have to exchange for the azure dragon bloodline, he also had to exchange for the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger bloodline. If he fused these 4 bloodlines together, the fusion of the 4 divine beasts' bloodlines would cause one to be excited. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's mood became great. With a slight movement of his mind, he sensed Wei Zhentian's location. Immediately after, taking a step forward, his body turned invisible in the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 10 meters away. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The clan's invitational tournament was a fierce battle. When the Zhou and Zhu families joined hands, there would definitely be as many experts as the clouds. In times of danger, the 2 patriarchs would definitely train together. Xian Master Stage 9, even with Luo Tian's current cultivation, it would be difficult to deal with them, let alone 2 Xian Master Stage 9 experts. He had to be prepared. He had to be prepared to kill the 2 of them at once. No matter what, they were boss of the same level as Luo Jianshan. Although they were no longer the boss of the novice village and wouldn't have any special rewards from the system, the experience gained from killing them was very rich. Who knows what kind of awesome equipment would drop. Whoosh, whoosh, he jumped from one big tree to another, and the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind him. The proficiency of the wind shadow step was also increasing bit by bit. On the way, Luo Tian could see the rotting corpses of demon beasts from time to time, which also meant that he wasn't far from Wei Zhentian's location. In just a few days, Wei Zhentian brought the mighty King Kong and Bumblebee along the way to kill everything. It could be said that they killed everything in their path. With 3 puppet warriors of the 3rd rank, they could completely do whatever they wanted in the outer area of the Ghost Prison mountain range. Rumble. Suddenly, not far away, there was a huge collision sound. A wave of energy instantly shot out, enveloping a radius of hundreds of miles. The strangest thing was, within the range of the energy ripples, a dense killing intent flowed. It was extremely dense, and within the dense killing intent, there was a primitive brutality. It was definitely not a killing intent emitted by a human. Could it be the killing intent released by a demon beast? Demon beasts could also release killing intent. Luo Tian was shocked, and thought to himself, what a strong power, what a strong killing intent, this guy is definitely not simple, he might even be a super demon beast. At the same time, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding, your puppet soldier Bumblebee has died. Dead? Luo Tian frowned, and without waiting for him to react, the system sounded out again. Ding, your puppet soldier Wei Zhentian has died. Then came another sound. Your puppet soldier Mighty King Kong has died. In just a short moment, all three steel beasts had died. This, Luo Tian couldn't imagine it. With their combined strength, they could fight against a stage 4 monster beast, but they all died in an instant. How was this possible? Could it be that he had encountered an incomparably powerful stage 5 monster beast? Luo Tian's eyes were wide open, looking at the dark forest. He secretly clenched his fists and disappeared with a sough. He rushed towards the place where the earth-shaking sound came from. End of chapter 70. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.